Hello and welcome to day 2 of the FIFA eClub World Cup, coming to you live from Milan. 24 of the best teams in the world have gathered here to be crowned the champions, but one team is head and shoulders above the others, and that team is Team Fnatic. It's day 2 of the FIFA eClub World Cup, coming to you live from Milan. Yes, and I'm joined now by Spencer. And how are you doing? Did you enjoy yesterday?
I loved it. It's fantastic. One of my favourite events of the year. We're back. We're in Milan. It's bigger than ever, more teams than ever, more competitive. And I think we saw that, and no one's out yet. Everyone can still stay alive in the competition today.
I mean, but obviously, you know, we talked a little bit yesterday morning about Fnatic, and we were like, oh, Tex didn't have the best start, but shut our mouths. I mean, we should just keep quiet from now on.
I mean, it's rare to see Tex ever lose a game, isn't it? That's the thing. It's a shock to the system. It's a one-leg sort of individual 1v1 match here, so who knows what would have happened in the second leg. But after that, they won every single game. And actually, his partner, Tom, for Fnatic, is the only player here that's won every game they've played in.
Check it out. That's some sexy stats right there. Why don't we take a quick look about how it's going to play out today? Let's take a look at some of the group tables for today's action.
Yeah, so obviously Group A and C were the groups we started with yesterday, and we're going to start with them again today. Hashtag United sitting pretty on top, although lots still to play. 2 rounds of fixtures each. They're going to finish on 15 games each team. At the bottom, you've got Nordavind and FaZe Clan, but like I said, everyone can still rescue themselves a place in the knockout round. You've just got to finish top 4 in the group, more than doable for both FaZe and Nordavind.
Okay, all right, yeah, let's take a look at Group C.
So this is the group we spoke about with Fnatic sitting with 24 points, looking good. I mean, mathematically...
They would just need 1 point, right?
Exactly. I mean, I think they might have done it already anyway, but 1 point definitely guarantees them progression. But really, they should be looking to top that group, and it's more important than ever to get good seeding going through, as we'll talk about later.
Yeah, OK, well, let's take a look at Group B.
So Group B was from the afternoon session. FC Basel sitting at the top of this one, 18 points. Not a massive gap between them and the 5th place team, which is Movistar. Blue United have got quite a lot of work to do. They've got 5 points. Yeah. They need to pick up potentially some triple wins, some 9-pointers if they can. Oh,
wow, OK, that's a lot of work. OK, all right, let's take a look at D.
In the final group, we have Complexity from the US sitting on top. And technically, both, you could say, North American teams, with Harry and Shuri playing from Canada at the moment, are top in their groups. A bit controversial to call them a North American team, of course, but Complexity are doing that as well. Man City have got a lot of work to do, you know, as have Ducks Gaming. They're sitting in the danger spots right now.
I think there's an awful lot still to get through. Why don't we take a look at how it's going to look in terms of like this particular competition in the kind of global series? Like, how does it place?
Yeah, obviously this is all part of a massive ecosystem we do every single year called the FIFA Global Series, culminating with the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final in the summer. Different amounts of points available for each game. That's what they ultimately want, as well as the great prize money. It's about points.
That would be nice too.
Take both, why not?
Well, exactly.
2,000 points up for grabs here as a FIFA major. You can see along with events like the E-Nations still to come this year and the FUT Champions Cups. There's other events throughout the year that get you a little bit less, but 2,000 is what the winners will get.
And that's each as well. It's not just like 2,000 as total, so like that's a whole bunch of points.
I mean, compare it to a weekend league session, you can only get 30 points. A lot of weekends.
Come on now. Yeah.
And this is all part of, as I mentioned, the kind of ecosystem that can allow you to qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup. The last big event before that, it's called the Playoffs. There's one on Xbox, one on PlayStation. So the best 64 players in the world all come together for that one. It's got a lot of points available there as well. So you want to be in that top 64 spot to then qualify for the playoffs and get some more points. And listen, if you win this event here, 2,000 points, you're not only going to go to the playoffs, you're probably going to go to the grand final.
Oh, it's pretty good. I mean, honestly, everyone here has been like really, really focused. It's been really, really interesting to kind of like see how everyone kind of like takes their wins and their losses and sort of moves forwards. And I think everyone's coming in like really fresh and really focused today. I think we should also talk about obviously what special things might be happening whilst people are watching.
Yes, we have got some Twitch drops. You've got to remember to link your Twitch accounts with your EA accounts, guys. Yesterday we dropped Team of the Year Allison, Prime, Icon Kaka. I can tell you there's some big names being dropped later on. Stay tuned to find out who. But yeah, make sure you've linked your Twitch and EA accounts. They'll be happening throughout the day.
And you can't tell us now. Why can't you tell us now?
I'm not allowed to.
Oh, come on.
But I will tell you soon.
All right.
No, trust me, it's decent. So we'll have to wait.
All right, okay. Well, we have got like a couple more like group stages to get through before we get to them like, knockouts a little bit later on. But we're going to be starting off with groups A and C. Let's kick it over to the casters. Mark and Dan, let's take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, and it is time to get the action underway today. Day 2 of the FIFA eClub World Cup. Day 1 kind of set the scene a little bit for us, Dan, but today is where we send some teams home and we see some teams progress into those knockout stages.
Yeah, the fact that only 2 teams go out of each group, it feels like a bit of a bad situation if you're one of those 2 that drops out of the 6 because you are a minority. However, you've just got to make sure you're in that top 4. It sounds easy if you look at it that way, 4 out of 6, but it's going to be a struggle for a lot of the teams. These are the matches we're going to be looking at in round 4 of leg 1. Anyway, Hashtag United going up against Neo. Massive, massive matchup to start the day. FaZe versus Nordavind, Leon versus Gillette Infinity. So a lot to play for in Group A.
Yeah, Group C, we'll be seeing these games a little bit later on as well. Redemption Esports taking on arguably the standout team yesterday, Fnatic. AS Rome will be taking on Clash, and FK Austria Vienna will be taking on NASA Esports. But just to highlight what we were talking about later, we will be sending some teams home today. So those teams that are at the bottom of the table in those 2 spots, which will see them be knocked out of the tournaments, they're going to come in with renewed energy today, and they're going to be the dangerous teams to watch.
Yeah, teams like FaZe, teams like Clash, they're really needing to pick up some points today. But we're going to be focusing on Hashtag versus Neo. It's Hashtag Harry against Stokes. These 2 have played each other quite a few times already in the past couple of seasons. I think Harry might be leading Stokes 2-1 or the other way around. Either way, they've definitely been playing each other quite a lot as of late. So there's a bit of a grudge match here because they are good friends as well.
Yeah, it's very, very true. These 2 know each other very, very well. And we're having a quick look here at the team. That is, of course, Neo, and alongside Stokes, Gorilla. They're putting some really good performance yesterday. I was speaking to Tom Stokes very early this morning when I saw him just coming down to get on the shuttle to join you here at the event, and he was saying, we had a pretty good day yesterday. We were very happy with how we came out of the gates. We kind of set the pace early and kept the tempo up that we wanted to and got the points on the board. So they're looking to repeat that kind of performance. And I think the same could be said about Hashtag United and the way they played yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, Hashtag were looking at the table and they were asking me, like, do you think we're through? Do you think we need any more points? Can we potentially lose every game tomorrow or today and still go through? I can't see them losing every game. I'm going to be completely honest. 18 points are up for grabs. They're at least going to get a few draws here or there. They should be through. This is going to be some of the harder matchups, though, against Neo, because you are going up against a previous world champion in Gorilla. Stokes, the playoff champion from 2019 as well. It is some really tough competition. I really think it's going to come down to that 2v2. And honestly, Hashtag have looked really good in those 2v2 matchups.
They have looked good in those 2v2s. And just if you're watching for the first time today and you want to know how the group stages work, it's a 1v1 followed by a 1v1 from the other player, and then we have a 2v2. So 9 possible points to be claimed from one fixture, so to speak. So like Spencer and Julie were talking about early, no team is technically and mathematically out of the equation as far as qualification is concerned today, with the amount of points that we still have on offer. But no real chances to speak about so far. Hashtag Harry has been the player who's controlled possession the most, and as I say that, he tries to slip in R9 into the channel in behind Rude Hullet, but he tracked the run well. And now Stokes can head across to his centre-back and finally start an attack of his own.
Hashtag are top of the table at the moment in Group A, just followed closely, only 1 point between them and Neo. So Neo will be looking to try and pip them, get to that top position. And I think if either team can secure maybe 6 points from this matchup, they should all but guarantee themselves through. It's teams like FaZe and Nordavind who are at the bottom of the table. They're really the ones who are going to be keeping an eye on this matchup. Maybe hoping for a couple of draws here or there, but realistically, it's the other 4 teams that are battling it out for those qualification spots.
There was a little flip-flap just on the edge of the box there from R9 Ronaldo, looking to get a half a yard of space to get that shot away. These are the games that are all running alongside each other at the moment. You can see our featured game there, Hashtag United versus Neo. FaZe Clan versus Nordavind, our other game, and at the bottom there you can see a goal has gone in there between Leon and Gillette Infinity Esports, and here is that goal, Dan Gaskin. Sadio Mane earned the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo, a simple drag back, not quite as simple a finish, but an effective one there from R9.
Yeah, it's an interesting round of fixtures because we've got first going up against second, third versus fourth, and fifth versus sixth in Group A. But elsewhere in Group C, we've got FK Austria Vienna going up against Nasser, and it's an early lead for Austria Vienna. Messi just smashing that one in on his left foot.
Beautiful, beautiful strike. And while we were away from our feature game here, you can see it's Stokes going forward, playing the ball into R9, and a big chance. Falls back to Lionel Messi, and we have our first goal here. Unfortunately there for #Harry. Peter Schmeichel not doing the best of jobs as far as clearing his lines is concerned. The goalkeeper just parries it into the hands of Lionel Messi, and just in a few seconds there, we saw the Argentine get on the score sheet in 2 different games.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where in any other game that might have just been picked up by the goalkeeper, but I guess hit hard enough by R9 so that it was only going to be parried as far as Messi on his right foot for once. But that's a nice early lead for Neo, and certainly Harry's going to have to try and work his way back into this one. Statistically, throughout the tournament, the majority of teams and players that have gone a goal up have gone on to win. And I think that says a lot about the FIFA 20 meta as it stands. But we have seen a few comebacks, and Harry has been one of the more attacking players from the tournament.
Yeah, I would say Stokes loves to go forward as well. So this is definitely going to be a goal-induced game, and there might be another one here. And I just thought R9 was in a perfect position there to pull the trigger. Just as he was about to make contact with the ball, the defender came in just the right moment to make a last-ditch tackle and keep Harry at just a 1-goal disadvantage.
At least Harry can have a little giggle about it, and I think that's one of the things that when you are playing against a friend and someone you've played against a few times, you can have a little bit of a laugh here or there, but it starts to get a little bit more serious as the game goes on, as Maldini is booked for that foul. It's going to be a free kick. Obviously not expecting anything direct, but always a chance to break up the play and try and get in behind the defence when you've got a lot of bodies up further on the pitch.
Say don't expect something direct, but you never know what's going through Harry's mind. He's going to take this one short by the looks of things, and it'll be Mane leaving it. But it lays this one off to R9. The closest to space down well there, Stokes, but Vieira gets the ball back into R9 and almost finds the pass across to Cristiano Ronaldo there. Just that last piece of the puzzle missing. That looked like there might have been an opportunity.
A goal, though, between FK Austria Vienna and Nasser, and it looks like the lead has been doubled thanks to Eusebio on the right foot. Easy peasy when you get into that position with someone with the skill of Eusebio. Eusebio being left out of a couple of teams, but when he does feature, he does seem to bang him in.
Back to our feature game once more then. 32 minutes on the clock here, around 10 minutes or so until we start approaching the half-time whistle. Just a reminder, just the one leg for these players to decide who's going to take home those points. Both teams in a fantastic position after their performances yesterday to qualify nice and early today and just take the pressure off and look forward to those knockout rounds.
Some victories for FK Austria Vienna would really blow open Group C as well. They're currently at the bottom on 6 points, tied with Clash, but Nasser only on 11 points ahead of them in 4th place. So that qualification spot suddenly becomes very available for both Clash and FK Austria Vienna if Nasser start dropping points. So it looks like it might get interesting over there in Group C.
And of course, we'll be doing our best to keep you up to date with all the permutations and what every single goal means as far as qualification is concerned through to those knockout stages as the day progresses. As now #Harry comes forward for #United. Cristiano Ronaldo with a fancy little back heel there, but unfortunately didn't find his target. One person who has found the target for the second time in just a few moments is Eusebio, as FK Austria Vienna. Well, I don't know what they had for breakfast, but 3 goals to the good. That looks like it could be 3 points in the bag already.
Yeah, not only is this good news for those who are at the bottom of the table, but also for those near the top. Roma and Redemption, who are on 15 and 14 points before this started. They might be able to bridge a little bit of a gap from Nasser and try and guarantee their qualification going into the final round of fixtures today. You've always got to have a player just keeping an eye on what's going on elsewhere.
Tom Stokes has to keep an eye here on #Harry as he came forward, as we're now into stoppage time here at the end of the first half. He did well again, and there might be a chance here. Ooh, just caught offside. I thought for a second there he'd managed to break the defensive line and find an opportunity just before The whistle was blown by the referee, but at the end of the first half it is Stokes who takes a 1-goal lead in for Neo.
Yeah, and I think Harry might feel a little bit hard done by. I think it was a pretty closely contested game, and it was a goal that just came out from just the goalkeeper parrying it away. One of the ones you just have to accept, move on. As we move on and find a goal between Redemption and Fnatic, and surprisingly, it's gone to Redemption. R9 taking the lead for them, and Fnatic, after an incredible start yesterday, going behind in the early stages of today. I think they're pretty much through already, but however, they want to continue their fine form from yesterday, because otherwise, if you start to take your foot off the pedal a little bit, as you mentioned, you might struggle when you get to those knockout stages.
The second half underway here in our feature game between #United and Neo, and a little bit of a lack pass there is going to present the ball to R9, and Frankie de Jong has to get back and make a tackle just in the nick of time here for Harry, and now maybe a chance to counter-attack, but takes it slowly, and a little bit too much flamboyance there coming from Kylian Mbappe, but I just have to say we love to see it as well. The rainbow flick attempted, but now Stokes come forward in a little bit more of a traditional sense, and the left foot of Lionel Messi. When that angle opens up for the finesse shot, you pretty much know what's about to happen.
And you hate to see it, but it all did come from that rainbow flick attempt as well. Maybe if Harry had just tried something a little bit more simple, tried to recycle play, go back, but perhaps he thought like it was his only option to try and beat that man. Either way, he finds himself 2 goals down now, and a lot of work to do if he's going to find any points here for #. Again, not the end of the world if you're a fan, because they already found themselves on a decent amount of points from yesterday.
Well, you can see a goal here going in the game that we have between FaZe Clan and Nordavind. We saw the celebration. Here is that goal, and R9 Ronaldo into Frankie de Jong, finds Cristiano Ronaldo, and a simple finish, a nice pass and move.
Let's go, man.
All put together there. Nordavind take the lead in that game. We'll keep you up to date, as we said earlier, with all of the games and all of the goals as they fly in.
It's going to get really interesting in this group as well. Nordavind and FaZe Clan, they're both on 8 points at the moment, so that would take Nordavind up to 11 if they were to get a victory. Leon, however, are beating Gillette Infinity, so they would jump up to 12. So it's those bottom 4 positions. It's good news for and Neo that it's so closely contested. But we will keep you up to date with this group as well. You can see that Group C, all 3 games are currently underway. Redemption beating Fnatic, Roma and Clash goalless there, and FK Austria Vienna are currently beating NASA 3-0.
So some surprises, so to speak, as Peter Schmeichel and Trent Alexander have an exchange of words, maybe physical. I don't know what was said. It was a little bit of flashback to Kieran Dyer for Newcastle back in the day with Lee Bowyer. If you haven't seen it, if that's a little bit of a boomer reference, then go back on YouTube and watch that. But seems like they've sorted that one out between themselves, as Sadio Mane now comes down the wing here for #Harry. Mane now cuts inside, tries to get inside and manages to do so. Virgil van Dijk has to come across. The fullback was struggling there, and the centre-back had to step in.
But this is the issue. You get down that left-hand side, you've done so well with Mane, you've even beat 1 man, but then there's another 3 in the way, and there is no option. The cutback possibility just isn't there. You run out of any possibilities of where you're going to be going, so Harry hasn't been able to find anything there, and he's still 2 goals down. That's how the Group A stands, as Neo take a 3-goal lead through Stokes now, and this one is surely going to be 3 points for them, and will surely have them top of the table, as you see on the left-hand side. A puff of the cheeks from #Harry, because I think he knows now it is too big of a deficit to bring back.
Yeah, especially in this one-legged format that we have here at the FIFA eClub World Cup. 3 goals at this point. And any game on FIFA 20 is a heck of a deficit. If he does want to start a comeback, he pretty much needs to score immediately. Tries to loft the ball over the top here to Cristiano Ronaldo, but what a performance this has been from Stokes. To come out of the gates hot and continue the form that he was showing yesterday. And beat one of the form players from yesterday and this year as well. 3 goals to 0 at this point. You can't say enough about it.
Well, Redemption have taken a 2-goal lead against Fnatic, and we can take a look at how they've done that one. Kante playing it forward to R9, and it's always that Brazilian magic, just smashing it into the bottom left-hand corner. Tom, unfortunately, 2 goals down now, and even though Fnatic are top of that table, it's a real chance for Redemption to try and solidify their spot and qualify towards those knockout stages. just keep themselves ahead of the likes of NASA, Clash and FK Austria Vienna.
And I said it just as we got underway today in the broadcast, those teams who are in those bottom 2 positions are going to be dangerous. They're not going to be messing about today. They're not going to be making as many mistakes as yesterday because they need to get points on the board to stay alive in this tournament. I think we're seeing a good example of that in a particular matchup. Now Tom Stokes is starting to express himself a little bit here as he's going forward. A couple of step overs here from Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to Ronaldo, R9 tries to feed the ball wide. Harry will step in. He's just giving the ball away almost immediately as Neymar takes a couple of extra touches, keeps that ball in the air to keep it away from the defender's attention. And Harry saying, anything you can do, I can do better.
I think the best example of a team who struggled yesterday and were in those bottom 2 is FK Austria Vienna. 4-0 up now against NASA. And they will only be 2 points behind them and 2 points off that qualification spot. Massive first result for them of the day. Here is the goal from that game as well. An absolute spanking they are providing now. Hullett, I don't know if that came off his neck, chest, or just one of the dreadlocks, but it doesn't matter, it went in. And a massive confidence builder for them.
Well, that's the difficulty, isn't it? If you're one of those teams who had a good day yesterday and you start off slow here, the concern is, can you refine that form? Can you get that momentum back as you get towards those knockout rounds? Because if you go, you qualify and you're struggling today and then you find that knockout game approaches you quicker than you can possibly imagine, you have to find a way to get that fire back.
I mean, if you do finish in one of those 4th places as well, the likelihood you are going to face someone who is finished first in their group, as Harry is just now keeping the ball and I imagine just trying to keep that goal difference to a respectable standard.
I think he knows at this point that this game is over, and
the referee has indicated
it's the classic thing the manager tells you at the start of the game when you're playing the under-13s. It's just like, give everyone a touch of the ball early. Make sure everyone's confident. The only problem is here we're 3-0 down, it's the 90th minute, but
it's funny, my manager just said keep the ball away from Dan, don't let him have it.
That's understandable, and that is the full-time whistle, and it will be a fantastic result there for Neo. 3 points on the board in their first game of the day. Tom Stokes getting the job done.
Yeah, very good performance from Tom Stokes, but we have more games still underway, so we'll have a look at what's happening elsewhere. Roma versus Clash, still 0-0 here between Dami and Crazy. Clash really need to find some points. Crazy, who struggled yesterday, PS4 #1 at the moment, of course won FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 on the PlayStation side. Hasn't really been able to show the same form since. Victory here and 3 points would really lift Clash's chances of getting out of this group.
Well, Dami's one of those players that I always talk about as being such a dangerous player on the PlayStation, but just lacking that big tournament win. I think when he gets that under his belt, I think a lot of players recognise the talent that Dami has. He gets deep into tournaments, gets into those final stages, but sometimes just can't go that extra step that he needs to become a champion. Maybe this is the opportunity for him to do this here at the FIFA eClub World Cup with his teammate alongside him as Lionel Messi now turns back inside. Here comes the Roma man, 83 minutes on the clock, into Cristiano Ronaldo! And that's what Dami could do!
And Roma needed these points as well. We saw their redemption. They had a lead against Fnatic. Redemption were just biting at the heels of Roma. But another 3 points will put Roma up to 18, get them even closer to Fnatic. There's the group as it stands. 18 points, well, 9 points ahead of FK Austria Vienna and that cut-off for qualification. Remember, you can only get 9 points per round. So if they can increase that total to 10 points before round 5 starts, they will guarantee themselves into the knockout stages.
Huge goal from the Roma man. And now back to that steely focus because he knows that he has to defend this lead. Here comes Crazy for Clash. As you say, the #1 ranked PlayStation player in the world at the moment and almost manages to find the space for an equaliser. And I think Dami jumped out of his seat there and celebrated almost as hard as that tackle was made as when he scored the goal.
Yeah, if you could defend from the restart when some of those players are slightly out of position, and regain possession of the ball, you can really dictate the pace of the final stage of this game. Now, just close this one out. Only 2 minutes of added on time. Unless there's a mistake from Dami. He should have wrapped it up, but there's the mistake.
There is that mistake, and here is Johan Cruyff as well. He gets the ball inside here. Last moment of this game. There was a chance there for Clash Crazy to find an equaliser, but Dami defends, and Roma pick up the 3 points.
Again, though, Crazy struggling in his 1v1 matchups. Not able to find any points, and Clash will stay bottom of the table as teammate Nightwatch watches on and knows he needs to find points.
And this is how much this means to these guys, Dan. You can see it here. The reaction is almost relief from them here, and this is the reaction of Dr. Nightwatch. Having seen that goal go in, it's just devastating. This is the team format. This is what we see. You know, it doesn't just affect the player who's on the pad. It's the team. It's the club that are involved, and that's what it meant to Dami, and that's what it meant to AS Roma, as we have more goals coming in from around the grounds now.
FK Austria versus Nasser, and Nasser are able to get a consolation. I don't think it'll matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Maybe some sort of goal difference down the line. But a massive result for FK Austria at Vienna. And these are all the results then from leg 1 of round 4. We saw Neo take down Hashtag 3-0. Nordavind beat FaZe 1-0. So that's a massive result for them at the bottom of the table. Yeah. And then Olympic Lyon 1-0 against Gillette Infinity Esports.
And then Group C, Redemption Esports taking down Fnatic. In my opinion, the surprise result of the morning we had so far. 2-0 that scoreline. AS Roma with that 1-0 win we just saw there with a late goal from Dami, and FK Austria Vienna 4-1 win over NASA Esports. But I think the story that we can kind of tell there is maybe a few teams who had the good day yesterday kind of came in maybe today with the foot off the gas a little bit.
Slightly, or maybe teams who weren't performing yesterday have suddenly decided they need to step up, and they know how important these results are going to be. The only team really struggling is Clash. They're only on 6 points, and the teams that were down at the bottom of the table with them, they seem to be excelling, whereas Clash still seem to be struggling. So it's all going to be down to Nightwatch. He has to get a result in his 1v1 game coming up.
Yeah, and the worrying thing for Clash as well is, in my opinion, and it's the 2v2 game didn't look great for them yesterday either. They seemed a little bit disjointed. I don't know what the chemistry was like between the two players, but they need to find a way to resolve that, and resolve that quickly, because they can't rely on just 3 points now. They need to get 6 points. They need to get 9 points if they want to stay in this competition from every game that they're playing. So big questions have to be asked of Clash, and even some questions coming out of, you know, Fnatic. First game of the day, got taken down against an opponent maybe you wouldn't have expected them to lose to in quite that kind of fashion. The same can be said with Hashtag. Now the pressure moves over to the other players to kind of pick up that slack and pick some points up.
Yeah, and I think just being able to at least get a draw, or at least being able to have a decent game to pick up the confidence for everyone. We can look at some of the goals from FK Austria Vienna, though. They had a massive result here. I cannot stress this enough. They were bottom of the table, tied up with Clash. They were on 6 points. NASA were on 11 points ahead of them in that 4th spot, so they've now closed that gap to just 2. If they can pick up even more points, they might be able to leapfrog and take that potential 4th qualification spot off them in this round.
I just want to point out how impressive the finishing is so far in this game. All 3 goals absolutely superbly taken. Even that one there, as a little dink was played back into the head of Ruud Gullit, and you can see what it means. Again, all of a sudden you're going to feel these teams that haven't been playing so well, that fear factor starts to grow around them. When you're expecting to take points yesterday, now you're not, and that is how Group C will look after that round of games. And Fnatic still on top, still on 24 points. AS Roma closing the gap though, 18 points for them. Redemption Esports, a big result. 16 points for them, and Nasser Esports on 11.
It is going to be that goal difference that could come into the equation, though. FK Austria Vienna on 9 and Clash on 6. But you can look at the goal difference of FK Austria Vienna. Imagine if they did tie with Nasser on points, then suddenly that goal difference is not going to look too pretty. But they've done the job so far. They've got those 3 points. They've closed that gap. And there is still a chance for Clash. There is still a possibility there if Nightwatch can pick up 3 points, and maybe they'll be hoping for an FK Austria Vienna and NASA draw, just so they can make sure it's a little bit closer.
Yeah, that's the one thing that we can say is, you know, the first game hasn't gone their way, but there's still 6 points available here. If you took every single tie and you come out of it and you take 6 points, you're probably going to be pretty happy with your performance throughout the day. So only 1 game down. Obviously now we move over to the Xbox players to step up and see what they can do and get some points on the board, because some of these, we get to that situation now where we're getting to the end of the group stages and points become even more valuable than they did at the start.
And I think that we're seeing chemistry develop for some teams, but maybe chemistry crumble for a few other teams. You saw that reaction from Nightwatch when the goal went against Crazy. A lot of other teams would be like, don't worry about it, mate, it's okay, but just facing
it's the situation as well, isn't it?
You know you're at the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
You know you're struggling, and you know how much that goal matters to your season as well. For Nightwatch in particular, this is his chance to pick up some Global Series ranking points. He missed out on a couple of other events, and now he's not going to get to achieve them if they don't get out of groups here.
Well, we're going to move on to our next game now. I believe we're almost ready to kick that one off, and we're going to be focusing here on Juno versus Haroon. We've got NASA taking on Lux Gaming. And Ducks had a pretty good day yesterday, but not the best of days, we would have to say as well. And the same with NASA. Kind of two teams who a couple of big points here. A couple of 6-point games, 9-point games really helped their progress towards those qualification spots. What's your thoughts on this matchup?
Haroon, I remember competing in the E-Champions League last season. I think he got around top 48 or top 64. He didn't have the best performances, but at least he was able to qualify for that event and was able to show up. So he knows what it's like to play on a big stage. He knows what it's like to play against some of the top players. So I'm excited to see how he does in this particular one. He needs to get a result, though, for NASA, because the fact that FK Austria VN have been able to catch them up ever so slightly, been able to close that gap to 2, if they lose again here, suddenly they drop down into that relegation zone. So there is a lot of pressure. And by relegation zone, I just mean they're not going to qualify, but I think it's easier just to say relegation zone sometimes. On the other side, we've got Juno, and we know how well he's been performing as of late. The E-Bundesliga Austria champion. He came second in 2018 as well, so he's very well known in the Austrian community. We saw him at Foot Champions Cup Stage 2, but he went out in Swiss. So he's been there or thereabouts, and I think he's on the rise at the moment. So this is a real opportunity for FK Austria VN after that victory to now show that they've got a bit of momentum about them and push into that top 4.
Of course, we're going to have other games kicking off at the same time, running simultaneously. Just looking around the booths at the moment, seeing some of the players that are going to be competing. We've got Nightwatch ready. I can see Shori's ready as well. We're going to have Gorilla playing. And it's lots of players and lots of games going on at the same time, all with huge permutations as we move throughout the day. And I just wonder how the tables are going to stand after this next round and move towards that 2v2. We talked about how vital the 2v2 is going to be, but we're actually going to, before we talk any more about the 2v2, we're going to drop into Group A here as the game has already kicked off, and we've got Leon taking on Gillette Infinity Esports. And Leon had a bit of an up and down day yesterday.
They did indeed, and they find themselves in 4th place at the moment, tied with Gillette Infinity Esports. Both of these teams on 12 points, both 5 points behind Hashtag, who are in second. Only 1 point, though, ahead of 5th place Nordavind. So massive, massive matchup. If you can find 3 points here, you can really give yourself a good chance going into that 2v2, and of course going into round 5 later as well. Leon featuring a previous finalist from the eClub World Cup as well in Aero. It was 2018 eClub World Cup, where he was representing Envy, and they lost out to Bromby in the final there as well. So he knows what it's like to be in this kind of situation where the pressure is on and where you have your back up against the wall. So we'll see whether Leon can find a result here.
We're expecting the noise, the emotions to step up throughout the day as well as these games become more and more vital and more important. We're going to switch back now to our feature match, which has just kicked off. It's going to be Juno taking on Haroon here, and it's the classic, it's a real 6-pointer, but at this stage I think every single game is down.
Well, certainly in the other group, the fact you've got 1st versus 2nd, 3rd versus 4th, and 5th versus 6th. It's funny how that works out, but it might be even funnier when we get to round 5 and we see who's playing who. But for FK Austria VN, after their victory on the PlayStation, Juno will certainly want to be trying to double that now on the Xbox, but I guess the pressure's slightly taken off him after a victory. Even just a draw here would be really good, just to be able to keep them close enough to NASA where they might be able to pinch that spot off them.
So it'll be NASA attacking right to left here in the red. Sadio Mane has a little bit of room in front of him. Beautiful footwork there to step away from Ruud Gullit for just a moment. Gullit now back into position to pressure the ball himself. Kante with a pass that just divided the two central midfielders there, and you saw the attempted little double tap A pass there into try and loft that ball. over the attentions of the defenders. And while there's no goals to report here, we do have a goal between #United and Neo. And it's Shorey who's on the attack here for #United into R9. A simple strike in the near post has put #United into the lead.
Big chance for Shorey to show what he's made of in that particular matchup as well. Often is in the shadows of the other # players. Doesn't have as much global series ranking points as Harry, but fantastic opportunity not only to show what he's made of, but also to get some decent global series ranking points himself.
There was an opportunity there for FK Austria Vienna to step forward, and just couldn't find that final pass. As it looked like things were starting to open up as he was approaching the edge of the 18-yard box. Well, that's where almost the attack really does start, doesn't it? When you find that incisive pass into the likes of R9 with his back to goal, it's what you do from there to create that striker goal.
Juno only won one of his 1v1 matchups so far in this tournament. He did beat Nightwatch in his matchup against Clash, but the other ones haven't really gone too well for him. So I wouldn't say he's particularly in form at the moment, but maybe this could be the turnaround that he and FK Austria Vienna needs.
He tries to turn away from Kante there, and Kante just got a little bit too physical, and that will be a free kick given by the referee. Ferland Mendy in at fullback.
But when we talk about form, Haroon also yet to find a victory in 1v1 so far this tournament. Has had a draw. It needs to be picking up 3 points if they want to find themselves out of the group stages. But we have goals elsewhere. Cristiano Ronaldo always doing a good job out on the wing. And then Hullet, doesn't matter what foot you have him on, but Messi's just there to poke it in on the left.
Stegen got a piece of it, but it wasn't enough to keep it away from the attentions of the striker. And look at Shorey go. Shorey seeing what happened to his teammate #Harry in the previous game and putting things right. 2-0 to #United there. Shorey taking a 2-goal advantage over his opponent Gorilla. And that's a big confidence boost for them.
Yeah, any sort of points I think for # will just give them that security of saying we should be able to qualify out of this group. We don't even need to look what's happening elsewhere. Them and Neo are looking at sure bets to be going into the knockout stages at this point.
Juno comes stepping forward here, but again, just not creative enough in that final third at the moment. Can't find that little incisive pass. And that ball into the central strikers to work off. Look for that scoop turn, look for that fake shot. The drag back away to get those strikes towards the goalkeeper. 30 minutes gone in this game, and to be honest with you, Dan, no real chances to speak about.
Both players playing very nervous, and I think that's probably because of A, the position they're in, and also because of the records they have at the moment. Not many victories for them, not much confidence flowing. They're probably not feeling like they're attacking particularly well. Sometimes all you can do when you're in that kind of mindset is sit back, play overload ball side, defend, and maybe hope to catch someone on a counter-attack. Build slowly, be patient. Sometimes just let the game play itself and see if you can encourage it.
Here comes Nasser Esports then. Haroon, first real opportunity he's had to even approach the edge of the 18-yard box, and Eusebio's going to take a strike from distance there, and it was timed green. The defender got a piece of it. Corner here, taken short. Delict goes all the way back here to Zambrotta.
Great corner. One of the best corners I've seen in quite some time. Recycling the play. And that just shows a real lack of confidence.
And he's just giving the ball away.
Giving it away. I would much rather see lump it into Cristiano Ronaldo at the front post. Even from just my weekend league games, I've scored 5 corners from 30 games.
And that wasted opportunity to really get the ball into the box, or at least just play it back to the edge of the box.
Just give yourself a chance. Like, if you're not feeling confident, and if you're struggling in game, and if you're not being able to break down a defence, then why not take a risk? As between # and Neo, we had a goal, and it was a direct free kick from Cristiano Ronaldo. Gorilla putting that one home. Timed green as well on the free kick.
Flashbacks to the
Bravo.
Euros there with Ronaldo stepping up.
Please no.
Very similar position to bury a free kick, but now we might have an opportunity for Nasser, and again it's time green. You can see trying these long shots, and Getting that timing down absolutely perfectly twice now. Hasn't managed to beat the defender who's got a block, but definitely showing he's not afraid to pull the trigger here. And here's Lionel Messi. That space disappeared as quickly as it appeared in front of goal.
And of course, timing at green is more successful now since the latest patch. Certainly in the early stages of FIFA 20, timing went out of the window, which was very different to FIFA 19. But with the latest patch, you are able to get a little bit more success from long-range shots, especially finesse ones. As there's been a goal between Roma and Clash. Roma had a goal lead, and it's doubled up as things go from bad to worse for Clash as Spider-Con gets a second.
Yeah, great finish there from Spider-Con. You can hear the Vamos ringing out across the arena as well. And outside of the foot trait that Lionel Messi does, you almost expect him to go across goal with that finesse shot on the left foot, but he can wrap his foot around it and drill it in at that near post with power. It makes it even more difficult to, just even predict through goalkeeper movement. If you wanted to kind of hedge your bets a little bit and shift that goalkeeper, it makes it even more difficult.
What are we going to see from Juno then against Haroun here? Plenty of success in Austria, as I mentioned earlier, but now he needs to do it on the global stage. It would be quite a comeback for FK Austria Vienna if they were able to go from bottom of the table at the end of the play yesterday up into a qualification spot after just one round. Still plenty of time in this game and a very cagey affair between the two.
Just to keep you an update with all of the scores that are going on at the moment as well. We've got Hashtag United still holding on 2-1 over Neo, and just coming to potentially the end of the half there. But just back to this game for a moment, because it looks like Juno stepping forward as Van Dijk comes in, and now Kante's found Cruyff, but not the shot power to beat Allison at the near post. Corner though for Juno here. Taken short this time, played in towards that front post. Quite a familiar corner technique. Now back to Vieira, maybe not the man you want waiting. But this ball into R9 is the man you always want waiting in that situation. And Ronaldo makes no mistake from around 18 yards out.
And that's a better corner. And I wonder whether it was just a sense of you've lulled your opponent into a false sense of security. You play the short ball, they expect it to go straight out to the edge of the box. And then you play it straight into the middle. Then you go out. And you've just opened up so much room. As we've got 3 games going on, of course, in Group C. Redemption versus Fnatic. There's been a goal over there as well. And it looks like an orange kit, so that might be a goal for Tex. Let's have a look and see how this one went down. It is going to be Fnatic going forward. R9 just, doing a little bit of everything.
Absolutely wonderful.
That's what Tex can do. I know he put out a little feature piece before this event of what his top 5 favourite skill moves were, and he did say drag back was up there in his top 5 just because it's so effective.
Well, it was the little half drag back there with the little flip-flap at the end of it. These are all the games we have going on in Group C as well. You can see the scores as well. Fnatic taking that lead, and of course we have Group A games going on as well. Making sure that you're keeping up to date with everything that's going on at the moment. Hashtag United still holding on 2-1. FaZe Clan versus Nordavind at 0-0. And Leon versus Gillette Infinity Esports at 0-0 as well.
Back to our feature game then. 1-0 to FK Austria Vienna. It will have them slightly pipping NASA for that 4th spot as it stands. Considering they were 5 points behind them before it started today. A really incredible turnaround for them.
Interesting to see Prime Yashin in between the sticks there for Juno. It still seems to be one of those positions that's a little bit up for debate. The goalkeeper always is trying to find that goalkeeper that you a little bit of a connection with, that makes those big saves in those big moments. And I'm putting my hand up here. If you've got icons in the centre back and you can somehow or other get that flashback Manuel Neuer in, what a goalkeeper he is.
He does terrorise us all in Weekend League, that's for sure. But I do feel like if you're going to be able to get the chemistry for anything, you get ter Stegen in there. I do miss ter Stegen in these tournaments, as a goal finally between FaZe and Nordavind. And it's a goal for FaZe. A much-needed one as well, in a clash at the bottom of the table.
FaZe has 2 players on that squad who know how to win big games in tournaments as well, when it really matters. All the money's on the line. The likes of Mino and Tas know how to get it done, and they're showing it here. Points on the board for them, potentially, if they can hold on to that lead. That's the feature game once more. And it's up to NASA Esports now to try and force the pace. And every single time that Juno wins the ball back here, he's going to be more than happy just to hold on to possession, just to run that clock down and try and secure these 3 points.
It's honestly, it's like a low-scoring basketball game at times when you celebrate a turnover. There's another goal between Redemption and Fnatic as a short free kick to R9. The equaliser for Redemption, really important for them to pick up points. This is how the Group C stands anyway. Fnatic still topping the table, but Redemption just getting themselves further and further away from that 5th place spot. But you can see FK Austria Vienna, they've moved up into 4th.
A chance here for NASA to come forward though, even though FK Austria Vienna have moved up as it stands. There was an opportunity maybe to strike there for Lionel Messi. It just seems like NASA at the moment, a little bit trigger happy, outside the box at the moment, just going for the long shot a little bit too early, maybe becoming a little bit too predictable. But we have another goal coming in now from Group C. Tex, who's just conceded the equaliser for Fnatic, and almost a carbon copy of what we saw just a few moments ago. Tex showing that he still loves to entertain and find classy ways to find the back of the net.
It does seem as these tournaments are going on, like players are starting to discover 2 skill moves that you can chain together that are the most effective. Whether it seems to be something into a Magidi spin or whether it be the flip-flap. Just getting away from that man, generating enough space so that you can actually get the shot away. Usually it was just a scoop turn away, but then the scoop turn became a little bit predictable. People have been able to read it. So it's good to see something different coming out from Tex.
Always innovating. And if you're innovating, a lot of the time you're going to be staying ahead of the game, which is where you have that success. With 6 minutes left on the clock here, Haroon has to find possession. And if he concedes here, this could well be the game over. Cutback opportunity. Not quite found there. But the good thing here for Juno, and the good thing for FK Austria Vienna, is the fact that they've managed to keep possession of the ball. And if they do that for a few more moments, they will win this game and take the 3 points home.
Intercepted though. One last chance maybe for NASA and Haroon. He was a bit frustrated giving the ball away because he knows he just needs to get that one opportunity to try and steal a point here.
That's a great ball down the line though. Just inside, but again, well defended at the last moment here as Ferland Mendy turns back inside. But Zambrotta keeps the pressure on the Frenchman into the 90th minute here. Is there one more chance in this game? Kante gets the ball out wide here to Mbappe, plays it in first time. It's a beautiful move this. Can they find the final ball though? Hullet into Kante, the back heel gets blocked and Hullet steps in at just the right time. As you see the celebrations there from FK Austria Vienna, 3 points on the board for them.
And the recently Bundesliga Austria champion finding a victory. His 2nd of the tournament. A much needed one as well, as now FK Austria Vienna, they move up into that 4th spot. And realistically, just a draw from the 2v2 now will put them in perfect position going into round 5. Tough one to take for NASA though. We've got goals elsewhere.
Let's have a look at where those goals have come from them. And again, it's Tex who just starts to find a little bit of form here. And this one's a little bit more simple and maybe a little bit more fortunate than we saw on the previous 2. Maybe just the opportunity came to strike it by almost thinking he was going to do something that he didn't. A goal here for AS Roma just to tie things up, and you have to say that Clash's woes are continuing today, and Spider-Kong, alongside his teammate, are looking really, really impressive at the moment. And now we're going to join this game live for Fnatic versus Redemption, and Fnatic and Tex especially. We're going to get those points secured.
Yeah, and they were all but there in the knockout rounds already after yesterday, but a victory here would guarantee them a spot. A very well-played game from Tex from what we could see of the goals anyway. Looks very comfortable in the final third. Like you said, innovation, just always creating. And when you are arguably one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world, you're always going to be judged, you're always going to be studied, people are going to know what you're doing, so you have to constantly be coming up with something new. But after Tom not finding a result in their first game, it was important that Tex stepped up just to keep the momentum going, just to keep the points total and the tally rising. And they are going to be the team to beat in the knockout stages.
Well, here goes Trent Alexander-Arnold just stretching his legs as Frankie de Jong looks for the ball over the top. I'm pretty sure he was looking for Lionel Messi's run there, Tex, but unfortunately, the pass was locked onto the overlapping
Fourth official has indicated
Trent
there will be a
Alexander-Arnold.
minimum of 3 minutes.
Into stoppage time then. As Ronaldo tries to cut the ball back in, and Van Dijk will deal with that, and this one looks pretty much done and dusted here. Just a few moments left on the clock to run down for Tex. He might go for a fourth here and think about increasing that goal difference. With a little advanced rainbow flick there, trying to entertain the crowd, but that will be the end of that game, and that will be 3 points secured for Fnatic.
Yeah, so we have our first team that is guaranteed into knockout stages. They were pretty much there anyway, but I can say it now without any sort of worry, any sort of doubt, having to mess around with any math or anything like that. We can move over as well. Hashtag United look like they've just got a result 2-1 against Neo. So Harry wasn't able to find a victory, but Shuri has done so against Gorilla. So a massive 3 points there for Hashtag United as well. So really important that all of these teams are able to pick up points either wherever it be, at the top of the table or near the bottom of the table. And whilst we have Fnatic who are getting themselves into the knockouts, there's also teams now that are getting closer and closer to not being able to qualify.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, isn't
Clash would be the one team I'd say who are really in that danger zone now.
Yeah, and we were lucky enough to cover a lot of the qualifiers, and we were watching Clash week to week and going, these guys are playing amazing. They're putting up fantastic results, and they're one of the teams that were like qualifying first. But then just towards the end, they started to fall off a little bit. Don't know if that coincided with the patch coming in. Possibly might have changed things up a little bit, and yeah, seem to be struggling here at the live event, but a lot of talent still on that roster. We have to say there's still an opportunity for them to get points on the board. We're just going to see the end of this game, and I mean, I was giving them somewhat hope here, but a 5-0 loss against Spider Kong and AS Roma, that's going to do absolutely nothing for the confidence. It just seems like there's no fire at the moment igniting over there in the Clash booth.
Yeah, and he's not on camera, but you can see the body language on the side of Nightwatch. Very different though on the Roma esports camp. All smiles from those boys as they get closer and closer to knockout stages as well. Round 4, leg 2 has concluded. Hashtag United got a 2-1 victory against Neo. FaZe took down Nordovin 1-0. Big 3 points from them. Olympic Lyon and Gillette Infinity could not find a victor.
Yeah, and Leon seems to be a little bit of a draw specialist at the moment, but it seems to be just about keeping them in the tournament. Fnatic with a 3-1 win over Redemption Esports, talking through Group C now. AS Roma we've just seen with an absolute battering of Team Clash there. 5-0 the result in that one. And FK Austria Vienna with a 1-0 win over NASA Esports. That was our featured game, a big 3 points for them.
Yeah, AS Roma very close to guaranteeing their spot into the knockout stages as well. They're currently 10 points ahead of 5th, so if they can keep that 10-point lead going into round 5, they would have guaranteed their spot as well. So they just need, well, basically a draw from this next game, as long as there is a loss from NASA Esports. We can take a look at Group A and see how it stands then after that round of results. Hashtag have regained their lead at the top of the table with 19 points. They are now 8 ahead of 5th spot as well, so they are close to qualifying. Neo on 18, Gillette Infinity and Leon, they are tied up on 13 though.
Look how tight this group is though. You have to look at it. Nordovin on 11 and then all the way up to 3rd, just 2 points separating those 4 teams. Really is all to play for here, and the 2v2 could be a huge, huge factor in deciding who makes it out of this group here in Group A. Put your money where your mouth is. Who's making it out?
Oh, I think, you know what, I was counting out FaZe, but I think they have a really good opportunity here. Another result against Nordovin, and if Leon and Gillette Infinity still struggle and have that draw again, FaZe are suddenly going to be up there. I don't know, I think there's something about TAS and FaZe. Like, TAS doesn't get enough credit for what a good player he is, and I think with the way that he's been talking and the chemistry he's been building with Mino as well, there is a real possibility FaZe can qualify out of this group.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on FaZe as we move through the day, but let's have a look at Group C now, and Fnatic topping the table, continuing their form from yesterday. 3 points in their last matchup, like we just saw, 27 points for them. And you have to say that Fnatic are looking absolutely superb at the moment, Dan.
Yep, so they are into the knockout stages. Also, AS Roma very close to being so as well. FK Austria Vienna, though, they have had a resurgence here. They were on 6 points at the start of the day. They are now on 12, and as it stands, they would be qualifying. But of course, still a 2v2 matchup to come, and yet another round of fixtures in this particular group.
Yeah, and almost the biggest surprise for me is seeing Team Clash down at the bottom there. 6 points from 11 games played, with a -14 goal difference. I'm looking for some sort of, you know, something for them to talk about in a positive light, but there just isn't anything at the moment, unfortunately.
They need a victory in the 2v2. They need to get themselves up to 9 points and get themselves at least within reaching distance of that top 4 going into round 5 of fixtures. Yeah, okay, things haven't been going well. There's been a lot of head in hands. There's been a lot of lack of confidence, but there is still the possibility, and that's what they have to hold on to. Because if they just start to think, all right, we're out now, we're too far behind, they're not going to play well in round 5. They're not going to play well in the 2v2. Even if it's a small amount of hope, you've just got to grasp onto it.
Yeah, and you've got to remember as well, you're taking points off another team as well at the end of the day. I know it sounds like a very stupid and simple thing to say, but 9 points available for every round of fixtures that we go through. You have one very good round where something just clicks. You find that rhythm that a lot of players talk about. We heard it from Tash yesterday saying he just needs to find that rhythm. Seems like this morning, FaZe have started to find a little bit of rhythm, and they're looking dangerous. Clash just need that one game, that one result. And before you know it, they could be flying up that table.
And I'm happy to talk about it. You mentioned how patches change things, and you can look at Crazy's results. You look at how well he did in FUT Champions Cup Stage 1. Look at how well he did in FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 when he won the PlayStation side. And then Stage 3 came in after the patch, and suddenly he was struggling a little bit. And the reason why is he was a very defensive player. He was very good at kind of sitting back and counter-attacking. However, now with the latest patch, everyone is good at defending. So you're taking away something that was, well, his specialty, and now he doesn't have that special ability. So he hasn't been able to find the same kind of form. He hasn't been able to find that counter-attacking ability. I really think counter-attacking players, they have lost everything from this patch, and they're really struggling in this tournament.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think it really has seen some players fall off that might have been at the top, but that's the thing, isn't it? Adapt or die. As simple as that. We have patches all the way through the FIFA esports titles, and for better or worse, we have to adapt, and we have to, you have to play on it, and you have to get results. But let's talk about some of the players that are getting results at the moment, because Tom was one of those players yesterday who came out of the gates really, really hot for Fnatic. Didn't look quite as good first thing today, but you have to say that Texas continued some fantastic form that he had yesterday.
Texas looked amazing. I mean, he always does, and he is one of those players who will adapt to any patches. Patches, though, are important, and you have to analyze it, and to analyze that, you need a coach. And Spencer is on the floor with the coach from Neo, Zach Moore.
Yes, I am here with Zach himself. Zach, obviously coaching the guys from Neo so far so good, I'd say. Doing pretty well. You got a win and a loss against Hashtag in his first 2 games. What are you thinking about the 2v2?
We've been playing well in 2v2, considering you can't really practice too much online. It's just head-to-head, so we pretty much didn't play too much before, and the chemistry between us has been good so far, so hopefully we can take this 2v2 against Hashtag.
What's your coaching philosophy? How do you get involved? How do you inspire and motivate?
I'm more like preparation before, so showing like the opponent how they play, what they need to do to stop them, and then just trying to motivate them during the game and maybe make changes if needed.
So you're only 1 point behind Hashtag right now, but you've got quite a superior goal difference. So is your aim obviously to top the group and get the best seeding possible?
Yeah, we want to top the group so we get control our destiny like in the knockouts. Because if you finished first and play against a lower seed, you got to pick what 1v1 you got to pick. So we get to pick Xbox or PS, where we think who's playing better, or maybe the weaker opponent we think in the knockouts.
How important do you think that change is going to be? Because it's a new addition, obviously, to the eClub World Cup. The fact that it's in the knockouts, it's 1v1, then 2v2. You only need the second 1v1 if it goes to that. How important will that change be in deciding the winner of this tournament?
Yeah, it's big, because obviously if your team's not got much chemistry in 2v2, like it's a huge thing. Last year it was 2v2 the third game, so it wasn't much big of an impact. So this year 2v2 needs a lot more better, so hopefully we'll be good in the 2v2.
They say with traditional football managers and coaches, a good coach knows how to treat each player differently. Some players need an arm around the shoulder, some need a kick up the bum, if they're not doing their work. What's it like with Gorilla and Stokes? Are they different? Are they similar personalities?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of difference. With Stokes, he'd be more relaxed. But I think with Gorilla, you need to calm him down, maybe give more priority maybe to him, just to keep him relaxed, because he might lose his head a bit more. But yeah, it's good.
And looking towards obviously we're concentrating on your group at the minute, but looking at the rest of the tournament, not just Group C, which is happening simultaneously, but Groups B and D as well. Any other teams that you're looking at thinking, I'd rather avoid them if I can?
Obviously Fnatic, but with Tex and Tom. But from the groups, maybe, even though they didn't play too well yesterday, Man City I think would be as a good duo, so probably them too.
There's a lot of all Brit teams, isn't there? Man City, a couple of British guys, your team's a couple of British guys, Fnatic and Hashtag as well, amongst others. Is that a good sign for the UK scene, which you've been a part of yourself for a long time?
Yeah, it's good to see the UK scene thriving at the moment with so many duos as well. And obviously the E-Premier League will probably be packed as well with good competition this year.
Okay, Zach Moore, keep up the good work. Coach for Team Neo. Back to the casters.
Thank you very much. Always good to hear from the coaches and good to hear from Zach Moore. Obviously, you know, been in and around the FIFA scene for a while now, knows the players very well. And I love the fact that when he was talking about, you know, they were in the background as well. We could just about see him, and I was kind of hoping for a reaction, but I think they were just talking about the gameplay.
It makes me laugh when coaches start talking about players and they're like, yeah, what's he like? Yeah, just need to calm him down a little bit sometimes. But it's true. Some players, they just get very angry. For example, when you play FIFA, you get very angry, whereas I'm just a bit more calm about things.
You get really angry.
You do get really angry, but that's okay. Sometimes that rage can just encourage you through all of your games. But we can remind you of how the fixtures are going to play out for leg 3. Of course, now we're going into the 2v2. This is the big part of the eClub World Cup. This is why the eClub World Cup is so special, because we get to play the 2v2 matchups. Hashtag going up against Neo, FaZe versus Nordavin, Olympic Lyon versus Gillette Infinity Esports.
And then, of course, we have Group C as well. Redemption Esports taking on Fnatic. AS Roma taking on Team Clash, who desperately need the points in this 2v2. FK Austria will round out the fixtures, taking on NASA Esports.
And there is the possibility for some teams to guarantee their qualification as well, depending on certain permutations, depending on where points are picked up. For example, AS Roma, if they were able to find a victory, they would guarantee their spot into the knockout rounds as well. So we will keep an eye on that, and I will do my best to try and keep you updated throughout the game.
Well, let's have a look at what our featured match is going to be. And it is going to be Olympic Lyonnais taking on Gillette Infinity Esports. And I'm very interested to watch how the 2v2 round, this particular round, progresses today, because as we move to our knockout round, Dan, we have to remember the 2v2 game is going to be second in the order of the games that are played, so it becomes even more vital. So who can find form today will be a great indicator of who might make it through those knockout rounds a little bit later today.
So we've got 3rd place first and 4th place in this particular group, in Group A, but they're both on 13 points. Both 5 points behind Neo, but both only 1 point ahead of FaZe Clan. So a win here would be so valuable. And there's a lot of talent on these rosters. You can see at the bottom of your screen, Janos playing for Gillette Infinity Esports, a previous FIWC finalist back in 2011. So I'm sure he'll be trying to bring his experience to the board here for them. And as I mentioned earlier, for Olympic Lyon, we have a previous eClub World Cup finalist in Aero on the right-hand side at the top of your screen. I'm sure he'd love to get to a final again here in 2020.
Yeah, of course, he would love to go one step further and lift that trophy up and call himself a champion. A long way to go for both of these clubs if they want to make it towards that final. First thing you've got to do is secure those qualification spots, get into that top 4, which both of these teams are just about holding on to at the moment. But it's such a tight group at the moment, Group A, and you have to say that kind of anyone could go through still.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Anyone can go through. It is that close. FaZe on 12, Nordavin on 12, and then both of these teams on 13 as well. Hashtag and Neo should be all right with their qualification, but you never know. If they were just to go on to lose the remainder of their games, there is always a possibility one of them could theoretically fall into one of those bottom 2 spots.
We've got a goal already going in one of the games. Just 4 minutes on the clock, and I talked about how FaZe Clan might be a team to watch today, and that is why. FaZe Clan inside the first 5 minutes here in the 2v2 take a 1-0 lead over Nordavin.
And because this result is still 0-0, that goal takes FaZe Clan up to 3rd place, so jumping up and leapfrogging both of these 2 teams. But of course, that's how quickly everything can change, and that's how tight this group is. But really important early goal from FaZe, because in the 2v2, it is so difficult to break down your opposition.
Well, this is as it stands now in Group C. You can see Fnatic at the top of the leaderboards, 27 points. AS Roma in behind, Redemption and FK Austria Vienna holding down those qualification spots.
But then we're watching Group A, so let's see how that one stands, because it will certainly be changing up. FaZe move up to 3rd position, Gillette Infinity in 4th. And as it stands, Lyon would be going out on goal difference in 5th position.
This really is an exciting group to watch as we get towards these final games. You have to say at the moment, the result of this 2v2 is going to decide who is in those relegation spots and who's holding on to one of those spots that's going to progress in the tournament.
As a reminder, still 1 more round of fixtures, 9 points still available after these 3, so there's 12 available. Everything can change.
Here's Kylian Mbappe down the line, a heavy touch from him just to get away from the fullback and use that acceleration, but Carlos Alberto got back to at least block the cutback momentarily. Corner taken short. Brazilian Ronaldo spreads the play back out here to Andy Robertson. There's the ball across to Ruud Gullit. Not afraid to put a little bit of air under the ball and miss out some of those central defensive midfielders, but well won back here by Gillette Infinity Esports.
I'm also slightly concerned with the hood position for Janos' teammate Wolf. Can he actually see? That's the real question.
Is that good?
The hoodie has very much become a thing in FIFA esports as of late. Does look really low.
So maybe just blocking out everything that's going on around him, full focus on what's in front of him. I think that's the smartest thing to do.
Well, as long as he can see the ball, that's all that matters.
He seems to be doing all right at the moment. The ball's played down the line here to Sadio Mane, who's going to be challenging the fullback and trying to use his pace and his power. Speaking of pace and power, there's Ronaldo, R9, winning the ball back from Ruud Gullit, who just dallied on the ball for a few seconds too long there.
What are your thoughts on Sadio Mane? Have you used him much? The Team of the Year version?
I've used him a few times in draft, and he's quick.
He's quick. I don't particularly like him because of the weak foot. For me, it's not Mane. He's a Mano for me, to be honest.
Well, there's
been goals.
I'm leaving it there. There's a goal here. I was talking about how FaZe have started on the front foot, but now they've been pegged back by Nordavind. 1-1 in that game, and you can see the reaction from the players. They know how tight these groups are at the moment, and how important every single goal is as we now nip back to our featured game as Lyon were on the attack. This fizzles out.
And it's crazy that already in round 4 of fixtures, one goal can change everything. As there's more elsewhere, FK Austria Vienna versus Nasser. Nasser need a result here, they need points. And there's the man we were talking about, Sadio Mane, with the goal. And Nasser looked like, even though they were struggling, even though they dropped, what, 6 points to FK Austria Vienna, if they can find something from the 2v2, then there is still a possibility of them getting to the knockouts.
And here is Sadio Mane. Turning back inside, Lionel Messi almost managed to drag back himself and create a chance just as we zoom out to show you all of the games that we've got going on at the moment. You can see the scores. FaZe Clan 1-1 with Nordavind. No goals to report between #United and Neo. We'll have a quick look at Group C as well, just so to keep up to date with everything that's going on. Redemption Esports versus Fnatic, no goals to report. The only goal to report is at the bottom there, where Nasser Esports have taken the lead over FK Austria Vienna.
I will keep an eye on AS Roma versus Clash as well, because there is entirely the possibility that AS Roma guarantee their spot in the knockout stages. How amazing would that be for Fnatic and AS Roma? Of course, they used to be a partnered team, a partnered organisation. Practice partners seems to have paid off. There was a lot of boot camping going on prior to this tournament. We go back to Lyon versus Gillette Infinity though. Nothing to be said in the first 45 minutes. Maybe something in added on time, as there's plenty of space on that right-hand side, but looks like it's just going to be patient build-up. Have the last attack here for Gillette Infinity.
So Janos and Wolf here combining to try and find a way through the defence. You can see how compact it is just around the edge of that 18-yard box. Ball inside though to Lionel Messi. Cruyff turn from him, almost manages to fire the ball with the outside of that left foot into the waiting R9 Ronaldo. Unfortunately, they just couldn't find the power on that pass to maybe break through the tackle or the block. The interception just from Ruud Gullit there, and no goals to report, but you can see the discussions taking place between the two players and talking about what we liked in that first half and maybe what didn't quite go right for us.
And realistically, what you want from these round 4 of fixtures is to put yourself in a situation where you go into round 5 where everything is in your own hands, where you're not relying on results elsewhere. You say, look, if we win every game here, we are through to the knockout stages, rather than if we win every game, we have to hope X team loses or Y team gets a draw. FaZe have the chance to do that, providing that this match still stays as a draw and they were able to find a victory. It's going to be really tight, honestly. The last round of fixtures is going to be extremely exciting in groups A and C. It's nice how it works out. It's nice how closely contested it's been, and it's what we expected. These are some of the best FIFA players in the world, and even when you combine them and you throw them into a difficult 2v2 situation, they are still finding ways to show off their best ability.
Yeah, it really is interesting to see how quickly a lot of the teams who maybe didn't look to have the chemistry in the 2v2 yesterday have adapted so quickly today. And even towards the end of yesterday, picking up their results. Into the second half now of our feature game. Still no changes in the score lines from around the grounds with the games going on at the same time here in Groups A and Group C. Here's Lionel Messi now. Trying to play the ball back, but Cristiano Ronaldo finds himself in a defensive position. Here's Group A as it stands. Hashtag United still on top. 20 points for them and a +3 goal difference. Neo is just in behind them now. 19 points on the board. And that could all change with that 2v2 that's going on at the moment. Tied up at 0-0. FaZe Clan and Nordavind holding those 2 relegation spots.
Just a goal could change everything. A goal for FaZe would put them back up into 3rd again. It's going to be very nervy in these 2v2 matchups. And it's where you really need to look for a little bit of leadership between the two. We've seen a couple of interviews, we've seen a couple of players as well, just on the player cams, and you can tell who's taking that captaincy, who's making those decisions, who's leading the conversation. Very important that you trust that partner as well. We haven't seen too much conflict. I mean, there has been a few eye rolls, I think, around the arena. But for the most part, I think there's been a lot of agreement as to who really is leading the way in these 2v2s.
Yeah, the moment you let disagreement creep in during a tournament, it's a negative energy you don't need. Especially when you've got to support your teammate through the 1v1 situations as well.
You can see how difficult it is in the 2v2. You can just watch the cursors above the heads of the players, and it's just jockeying in the middle and just making sure that every pass is cut out. You can understand why there's been so many goalless results in 2v2. It's difficult enough in 1v1 at the moment, but you add an extra player who can then defend every single angle, it becomes even more tough.
So half hour left in this game between Lyon and Gillette Infinity Esports. Is there going to be a goal here just to open things up maybe? Maybe this ball down the line will send Mbappe on his way, but it's a little bit heavy, and the Frenchman, with all the pace that he has to burn, can't quite chase that one down and keep it in play.
A draw wouldn't be the end of the world for either of these teams. If FaZe also aren't able to find any points, then they both would still find themselves in the top 4. And that's where you want to be before round 5 of fixtures. Of course, it's going to matter who you are going up against in round 5. That's where things are going to start getting interesting.
Well, there is a goal to report. You can see it at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Hashtag United have just taken the lead over Neo. 1-0 to Hashtag. We'll take a look at that goal right now. Cristiano Ronaldo on the ball, the heel-to-heel, the scoop turn. The strength to hold off the player, and look at this overlapping run here from Kylian Mbappe, space at the near post. And Team of the Year Mbappe makes no mistake.
I really think the goalkeeper's got to be moved near post there. You've got to take the gamble. Yeah, okay, the keeper's going to be covering that pass across goal, but with how cutbacks are at the moment, you've got to expect the near post shot.
Rolling towards the back post here, back in our feature game, and the player got up but didn't make any contact, and you're going to see maybe some changes coming in here. As both teams look to get that goal to give them those 3 points.
You can see how powerful the benches are as well. Pele, Eusebio, De Bruyne, De Jong.
Sean Hoonihan.
Yeah, just chuck him in, you know.
Some of the biggest names in football there.
It still blows my mind that some people believe in like bronze benching and stuff like that, but because there was only 2 players bronze there, I think that might mean that those players are significant. Because everyone does have their talisman, don't they? Remember Dull and Mike last season as well? Nakajima went up in price after he scored a finesse from 84 yards.
Yep. To say, Scotty Pollock's definitely on the bench for Hashtag United.
Just small discussions and tactics still being changed. I'm just going to have a little glance over at who is playing who in round 5, because it does get pretty important. Neo will be going up against Gillette Infinity. FaZe versus Lyon. And then it's going to be Hashtag versus Nordavind.
There's a little bit of a technical issue going on at the moment, which is why we've got this little bit of a pause in play. Who would you have on your bench, by the way, if you had to have like a... Is there like a player that plays that you have some sort of relationship with that's...
Probably a Bristol City player, maybe an old Arsenal legend, I think.
Yeah.
Lee Johnson.
George Darling.
Yeah?
Yeah, he used to play football with him. Plays for Cambridge right now. But anyway, we got goals going elsewhere. We can hear them going in from around the grounds. We're hearing screams across the arena. We're going to get back into this game as soon as we can as well. We know at the moment just looking across to see where that goal might have come from. And Dan, you've spotted.
Yeah, I think it's Nasser versus FK Austria Vienna. Nasser have doubled their lead, 2 goals to 0 for them. So even though they weren't able to find anything earlier, they've been able to get some points here, it looks, as Hashtag also double their lead against Neo. And have surely all but solidified their spot in the knockout stages as well, even with the 5th round still to play. As FK Austria Vienna made the mistake, Van Dijk. The rare sloppy pass from the back. Capitalised by Nasser.
Well, that's just an example there of maybe just losing concentration just for a second. Not taking that touch to steady yourself before the pass. And that can be the difference between 1 point, 3 points or none.
So in this group, Hashtag will be going up against Nordavind. Hashtag are currently top, Nordavind would be currently bottom. So it will be difficult for Nordavind to actually try and find that. And speaking of Hashtag, they're currently going up against Neo. It was a 2-0. It looks like there might have been a quick counter-attack here for them as well. There's one thing you could do in 2v2s, you can counter-attack very quickly, very effectively. There's Mane on the right-hand side. He's just going to smash it near post again. Too easy. Although this time there was a subtle amount of goalkeeper movement to try and stop it, but it just wasn't enough.
We're going to join this game live for just a few moments as Hashtag United look to have tied that one game up before we get back into our feature game. And some fancy footwork here from Ronaldo inside the box. Can't quite get away from the attentions of Virgil van Dijk though, and I have to say that Nasser are looking pretty good for 3 points here with just 23 minutes left on the clock plus stoppage time, and the opportunity here for a third as well as the ball is played across, but Vieira uses his height to win that header pretty comfortably.
Would put Nasser back up into 4th ahead of FK Austria Vienna as well, so that's why we heard the noise when that second goal came in. Even after losing their first 2 games, they can still put themselves in a good position in round 5 if they can get 3 here.
Ronaldo again twisting and turning, looked to play the ball there to Cristiano Ronaldo, and Van Dijk ended up on his back. Unfortunately, the last line of defence there was too strong to prevent this becoming a 3-0 lead here to Nasser. And FK Austria Vienna holding on a little bit here.
Holding on elsewhere. Clash still 0-0 with AS Roma as well. AS Roma, who a victory would find them into the knockout stages. Clash, who need a victory to even have any possibility of knockout stages. Goals going in. Hashtag United 3-0 up against Neo. Is there going to be any sort of late drama, any sort of comeback from Neo? It looks like they're able to get one. It's sloppy, it's horrible, but it's still gone in. And there's a small chance of a comeback there, perhaps.
Or is there? Because Hashtag United have possession here, and it looks like they might have restored that 3-goal lead pretty quickly. Kylian Mbappe with the ball across to Ronaldo, composure in front of goal. And it was just a blip on the radar there for Hashtag United. They regain that 3-goal cushion with just 10 minutes left in that game.
It'll be all smiles from the Hashtag boys as FK Austria Vienna versus Nasser. Still time to get back into this one. You need a goal soon. This is the battle for the 4th place spot at the moment, even with another round of fixtures to come. For Nasser, you've just got to eat away at the clock at this point, or maybe just go for goal.
Ball in towards the box, it's just behind. Oh, 9, really unfortunate there. A very well-worked opportunity, and now FK Austria Vienna looking for a counter-attack of their own. And it goes back inside here to Halil, who plays it across to Messi on the finesse! And what a strike that is from Lionel Messi! And it's a lifeline here for FK Austria Vienna.
Did say there was time. Still an opportunity to snatch a point here. And what a difference it would make as well if they can take these 3 points away from Nasser. It's always so difficult to break down your opposition, but when you get an opportunity like that, when you see the sight on goal with Lionel Messi, you've got to take it.
So once again, a goal that can have huge permutations as far as who qualifies and who falls out of the tournament today. But Nasser looking to respond almost immediately from the restart here. And Mbappe can't find the ball through, and maybe that was a little bit hasty as we have goals going in elsewhere now.
Redemption versus Fnatic, and it's a last-minute goal. And it's against Fnatic. It's Pele in the centre of the box for Redemption. So maybe a big 3 points for them. Doesn't make too much of a difference for Fnatic's tournament. They're already through to the knockout stages, but for Redemption, that might get them ever closer to securing their spot. There's just 4 minutes left of regular time between these two teams.
We'll give it away here. And a chance here for FK Austria Vienna to maybe rescue a point, but oh, what a wasted opportunity as the ball is hit long and hit out of play here on the near side. Just going to present possession back to Nasser. Dyke with a big header though. Look at the space through the middle here for Lionel Messi. Goes back to Mbappe. But he has a tongue-in shot. Messi again! But Alisson makes the save.
And you thought surely he was just going to be bending that one into the top corner. Maybe hit it a little bit too early. Ball gets hoofed out of play and possession back to FK
again.
Austria. Woeful.
One more chance then for FK Austria Vienna to rescue a point here. 2 minutes of stoppage time, but the ball is intercepted not once but twice. They still have that chance. Ronaldo into Messi once more, turns back into De Ligt, who wins the tackle and finally secures the points here for Nasser.
Nasser will move up into that qualification spot, and there was a goal elsewhere as well. AS Roma versus Clash. I said AS Roma needed a victory to guarantee their spot into knockouts, and it's Mane going forward. Finds Neymar on the edge. There's Cruyff. Oh, it's beautiful. And that is going to be Roma going through to the knockout stages. However, more bad news for Team Clash.
I was about to say, for Clash, when it rains, unfortunately, it pours at the moment for them. A last-moment goal taking away the opportunity of points from one of the best performing teams that we've had so far. But again, Roma are finding that clutch factor, that ice factor in front of goal when it comes down to those big moments. Fantastic stuff from them. And it's just, I love the fact that we have this 2v2 at the end as well, because it's just like everything is just shifting. Every goal that goes in, places is shifting. Who qualifies? Who's getting relegated? Who's not going through to knockouts? I love it, man. It's exciting today.
It's unpredictable. I think that's what we add with the 2v2 aspect, is because there isn't as much practice to be had for a lot of these teams. However, some teams made the effort to have boot camps to get the practice in. Those two teams, Fnatic and AS Roma, who have qualified already for the knockouts, Fnatic and AS Roma. It's really worked out for them.
Well, let's take a look at what the scores are as they stand at the moment. Some of the games are still going on. The only game, that is still going on is Olympic Lyonnais going up against Gillette Infinity Esports. That's at 0-0. But in Group A, Hashtag United with a convincing 4-1 win there over Neo. FaZe Clan and Nordavin sharing the spoils, 1-1 in that game.
And then in Group C, Redemption get a 1-0 victory versus Fnatic. Redemption taking 6 points off Fnatic throughout this round. Roma getting a 1-0 victory versus Clash. And then FK Austria Vienna losing 2-1 to NASA Esports.
Well, let's take a look at the Group C table. All of these games are done and dusted. This is the end of round 4 and how things will stand. Fnatic at the top there, 27 points on the board for them. But AS Roma, in my opinion, had the best round out of all the teams here in Group C. 24 points for them. Redemption, Esports, and NASA holding on to those qualification spots.
Yeah, Fnatic and Roma, they've guaranteed their spots already. Redemption very close to doing so, but it's going to be that battle for 4th place between NASA and FK Austria. It's still just possible for Clash. They need 9 points and they need NASA to drop everything. They also need Austria to struggle as well. But I think we're realistically looking at FK Austria and NASA for that 4th spot mark.
Do we know who Clash are playing in this next round? Because that's the huge thing for them. If
I can find out.
Have a quick look while you're doing that. I'm going to talk about their opportunity to still get 9 points on the board. They have to keep that in vision. They have to just forget everything that's happened up until that point. Up until this point, I should say, because there is still 9 points available for them. And if it is one of those teams that's in striking distance above them, it's in their hands still. We'll take a look at some of the goals from one of our other games just while we're waiting for the conclusion of the Lyon game that we were watching initially. And I have to say, some of the goals that we're seeing in these 2v2s are kind of a combination of communication, passing, and just peeling off or making runs in behind.
So it's going to be a really interesting round 5. Fnatic are going up against NASA. Roma are going up against Redemption. Sorry, Redemption going up against Clash. So Clash do have the possibility of getting 9 points here, and then FK Austria are going to be going up against Roma. So actually, there is a possibility here for Clash.
Okay, well, we're going to send it down to Spencer and Julia on the floor now, just to keep us updated with everything that's going on.
Wow, yes, we are whipping through it today. I mean, some like massive shocks, but Fnatic actually in terms of points you're saying is pretty close now.
It is close. I mean, 3 points from a possible 9. That's
Right.
not the standard that we've expected from them. They won't be happy with that. They've obviously got in their hands to still top the group, which is surely what they want to do. But yeah, I mean, we also have seen the redemption story of Redemption continue. They had a slow start yesterday. I don't know the exact maths on it, but I think maybe of the last maybe like 27 points, they've picked up maybe 20 possible.
That's crazy.
It's really, really strong from them, and they're a team I would not want to be matching up with in the knockouts.
No, I mean, do you think it was because Fnatic was so far ahead after yesterday? It was like, hey, come in, relax. But they don't really strike me as people who just think, hey, come in, relax.
I don't think it's that. I think what it is the level we're playing at. Obviously, anything can happen, anyone can win. And we see it time and time again at FIFA events, is the difference between day 1, day 2, day 3. It's sometimes just something's not right. Maybe the sleep you had, maybe a bit of overconfidence, maybe not matched up certain opposition yet, you know? Maybe you've had the easier games already. So I don't think there's any element of them taking it too easy. I think we'll get them back to full strength soon. They know what they need to do, and the fact is they're still in controlling position.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we talk a little bit about, obviously, we've got these guys from NASA here. We've got the Austria NASA. Like, how was that going today, and how are these guys doing?
So next up, you have got Fnatic. You're sitting in 4th in Group C. How many points do you think you need to secure the spot?
Well, actually, we're gonna play against Fnatic. If you wanna get to the knockout stage, you gotta beat the best. And actually, Tex and Tom, they are in really great form, and hope we can get a win from them.
You've got Austria Vienna just outside you there in 5th place, only 2 points between you. So have you got a points target, what you're looking to get from the 3 games versus Fnatic?
Well, you gotta go in every game like you want to win. Yeah, it's not like I want to draw or something like that. You gotta win. That's the mentality you gotta have.
And how's it been, kind of like, with the rest of the other teams, have you been kind of like sharing some time? Would you kind of stick to yourselves? What's it like, being here and being a pro player?
Well, actually, it's really great. Sure, I'm sharing time with other pros, met a lot of them, and they are really great, actually. And yeah, and I learn from them. Like, I ask them, what do you do when something like that happens, and etc.
So there's quite a sharing of knowledge as well, because you'd think, professionally wise, because, there's points at stake, there's money at stake, you'd be like, no, I won't share my secrets with it. So they actually share information as well. That's nice.
Yeah, that's nice, actually, because most of them in the beginning, I'm sure they did the same, where they ask for advice from other pros who are more often in tournaments, and that's the same what I did.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your season individually so far, Haroon. How has it been for you in this global series so far? How many points are you looking to secure in order to get yourself going for the season?
Well, in this tournament, I want at least 500 points, like top 8, because I want to reach the playoffs, like for the first time. Because in the qualifiers, I have every time bad luck. Like I lose every time in the last round in penalties or something like that.
How have you found playing with the 2v2 setup? A little bit of a different environment to what you're used to. Do you enjoy it?
Well, actually, we are playing 2v2 better than 1v1.
There may be more 2v2 to come.
Yeah. Well, actually, like, we won 2 games and draw 2 games, like 2v2. We didn't lose any game in 2v2. That means, like, in the...
Good teamwork.
Yeah, actually.
It can help you in the knockouts as well.
Yeah,
if you get through, which you're currently just going to do in 4th place, 2v2 becomes more important. And have you got a strategy, if you get through to the knockouts, as to who would play the first 1v1 game if it's your decision?
Well, I have my trust in my teammate, and he also have the trust in me. It's actually, like, doesn't matter, because we are both good players, and we'll give it our best.
That's Haroon there from NASA. Best of luck, mate, trying to get that spot. And It's going to be hard to get it against Fnatic, but you know you've got to do your best, and he hasn't lost in 2v2.
Well, exactly.
Sounds
Just
like
keep
a
up
challenge.
the good teamwork. It's all about the camaraderie.
Yeah,
you
sure,
know.
and passion and intense games.
Yeah, it's
Good
good,
stuff.
yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Take care.
I don't know. I think it's great. I think all the feedback from the TV2 has been great. Everyone's actually really enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a different setup. It's something that a lot of these guys probably wouldn't have done in a competitive environment before. But I think it's one of those ones that it either brings out the best in you, or you might struggle. Are you a team player? Have you played not just 2v2 FIFA, but any kind of team sport in the past? FIFA, albeit based on a team sport, as an e-sport, it's an individual sport. It's a 1v1.
It's always tricky when within kind of an e-sport structure, like things kind of get switched up, because sometimes people can be a bit sort of annoyed about it when things kind of change around. But generally, I think everyone you spoke to, everyone I've spoken to, has just been really up for it, which is great. It's nice. You want more of that kind of team camaraderie. It feels right.
Totally agree, but I'll also add this to that, and I would say this is now where it gets massive. This is now the point in time where we're going to see people get eliminated from the tournament for the first time, where people are going to lock in their seed for the knockout round. So if you were ever going to see any stress coming out, any arguments, tension between players, now would be the time.
Okay.
It hasn't really been on the line like that up to this point.
This is true, because we're moving ahead to where everything's going to be on the line, everything's going to count, and you don't want to let your team down. You don't want to let your team down at all.
A lot of pressure. You don't want to let yourself down, don't want to let your team down, don't want to let your teammate, but also your bosses, your employers. These guys are all pro players.
It's a lot of pressure, I'm not going to lie.
Pressure. I mean, if you play for 11s, you don't want to let Gareth Bale down.
I know, it's Gareth Bale. Look at his face. You don't want to let that face down.
But I think what's interesting, I mean, Harry said it himself from Hashtag, that they've made a decision they're just not going to have a go at each other. Because it is something that happens in 2v2 all the time. For example, if you and I were playing 2v2 and I'm through on goal and I've got a clear pass to you.
I don't want to see competitive Junior come out. It's a terrifying thing, I think some of the biggest arguments I had growing up were during playing video games.
Totally.
Like literally apocalyptic rooms being destroyed. It's not. No one needs to see that.
No, these guys are used to either blaming themselves because it's 1v1 or blaming something in the game going wrong that didn't allow them to do what they're doing. Yeah. But when there's an extra person involved, they've got someone else they could theoretically blame. So, going back to the World Cup in Russia, there's that instance when Harry Kane had the chance to pass to Sterling. It would have been a massive goal in the semi-final of the World Cup. And he didn't take it, he tried to shoot. That happens in 2v2 FIFA like 5 times a game. And you have to decide to make the pass to Sterling. Don't be the Harry Kane guy. If you take the shot, you've got to score, or else you're going to have your teammate, breathing down your neck.
Oh, no one needs that, and especially, and online, everyone's going to tell you about it. It's like no one needs that in their head. Why don't we take a quick look at the Group C at the moment? Let's take a quick look at that. So, look, only 3 points between Roma and Fnatic there.
Roma have really turned it on last few games. They're looking very good, and look at the goal difference as well. Not just Roma, but also Redemption have a strong goal difference than Fnatic right now. I don't think Redemption are going to level up on points, so it shouldn't matter. But Roma, if they go and get the 9 points maximum again, Fnatic will find themselves under a little bit of pressure.
Okay.
As we mentioned, they're going up against NASA though, and NASA are fighting for their lives. They can't afford, I would suggest, less than maybe 5 points at least. It all depends obviously on what Austria Vienna do down there. If you're looking at Clash at the bottom, the most points they can finish on now is 15. I would suggest they're basically out. Not mathematically, but they're going to struggle.
Oh, that's harsh, man. It's really harsh.
Well, it's the first big shock. It's the first big shock of the tournament. Because if you'd asked me to predict this group before the day started yesterday, I would have put Fnatic top and Clash second. Yeah, they've got the #1 player on PlayStation. And crazy. They've got Nightwatch, who was a finalist at the Champions League last year. Neither of them have really done their reputations justice here. I don't know what that's down to. It could be the single leg format. Could be the 2v2 format. They've had some fairly big defeats in 1v1 as well, so they'll be disappointed as much as anyone else.
Oh, there's just so many variables and so many factors that you can't even imagine, so... Well, I think it's time we kick off the final round. Let's chuck it over to Richard and Radon and get it underway.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, we are going into round 5 now. The last, obviously, rounds of Group A and C will be saying bye-bye to 4 teams. Of course, as 8 will progress through to the round of 16, Richard. We've had about an hour off to watch all of the round 4 matches and look at the implications of how this is going to end for Group A and C. We've looked at so many permutations of, is goal difference going to be a factor?
It is. I think it definitely is. More, I would say, in Group A rather than Group C. I feel like Group C, you've got sort of 2 standouts, which have been Fnatic and Roma. They're sort of jostling for the top spot. The rest of them, Austria Vienna, Redemption, and also Nasser, are all in the hunt. You've got 2 spots available. You've got 3 teams. Who is going to be the team that falls out? Team clash, I hate to say it, but you could probably write them off. In all honesty, 6 points. The chance to get a 9-pointer, we've seen it, what, three times, I want to say. It's very rare that we've seen a full 9-point sweep for a lot of the teams here. So for them to pull off a 9-point sweep where they've barely won a game throughout 4 rounds of fixtures, it's very, very unlikely.
I mean, realistically, Rich, they've taken 6 points out of a possible 36 so far in the tournament, which goes to show they haven't played too well. They haven't won a single 2v2, and of course, another team that hasn't won a 2v2 game is Nordavind as well. So, lots to update you on, of course, lots to talk about as well in Group A. We still got that Olympic Lyon game to conclude up against Infinity Esports. We'll have a look at the Group C table now before we jump into it. But yeah, Fnatic, 27 points. That 90th minute goal they conceded, Richard, did change that group up. Redemption Esports picking up 6 points out of a possible 9 in round 4. And also FK Austria Vienna doing enough to take 6 points in that round 4 too. Yeah,
100%. This group is all up in the air. We're going to head on over to Redemption Esports versus Team Clash. It's going to be Redemption's sort of rise from seemingly out of the tournament in round 3 to getting a 9-point sweep over Austria Vienna, and then being really up in the fight for the top 3 spots and trying to get a better seeding going into the knockout games. The game from round 4, the final matchup between Gillette Infinity and Lyon, that's got around 13 minutes left. If there is a goal in that game, we will show you it and how that does affect the Group A table.
As you said, Richard, into that PlayStation 4 leg, it is going to be the #1 ranked PlayStation 4 player who, we have to go out on the limb and say, haven't seen enough from him at all this weekend in Milan, and especially in Italy. We thought the Italian player might have thrived in this environment, but that hasn't been the case. And on the other side of that, Christian Spiteri, just spoke to him before Gumbin back out for this round, and he went, I don't know how we won that 2v2, but 90th minute winner it was to add another 3 points onto their tally in that Group C.
I think one of the things that's sort of thrown Crazy off his game is one of the recent patches. In the first couple of FUT Champions Cups, it was sort of, you could really defend deep. You could have 2 banks of sort of 5 defenders in each. Whereas with the patch, where you're only allowed 4 players in each area of the pitch, 4 defenders, 4 midfielders, it's one of the things that has thrown him off. He can't defend us with as many bodies as he once did behind the ball, meaning that when going forward, people are picking him off, people are scoring goals against him, and his attack is much better defensively than he is attacking. Is crazy.
Well, speaking of a team that are chasing the top spot in Group C, Richard, it's AS Roma Esports. They lead 1-0 against AFK Austria Vienna. Big result for them as a chance comes in now for Redemption, defended well by Virgil van Dijk, but they have looked on fine form coming into day 2, Richard. 9 points out of 9 in round 4, and I'm sure they look to do the exact same here in round 5. Another goal that's gone in as well. Fnatic, they are so certain that they want that top spot. Tom does lead 1-0, of course, in that game too.
Well, it's a fight for top, isn't it, between Roma and Fnatic right now.
Tom's first game, he lost as well.
Tom's first game that he lost, and probably quite comfortably as well, up against Christian Spiteri. Picked up 3 points from round 4, did Fnatic. Looking to bounce back going into the knockout stages. And it's different as well because you already know that you're through. Sometimes is it quite hard to get yourself up for games where you're just playing for seeding. You know that you're going to be in the bracket play, you know you're going to be in the knockout phases of the tournament. Is it quite hard to get yourself up for the remaining group stages? You usually see it when someone's already hit Swiss in a FUT Champions Cup, when they've already hit 4 wins or 3 wins as it is this year. The remaining 2 games, doesn't matter if you finish 5-0 or 3-2, you know that you're going through to the bracket play, and that's all that matters.
There's going to be a chance for Redemption Esports. It was Andy Robertson and Messi linking up on this left-hand side. You can see Hulic trying to make that ongoing run. If he can try and pick out that pass. In the end, it was just forced. Actually, that's crazy, able to sweep up that danger. But it's interesting what you're saying about Group C. I think Group C for a lot of these guys, it's topping the group, getting through. For Group A, there's a lot of people thinking, how do we avoid getting Fnatic?
Yeah, speaking of Group A, that match between Olympic Lyon and Gillette Infinity did finish 0-0, I believe. So a point apiece for those two in their final round 4 leg 3 fixture, and you can see how that's affected the table as well. 14 points, tied with Gillette Infinity on 14, Neo on 18, Hashtag United top of the table and mathematically through as well on 22.
There's a lot to do for FaZe Nordavin. To be fair, you didn't even say Gillette and Olympic Lyon.
Well, FaZe are playing Olympic Lyon next, so that's going to be a game which has got all the marbles on it.
Saw the idea there from R9 again, though. Van Dijk just doing what the Dutchman does at the back, breaking up the plate. Certainly Christian Spiteri looking the stronger of the two so far. They have certainly impressed Redemption Esports, the duo of Mr. Dump, former E-World Cup champion. And Christian Spiteri, the Maltese FIFA player himself. There have been goals going in around the other games, as we said. The chase for that top spot is really on it. It was a huge deflection from R9. I'm sure Dami's going to be taking them all day long. And there was also a goal, of course, for Fnatic. This is Tom. Frankie de Jong, deflection into the finish.
Two very fortunate goals, weren't it? One with the deflection into Sadio Mane's path, the other the deflection off Patrick Vieira, sending it into the bottom left corner. But a goal's a goal at the end of the day. You're not going to complain about it.
Of course, that's Rami Sad of NASA Esports, the Egyptian player, looking to do enough to try to just pull them through Group C as well. This really is the round where anything can happen. And then it gets even more interesting as we'll be moving into the round of 16 a little bit later today as well.
You mentioned that name, Rami Sad. There's been another goal in the Fnatic NASA Esports tie. You can see at the top of the screen, it's an equaliser for NASA Esports against Fnatic.
Looks like it was Ruud Gullit as well that put that in the back of the net. Captain Fantastic, I'm sure. Many will call him. Interesting though, isn't it? What a difference day 2 can make into a tournament, even for a team that Fnatic they 24 points out of 27 yesterday, Richard. From that last round, they took 3 points. At the moment, they're drawing in that game. Especially as Tom did not drop a game on PlayStation 4. And that makes, on paper, Tom Stokes the strongest PlayStation 4 player that we've seen so far. 3 wins and a draw to his name for Team Neo.
On the Xbox side, you've got Spidercon, who's unbeaten as well. And speaking of AS Roma, they double their lead through Dami bearing down the neck of Fnatic.
Points were needed for Austria Vienna in their first game. It's not looking positive at the moment. Added time of just 2 minutes in this game, currently 0-0. Going to have a look at some of those goals shortly too. If you have just joined us, welcome to day 2 of the FIFA eClub World Cup. Chance to come in now. This is Team Clash. Crazy now with a shot. And Delit. It's just enough to clear that out for a corner. Corner's played short. And into half time we go. The goalless 0-0. This hasn't been a weekend to cherish for that Team Clash team, unfortunately. We'll have a look at the goals, as you said. Dami went 2-0 up, Richard, and it was a finish, I'm assuming, from R9 Ronaldo, and that's exactly what it was. On the stroke of half-time. There's also an equaliser here. Rami Sad into Gullit, and straight into the back of the net via that left boot of the Dutchman.
Yeah, really exciting games happening right now in Group C, because you just don't know how this is going to end up. Are Roma going to overlap Fnatic? As it stands, 1 point in between them.
Especially from day one, they were trailing behind a little bit compared to a team that, as you said, only lost 1 game yesterday.
Well, the recent form has been unbelievable. 9 points from round 4. Coming into now, they're
on a 4-win streak if they win this game. Yeah,
4 games, maximum points.
you remember, if you think back to the FUT Champions Cup, the fun that that team clash were having? They were dancing when they were winning games.
No dancing now, crying. It feels like, you've ever seen a cartoon, a rain cloud should just come over the head right now of Team Clash and start raining. Daniel Powter should be echoing out from that booth. So they have had a bad day.
A bad weekend, in fact, for Team Clash. No idea what happened with that switch of play. That goes out for a throw-in. We still have Group B and D to conclude as well. The final 2 rounds in that group. Lovely threading through ball into Messi. Now this could be a chance. Maldini does well. And it's safe to say one team's having a great time in Milan at the moment.
All round.
In Italy. Sony AS Roma. 3-0 up. 3 goals to the good for Dami. And as you said, Richard, that's 4 wins out of 4 in day 2 of the tournament. They really want that top spot.
You get a better seed. You get the confidence of finishing top spot as well. It's also a very big statement of intent. Everyone said Fnatic were favourites. Everyone said Fnatic were going to finish top. If they can pip them to the post and take that top spot, it completely changes the mentality as well from players in Group A, because some players in Group A were saying we need to finish in this particular spot to avoid Fnatic. If they finish second, it completely changes that mentality.
Well, also on top of that as well, Richard, you have got the fact of that if Nassar Esports can somehow turn the game around, they could be completely moving in this group into a different position that could cause even more havoc in Group C. You saw the goal there, R9 Ronaldo for Dami. It smiles all round at the moment to our far left in the corner, where that AS Roma kind of hub is of players. Zalonia's coaching them as well.
If you are just joining us here for the Club World Cup, the reason that we're focusing on this Redemption Esports versus Team Clash game, if Clash do not win this matchup, mathematically they're eliminated from the tournament. They still have a chance if they get 9 points and other results go their way. I mean, they could sneak in. It'd be a huge miracle.
Points, wouldn't it? Obviously currently on 6 points.
They have to win this matchup.
It's the fact of, as I said, Richard, 6 points from 36 points coming into today. They can pick up 3 wins. They need some hope going forward. Here's R9 now. Could he be that man to just try and lift the spirits?
I just keep looking at Nightwatch, who sat behind him. His emotions and story tell a weekend of terror for Nightwatch and for Team Clash.
Speaking to some of the guys in the Clash as well, just said in the 2v2 games, just isn't any communication between the two. And as I said, they're the only team to take no points from a 2v2 game. We spoke about over the weekend, Richard, if you can even win one game, of course it's 3 points, you win all your 2v2s.
15, isn't it?
Such as the likes the Fnatic nearly did until they lost that game against Redemption. Still a fantastic set of points. Here's Redemption now, R9, this is Christian Spiteri, dragged back into the finish. It's a huge save from Allison to keep this game alive, all square at 0-0. But this attack is not over yet. It's straight back into the box. Pele on your drag back. Where's he going to go? It's defended well by Maldini.
We are underway in all of the Group A matches as well. Neo versus Gillette Infinity, FaZe Clan versus Olympic Lyon, and also Hashtag versus Nordavind. We're bringing you all the goals as they go in and how that affects the tables.
Yeah, Group A certainly the one that is really tight, isn't it, Richard? Especially Olympic Lyon against FaZe Clan. There has been a goal in that AS Roma Vienna game, and where the goal has gone,
it's consolation.
It's a consolation, if anything. I think what was the time was that scored in between the 70th and 80th minute?
71st, 72nd for Austria Vienna.
Just don't think they'll have enough time. You will not be seeing a 3-0 lead thrown away at this level of competitive FIFA. As we said, Richard, Nordavind, Olympic Lyon, a of course, FaZe Clan and Gillette Infinity. Those are the 4 teams that we don't know which 2 of the 4 are going to put their place into the round of 16. You can go out and say hashtag Neo. Pretty much done, especially for hashtag. Eusebio to Hullet. There's only 10 minutes left. Something's got to give in this game.
He's Crazy Clash Gamer going to keep their tournament alive.
This is his chance now. Frankie de Jong into Ruud Hullet. Just got to find that killer pass, that final ball. So many white shirts, the offside trap seems to be played. Does just about keep his runner though in line. He will go into a pause with 7 minutes left, and the biggest of changes, Rich, in these last 7 minutes for Team Clash. We can see both players' perspectives in our screen. Before we do jump back into the last 7 minutes there, you said it perfectly, Richard. Nothing more than a consolation. That game's in the 80th minute. The goal was scored in the 72nd minute there. Messi with the goal. But just left it a little bit too late.
Still goalless in all of the games in Group A right now.
We'll jump straight over to them as well.
Final round of fixtures.
Still got our Xbox 1v1, then the 2v2, which could prove even more pivotal. Some of these teams to ensure they can get out. And you're wondering why it's so big to get out to the knockouts. You double your Global Series ranking points. You go from 150 to 300. For some players, that could be the difference between making playoffs. Come later on in the year.
I mean, it's also the difference for a number of the players between playoffs and looking more at a grand final spot. In all honesty, if you do get out of the groups, like say Harry, Tom, these players who are sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on the cusp, if they can guarantee themselves an extra 150 Global Series ranking points, they'll be looking towards the grand finals thinking, we've probably done enough, really.
Is crazy now. Again, I'm probably asking for a free kick there. I don't blame him. It looked like he just ran straight into Cristiano Ronaldo. 2 minutes left plus additional time. Have to win. Team Clash. It will all be over.
The fourth official has indicated.
Just to win that ball back. The last chance of the game looks like it will fall to Christian Spiteri. Could he score as well? It's going to fall back to Pele. Is there enough time to get it forward?
To go.
It would really be a miracle, a huge switch of play. Will there be enough time to go forward? Can he win this running race? Chance now. Cristiano Ronaldo. He's in the box. The ball's out onto the edge now. Pele has to score, and it's defended so well. Full-time result.
And Clash have crashed out of the tournament. One of the favourites coming into it.
One of our favourites as well.
Yeah. And no more.
Sometimes the expressions can say everything about this Team Clash team currently feels. They had to win every single game to give them a chance in Group C. 7 points they would be on now. Fnatic, 28 points. That gap from first to second closes down only to a point now, Richard. Obviously, they did draw 1-1, Tom, against Rami Sad in that PlayStation 4 game. Who is going to take top spot? We do not know.
Who's going to take 4th spot? That's the question as well. Ostra Viera and Nasser Esport battling it out. We have also had a goal in Group A. Neo 1-0 up against Gillette Infinity as it stands. That's Tom Stokes looking to go unbeaten in his 1v1s.
And he's certainly been doing that so far, Richard. Going into game number 5 beforehand. That's 3 wins and a draw for Tom Stokes. The only PlayStation 4 player that's unbeaten in the eClub World Cup currently from Group A. Half-time, 0-0. This is a huge game. So much on this matchup. You said there was a goal, Richard. It went to Neo. This was Tom Stokes, a man who has not been throwing any games away so far in this tournament. Messi with a goal on the left foot. 37 minutes on the clock, 1-0 to Team Neo.
If he's to win this game, with 13 points out of 15 that he's contributed for Neo, FaZe Clan as it stands, going out with Nordavind. Gillette Infinity going through. We have just had a goal, and it is from Nordavind, 1-0 up against Hashtag United. That table will update.
I can't explain to you, Richard, how big of a goal that is.
Well, that'll put them on 15.
It will jump them into fourth. Is that a goal? This is Hype who we're looking at right now.
Up against Hashtag Harry.
Let's go.
They came into today with one plan: to win every single game they could. They came out of the last round on the same points as FaZe, 4 points from a possible 9. If FaZe were to play really well and take potentially 7 points, 6 points, it would have changed even more. And just that goal going in changes this table so much. Nordavind jump up into third spot now. Olympic Lyon currently drawing. They'll be 15th. We still have an Xbox leg. We still have the 2v2 as well. But a really positive and promising start from Nordavind.
And this is where it's important as well not to get distracted. Just got to focus on your own game. You can't be looking at others' results and looking at the permutations of where you're going to finish, where you're going to stand in the group. You have to focus on your own game.
I don't want to throw it out there as well, but Arco yet to pick up a win.
This is the time to do it then. This is the time to do it on Xbox.
He has to do it. Going into this game, if Hyper can go and do his job, Arco has to do his as well. Yet to win a 2v2 either are Nordavind. All three of those wishes have to come in this round 5 if they want to be going into the round of 16. We're back underway in the second half of this game again. If FaZe go 1-0 up in this game, the table will change again. Olympic Lyon will drop out of the top 4. They'll go, of course, 5th. It's a case of every team needs to help each other out, but the best thing you can do is just win your games.
Focus on
yourself. Win your games.
All of the teams in this group can go through still. If you win your games, if one team get a full 9-point sweep, it's very unrealistic, but they guarantee themselves. It's in their own hands. You're not relying on other people's results at the minute.
What result that would be? Hashtag currently top of the pile in Group A. And there has been another goal in that game between Team Neo and Infinity Esports. That goal has, in fact, gone to Team Neo, and it's Tom Stokes who is continuing this just run of fine form at the moment, Richard. It'll be 4 wins, 1 draw, unbeaten in group stages for Team Neo on the PlayStation 4.
It's just Stokes doing Stokes-type things right now. 13 points out of 15. Instrumental in Neo's success thus far in the group stages.
Currently 0-0 in this game, 55 minutes on the clock. Of course, it's FaZe up against Coco v Bastos from Olympic Lyon.
I'm trying to watch so many different screens at the same time just to see what is happening.
Here's Messi now. This is Tass in possession. Pull it. Back to Messi again. Just couldn't find that final ball that he was looking for.
And this is the goal that doubled Neo's lead right now. R9, low scoop turn, played into Neymar, dragged back across the goalkeeper. 2-0, very comfortable position for Stokes.
He's just such a calm player, isn't he, Tom Stokes? Does not get too excited or carried away with a win. This is how the table is currently looking with the results looking as they are. Nordavind are winning their game against Hashtag. They'll jump into 3rd at the moment. Olympic Lyon and FaZe Clan currently drawing as well. That draw would keep them in the top 4. As we said, we are looking at the game on our screen right now. And it goes. Infinity, a positive start yesterday, Richard, but haven't really been backing up since.
1 goal for FaZe in this game. Puts them right in there on goal difference above Olympic Lyon. And Nordavind have just gone 2-0 up against Hashtag United, further cementing their position in the top 4.
If there was going to be a player to get that Nordavind team hyped up, it was going to be Hyper, wasn't it, Richard? He's qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup in Paris, and what a result he is having against Hashtag Harry at the moment. He's 2-0 up. It's a must-win series of games for them in this round 5.
And win they are doing. Nordavind right now. 25 minutes on the clock. We're going to watch this free kick, then we'll see the goal that did double Nordavind's lead.
This is the problem though, Richard. We're commentating, we're shouting about this. These players can hear us right now in this studio. They know Every single goal is going to change that group table. Free kick played short. This is Tass in possession at the moment. He said the only time that I have been 1-0 up in a game, he's gone on to win that game on the PlayStation 4 legs. It's time to do it now. What a story Olympique Lyon had yesterday, Richard. 7 points in their first round, and it all went downhill from that. We said there was another goal from Noorderwind. We'll have a look at it right now. Scoop turn into the finish. Kylian Mbappe take a bow, and we'll see the passion from that Norwegian camp just to the right of us. I can't wait till we get into these next games.
Oh, what a goal from Gillette Infinity, keeping their hopes alive in the tournament.
Yeah, that goal snuck in, Richard, as we were looking at that Noorderwind replay there for them to go 2-0 up. As we said, they've only scored a goal as Infinity Esports. They're not in a drawing position. They're still losing 2-1.
Sorry, I just got distracted. I saw Christian Spiteri jogging around the stage, just getting a little warm up in before he played his game. Must-win game in Group C. It just caught me off guard.
14 minutes left. Tass now. He's actually held possession for a very long time. I'd be interested to see a passing count. Something we saw from him last time at the eClub World Cup. Very happy to be patient in his build-up play. Just trying to find that killer pass, trying to tease out those players, bait them into the tackle. Mbappe into Frankie de Jong. I don't think we'll be shooting, he'll be looking for that final pass. Van Dijk able to win possession back, and a chance for Coco v Bastos now. There has been a goal. We're over on our Xbox legs in Group C, and that's Tex 1-0 up in that matchup.
Great goal there from Tex.
That's against Haroon of NASA Esports.
Pushing himself further towards the top of the table. Our Fnatic.
Of course, Tex only dropping one game, and that was yesterday. 3-0 defeat to Spider-Man. Other than that, he has been flawless in his Xbox matches.
Are we going to see a winning goal? It'll be a massive 2 points gained as well.
Whoever wins this jumps into third. Noorderwind would drop down to fourth. It's time to go forward, Tass. You're going to get one more chance.
Show your experience.
A player that's been to so many tournaments, been a champion, previously been to FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. This is the time. Problem is, he needs more players just to try and push that back line. So many white shirts, so many Olympique Lyon shirts. Messi now. Added time's going to be following any second now of 2 minutes. It is. Someone needs to just pull off and make a run for it. Pull it into Mbappe. This could be big now from Tass. Hullet. The ball just got to go through. He's got to find that final pass. So patient in his build-up. Where's he going to go? Goes into Mbappe, pushed off the ball, and it's going to be a full-time result at 0-0. A point shared. And that group still is so tight. Added time at the moment in hashtag against Noorderwind.
Still in the balance. You can see AS Roma here continuing their fine form.
Spider Kong
on day 2.
Looking to go 5 out of 5, Richard. 5 wins out of 5 matches. 1-0 up. We're joining that game. Currently live at the moment. Austria Vienna 1-0 down. This is Juno as well. He's actually had not a bad run in the tournament. He's actually won 3 out of the 4 games he has played on Xbox. It's just the 2v2 in the PlayStation side of things for Austria Vienna that has let them down slightly.
And speaking of AS Roma, they're chasing top spot. There's just been a huge goal in a game that does affect them between NASA Esports and Fnatic. And it's a goal for NASA Esports to go 1-1 versus Tech. 25 minutes on the clock, plenty of FIFA left to be played.
It's a goal for Haroon as well, Richard, the Austrian. Who's after some Global Series points at this moment in time, and he got 90 to his name. Getting through to the knockouts would add an extra 300 to that. And from the tallies we saw last year that were getting players to playoffs, he'd be halfway to doing so.
I think it's going to be slightly higher this year. There's more points up for grabs, and more tournaments, more leagues, etc. in part of the global series, but it's going to be a similar number.
Well, you might have to think again about that, Richard, because there's just been another goal in that game. And that goal has, in fact, gone to Fnatic. Fnatic will be leading that 2-1. That will be Tex with the goal. Shot comes in. Took a deflection for Juno. And it wasn't going to be troubling Allison there. I said there was a goal. We'll go and check it out right now. It was R9, drop of the shoulder into that right foot finish. He was able just to smash it past Alison Becker in the net for Haroon.
Spider-Kong's been unbelievable in his 1v1s. As it stands table right there, Fnatic 31 points, AS Roma 30 points, Redemption 21, NASA 15. Juno has to perform right now for Austria Vienna. You've been a champion last weekend.
They need all the points they can get.
Be a hero right now for Austria Vienna.
Spider-Kong, the only player
Just on a different level,
so
isn't
far to go potentially 5 out of 5 wins. He's won 4 out of 4 so far in the tournament. It's 15 points, Richard, towards their end tally.
Well, nearly half
that
he's contributed.
He's been able to pick up. That's how big a player he's been. Speaking of goals, another one has gone in that game to ensure that their run for top spot continues. Tex will score again. And they'll make it 3-1 against Team NASA. After getting a goal back for Haroon, he finds himself 2 goals down. I think there's even a draw, Richard. If Team NASA was able to pull back and get a draw, it would mean that AS Roma could then leapfrog them going into the 2v2 matchup.
See, Austria Vienna are struggling to break down Spider-Kong. He's so good. Men behind the ball. A little word there with Coach Zelonius.
Wondering how Group A is getting on. Group A has just concluded its first kind of leg of PlayStation 4 matches in round 5. We're in leg 2 in Group C. At the moment, Spider-Kong just in front by a 0-0.
All smiles, though, isn't it, in that Roma Esports booth? Seems a very positive vibe. That's Group A after the conclusion of leg 1. Hashtag 22, Neo 21. Nordaving in third on 15 on goal difference, a +4 goal difference over Olympique Lyon, who are 4th with 15 points. Gillette Infinity 5th on 14 points, and FaZe Clan bottom on 13. 2 points separating bottom and 3rd.
It's going to be an interesting one, Richard. This
Xbox, come down to the 2v2.
Just because Shuri has not lost a game on Xbox so far in the tournament, and Arco hasn't won a game on Xbox. So I'm not meaning to curse the situation, but he needs to win. Arco has to win that game. We said there was a third for Tex. That was the goal. And that's all in the first half as well. There's been 4 goals currently in that first half. We'll have a look at Group C. That win, well, that winning position, I should say, for Fnatic will mean that they will stay top of the pile in Group C heading into the 2v2. If they can hold out that result, same for Spider-Kong as well. He is winning by 1-0 at the half-time interval.
Redemption Esports 21, and NASA Esports on 15. Austria Vienna in 5th on 12 points. A win needed, a turnaround needed right now for Juno against the perfect record of Spider-Kong.
Especially, as you said, Richard, when the man has not lost the game since being in Milan. Really is a huge task to ask of Juno, but Juno is he's an Bundesliga champion. Just last weekend he was lifting a trophy in Vienna, his home city. Of course, representing the club from that city as well. Saw a little bit of him in Bucharest. Unfortunately, couldn't get past those Swiss rounds for Champions Cup number 2, and then he has re-qualified for that Paris event also. So this is really a great opportunity to pick up Global Series points, to pick up some confidence as well. Here's the matches we're looking at from Group C. These are on the Xbox legs. round 5 in our final rounds, if you have just joined us. 0-0 team clash against Redemption. Of course, AS Roma 1-0 up, the game that we're looking at, and then Fnatic 3-1 up against Nassau Esports, Richard.
Group A just about to get underway with the Xbox matches right now. That's going to be leg 2. Just about kicking off right there. So we'll be providing all the goals and the standings as the games unfold. You can see just right there, they are just about to get kicked off. Let's go back over to our featured matchup here in Group C. AS Roma Esports chasing Fnatic for the top spot. Austria Vienna need a turnaround if they're wanting to keep alive here in the Club World Cup.
Yeah, especially after that 3-1 defeat in the first game. Richard Dami looking really strong. And looking like a very consistent player so far this year on FIFA 20 from what we've seen of him. Here's a chance now for Juno, save from Allison. It was Huller that was through. He was matched up with a big save from that team of the year.
Even
Alison
a point's
Becker.
not a bad result. If Juno can get away from SpiderCon here with a point and just gain 1 extra point in that table, and it comes down to 2v2s.
He has been their strongest performer in that Austria Vienna team, has Juno. As you'd probably say on paper, he has won 3 out of the 4 matches so far. So if he's able to even pull out a draw, Rich, or just take something back to Group C, add it onto the tally of points they've collected so far, and they go into a 2v2 just praying they can pick up a win that hopefully will do them justice to take a top 4 spot. We'll keep you up to date with how that table is looking as goals are going in. We said about that Group C, Richard, a point would help them. Here's Juno now, shot comes in, it's out for a corner again, but currently on 12 points.
Yeah, put them to 13, and then it's a shootout, a one-legged game. Who gets 4th? Nassau or Austria Vienna?
Who wins that 2v2? Cuts back inside,
What goal?
It's a huge goal. A huge goal in Group C. Austria Vienna won another point to their tally now. Made that 13 points they're on. It won't move them into the top 4, but
Fnatic will be celebrating that point. 2 points dropped for Roma Esports if they lose this leg, and 3-point difference between Fnatic and Roma right there.
as you said, Richard, it does come down to that 2v2 game. It's Nassau against Fnatic, who have been running away with things this weekend, and someone that is running away with things is Tex. Does score again in that group, get that goal difference up by another goal. We're matching, literally, AS Roma Esports goal difference very shortly. If he can keep scoring goals like he is, Tex, he leads 4-1 now in that game.
You see the 4th goal here from Tex. Rude Hullet back into CR7, smash past the goalkeeper. He makes it look so simple. Does the former multiple-time FUT Champs Cup winner, former Club World Cup winner.
Must be said as well, obviously, he was the eClub World Cup champion last year, teaming up with Nicholas, who...
Imagine that's the final that we see.
Will be in action later today.
Who's going to defend the crown? Will it be Nicholas or Tex? But got a long way to go for that possibility.
Of course, today we will be playing the round of 16 games as well from each group. And then we come into tomorrow for our Championship Sunday with it all to play for, $40,000 on the line. Of course, with 2,000 Global Series ranking points per player in each team if they can go the full way and become the overall champion here in Milan.
You see that ball down the line right there. Juno is in. Oh, the chance just squandered.
You can just see it, can't you, Richard? That round 5 kind of bad luck that potentially could fall onto Spider-Pig. He's been so flawless so far in the tournament. If Juno can snatch a result here.
Sets up perfectly for the 2v2s. We said that it'd come down to the 2v2s, and it will. If Juno can snatch a result from Roma's grasps.
Here comes Spidercon. Well defended there, Patrick Vieira involved. Haven't seen enough of him this weekend.
I mean, he's been forced out of teams, hasn't he? Or he's been forced to centre-back for a number of the players. Frankie de Jong, Kante, too good to miss out in midfield.
Hullet, watch out, he could be there. Well read by N'Golo Kante in the middle of the midfield. That team of the year item. All the other games in Group A currently 0-0. They've just started their Xbox round in Group 5. In round 5, I want to say, in Group A. And those are the matches that we will be jumping into after this leg has concluded. 0-0 at the moment across all of them. So much still to talk about in that Group A.
Yeah, 0-0 across the board. Got a chance here for Roma, just good defending from Juno. Redemption Esports and Team Clash ended 0-0. I'm just seeing that flash up right now. It's Mr. Dawn and Christian Spiteri.
4 minutes left. They get themselves a goal now. Potentially would jump into the top 4, pushing Nassau Esports out of it. Down into 5th. See Team Clash, only 7 points to their name. Tournament to forget.
Really is it?
For the Italian organisation.
It's a very poor showing.
After a really strong year as well, start to the year. As you said, Richard, patches come in, the game updates.
Are we going to get a winner?
Tell you what.
This could be it.
We might actually see something special here. Watch out for Eusebio, he's trying to make that run in behind. Oh, red. N'Golo Kante in the way. I think that's going to be the 2 minutes played there, unless there'll be time for Spidercon to go forward and to add that pressure onto Fnatic. Unfortunately not. However, a fantastic group stage from Spidercon. 4 wins and a draw, stays unbeaten in that Group C. And he's done a huge job, as we said, Richard. He's picked up 13 points out of a possible 15.
For Spidercon, you can see by his reaction, 2 points dropped right there. For Juno, 1 point gained for the Austrian.
It's a big point indeed as well, Richard. Not good news over in Group A. We'll talk about that in a second. But Group C has about to go into its 2v2, I should say. 31 points to Fnatic. Of course, AS Roma dropping that win will just extend that gap by 3 points, and it really will come down to goal difference and how that 2v2 game will go. Austria Vienna, as you said, Richard, a point gained, and they continue to put on pressure for Nassau Esports in 4th place at the moment. It really is down to the 2v2 matchups. We're going to jump over to Group A now, where there has been some action at the moment. 0-0 in this game, but there's been a goal in another game, Richard. It's actually gone to #United, who are leading by a goal to 0 against Nordavind. As we said, Shori, the only unbeaten Xbox player over in Group A. Arco, on the other hand, yet to pick up a win on Xbox. Something has to change there. That's in the 40th minute.
Yeah, this is the game that we're focusing on. Such a tight, contested game as he, I'm going to say breaks the deadlock. He were off his feet, was Mino, as he spirals off of the post.
Two good friends in the scene as well, Mino and Aero. Now having to go up against each other for a spot in the round of 16. And we said there was a goal. Nordavind need maximum points to really push on in that top 4, and it's a goal for Shori. R9 scoring that one just before half-time.
Smart finish, first time shot from R9. Too much power on that left boot. Thought he'd gone in. Thought Mino broke the deadlock. Nice,
this is
as
how
it stands.
it is looking right now. If Faye scored that goal, Richard, it would have changed things even more so, and it would have pushed Nordavind out of the top 4. Here's a chance now. Oh, they have scored. That table will be updated, and FaZe Clan will move into the top 4.
Puts them into 3rd. 1 goal. Puts them on 16 points. They've got a good goal difference. That's how 1 goal can change an entire group. Big finish from Mino, just on the stroke of half-time with Kylian Mbappe, and it puts them into 3rd on 16 points. Nordavind maintain their spot in fourth on
5 goal
15
difference
points.
as well,
There's
Richard.
3 teams on 15 points.
My first half was better than the second.
That group is constantly changing. This is how it's looking at roughly half-time in the Xbox legs. Hashtag United sit top with 25 points. Team Neo in second with 22 points. Let's forget about them two. They will be going through. FaZe Clan, Nordavind, Infinity Esports and Olympic Lyon. That is what we don't know. What's happening? We don't know where it's going.
You just can't call this. We said it coming down to goal difference. There's 4 goals between going home and going through to the knockouts.
Every time a goal goes in,
it matters.
The table will move. Back to this featured matchup. Mino going 1-0 up just before half-time. If you think back, Richard, to Paris 2 years ago, eClub World Cup, it was a big match for Aero that he had to kind of step up to. Unfortunately, didn't on that occasion. He was in front, he was holding on to a lead and unfortunately threw that one away after a really strong leg from Ice Vogel. Again, he's in a position where he must win this game.
Can he step up to the mark? The Club World Cup, he's got a final under his belt. It should be a winning trophy under his belt.
It's a great ball through. Could it be 2 for FaZe Clan? Shot comes in, it's saved originally. Get rid of the ball. Oh no, it's there as well. And somehow, it's dealt with.
Yeah, I don't know how that didn't end up in the back of the net there. From Mino. Looking at the other games, hashtag still 1-0 up against Nordavind. Neo and Gillette Infinity goalless.
Nino looking very good here as well. Here's all the games. As we said, Neo against Infinity, 0-0 at the moment. Hashtag United leading by a goal to 0. Even a draw for Arco and Nordavind, Richard, would be huge against hashtag United. A FaZe Clan leading by a goal to 0 against Olympic Lyon.
What a time it'd be for Gorilla to get his 1v1 sort of season underway in the Club World Cup as well.
So he picked up a number of draws yesterday, looking to push on and get himself a big 3 points on the board. And again, the spot for top is still up for debate in this Group A as well.
Yeah, that win from Shori would be huge actually if he can get 3 points on the board here. Put a bit of separation between him and Neo.
Well, the goal difference strong as well, both with +5 at the moment. 60 minutes in this game. And it's funny how things can change in the eClub World Cup. Olympic Lyon after round 1 yesterday were looking really strong, 7 points out of 9. And then from the following 2 rounds that followed that, Richard, they only took 2 points out of a possible 18, leaving them on 9 points from day one. Shot comes in, it's fired, it's blocked, back to Mbappe. It's perfect from the Frenchman. And FaZe Clan will lead by 2 goals to 0.
And on the cusp of elimination coming into round 5, Mino stepping up to the mark. 2-0 up against his French teammate in Aero.
We spoke to, obviously, Tass coming into this. He said, would 4 points be enough? They were looking at every single method or way that they could maybe get into this top 4. And if anything, that 1 point from that PlayStation 4 leg, that draw,
it's huge, yeah.
It takes them on to 16 points. That is the big difference.
You see the custom tactics here coming out from both. Well, mainly just Aero actually is changing things up. Mino very happy, 2-0 up with 30 minutes left, 35 minutes left in this tie.
It really is going to come down to 2v2 FIFA, which should be very exciting indeed. Chance there, just blaze wide from hashtag United. We can see all the games in front of us at the moment. We know FaZe Clan are 2-0 up against Olympic Lyon. Team Neo 0-0. That is, of course, Janos up against Gorilla. 2 veterans in the FIFA scene. And of course, Shori 1-0 up against Arco, the Norwegian player, for Team Nordavind. Still so much to talk about. And that Group A will continue to move around.
Yeah, a goal for Nordavind right now to snatch a point. Potentially push them up. If they can get a win in that game. Tighten the gap between, or put a bit of separation, I should say, between them and Gillette Infinity.
We saw the attacking changes from Aero.
He's got to do
20 minutes to come forward and do something. He goes down in the box, calling for a penalty another day, maybe.
Huge goal just being fired in right there.
It's a huge goal, not just for Team Neo, it's a huge goal for Nordavind as well, and every team that's round them at the moment.
It is Gorilla, 73 minutes in. We said we wanted more from him in his 1v1s. And he's answered the question right now. Kylian Mbappe to the back post, CR7. The reciprocant of the pass, smashing it in. And that's as it stands right now. 1 point between Hashtag and Neo. And it puts a little bit of separation between Olympic Lyon, Nordavind and Gillette Infinity. With a point. 2 points between FaZe Clan and bottom place Gillette Infinity.
It's a case of just seeing this clock down now for Mino. That's for the lofted boy over the top. Delit's just got his feet in a tangle. He runs out for a goal kick possession, given back to Aero. 15 minutes left in that game. And that changes things even more so. The fact that they're in a losing position now, Infinity Esports will go rock bottom in Group A.
They have to go forward, they have to attack. A third goal right now would solidify this matchup for FaZe Clan.
Mino. The interchange between Eusebio and Hullett. If anything, I don't even think he'll be bothered about getting a third. In case of just keeping the ball. Surely a free kick there. Referee says no thank you. We'll continue to play on. Battle for top spot here continues to be discussed.
I mean, one Nordavind goal switches that table around.
The Nordavind goal, of course, would put them on 16 points and still be behind FaZe Clan on goal difference.
It's a Neo top though.
He certainly would do that as well. Hashtag will drop down with 23 points. Down into second. Not too long left in that game. 7 minutes left. Hashtag United 1-0 up at the moment. That's a mistake. Could it be 3 for Mino? Keeper's off his line.
Just done enough, hasn't he? There's a potential chance here after that mistake at the back.
Four minutes left.
FaZe Clan, they needed a big performance. And this is it right now, when the pressure's all on. Mino has delivered. Put him in a great position for the 2v2s.
Even if they concede now, they should have 3 points on the board. They won't be conceding 2. Just to be 100% sure. The last few changes from both of these two. I think Aero's going to be playing 3 at the back and throwing everything forward.
Just see right there, Rude Hullet running away in celebration. So hashtag second goal against Nordavind.
That secures them, that victory there, Richard. Keeps them top as well for the moment by a point, 25 points to their name. And also it means that an unbeaten group stage performance on the Xbox from Shuri did not taste a defeat. Again, a huge part of that point tally that they've been able to accumulate over the 2 days in Group A. This is our Group A is looking. We'll continue to keep you updated after all of these games running into the 2v2s very surely. Massive result though, Richard, for Mino. Big result, 2-0 lead. And again, it puts them into the top 4.
Gillette Infinity have just got an equaliser against Neo. 88th minute on the clock, which will put them 1 point up to 15th. Right now, let's have a look at this goal. 88th minute, Janos with an equaliser.
I think that's hashtag's top spot there.
Kevin De Bruyne with a header from the edge of the box. And the permutations switch once again in this table.
It will mean that Infinity will go up to 5th. Joint points with Nordavind.
And we're back with the 3 teams on 15 points. 4 goals separating 3 clubs right now. Olympic Lyon bottom, 15 points. Gillette Infinity 5th, 15 points. Nordavin 4th on 2 goals on 15 points, and FaZe Clan on 16 in 3rd.
It really is the time, Richard, for Nordavin. They have not registered a win in the 2v2 format yet. However, we've been hyping them up.
We said this is the 2v2.
The 2v2 would
prosper.
be the match that they would take points from. They have to take points from this 3rd and final match. However, before we jump into those games, the 2v2s over in Group C have kicked off. So we are going to jump over to the Group C matches now. And we are going to be joining Austria Vienna against AS Roma. Again, Richard, the question is there. Can they win this game, Austria Vienna, to do enough to put them into the top 4, and they would take out Nassar Esports, who are currently sitting in 4th?
It's a must-win game for Austria Vienna right now. They have to get a result. They have to get 3 points to give themselves a chance.
Into R9. This is a chance now for, or a half chance, until it intercepts that one perfectly well. AS Roma Esports, though, they're still trying to chase that top spot, but the draw for Spidercon has made things certainly a lot more difficult. 28 points they're on coming into this game. Tex on 31, and with Fnatic and Tom, of course. He picks up an important win. There's a chance. Just wide.
That
game on his left foot as well.
Concluded, sorry, Brandon, between Gillette and Neo. Point apiece for those two sides in Group A.
3 teams on 15 points, you said, Richard, in Group A, heading into the 2v2. Whether you've practiced or you haven't, it's about getting your act together for just one 2v2, best of 1, that could double your global series points, would send you into the knockouts. So hard to call.
Such an unlucky goal as well. I just saw the goal that he actually did concede there. Again, Dick Gorilla, really unfortunate. Just a lobbed through ball over the top, Kevin De Bruyne with a header from probably 12 yards out.
It was interesting to see even De Bruyne just running onto that, wasn't it?
Yeah, just channeling his inner Duncan Ferguson header from the edge of the box.
Currently, as we said, we have Austria Vienna underway against AS Roma Esports, Fnatic against Nassar Esports, and of course, last but not least, Redemption against Team Clash. Redemption currently sitting, of course, in 3rd spot, just going about their business, and that strong kind of finish to proceedings yesterday, Richard, has meant a lot for them in regards to where they sit in the table.
Oh, 100%. It's all about the big moments, really, with a lot of these games. It's coming down to 1 goal, as you see Team Clash there, looking to win their first 2v2 of the tournament. A little bit too little too late, but it'd be nice to get a 2v2 win on the board against Redemption Esports.
Austria Vienna now. The shot just stinging the gloves of Allison in. There's Roma net. Promising signs, though, from the 2 Austrian players, who know exactly what they need to do in this game. If they are able to win this game and Nassar Esports were to lose, they would go above them and would take that 4th spot.
You see Group C there as it stands. Fnatic 32, AS Roma Esports 29, Redemption Esports 21. Those 3 solidified. They're your top 3.
It has to be a win. It has to be a win, Richard. Even if Nassar were to draw, they'd go up to 17 points in a win for Austria Vienna. The goal difference, it's not strong enough.
They have to win this game.
They have to win this game, and Nassar Esports have to lose. They're praying out for Fnatic to clutch up in a 2v2 that, up until round 5, they haven't lost one. Half-time, 45 minutes left. They'll know the implications going on and around so many other games of what they have to do. Just win the game themselves is all they can honestly think about.
Must win game of FIFA.
Someone has to get a goal for Austria Vienna.
What's going to give? What is going to give in Group C? The top 3 are through. You don't need to worry about that. They're the 3 that are going to be in those spots. Nasser Esports or Austria Vienna. Who is going to take 4th?
Who will it be, Richard? Again, it's so hard to call. Nasser Esports, if they are to lose against Fnatic, of course they will remain on the point tally. That they are. A win for Austria Vienna will give them 4th spot. 45 minutes left, 6 minutes of real life time. As you said, Richard, who's going to be that hero in this 11-man team? Who's going to be the man to click that shoot button and for the ball to fly into the back of the net?
We also need to look at the Fnatic game as well, because that's really...
Fnatic have to win. Here's a chance for Austria Vienna now.
Currently 0-0, that game between Fnatic and Nasser Esports.
A draw would be enough for Nasser Esports.
Yep.
The goal difference is just too strong for them. There's 7 goals between both these teams, obviously Austria Vienna and Nasser Esports currently, -12. Was Austria Vienna's tally. And only -5 for Nasser Esports currently. Can't go down by a goal to 0. Well, AS Roma are going to crash those dreams for Austria Vienna of getting themselves into the knockouts. Well defended by Kante. Heroic defending in and around the box. Every tackle's huge.
Yeah, if anything, even if they win this game, Austria Vienna, they need Fnatic to win. They have to have Fnatic beat Nasser Esports.
It's done well. Mbappe's going to win a corner for his efforts there. Van Dijk just couldn't get under control. Their team clash 2-0 up, as you said. First 2v2, we're going to see them actually win. Ball into the box, this could be a chance. Mbappe just didn't connect onto that at all. Pressure, fantastic though, Vieira. He's in and around the box. The ball rolled to just take out Van Dijk. And again, just rushed into the box. It just hit Carlos Alberto. And possession changed hands again. There was another goal. As you said, it was team clash that picked up that second goal. A little pass around the corner. Eusebio straight into the left-hand corner. And again, I'm sure they'll be asking the questions, why have we left it this late to start playing well in our 2v2 matchups?
And that is exactly as it stands right now. All goals, all points currently up to date. Fnatic need to beat Nasser Esports for Austria Vienna to have themselves a chance of going through.
And if you remember back to the FIFA Nations Cup, Richard, obviously a tournament that did feature the 2v2, it was Finland that did enough to send France through, and then what happened there? France went on to become the champions. So the 2v2 aspect living up to the hype as always. Here's the games we're looking at right now. Team Clash, we know they've scored 2 goals. We know they're in front. Unfortunately, they're already out of the competition. They can only get a maximum of 10 points. All the other games 0-0 at this moment in time. Fnatic against Nasser Esports and AS Roma against FK Austria Vienna. Austria Vienna must win. Nasser Esports must lose to Fnatic. We'll keep you up to date. Last 25 minutes or so of these games.
They're going to be roughly ending at the exact same time as well. Roma looking for one of these free kicks that they've been doing pretty much all tournament long. They make a run to the near post, and that's just where they find Ronaldo, just headed out.
Going to fall back to Hullet.
Great to see set pieces and tactics and plays brought into the 2v2 as well. Saw Roma implementing a few of those throughout their time during the 2v2 format.
"20 minutes left in that Fnatic Nasser Esports game. There's been a pause cued as well by Fnatic in there. Maybe an attacking change. They maybe want to go an extra mile to pick up that win and ensure their point tally will go up to 34. Obviously, they'll finish from 32 if they do draw that game.
It's in Nasser Esports' hands, really. If they win the game, they're through. Simple as that.
Well defended there by Patrick Vieira.
Chance for Fnatic, just on the edge of the box. Shot near post, great save.
Austria Vienna to come forward. Delit though, fantastic tackle. Well, one back by Virgil van Dijk. Needs something going forward, do the Austrian team.
It's a chance.
Zidane into Mbappe towards the back post. He's just punched away to the edge of the box.
We saw it last week in Austria, a lot of crosses going into the box. And it's just not a viable strategy this year with crossing into the box.
AS Roma Esports' turn to go forward. Could they crush the dreams?
What a save.
Oh, Vienna, not that time.
Match saving save right there.
Into the box, going to be headed away, and it is headed away only as far as the edge of the box though. AS Roma Esports still in possession. 15 minutes left in both of the games. We're trying to keep our eye on that Fnatic game as well, just to the corner of our eye on the left. And there's a free kick on the edge of the box for Fnatic.
For a second I thought that they gave a penalty.
Tom
we
scored
saw
one
him
of these
score one of
directs.
these, yeah, earlier in the tournament with Trent.
If he can do it now, it would be a huge goal, but again, they must win that game.
You can
Here
see
comes
the top
free
left
kick
corner
now.
of your screen.
Trent Alexander-Arnold's definitely going to be taking this one as well. You can see him around the edge of the box. Could be a chance for...
Oh, off the wall. Flicked up off of the wall.
Austria Vienna just couldn't get the fine-out pass in and around the box. Time is running out.
Short corner.
This could be it. AS Roma, they're through. They can get the cross over. Fantastic tackle again. Defensively, they have been sound. I've never found it more difficult to try and commentate over two games at once.
Fnatic, chance, edge of the box, played in field, goal!
They have
Fnatic score! Austria Vienna
They must
just
score.
have to score.
7 minutes left. Someone has to score. Huge goal in the complexion of this Group C from Fnatic. We'll look at the goal now. Chance for AS Roma though. Defended
Last
well.
ditch, every time, last ditch defending.
Allison picks it up. 4 minutes left. This would be incredible. Have to win. Again, they've just given away possession. And they are going to start to overcommit players defensively. They've got numbers going forward, Richard, but no one's latching onto the ball.
Austria
Vieira that
Vienna
time.
have got a minute, roughly,
There's the runner.
to score a goal.
Messi, he's through.
He's not played it.
There it is. Chance. Ronaldo, of all people, to save.
Allison. If they score, they go through.
Corner to come in. Ronaldo's at the front post. He's headed away to the edge of the box. But Vieira will be there. He's run into danger.
Close.
And it will be the end of the road for Austria Vienna. That's going to be game over. Nassau Esports will do enough to take a top 4 finish. They will, and they will be into the knockouts.
What a finish right there. Austria Vienna left it late, and they are out of the Club World Cup. Team Clash and Austria Vienna will be eliminated from Group C, and your top 4, Fnatic, Roma, Redemption, and Nassau Esports.
I think Fnatic enjoyed that as well. Fnatic were part of that. They were part of everything there. They won their game by a goal. 2-0, they're still in the game at the moment. 88th minute, they're 1-0 up against Nassau Esports. It was simple. Fnatic had to beat Nassau, and FK Austria Vienna had to win their game. Unfortunately, they couldn't do that. So even a defeat here for Nassau Esports would be enough for them to be in the top 4 of Group C.
And that is as it has finished in the groups. 34 points, Fnatic. AS Roma Esports, 29 in second. Redemption Esports, 21 points. And Nassau Esports go through by a point. 15 points with a -6 goal difference. That's only half of the action, though. We've got another group to finalise.
And of course, the most points we've seen accumulated by a group as of yet in Group C. Fnatic, fantastic stuff indeed from the duo of Tex and Tom. But we're jumping over to Group A. We thought there was drama in Group C. This one
nothing yet.
Is even tighter. 3 teams currently sit on 15 points at the moment. Who will be the 2 teams that will be joining Team Neo and #United into the knockout stage? There's a free kick here for Team Neo, in fact. 22 minutes on the clock. You can see that game just in the left kind of top corner of your screen. It's going to be Ronaldo, Huller and Neymar over. I think Ronaldo will take the direct shot. It does come in and it's just fizzed wide. But as we said, the game with a lot of implications in is that FaZe Clan Leon matchup. So we will go and check that game as our featured game. And we'll keep an eye on Nordavind, because Nordavind are still in the race for a top 4 spot.
Nordavind have just had an unbelievable chance to score against #United. About 3 yards out, R9 has managed to put it wide. Such a tight chance.
Another day he scores, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that changes the complete complexion of the table.
Well, it was a draw for TAS and a win for Mino to take 4 points out of this round 5 so far, which at the moment puts them in 3rd. Here's a chance now for FaZe Clan. R9 onto the edge of the box, and it's beautiful! Straight into the right bottom corner. And the first time we've seen these two link up in the 2v2 and look deadly in the final third.
And what a time to do it as well. FaZe Clan coming good at the right time. I seem to remember a similar story last year when it was TAS and Lev Binken playing. That will solidify their spot in 3rd, 19 points. And it's the battle for 4th between Gillette Infinity and Nordavind. Both of those 2 individual games goalless. Hashtag
really,
versus Nordavind, Neo versus Gillette.
If it ends like this, Richard, it's coming down to goal difference, and goal difference would be enough for Nordavind. Again, we're not going to get carried away with that yet, because a lot can happen in 2v2 FIFA. There's a chance there, just Squan's going to fall back to Nordavind over in that game, and we'll keep you updated. In this game, though, it's all to do for Olympic Lyon. If Lyon were to be in a drawing position, they would also be on 16 points, Richard, but on goal difference, they would still sit, of course, bottom in 6th spot in this Group A at the moment.
Frantic, fascinating. FIFA right now. You cannot predict any of these groups.
Here's Lyon. Can R9 find CR7? He just can't latch on to added time of 2 minutes in this first half, and the game has seemed to go so quick. The #Nordavind game, that's in half-time at the moment at 0-0.
Coming into half-time across all 3 matches. 45 minutes left for Nordavind against #United. They win the game. They go through. It's in their own hands right now. They have the goal difference advantage on Gillette Infinity.
You can hear a lot of chatting as well between TAS and Mino. Every decision's crucial. What they're going to do from this corner. Out to the edge of the box. It's dinked up, and unfortunately, final whistle goes, but it's off target anyway. No shots registered at all from Olympic Lyon, and from what we saw, we didn't even see an attack on goal.
Yeah, it's been a good performance, hasn't it, from what we see there from the stats from FaZe Clan. The 2v2's been probably the weakest point in their armour so far, but getting the job done when they need to. See TAS looking around the other stations, looking at the implications of their result on their group standing. Did I see a little high five there between them?
I think that was a bit of each other's chairs knocking into each other.
Okay, so
we made this point yesterday. It's pretty difficult to get 2 chairs right next to each other in front of a little monitor.
They seem happy.
You would be, but only 1-0 up, aren't they?
It's a narrow scoreline. It's a very, very narrow scoreline.
Even if they were to draw this, Richard, they'd be on 17 points. And they're up against Olympic Lyon, who are currently at the foot of the table at the moment. They've not got a good goal difference behind them.
It'll also be 7 points from the last 9 that they've picked up, which is a great round 5. A draw for TAS, a win for Mino, and then a win in the final game as well. It'd be a real big statement when the pressure's on, getting the results. 7 out of 9 is impressive, to say the least.
Into the last 45 minutes of the 2v2 matches across all of the games. Hashtag against Nordavind just kicked off in the second half. Again, that table will keep on moving as goals go in, so we will keep you updated, and we'll go round to all the games as soon as we see some action from him. Of course, Infinity against Neo, which just kicked off in the second half as well. That's 0-0 at this moment in time, and these are all, of course, the positions on the table that are updated on the current scoring in the matches with the points added. So FaZe Clan will be on 19 points in 3rd place. Even if they were to draw this, Richard, 17 points would still be a strong tally, which I believe would be enough if other results go their way.
There's plenty of FIFA left to play, though. You saw how late they left it.
I mean, if Nordavind win and Infinity win, lots of things can happen.
Feel like we're not done yet in the Neo versus Gillette Infinity game. I feel like there's a goal to come. Don't know which way it's going to go, but there will be a goal in that game. It's a Richard Buckley prediction.
Of course, Zibwolf and Janos, the two Colombians that have travelled very far to come in.
They're not going to go out without a whimper. They're going to go out fighting.
Pass comes to nothing. Sliero and Coco v Bastos. That's a mistake. It's going to fall back to a Lyon now. Olympic Lyon on the charge. Mbappe into R9. Does enough just to hold up and keep possession. Keeps the pressure on. Ding ball into the box. Obviously there was a risk to follow with that fake shot, maybe into the shot. And there has been a huge goal, but ruled out for being offside.
Back to the Lyon game. Oh, the chance there. Yeah, Nordavind have just scored and it was ruled offside. That's the second time this has happened.
We heard a huge roar, but we didn't see the score updated.
Look how narrow this is. Look how narrow this decision is. The flag went up. It was centimetres offside.
Sadio Mane that was offside. We'll see it again.
The trailing boot just offside. Oh, so tight.
There'll be football fans out there protesting.
VAR! Where's VAR?
It was just the little extension of that right foot from Mane. Again, that goes in, Richard. 18 points there would be on. Just looking more secure in fourth. Wouldn't overlap phase. And these are the three games. And then we will be concluded with Group A and C. Neo against Gillette Infinity, 0-0 at the moment. We know that Neo are sitting in second. Hashtag top of the pile at the moment. They're 0-0 against Nordavind. Nordavind sitting in fourth. At this moment in time, a draw, keeping them in fourth.
25 minutes left to play across the grounds. Where will the drama be unfolding?
In which game is going to bring that piece of magic? That last-minute piece of drama. A mistake that really could cost someone a place in the final 16. We'll keep you up to date with all of those games as they're happening. That Nordavind hashtag game, though, Richard, just looks interesting.
It looks like everything's on a knife edge right now. We're balancing on a tightrope.
They need that point. If they don't get the point, Infinity will jump into fourth. At the moment, they're level on goal difference.
You talk about that table there, right there. If hashtag beat Nordavind, Gillette will go through on.
Yeah, they would. They'd have a point more than them.
If Neo score against Gillette, then it all mixes up again.
If it stays as it is at the moment of 0-0s across both hashtag and Nordavind and hashtag, of course, going top of the group, and then the other match, Neo against Gillette, it would be a goal difference of -2 over the -4 of Infinity. That would mean that Nordavind would be through. There's still a long time left, though. Each match into around 20 minutes left, 15 minutes left in the Nordavind game. 20 minutes left in our featured matchup as well. We're going to have a look at all three of them, Richard. Why not? There's not long left in any of the games. Nordavind have got a pause cued as well on the top right-hand corner of your screen. That is such a big game. They all are, really. Neo 0-0 against Infinity Esports. 18 minutes left in that game. And 18 minutes left in FaZe Clan against Olympic Lyon, who Olympic Lyon are currently going out of the tournament. They're rock bottom of the group.
After getting 7 points in your first round, it's been a dreadful tournament throughout the rest of the remaining fixtures for Olympic Lyon. Gillette Infinity, free kick, 29 yards out, top of the box. Can we see a cross in?
something off the training ground. When you've got that 2v2 aspect, you have got the ability to move players in and around the box. You expect to see Cristiano Ronaldo being moved around or in the best position possible for a header. No, he's played it short. We're following that game at the moment. Top left-hand corner of your screen. It's Infinity in possession at the moment. Chance for Olympic Lyon. Oh, my. In that FaZe Clan game, keeper just about picks it up.
Yeah, flashed across the box and nobody reacted quickest to it. Goalkeeper managed to drop onto the ball.
Here's a chance for Neo, Richard. That comes of nothing against Infinity Esports. They're still in possession, though. They're still in possession. Top left-hand corner of your screen. Possession changes hands once again.
Bottom of your screen, Olympic Lyon inside the box. Good block from Virgil van Dijk.
Whilst in the hashtag Nordavin game, it was a change of custom tactics and a few players. Fresh legs could be pivotal in these last
inside the box,
Kevin De Bruyne. Oh, where's the ball going? That ball finds the back of the net, Richard. Infinity jump up to 4th, Nordavin go down to 5th.
If it just finds a black shirt, it's in.
I don't know where to look.
Corner, Gillette Infinity. 8 minutes left to play.
Nordavin have got an attack as well.
The building.
Infinity, corner played short, Messi picking up the ball. That's Janos and of course Sid Wolf, the two Colombians representing Infinity. They've got a chance in and around the box. Is it going to fall? It's gone in, and that could be enough to send the Colombians through in a top 4 spot. Nordavins have to respond. We said it was coming.
I said there would be a goal. I said there was a goal in that game. And it's fallen to Kylian Mbappe after a scramble inside the box.
Added time in
and
the hashtag game as well. Oh, it's off. It's finished. Hashtag snatch a 1-0 lead there. They'll finish top of Group A. And Nordavin's dreams will be crushed unless Neo find an equaliser. And it would be on goal difference.
FaZe Clan are in.
That there would be a chance, a hope, that Nordavin will go through. And you can't see
there's time left in the Neo game. There's 8 minutes,
about
8 minutes left.
The Neo booth is literally next door to the Nordavin booth. It would not surprise me to see put them players over to the Neo booth to try and support them. In the last 6 minutes, can the duo, Tom Stokes and Gorilla, pull off a huge turnaround? That's a full-time result there. FaZe Clan, huge round 5, 7 points out of a possible 9. They go through in 3rd spot.
Full time, hashtag United, beat Nordavin. They go through top of the pile. The only game remaining with about 6-7 minutes left is Neo versus Gillette Infinity Esports.
We know the 3 names. We know 3 names already going through. We are waiting to find out who will be that 4th name. Is it going to be Gillette Infinity or will it be Nordavin? 6 minutes left, Richard.
That is the table as it stands. Hashtag top 28. Neo 22. FaZe Clan through 19 points. Gillette Infinity as it stands are going through 4th on 18 points. Nordavin 15 points. Olympic Lyon 15.
They would hope. They have to win. Neo have to win.
They've got to score 2 goals in 6 minutes. If you're a Nordavin fan.
Beg your pardon, not even a draw. Has to be a win from the UK duo.
For Nordavin to go through.
5 minutes left to find something. Just don't see it happening. You don't throw away a 1-0 lead. Everyone will be back behind the ball to defend for your life.
But surely, is that bad game management from Nordavin bringing out the goalkeeper last kick of the game? Because
a point would have...
A point, you usually need 1 goal instead of 2.
Again, obviously they were playing the game and didn't get a chance to focus on the table as much as we've been able to. We're nearly in added time already. I just don't see 2 goals here, Richard. The case for... Chance for Neo now. Eusebio. Back to R9. Added time of 2 minutes. There won't be enough time to get the ball. Again, even if they did score. About 40 seconds left. It will be Gillette Infinity Esports making it through to the round of 16 with a 4th spot finish. And as you said, Richard, to reel those names off again, hashtag top in the group, Neo in 2nd, FaZe in 3rd, and Infinity Esports taking that 4th spot.
What a final round here from the Club World Cup. That is the final standings from Group A. Hashtag United 28 points, Neo 22 points, FaZe Clan 19, Gillette Infinity 18 points, Nordavind and Olympic Lyon crash out of the tournament. Wow.
Well, we knew it was going to be going to the final whistle, Richard, and it certainly has done there in front of us. I've not got much voice left, and we only just got going for today. Nordavind, again, you said it perfectly. If Nordavind just get a draw in that game and finish 0-0, Neo somehow find an equaliser on goal difference, Nordavind would have went through.
It didn't happen, did it? Gillette Infinity won the game. They go through in 4th. They did what they had to do. They didn't rely on other people's results. They made sure that they won the match, and they go through.
Exactly what they did. Hashtag United as well, looking strong, top the group. Neo as well. I think they were never in Warrior. They obviously finished 2nd. We're going to have a look at Group C as well, because we did finish that round 5, and we, of course, was able to cover the last few huge match moments, which included Austria Vienna getting knocked out. And it was kind of a case of if Fnatic could beat Nassau and Austria Vienna could win against AS Roma Esports, it would be enough to send them through. It didn't happen though, Richard, of course, and that is how the top 4 is looking.
Yeah, and we're going to see how the bracket is looking as well with the teams we know who they're going to be playing against right now, A versus C, later on in the round of 16. But what a performance from Fnatic, 34 points out of a potential 45. A real dominant display in the Club World Cup.
Yeah, really impressive as well from everyone in that Group C, Richard. Of course, we've still got Group B and D to conclude, but you know, just off the top of that, we know that obviously 1st against 4th and so on like that, but the highest seed will get to choose what console they'll be kicking off on, because when we do get into the knockout stages, the format changes slightly. We don't do 1v1, 1v1, 2v2. So 1v1, 2v2. And if we need to go that extra step, we will go to the 1v1.
Yeah, so it's all about who the highest seed is. They pick which console they want to play on. So if you see potentially a weaker player, you're then going to pick that player. We've seen A and C, how they finish. Let's have a look at B and D, how they're looking for round 4, leg 1. Basel Esports, first game against 11's Bristol Esports against Movie Star Riders, and Makers versus Blue United, Brandon, in Group B.
Exactly that. So many big games to come, Richard, over in Group D. Manchester Esports didn't see too many goals from them, but this is their time to shine. Ducks Gaming as well. Still a lot more to come from them. Still so many games to come up. We'll be back in around 30 minutes or so to get those Group B and D games underway here at the eClub World Cup.
Hello and welcome. We are coming to you live from Milan, a city renowned for fashion. But actually today, it was all about drama for Gillette Infinity Esports at the FIFA eClub World Cup. Let's find out what happened.
Infinity, corner played short, Messi picking up the ball. That's Janos and of course Sid Ball for the two Colombians. Representing Infinity, they've got a chance in and around the box. Is it going to fall? Oh, it's gone in! And that could be enough to send the Colombians through in a top 4 spot.
I mean, spectacular, right?
Absolute scenes. You know, we knew with this format it was going to go down to the wire. The fact that there's 9 points available for every round across 3 different games meant that it was not over to the final game of the final round, and it lived up to the bidding. I loved it.
It was amazing listening to all the casters try and keep up with just how much shuffling there was going. He said, oh no, but it's changed again. I mean, that's the greatness of the format though, right?
Yeah, loads of different permutations. You can't really count for any one result helping you. You've got to just get your own wins as much as possible. And, you know, across the 45 points available in a group stage, you know, no one's really getting past that 30 mark. Of 32, I think, was the max. So it shows you how many people are dropping points.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the Group A table and see exactly what happened in case you've missed it. So there you go, your boys doing all right.
Yeah, hashtag doing all right.
Yeah.
Finishing top of Group A, good to see. And then you've got Nordavin, quite unlucky to go out there. And Leon, you know, we were talking about Leon after the first round of fixtures as the only team that had won all their games or not lost a game.
Yeah.
And obviously that didn't last long enough for them. They've been eliminated from the tournament.
It's really shocking. Like, this is what I mean. Like, just over the past 2 days, things have really. There has been some consistency, but there's also been some really like opposite. You know, like going really from fantastic to then just nothing.
Yeah, obviously it depends on who you're playing. You know, you might have a tough first fixture or an easy first fixture, but then it's going to level out eventually. Some people have played, or everyone has played 3 or 5 rounds yesterday, but they might have not played the best teams yet. So sometimes the league table can be a little bit misleading. Only one that matters is how it finishes.
This is very true. Well, let's take a look at Group C now as well. So yeah, Fnatic. So they were well ahead, like super ahead. Was it by 8? Was it 8 points? Was it 8 points to start with? And then now it's.
I did them dirty earlier. I said 32 points was the most. They got to 34, so I stand corrected there.
Ooh.
But 34 points from possible 45 shows that even Fnatic, who are the hotly tipped team going into the tournament, dropped 11 points across the board. We saw a Tex drop a game yesterday. He lost. We saw Tom lose today. So they are human. They can be beaten, and that's the sort of motivation anyone going up against Fnatic is going to need. And NASA got themselves through in 4th position, only 1 point above Austria Vienna, who were eliminated. And Team Clash is the biggest shock of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Very, very hotly tipped going into it. Some people's favourites to win the whole thing, with the #1 PlayStation player in the world, along with Nightwatch, who's a Champions League finalist last year. They, by their own standards, and they've said this themselves, I spoke to Nightwatch a second ago, they didn't deserve to go through.
Yeah, I mean, I think even like the NASA Esports and Austria match, that kind of came right down until the final sort of moments. They knew that it was sort of everything to play for, but nothing sort of came through in the end.
I think that's a lesson to all these guys who are about to play now in Group B and D, is even if you think you're out, until it's mathematical, keep fighting to the very last moment. You never know how the other results are going to go. If one team books their place in the knockout round, are they going to take their foot off the gas a little bit? So, yeah, keep going until it's over. And also, don't let like one person's, for example, say you lose a singles match.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you've still got to lift yourself for the doubles match. And if your teammate can sort you out and give yourself something to play for, you've got to go into that doubles game, you know, fresh and ready.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of just never giving up. You just don't know, you don't know how it's going to sort of shuffle out. Speaking of never giving up, we are now through to our final group stages. So we are going to have a look at B and D, which are going to be the matches that are coming up now. So who we got here? Who we got our eye on?
Well, it's a great start to Group B with Basel going up against 11s. Basel top of that group right now, 5-point lead. Obviously, they've got Nicholas, a massive player across the PlayStation over the last few years. Isn't having his best year this year, but a chance to go out and maybe win this tournament. He won it last year with Tex in the Kings Esports team. Can he do it for Basel? But 11s representing Gareth Bale.
I know,
honestly. Massive story.
Yeah.
And they're doing well as well. They're in the promotion spots, if you like to call it that, at the moment. Moving into Group D, you know, we've got some massive games. I'm liking the look of Futways Australia going up against Man City. Man City currently not in the qualification spot, but if they get some good results against Futways, they could change that. Their problem has been scoring. They've scored 4, conceded 6 in their 9 games so far. So not super leaky at the back, but they're not scoring enough.
I think it's just, if anything, like what's happened previously is to show that we just don't know. Like we have all these ideas right now, and actually we have no idea how it's going to all kind of like shuffle out in the scheme of things, because there's so much to kind of factor in. And yeah, this 2v2 thing at the end just really mixes everything up. But I'm going to stop talking now. Spencer's going to have a break and a cup of tea, do some quick maths, you know, just for the next bit, and we're going to chuck it over to our casters to get this underway.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, it's our job to kind of work our way through these groups and find out who is going to be those teams who do fill up those qualification spots. Group B and Group D, obviously still to go. We had Group A and Group C this morning. Some late drama that we saw earlier this morning. Hopefully, we'll have a little bit more of that as these games go on.
Yeah, with how tight these groups are of B and D, we are going to have that drama. I mean, already it's so difficult to try and tell who's going to be the teams qualifying, who are the teams not going to be qualifying. We don't really have any clear leaders like we did in A and C with the likes of Fnatic and Roma. So it's going to come down to who can actually get victories in 2v2. I've been looking through the groups, and we've had so many 2v2 draws, especially in these two groups, whereas the one team that's actually found a victory is Man City, and that's their only victory so far in the tournament. It's from a 2v2.
Well, let's keep you updated with how we're starting at the moment. Let's look at Group B to show you the standings before the second lot of games get underway. After day one, we've got FC Basel sitting at the top. For me, probably the standout team out of Group B and D yesterday. 11's in there in second place. Makers on 11 points. Borussia Esports on 11. Movistar Riders on 11 points as well. And it's incredibly tight between that group, even first all the way through to fifth. Blue United didn't have the greatest day, but still in with a shot.
Yeah, we'd still need to see something miraculous from Blue United, I think, for them to come back into things. But there is still 18 points up for grabs, so it is still entirely possible. And that's what I mean. FC Basel, they're not guaranteed through just yet. They still need to pick up a few more points. But Group B, very, very tight around that qualification spot.
Yeah, expecting some quite nervy games, to be honest with you. Some of those teams are going to be desperate not only to just take points off of each other, but not give points away as well, because one result, 1-0 that doesn't quite go your way, then you could be in trouble. But we're going to start off with a top of the table clash as it stands. We're going to have FC Basel taking on 11s. It's going to be Nicholas representing FC Basel taking on Ethans.
FC Basel, they were unbeaten yesterday until Nicholas lost a 1v1 game, and he wasn't particularly happy about it as well. We saw him kind of storm off stage after that loss, wasn't happy with several different factors, but today I'm sure he will be more focused. He's got 2 wins and 1 loss, whereas for Ethan, a win, a draw, and a loss for him. So both in pretty good form, and both of these teams towards the top of the table as well. I'd say this result would be more important for 11s than FC Basel, but of course, FC Basel still want to try and secure that spot.
Yeah, still want to start off with good momentum as well. Start your day off on the right foot, keep that going through to the knockout stages, and not surprising me to see Nicholas a little bit disappointed with that result yesterday, like you were talking about. I think he's kind of stepped up. We noticed yesterday as that leader here for FC Basel, and he's going to want to lead by example, not just be a vocal leader, but as I say, get points on the board and help Cody to finish her out where he can, especially going up first here on the PlayStation.
And just a quick reminder for all of you viewers as well, just remember to link your Twitch and EA accounts, as you will be available to get some drops throughout the weekend. I think there is a Headliners Salah that is going to be dropped into people's accounts soon, so keep an eye out for that one if you have already linked them. If you haven't linked them, make sure you do, because there's more rewards to come throughout the weekend.
Yeah, that's a foot item that is very ready to be upgraded as well, with Liverpool in such fine form. The rest of the game in hand now. FC Basel Esports versus 11s. Gareth Bale, the man behind the wheel of 11s, of course, coming into the esports scene very recently, picking up both Ethan and Resende to represent him at the FIFA eClub World Cup. As we see Nicholas now just kind of taking his time to try and pick at the defence, but it's been stolen by Kylian Mbappe now, and you're going to see a potential counter-attack opportunity develop. However, instead of deciding to be direct and go forward too quickly, I say Ethan's maybe just taking his time here to kind of feel his way into the tournament today.
Well, and it was something we were discussing earlier in the tournament as well, is that counter-attacking has kind of been made redundant in this particular meta. Very difficult to try and break away fast because of the speed of the defenders that we're seeing now, both fullbacks and centre-backs. So you do have to build up a little bit more slowly.
We need to see a battle of pace here, and it's going to be Van Dijk, who just had a yard or so head start on Cristiano Ronaldo there. He was trying to make that gap up as quickly as he could. I'm looking around as well, and we've got some goals already flying in from the other games, and This one comes between Makers and Blue United. There's Makers who are making their way forward, but no, a big mistake at the back from David Luiz. As an Arsenal fan, it's something I hate to see. Blue United, who are bottom of the table as it stands, will be on their way to picking up of 3 points. But another goal going in here, this time for Borussia Esports.
Yeah, Borussia really wanting to find a decent result here against Movistar Riders. Big surprise, though, for me, for Blue, going 1-0 up. They have done that throughout the entire tournament. They have found an early goal. And we'll check in with all of those games when we get goal updates. But back to Basel versus 11s then. I wonder if there's still that kind of fear factor when you go up against Nicholas. He is, of course, the FIFA 19 playoff champion on the PlayStation. Had a great World Cup as well. Just didn't quite get as far as... Well, I didn't get past Mo Alba, who was the eventual World Cup winner.
What a game that was as well.
One of the best of the FIFA 19 calendar, that's for sure. But at the start of FIFA 20, Nicholas certainly has lost a little bit of something. But if he can keep that scary factor of when someone's going up against him and they go, well, it is Nicholas, it is the playoff champion. As there is a goal between Sporting and R288. And it's Sporting going forward as well. Finds Messi on the left. And that outside of the boot trait that you always talk about, so special.
Back to our feature game then, and Delict has to get in the way of that strike towards goal as Nicholas comes under just a little bit of pressure here for the first time in this game from Ethan. Around 15 minutes or so until half-time here. The goalkeeper been really made to work too much.
Certainly points needed for 11s, even though second in the table at the moment. They've got Borussia, Movistar and Makers all breathing down their necks. Only 2 points behind all the other three sides. So if they were to fall to FC Basel across several different games, then they might find themselves residing in those bottom two spots, to be honest.
Every single game and every single point is so vital at this stage of the tournament, and a little misplaced pass there from Ruud Gullit has allowed the strike for Ronaldo. But Alisson was equal to it. The first strike of the game doesn't result in a goal. There is a corner here for Nicholas though, and Neymar's trying to wriggle his way through. The body's inside the box, can't do so, and now you can see Ethan with the chance once again maybe to go forward on the counter-attack, looking to release Kylian Mbappe. Turns away from his man. The ball around the corner here to Cristiano Ronaldo, and from one end to the other, almost created the opportunity. But keeps possession here, Dan.
Yeah, still has it and still has plenty of chance to go forward. Very promising attack.
R9 across the box, and Ronaldo had the opportunity to strike at goal, but could only find the side netting.
For as much as I talk about counter-attacks not really being a thing, there was a great opportunity there from Ethan. It's really just trying to utilise the pace of Mbappe out on the right wing, but knowing when to just ball roll away from the man, keep possession as best as possible. One of the most common mistakes I see in just general FIFA gameplay is just trying to overrun it with those fast, pacey strikers and wingers, which are so easily contested by fullbacks nowadays. You've got to just ball roll away. Wait for that fullback to maybe join you, and then you get a little bit more space out on the wing.
Well, it's found R9 now. In turn finds Cristiano Ronaldo heel to heel here from Nicholas, but he just runs into the brick wall that is Virgil van Dijk. And at the break here, no goals to report, but both players showing signs. And this really could go either way as far as that first goal is concerned.
Heel to heel is always a funny one for me in the box as well, because the amount of times we see it just fail, but when it does work, it gives you so much room and so much space to actually get a shot away. So I feel like it is worth the risk, and that's why the pro players try it so often. There's discussions going on for the Basel players.
Yes, but I can move because it's like, for example, all the players are like, sometimes it's like marking on a player.
Just listening in here to see if we can catch anything. Unfortunately, a little bit too quiet.
But if you pass
Couldn't quite hear that, but going back to your point about the heel-to-heel, I think it's one of those skill moves that kind of the alternative to something like the drag bait where you're looking to turn back on yourself. You can almost bait that and then get that little burst of acceleration away, especially when you've got a five-star weak-footed player and you can strike it on either side. It just gives you that extra half a yard just to get away from the player.
It's
one of the more effective skill moves in the game.
Nicholas speaking in English as well. obviously so many different nationalities at this tournament, and even though the majority of teams seem to have paired up with the same nationality, there are a few mix and matches around. And of course, their opposition's 11s, same there as well, English and Brazilian. Resende was one of the standout players throughout the FIFA 19 season. He was able to be very successful in one of the earlier LQEs in the 19 season back in London. And then Ethan, of course, he knows London, he knows that arena, the Gfinity arena, quite well as well. Played in the Elite Series for #United. It was only a short contract in the end, but enough to put his name on the map, and now representing 11s surely is a dream come true.
Great ball out to Robertson there from De Ligt. Just a little bit of room for the Scot here. Mbappe fighting here with R9 Ronaldo. That physical presence of R9 just offers you something defensively as well. As Nicholas looks to just chip away at the defensive wall here at Ethan, and all of a sudden you saw that burst of acceleration, trying to find that penetrative pass. Unfortunately for him, just so many players, as you would expect, behind the ball at this point in the FIFA 20 meta. These are all the games that we've got going on at the moment in Group B as well. FC Basel versus 11's obviously our featured game. And we have Borussia Esports versus Movistar Riders. 1-0 to Borussia Esports in that game, a huge goal. And Blue United still holding on to that 1-goal advantage against Makers.
Yeah, and if Blue United were to get a victory here, they'd only be 3 points off that qualification spot. So they're not down and out just yet as we look across the 3 games in Group D. Still goalless between Footwiz Australia and Man City Esports. Sporting have a 1-0 lead against R288, and then Ducks versus Complexity is also goalless. We will keep you updated on all of these games when the goals do come in, or if the goals come in, should I say, for some of those games. Man City, in particular, only 4 goals so far throughout the entire tournament after 9 matches.
A little bit of dry spell for the Man City players. Both Ryan and Shell struggling to go forward. Quick chat with Ryan just before they settled down in their booth, and I said, 3 at the back, go for it, see what happens. He disagreed. We'll have a look at how it stands in Group B.
And honestly, it's so tight, and you can see how close Blue United are now to Makers. It's just that goal difference that could let them down, -7.
Here comes Nicholas then with Frankie de Jong. Little ball round the corner here to Cristiano Ronaldo, just got half a yard of space. Maybe just slightly off balance on that weaker side, that left foot, to really hit a shot with any venom. But now he's keeping the pressure on, and you can see he's just trying to slide that ball in behind Virgil van Dijk. There was a man free. But Nicholas just seems to have upped the pressure in his game a little bit here, defensively, slightly higher line. Trying to win that ball back and just find a goal to separate these 2 players.
Yeah, because I think realistically Ethan would be more than happy with a draw here against Nicholas. Basel top of the table. He could pinch a win. It would be massive for 11s as it goes out for a corner. There was shouts from the crowd for a penalty, I'm sure.
We'll see some of the changes here from Nicholas as well. Likes to keep fresh legs on the pitch. You'll see Timothy Imane brought on that left-hand side. Eusebio on the right. And he moved actually into that central striker position now. And on the other side, Lionel Messi. Put one in that camera. We've seen some big goals from Lionel Messi, especially from around the edge of the box as well. That left foot just hitting those finesse shots in at the near post.
One of the big discussions in Atlanta was, are you starting Messi just because of the formation? Are you going to be playing someone off Kem? Because otherwise you're going to have to start Mane because he's the only realistic left winger. Some people were playing Mbappe off Kem, for example, on that left-hand side. Some playing Kante off Kem. And it got to a point where people were dropping Messi just because of chemistry reasons, but it seems like he's worked his way back into a lot of squads. And it does all come down to play style, you're completely right. If you want someone who has a little bit more brute force, though, and you can kind of play those through balls and they can shrug defenders off, Messi might not be your man. But if you're very good on the ball and you have good skill moves, you like the pass and move style, the fluid FIFA, then Messi is your man.
73 minutes on the clock. And at the moment, no goals to report. Is there going to be a late winner here between these two players? Nicholas certainly been the player who's been more proactive in going forward and looking to score himself, but as I say, maybe Ethan's come in with a job to do in this particular game as Mane now runs at Alexander-Arnold. Fantastic tackle from the Liverpool man, though. We'll slow down that piece of play. As you say, I think Ethan might come into this game and think, I'll be happy with a point here against Nicholas.
Yeah, and it will be very different when it comes to knockout stages. It's not going to be the same case of there's 9 points up for grabs. Instead, it's all about getting that victory and then going into the 2v2 and trying to secure another one so you don't ever have to go to that third game.
Well, there's going to be a corner here for Ethan. It looks like the option to take this one short, or maybe he's actually going to swing this one in. Goalkeeper thought about coming. Ronaldo does win the header. He was contested well enough by the defenders there to not be able to get as much power on the header as he would have wanted. Now look at the space on this right-hand side for Carlos Alberto. Goes back inside and just slows things down for a second. With 81 minutes on the clock, Nicholas is going to want to make the most of this possession.
Yeah, using the double tap of R1 to bring players closer, making sure Mbappe didn't go for a little walkabouts down the right-hand side.
Well, it finds Eusebio here. Messi comes and collects the ball here, off of Hullet as well. Just filling that space in between the two central defensive midfielders and that back four. Messi may be looking for that ball into the feet of Eusebio. You can see the idea there from Nicholas. Unfortunately, it didn't come off to create the opportunity, but we have another goal here between Makers and Blue United. And Blue United, somehow or other, have made it 2-0.
Nagu was the only one out of the two who was able to find a victory yesterday, and looks like he might be finding his second victory of the tournament. Sakt has been the one who has struggled out of the two. 0 wins, 3 losses. So maybe he'll feel a little bit of pressure going into the next game, but back to our feature game for just added on time. It looks like it's going to be a draw unless Ethan can get anything here with Messi.
Messi tries to go around the goalkeeper. And that was the one chance you feel for Ethan there to maybe steal 3 points away. And it looks like that could be the final action of the game unless Nicholas can get this ball over the top, and it is a 0-0 draw. Points will be shared, and it looks like Ethan and Resende are pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think when you're in second in the table and you're going up against first, you just need to get a point at least, but there's still goals elsewhere. Sporting versus R288. Sporting held the lead for the majority of this game, but Mane plays it to Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's an equaliser in the 84th. Big goals, big reactions. Really important to make sure you're not dropping too many points. This is how it stands in Group B then. FC Basel still sitting pretty at the top with 19 points, but 11's not too far behind on 14. Caught up slightly by Borussia at 14 as well. Seems to be Makers and Movistar battling for that 4th place, but there's still Blue United with a chance.
I was going to say, you say that, but Blue United with a big 3 points on the board there, taking them off of Makers as well, has just opened this group up even more. And speaking of Blue United and how well they've been playing, they're going forward once more here with Eusebio. And I think this is live at the moment, or this might be another attack they're trying to formulate. Makers have the chance to go forward at 87 minutes on the clock, make that 88. It just seems they're not going to have time here, Dan, to find those 2 goals to at least rescue a point.
No, definitely run out of time at this point. Maybe increase your goal difference, make it a little bit better by getting a consolation. Whereas for Blue United, this is certainly a lifeline. And this is a statement for them towards Makers and the rest of the group, saying, look, people are underestimating us, people are talking as if we're already out of the competition. Admittedly, their goal difference really bad coming into today. They just need some results as Cruyff does get that consolation and does slightly increase that goal difference for Makers, but it is too late for it to be a possible result, a possible equaliser. Decent finish though.
Great finish there from the left foot of Johan Cruyff, the 5-star weak foot again. Showing its worth here on those attacking options. And you never know, even though it's not points on the board, a goal like that, like you mentioned, goal difference with a group so tight, it really could be a factor. So A big victory there for Blue United. Gets them points on the board. Late goal for makers might help them out goal difference-wise, but back to Sporting versus R288, and in the 88th minute, we can see what it means there. As Bruno Rato, in the last moments, has found a goal to put them in the lead.
And Bruno hadn't actually found a victory so far this tournament, so that will be his first one, if that ends up as a victory for Sporting. So these are the results as it stands at the moment in round 4 of leg 1. 11s versus FC Basel. Final result 0-0. Borussia beat Movistar Riders 1-0. And then Makers, they lost to Blue United, giving Blue United a chance 2-1.
And then Group D, we had Footwiz Australia taking on Manchester City Esports. Nothing to report there as far as goals are concerned. The points will be shared. Sporting versus R288. We've just had it confirmed as well. That is a final result as well. Big late winner for Sporting, taking all 3 points. And at the bottom there, Ducks Gaming versus Complexity. 0-0. Points will be shared.
Really important goals all around. Not many in the first leg, but I always feel like the first leg is going to be a little bit cagey because the nerves are going to start to settle in for all these players. They've been able to watch Groups A and C and been able to watch how tight everything was there and how everything can change with just a goal. So I feel like playing for a draw is a safe thing to do in certain scenarios. Of course, for some teams, you need to be playing for the win because you're at the bottom of the table. But for someone like 11s and Ethan, I think he did a good job there. Going up against Nicholas, very respectable player, one of the best players around back in FIFA 19. So I think you play defensive, you see what you can do, and you almost snatched a win at the end.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Group B when we have the option to as well, and just see how that game has affected how the standings look right now. You can see FC Basel is still at the top of the table on 19 points, 11s in at 14, tied up with Borussia Esports on 14 as well. But that bit, I want to talk about the win for Blue United, because I said yesterday, even if you had a bad day on day one, the fact that you're not completely out of the tournament means if you can come into the second day with a little bit of fire and get a result earlier, breathe confidence through your team, anything is possible. And now look at that table. It looks completely different to what it did first things today.
I mean, 12 points are still available for Blue United. If they were to win every game now, they finish on 20, and that would be enough to get them into the knockouts. Like, absolutely. We've seen that around 16, 17 points teams have been able to go through to the knockout stages, so you're going to be your target. It's going to be very difficult for Blue United, but they've already got the job done in the first game, so we'll see what happens with them.
Well, FC Basel are currently sat at the top of the table. Let's catch up with Nicholas and see how he's feeling.
Nicholas, you are defending champion here at the Club World Cup. How does it feel to be back defending your crown at another Club World Cup?
It's nice to be here because I think this tournament is so nice for me. I really like the format, and as a champion, I don't know. I don't have like something like pressure for me in the sense I just play, but it's really nice to be here again.
And you played Ethan, your opponent that you just played then, about 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago in Atlanta. Did you learn anything? You lost on that occasion. You got a draw this time around. Did you learn anything from the defeat?
About learn. I learned he's so good with skills. It's like I think he's from England. He's like Tex on PS for us, but he's so good on defense that also because this game is so defensive game with over the ball side. It's like, but he is so good, and with the skill loops he has, I think now had like 2 chances, and it was so nice skills for him. And in Atlanta he does like 3 or 4 passes, like 1-2, 1-2, and he scored against me. But he's a really good player for me.
And a lot of the PlayStation pros regard you as the best player in the world on PlayStation still, even though the rankings don't say that. What do you say to all the other players who still regard you as the best?
I don't know. I don't think I am the best. If they think I'm so like painful, it's the word. It's like, I don't know. It's like pleasure. It's for me because they thought that. But I don't feel like that. The last year I didn't feel like FIFA 18, But it's so nice for me hear that things. But this year is so hard for me. The game is it's like more defensive game. So I am more defensive than offensive player. So it's like Nicolas. So you will have a good defense. But now all the players has a good defense. So it's so hard for me. But it's so happy hear that things.
Cheers, Nicholas. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Always good to hear from Nicholas, and I think he's quite honest about how things are going this year. Very respectful guy, and his English is amazing now. I remember when he didn't really like to do interviews because he wasn't confident in his English, but Nicholas, you're amazing.
Better than his, actually,
Yeah,
at some points. But you heard in the interview as well, he said that people might think he's the best, but he doesn't think he is anymore. He knows that he needs to improve, and I think he will improve. He is one of those players that adapts. Let's take a look at the Group D table now and see how that one goes after those games. Complexity are top, but only on goal difference. They're tied up with Sporting CP, both on 16 points. R2 8 down to third on 13, and Football Australia still sat in that 4th place with 12.
Yeah, Manchester City Esports and Ducks Gaming not where they want to be right now, but as you said, the team who's making a little bit of a run after that last round of matches, Sporting CP Esports, sat in 2nd place at the moment. We had the opportunity to catch up with Bruno a little bit earlier.
You're a late addition to the Club World Cup. Did you have any added pressure coming in late, or were it all the same?
No, I think because we were called just in time of the tournament. I think we have no pressure. Of course, we are here to try to do our best, but we are playing without pressure, just no fear against anyone.
Diogo, as a teammate, talk to me about him. He's one of the best players in the world on Xbox. How is it having him as a teammate?
It's really good. He helps me so much. I love playing with him. For me, he's the best player in the world, and I'm really grateful to play with him on the same team.
And do you think you can win this? What are your expectations after a late addition to the tournament?
The main goal now is get through the group stage. I think we are in a good way to do it. But of course, in every tournament we go to, we always try to win it.
Thank you very much. Best of luck for the tournament.
Amazing to hear from the late additions to the tournament, and obviously enjoying themselves at the moment and taking it step by step, which I think is probably the most mature way to approach things.
I mean, they literally got the call the day before the tournament started. Like, that's really hard to try and mentally prepare yourself for any tournament, but also takes the pressure off a little bit, I feel. Although Diogo, when I spoke to him, he was saying he feels a bit more pressure because he wants to do it for Fierce Esports. He wants to do it for Battlecat because they're good friends. So we'll see how they get on, and they're in a good position at the moment.
Yeah, and Bruno putting in some results as well, as you say. He just got his first win, I believe, in the last game that we saw. So that's good news, but the games are already rolling in the background. So let's get the action back underway, and we have our first goal as well. Inside 7 minutes, and it's Borussia Esports taking the lead there. Gaucho with the goal.
Yeah, Borussia, we're in third, just behind 11s. And we can join this game live now as well. Gaucho versus Zidane. Movistar Riders, well, they're in the bottom 2. So they really could do with a result here, and that is not the way you want it to be starting. An early goal means that now it's going to be a real struggle. And we've seen throughout the tournament how when you go ahead, you can kind of hold on to a lead for the majority of the game. We need to see something special from Zidane here. And Zidane is a phenomenal player, definitely capable of it. He was at playoffs last year in FIFA 19, so he knows what it's like to be under pressure.
Let's see if the Spaniard can deal with the pressure. See if he can get some points on the board for his squad. Movistar Riders in that group at the moment. It's almost like a pack of wolves fighting it out for those qualification spots here in Group B. Zidane takes the corner short here to Messi. A little bit of space for him to pick a pass, and Ishiasabi on the edge of the box gets it back from Hullet. One of the cleanest of strikes there from the man from Portugal. And didn't trouble the goalkeeper.
Both of these players very successful in their own regions. Gaucho top 8 in the 2019 Virtual Bundesliga, and then Zidane was second in the Virtual La Liga of 2019, just losing out to Gravesen.
All towards the back post here. And Blanc has to deal with that as well, and between them the two Frenchmen do incredibly well, not just to clear the danger, but keep possession there for Gaucho as well.
Even though both of them very successful in their region, they haven't really faced up against each other in international competitions. And I wonder whether there'll be any research done from coaches, etc. I know when we spoke to some coaches, they say we do try and do our best at preparing and looking at everything else, but these are all the games currently going on in Group B. FC Basel versus 11s, Borussia versus Movistar, and Makers versus Blue United. Both other games goalless at the moment.
Yeah, just the one goal to report, as you say, as we do see a chance in the top left-hand side of our screen there. And there was a chance in that game, and there's a goal in another. It's coming between Sporting and R288. R2A Esports are going to take the lead here, and it's R9 Ronaldo who puts them into the lead, and that's a big goal, taking on Diego in that game.
We're joining this one live now as well. We're focusing on this one to see if Diogo can get back into it. He's had 3 games and he's had 3 wins so far in the tournament. He's been pretty impressive in the 1v1 environment. But will find himself behind.
And what a confidence boost that will be to Mr. Lillies as well. Scoring that first goal on FIFA 20, so vital, we know, but scoring it against one of the best players in the world. It's going to fill him with confidence as well, especially with the fact that his teammate wasn't able to pick up any points in the previous game himself in the 1v1. It'll be a big 3 points for them here. As Neymar now just finds a little pocket of space, looks for that run from deep there from R9, couldn't quite connect.
Mr. Lille only with the 1 victory for himself. 1 victory, 1 loss, 1 draw, so pretty average across the board. We've seen a few players do the same. I think you're going to be more than happy if you can at least pick up 1 victory throughout the group stages. Decent chance from Diogo, but nicely cut out by R288, really tracking out the run successfully, Mr. Lille. If you slip up and if you get a little bit tired, if you lack any sort of concentration, those kind of passes can get through your defence, and then suddenly you find yourself conceding sloppy goals. So you just have to make sure you stay switched on.
It's Kevin De Bruyne who was working hard to win the ball back, and we switch over here to see Borussia Esports doubling their lead here against Movie Star Riders. 2 to the good now. Neymar, the man on the score sheet. We now go back to our feature game, Sporting versus R288 as Diego now on the attack here with Cristiano Ronaldo. A little ball roll on this near side. The drag back following. Messi always finding those little pockets of space, and a nice player switch there, you have to say, from Mr. Lillies to bring Vieira out to intercept that ball.
A little bit of frustration from Diogo as well. Just kind of having a little chat with himself, saying, focus up, come on, stop making these sloppy mistakes. I did have a joke with him yesterday as well, because they asked if I'd interview him, and they asked, do you speak English? And I was like, he is English.
Well, here comes Mr. Lillies, and that's a late tackle there by Patrick Vieira. We've seen how dangerous these free kick opportunities can be. But good news if you're a Manchester City esports fan, because they struggled to score yesterday. But what a goal that is to help them out of that bottom 2 as well.
And then Borussia versus Movistar. It was a 2-0 lead, but it looks like that's been cut down now. Back post, Cristiano Ronaldo, FIFA 19-esque.
What year is it?
It's coming back. That Team of the Year Ronaldo is insane, and I think more crosses will start to come in, especially when people get frustrated.
Well, here's the chance from the free kick. Will it be direct? Will it be taken short? Ruud Gullit steps up, steps over it. Laid off by Alexander-Arnold. Messi with the little back heel. R9 round the corner. Finds Ronaldo, who tests Peter Schmeichel. But the Dane was up to it. Whipped into the box now. Gullit collects the pieces. Nice little fake shot from him, but Lionel Messi puts his body on the line to turn it behind. Another corner here.
So much pressure. And surely one of these corners is going to do something. Schmeichel is in no man's land, but thankfully Van Dijk was there to help out. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely disastrous. And it means now Diogo can try and settle down a little bit. He's under so much of the pressure, and the thing is, when it's attack after attack after attack, you start to get nervous. You start to just think, well, one of these is going to go in, surely.
I see Diogo now trying to drive at the heart of the defence. Trying to put the pressure back onto his opponent. Mbappe into De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne is going to collect that ball again, but just Patrick Vieira's long legs again, making that passing lane all the more narrow to try and find that player.
Diogo pressuring in the opposition half and trying to cut the passing lanes in an aggressive manner so that he can win the ball back and be able to do something with it. But what a slide tackle it is from Virgil van Dijk as well. Diogo not messing around now, really trying to amp this one up, inject a little bit of pace into the game. Final attack of the first half.
Here's Lionel Messi, gets it onto that left foot. De Bruyne! What a strike that is! And it fell to the Belgian. And he made absolutely no mistake. The equaliser comes in on the stroke of half-time.
And it was all from that Van Dijk slide tackle as well. Diogo just taking the initiative, saying, I'm not going to allow you to have any easy ball here. I'm not allowing you to have any easy possession. Wins the ball back, plays some quick football, fast build-up, bish, bash, bosh. And we've got an equaliser and we've got a game on our hands as well. Diogo unbeaten in this tournament so far, and he wants to carry on that form.
Fantastically worked opportunity there at the end of the half, and Diogo, like you say, Dan, perfect record so far as unbeaten is concerned. He wants to keep that. So we see a little replay of this goal. Beautiful work there from Lionel Messi. Couple of step overs to drag the centre back out, and then the finish from De Bruyne. Absolutely exemplary.
That is the benefit of having De Bruyne in the midfield, having the five-star weak foot pushing up. You wouldn't see that from a Kante. You wouldn't see that from a Vieira on their left foot. It's not going to be possible. Even De Jong, I don't think that's going in either. During Atlanta in the Foot Champions Cup, number 3, a few people were trying and testing Kevin De Bruyne, and it really just is about your certain play style. And I think it says a lot about Diogo, and I think he really is someone we need to watch out for the future of FIFA esports in general. He's already done so much at a young age, but people talk about him as being one of the best players on Xbox now. And if he's going to be playing just good, aggressive, attacking football, and I think that is an intent of attacking football. We're playing the likes of De Bruyne. I mean, De Bruyne and Hullet.
I mean,
as a central midfield.
I was going to say, you've got De Bruyne there with high work rates. You've got Ruud Hullet alongside him with medium-high attacking work rates, so medium defensive work rates. You haven't got a player who has low attacking defensive work rates, attacking work rates, like a Vieira, for example, like a Kante. There's no one anchoring the midfield. They're kind of just working more fluently box to box, is what he prefers to see in there.
De Bruyne's defensive stats are pretty weak as well, so you can't rely on him getting back. Even though he's very good positionally and he will track back and he is very much a box-to-box midfielder, he doesn't have the same defensive stats as Vieira and Kante. A goal, though, here between Ducks and Complexity, and it is Complexity carrying on their form from yesterday. They were top of the table going into today. It looks like they'll be carrying that on as it stands.
We're back underway here. The Sporting versus R288. And it was Diogo who scored that goal just before half-time to kind of reset things here. It's down to Mr. Lillies to answer back now, see if he can, again, be the player to strike early in the game. R9 turns away from Van Dijk for just a second, brings Hullet into the game as well. Nice build up there, but Patrick Vieira in at centre-back. That's just enough, partnering Van Dijk to win the ball back here for Diego.
So much confidence when he has the ball in midfield as well. You can see he's just trying to find the space though and resorting to a switch of play because there was no room on the right-hand side. An overload ball side just makes everything so squished up on either side. But Borussia eSports, they were 2-1 up against Movistar Riders. Neymar, his left foot, being pressured by about 84 different people, still manages to put it away. Yes, I love an exaggeration.
That's the power of that new headliner's Neymar. Finishing stats definitely improved as we have another goal to bring in now. And Blue United, who did so well to pick up 3 points in the first leg of the 1v1, well, they're chasing the game now as Lionel Messi does the work here.
Just slapping the face of a teammate there as well. Always different ways of celebrating. Just got to be careful not to harm him.
A little bit of a mistake here from Diogo. He's given the ball away. He tried that little double A pass to lift it over the extended leg in the standing tackle. Didn't quite work there. Now you've got players flowing forward once again as we hit the hour mark. But again, you can see the frustration here for Diogo. He gives the ball away once more.
I'm still laughing at that celebration. If we get a best moments reel, I just want to see him. The slap of the face is a celebration.
Maybe it's saying to his teammate, wake up a bit. Shouldn't have lost that first leg.
Yeah.
I'm doing the work.
But it is going to be tough for Blue United now if they aren't able to find a result. It's a very important one. Diogo, though, struggling in the final third with several different passes being cut out since the goal. I don't think he'll be happy with a draw.
Ball's cued here by Mr. Lillies. Changing personnel, just looking at the time of the clock, just Some fresh legs on for those last few moments.
Pause is actually cued by Diogo. I think he's probably the one who's trying to make the changes. He probably wants to take the initiative here and get a little bit more attacking, get in the face of R288, Mr. Lil. When you've got 3 wins and you haven't been the type to draw, you want to try and solidify your spot in the knockout stages, get another victory.
Well, it's going to intercept that one. Ball's still not going out of play, so no chance for Diogo to put those changes into effect, and Ferland Mendy goes flying in here, doesn't get enough of the ball, not physical enough. With a slight challenge. De Bruyne, the goal scorer at the end of that first half. Into Hullet now, finds R9 with a little drag back, finds the ball to Lionel Messi. Diogo looking dangerous back heel here, but Hullet with the interception.
Looked so promising as well, but unfortunately Hullet's just too good. He's just in the right place at the right time so often. Goals elsewhere though. Ducks gaming versus Complexity. And they double their lead with R9. And they continue their dominance of this group. Even though it's still very, very tight. 3 points goes so far now at this stage of the tournament.
Well, a little scoop turn just to create the space again for that shot across goal. As we enter the last 10 minutes here between Sporting and R288. Diogo once again on the attack, and he's found a ball around the corner here to Kylian Mbappe. The Frenchman with a cricketer tried to pass the ball inside, and you can hear the frustration in the background from Diogo as we look at the Group D standings.
Yeah, Man City have been met, and they've managed to just move up to 4th place with the current lead over Footwiz Australia. Ryan finding a goal in that game, and could be his first 1v1 victory of the tournament. In fact, Man City haven't found a victory aside from the 2v2s. So that will be a big result for them. And they're not far behind R288 here as well. Let's see how far, though, a victory for Sporting would go. They would catch up with Complexity.
For R288, there might be a chance to ruin the party here. A late chance, but just looking at the clock here and looking where the ball is. This is Diogo's chance to maybe steal 3 points away. A goal here you have to feel would win the game for either player.
I'm sure Man City fans and Footwiz fans alike would probably rather a Sporting goal at this point. Just knock R288 down a peg.
90 minutes on the clock then, as Messi drops deep here to R9. Here's Kevin De Bruyne, Messi on that left foot! And it just felt like it was always rising from that distance. As the full-time whistle goes here, the points will be shared.
And even just the point has Diogo frustrated. Despite the fact it's job done and he's still undefeated in 1v1s, he's not happy about it. But a little fist bump just to appreciate each other and appreciate the game that has been played. Let's take a look then at Footwiz versus Man City, though. Still 14 minutes left in this one. A clash for who can get that 4th spot as it stands. And it is going to be Ryan versus Jamie.
It's going to be up to Jamie here to find a late goal. He was a subject of the wrong end of some late goals yesterday. One here for the Aussie will be absolutely massive as Eusebio's battling here with Mbappe, who does well. Another goal from another game. And this is just the icing on the cake here for Borussia Esports. There's a penalty actually given there, and I'm pretty sure they would have liked that one to keep going. And doesn't matter too much as it does find the back of the net eventually, but 4-1. Fantastic performance there for Borussia Esports to take all 3 points.
What does Footwiz Jamie have then? He hasn't found a victory in 1v1 at this tournament so far, despite the fact it's been so close several times and so many last-minute goals have gone against him. Hasn't really had the rub of the green.
He's got to break down this defensive wall here of Ryan.
That's the thing, we spoke to Ryan before and he said, look, I'm just going to go for it, I'm going to play attacking, but when you've got a goal lead and there's only 5 minutes left, and you're going up against someone with the like Jamie, who has just incredible attacking ability as well. You are going to defend, you are going to put men behind the ball because you know what he's capable of. Can Ryan hold on to the ball now?
All over the top has given Mbappe the chance to chase. Unfortunately, even with the pace that Kylian Mbappe has, he's not going to be able to rescue that one. But now we are seeing the final roll of the dice as the ball rolls out of play here from Jamie. 3 at the back, 3-4-1-2 formation. As Marco watches on in the background.
It would be a shame to see either of Man City or Footwiz eliminated from the competition in the group stages. To be honest, Man City, who have featured in the eClub World Cup 3 times, the most out of any other team, joint with Bromby. Ryan was a top 8 in the eClub World Cup last year. Shells finished top 16 in the eClub World Cup last year, so both of them are familiar with getting out of the group stages. Poor performance from them yesterday, and I'm sure they kind of went home and had a little chat about things, and they want to rectify that today. And I think that's why we heard Ryan say, look, I just got to play some attacking football. 4 goals from 9 games was not enough.
On the other side of that, though, we have Footwiz, of course, who are kind of in a similar position. We mentioned it, you know, if they could have just had a little bit of fortune going their way, I think they would have been in a much more comfortable position yesterday. You mentioned some of the goal leads that unfortunately were let slip in just those final moments, and it is so heartbreaking to think what could have been, but it is that, isn't it? It's the past now. You've got to move forward, and if Jamie can find a late goal here, it's a complete turnaround of emotion.
Yeah, I think a couple of points if they can pick up against Man City here, even if it's just 2 draws. Their final round of fixtures is against R288, so they still give themselves the chance of overtaking and leapfrogging R288 and getting that qualification spot. Whereas Man City will be playing up against Complexity, who are currently top of the table. So it's not all doom and gloom for Footwiz, even though it does see them currently in the bottom 2. They very much still have it within their own hands.
Jamie has to go forward here for Footwiz. Lets that ball roll, and that will be the last kick of the game as Man City Esports pick up a vital 3 points here in their quest towards a qualification.
Yeah, and their first 1v1 victory of the tournament as well, and it comes from that man on your screen, Ryan. Handshakes between players, and Jamie, again, just left, frustrated.
Well, here are the scores then from leg 2 of round 4. Group B, 0-0 between FC Basel and 11's. Borussia eSports picking up a big win there over Movistar Riders, 4-1 to them. Makers getting a little bit of revenge against Blue United with a 1-0 win.
In Group D, we just saw Man City get the 1-0 victory over Footwiz. Sporting drew 1-1 with R288, and Complexity found yet another victory against Dux Gaming, 2-0. And that means we move on now to 2v2. And I've looked at all the 2v2, and it's very interesting in this group. So I'll run it through. So Borussia have played 3, drawn 3. Movistar have played 3, drawn 3. Basel have played 3, won 1, drawn 2. 11s have drawn 3.
Bit of a pattern developing here.
Makers have drawn 3. And then Blue have drawn 2, lost 1. So a lot of draws.
So you're saying that out of all of those games, it was 1 win and 1 loss?
1 win and 1 loss.
So a lot of draws.
And I could probably say the same if I look at the other group as well. Footwiz have drawn 3. Man City have won 1, drawn 2. Sporting have drawn 2, lost 1. R288 have drawn 3. Ducks have drawn 2, lost 1, and Complexity have won 1, drawn 2. So a couple of more discrepancies in that particular group, but still a lot of draws coming through here. So if we look at the tables, you can start to predict that actually we're probably going to see just a point shared with the majority of these games, just with how the 2v2 has been going.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is when we see the tables, that could be pretty much how it ends up after round 4 if form continues from yesterday. However, that is a big if, because I'm sure a lot of players have had the opportunity to go away and look at how they played the 2v2 yesterday, how they want to improve on that today. And as Group B stands, you can see it here. FC Basel 20 points, still holding down that top spot, but a big result there for Borussia eSports has bumped them up to 17.
And I think if this was round 5, we might see people go into the 2v2s with a little bit more attacking intent, but because it's still round 4 and how valuable a point might be, we might see a couple of cagey games.
Well, we just saw a big result from Borussia eSports, like I mentioned, with the opportunity to catch up with Jeffrey from Borussia eSports.
The Gaucho, welcome to the interview stage. How's the eClub World Cup going for you so far?
We had a tough day yesterday, so we had only 11 points. It was very close with the other teams, but we managed to win both games today, so we reached 6 points, and we need to keep going, but it's a good position right now.
And you've played quite a lot as a duo with your teammate. Is there any added sort of chemistry that you've been able to bring into the tournament that you've not usually had among the other teams?
We spend much time together as we see us every day or every week for the virtual Bundesliga. So I think there's a very good chemistry, and we are used to play the 2v2, but it's a bit different to the head-to-head the Foot Ultimate.
And you probably don't know this, but hashtag Shori is a massive fan of you. Just down the camera, do you have anything to say to hashtag Shori?
Actually, I love the hashtag guys. I love Harry, I love Shori, such a good guy, and I always enjoy to spend time with these guys.
Cheers, mate. Best of luck for the tournament.
Amazing stuff to hear from De Gaucho. Apologies, it wasn't Jeffrey, it was De Gaucho. And these are the goals, Dan, from that man we just saw against Movistar Riders. A big, big win. They're just coming into form at the right time.
Yeah, and some decent goals as well, just being able to get balls in behind and then being able to cut it back successfully when the keeper does come out. Borussia have put themselves in a fantastic position to try and qualify out of this group. Of course, anything can change going into the 2v2 and then going into round 5 of the fixtures. But certainly look like one of the informed teams with a victory like this.
Well, this is the final goal that we did see, the penalty that was converted off the post. About as good a penalty as you could possibly strike into that bottom corner to beat the goalkeeper. And this is the game that we are going to be watching right now. Borussia Esports, Gaucho getting the job done. It now falls to his teammate Jeffrey, who'll be going up against Andoni of Movistar Riders. And of course it's 2v2, Dan, so they're all going to be playing. What am I talking about?
Both of these teams have drawn every single 2v2 game so far. Can we see anything different from either of them? Can they bring out something that is going to change the game? Be innovative about their play. Maybe we can see some more attacking intent. Maybe we'll see a different formation, perhaps. Either way, it is going to be tight, as all of these 2v2 games have been thus far.
That's one thing I'm definitely interested in. I feel there is scope for different formations to be effective in 2v2. But the problem is with the lack of practice these teams have. I think everyone's just playing with what they're comfortable with, playing in the 1v1 format, a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-4-2, for example. But with the ability you have to track runs and make runs yourself, I do feel like maybe there's an opportunity to play what you would argue is a slightly more offensive formation than we would normally see in the 1v1, but maybe that will develop over time the more that we see 2v2 develop.
Well, that is because you can't really practice it very successfully at home because that feature isn't in the game yet, and perhaps that's something to think of for FIFA 21. I would love to see something like that added so we can see these pro players practice, because then these games are going to be even better because people are going to find out different ways to break down defences, etc, etc.
Well, here comes Movistar Riders then, a little elastico there from R9. Lionel Messi just shows too much of that to Ferland Mendy. And now Borussia Esports, who are going to be feeling high on confidence after that last 1v1 win. Looking to move forward, but a good interception here and immediately transitioning into attack. Sadio Mane now. Goes back to R9 Ronaldo. Robertson will join the attack as well and go back inside here to Van Dijk. Big switch in the play, just trying to stretch that formation and the shape here of Borussia Esports.
Well, the good news for Borussia Esports is if they do find a goal, they're probably going to win the game. Movistar Riders have yet to find a goal in any 2v2 matchups. They've drawn 3, and all 3 of them have been 0-0 results for them. They've really struggled in the final third, just haven't really gelled, but defensively have been strong, and I think it's a bit of a pattern throughout the entirety of this tournament, really, is that people can defend well as a 2, but they just haven't been able to find the same sort of synergy going forward.
Well, maybe there's an opportunity here as Rudhullet gets inside the box, gets a bit fortunate and falls back to R9, but I have to say, maybe the better option there, Dan, was to just square that ball to the man in the middle.
Definitely, the ball was there, and I think the frustration from Borussia, as they saw it afterwards.
Well, maybe there's a chance here to make amends, and this time they take the shot again early. Maybe a little bit trigger happy.
But at the same time, they're putting the pressure onto Movistar Riders. I think that's exactly what you've got to do now. Lump this one front post. Cristiano Ronaldo, decent effort, but Alisson's brought out. I want to see more of that, though, from corners. I know a lot of pro players don't like leaving their hands in the fate of any sort of randomness or whatnot, but I feel like there is a decent percentage now from these corners with Cristiano Ronaldo. Maybe if you see that keeper moves early enough, play it short then.
Movie Star Riders kind of rode their luck a little bit at the start of this game, you have to say. 2 big opportunities for Borussia Esports to break the deadlock. And R9 just going to be muscled off of the ball here. And I have to say, in the final third, Borussia Esports have looked very in sync. You heard from Gaucho saying, you know, they've had a lot of 2v2 practice in the virtual Bundesliga. Not quite in FIFA Ultimate Team, in head-to-head mode, but still, that chemistry, they're getting used to how your teammate makes those runs in behind, where are the spaces he likes to fill. All those little things. It'll take a little bit of time to get down as a 2 in FIFA. They've got those fundamentals down to a T.
And a lot of that will come from just being good friends outside of FIFA as well, having that chemistry, having that trust. When someone says, pass the ball now, you pass the ball now. There's no hesitation, no doubt whatsoever. If we're playing 2v2, Mark, and you say, pass the ball down, I'm not passing it, ever. But maybe as trust gets built over time, I might eventually play that through ball. Until then, I'm going to carry on doing a little bit of a Ronaldo chop here or there. Just hoping that I can break through.
That's why we keep losing games. But Ronaldo now is down this left-hand side and manages to reach the byline, but a little bit predictable there with that attempted cutback, just straight into the hands of Allison, who happily clutches that one to his chest. And Sabio now battling with the 2 Liverpool men there, Robertson and Van Dijk. And he comes out without the football.
Movistar Riders need this one, though. They're the ones in the bottom 2 at the moment. Them and Blue United. 12 points currently for Movistar Riders. Borussia, they're in 2nd place. So they'd be more than happy with a draw here. You wouldn't think it with the way the game's gone. It's been Borussia who have been the ones really knocking on the door. They've been the ones attacking and showing an aggressive intent. Movistar Riders go back to 11 men behind the ball and jockeying in the middle, using those CDMs to cut those passing lanes.
Alexander Arnold under pressure there from Senegal. Sadio Mane just put the ball out of play. And although it is 0-0, there has been chances and opportunities for both of these teams going forward. It hasn't been as much of a stalemate as some of the games that we have seen in 2v2 so far, and Patrick Vieira had to be very careful there. One from R9 in behind here. 5 yards or so from the corner flag, plays it back here to Ferland Mendy. There's a bit of space here for Patrick Vieira. Tried to play that ball into a dangerous position there for Eusebio to strike it. However, that space just disappeared in front of his eyes.
A lot of class on both of these teams, though. I know in the 1v1 earlier when we saw Zidane going up against Gaucho, I was saying how they've done so well in their respective regions. You can say the same for Jeffrey and Andoni, to be honest.
There's a beautiful little deep ball over the top there. Ruud hit it, maybe with a chance to strike himself, try to continue his run. You can see the idea there, use that physical presence of Cristiano Ronaldo, almost like a target man, like an old-fashioned English centre-forward. It's quite a wonderful footballing cliche, but at half-time, it is 0-0 in our feature game.
But our first goal in the 2v2 in this round goes to Footwiz Australia against Man City Esports. Footwiz Australia, who have yet to have a victory in their 2v2. They've also drawn 3 games, going up against Man City, who have been one of the teams to win one of their 2v2 games, find themselves with an early lead here. Sadio Mane with the finish on the right foot.
Great finish there from Sadio Mane. In at the near post, and you can see the reaction here, I believe, from that goal. This is live. Excuse me, I'm hearing in my ears as well.
I was going to say, it wasn't much of a reaction.
I was going to say, complete focus from them. You can see the intense focus on both the players. We're back to this game between Borussia Esports and Movistar Riders. No goals to report, like I mentioned earlier, but chances are at both ends. Borussia Esports looking like the more likely to break them down.
Overload ball side engaged for both teams. Well and truly in effect. Just meaning it's so difficult to break down. You can see, watch how these cursors just switch from CDM to CDM and how they just cut those passing lanes, they track the runs and make it so difficult to go anywhere. So you have to constantly recycle, constantly go back to your defenders, then to your fullbacks, rinse and repeat. And realistically, you're just hoping for a mistake. And the amount of games we've seen come down to just small mistakes from players in this tournament has been quite surprising, to be honest. Nothing comes of that attack anyway from Borussia, and it means it's back to Movistar Riders. Again, I'm going to reiterate, they are the team that needs a result here. I want them to open up. I want them to be looking
what
for...
What a ball that is from Messi, and
they almost did it again.
Sadio Mane got there.
We saw them yesterday celebrating when a goal went wide. Even though that was nearly a goal, there has been an actual goal between Sporting and R288. And it's R288 who are also needing the points.
Strike from Mbappe.
Mbappe with the finesse.
Yeah, man! But fucking classy, man.
And I understood one word from that, but I'm not going to repeat it, but obviously some good vibes thrown through the R288 esports guys right now. After that wonder strike from Kylian Mbappe. Just curled beautifully into that top corner.
I mean, it's not good news for Footwiz and Man City if R288 are picking up points. They are the teams chasing them. And the only way Man City and Footwiz both go through is if R288 do drop those points, but Footwiz will have a chance to play up against them in round 5. Back then to our feature game.
Beautiful quick play there, and oh, well. You can see the reaction of Kelcho and Jeffrey there. I'm pretty sure that the striker just kicked Laurent Blanc and went down, but the referees decided it's a penalty. And a huge chance here for Movistar Riders as Hullet steps up and puts it away.
And it was Zidane taking it as well. You could see his thumbs were wiggling. And Movistar get their first goal in 2v2 at this tournament.
That's a fortunate goal, though, I have to say. I don't think that's a penalty.
We didn't get a chance to see a replay, but it definitely seemed a soft one. It's one of those ones in Weekend League where your controller is going out the window. And if the window's closed, well, the controller's broken.
We're going to take another quick look at that incident. We have the opportunity to look at the replay. Ronaldo here into Mbappe. Strike, and I'm sorry, that's soft.
Blanc's won the ball.
If that's Tottenham, that's not given on VAR. Anyway, back to the game. Borussia esports can't let their heads drop here.
No, it's very much a gift to Movistar Riders, but Borussia now, they've just got to take that as some encouragement and trying to use it to go forward and say, look, we're going to have to attack now. Doesn't matter if we lose 1-0 or 2-0 at this point. Our goal difference is good enough. Let's try and press on and at least rescue a point.
You feel like they've definitely deserved a point, at least from this game. They've been the more attacking of the two teams going up against each other. There's an absolute hammer blow, and now they've got to get past the defensive wall as R9 with a scoop turn, can't get past Van Dijk, and
penalty.
I'm just saying, that's very similar to what we saw at the other end.
There has been another goal, though, in the game between FC Basel Esports and the 11s. 11s are the ones that need more points, but it is 11s getting the goal as well with Cristiano Ronaldo.
Beautiful pass there from R9 as well. Again, an example of that lofted pass into the man running through on goal. We really is starting to see more and more of it.
I think if it is Cristiano Ronaldo on the end of that lofted pass as well, he's just so successful on the volley. Movistar Riders still have the lead here, though. It's a great ball down the wing for Messi, but Neymar is tracking back.
Messi has found Cristiano Ronaldo in all sorts of space, and there's no doubt whatsoever about that one. Movistar Riders double the lead. Borussia esports, you could see they had to push players forward to try and get back into that game, and they took full advantage.
Another goal, though, between Makers and Blue United in this 2v2 matchup. It's Blue United at the bottom of the table. Things have gone from bad to worse as Eusebio gives him the razzle-dazzle. Movistar Riders still have the lead here, though. It's a great Makers trying to solidify their spot into the knockout stages.
We're just starting to feel that energy in the room now. All of a sudden, the 2v2 bringing the emotion out of all of these players. Every goal means so much at this stage. Every goal can change the complexion of how those standings are going to be finalised. Will you go through? Will you go home today?
Well, I mean, with how rare victories have been in the 2v2s, then it's just going to be absolute relief to finally get a goal with it, especially with the amount of nil-nils we've seen from teams within these groups as well. Finally, though, they're starting to find their footing. Finally, they're finding the chemistry in these 2v2 games to break down the opposition's defence. I do feel bad for Borussia, I've got to admit, in this game. We can take a look at how it stands, though. FC Basel still top of the table, followed closely by 11s.
Chance here for Borussia, though, and it falls to Ronaldo, and a lifeline for the German squad. Cristiano Ronaldo makes no mistake, and you can see there's a chance here for those two gentlemen on your screen to make their way back into this game.
Well, they have started pressing on. They have started looking for that goal. That's why they conceded their second, to be honest. But between Makers and Blue United, still hope for the Japanese side in this game.
Come on!
All tied up. It stands though. FC Basel still top of the table. If they can get a result, if they can get 3 points there, then Blue United definitely still in this.
All smiles at the moment. Changes are going to be made, though, in our feature game. You can see it, and it's going to be forced from Borussia Esports, of course, still 2-1 down, but that goal could be massive for them, as it looks like they're going to change to that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, get them more players in that central position, maybe just a combat against how many players are in the middle of the pitch at the moment using that overload ball side.
These are all the Group B matches, though. 11's 1-0 up against Basel. Borussia and Movistar have just restarted, of course, 2-1 to Movistar Riders at the moment, and Makers versus Blue United 1-1.
Well, this is what it means as far as the tables are concerned. As it stands, FC Basel at the top of the leaderboard still. 11's in second place on 18 points. Borussia Esports on 17 at the moment. But Makers and Movistar Riders and even Blue United still in with a shout of qualification.
Yeah, Blue United can just pick up a victory, put themselves up to 11, bring Makers down to 14. It is doable. It'll be very tough if it stays as it is, but again, still mathematically possible. They are not out of it yet.
Sadio Mane gets the ball back inside to Vieira, and I thought for a second he'd sold Kante down the river with that little dummy. Ooh. And Vieira actually pinches it back here. Ronaldo turns inside, Hullet looks for the back heel into R9, but couldn't connect with a pass.
It's so often that back heel is cut out, though. You almost want to turn and just play it normally with the side of your foot. Still possession for Borussia. You feel like they have a point in them here.
Sadio Mane round the corner, drag back from him, make it 2, but again cannot just find that final ball. And something's going on in the middle of the box there.
Free kick given against Mane onto Kante. At the other end, it might have been a penalty, but not on this occasion. Into the 87th minute, and again, just possession given away sloppily by Movistar Riders. But as I say that, just not being able to puncture through the defence. But still, keep the ball, Movistar.
So a last throw of the dice here for Borussia Esports to rescue a point. As Ronaldo finds Mane once more, and Alexander-Arnold and him, they're Liverpool teammates. But the communication was not on point in that occasion.
And this should be enough now for Movistar just to hold on to the ball. No mistakes, run it to the corner if you have to, and it's going to be job done for them.
The ball rolls out of play. Got to move it forward almost immediately here. Ball lofted forward. The referee does blow the whistle, though, and that's a huge 3 points for Movistar Riders. Certainly had a little bit of fortune going their way. They've taken advantage of it, and that's a big 3 points for them.
Massive. I mean, they were in the bottom two. They were struggling, but they're still within a shout. Ducks game in versus Complexity, though. And it's Complexity taking the lead in the 2v2 in the 22nd minute. They were top of the Group B matches. Looks like they're going to stay top of the group if they can carry on that way. This is as it stands then. Complexity at 22. R288 jumped up to second, just slightly overtaking Sporting at 17. And then Footwiz in fourth at 15, Man City just behind on 13. Ducks rock bottom on 8 points.
And now we're going to move over to watch the end of Sporting versus R288 in the 2v2. 1 goal dividing the two teams. As Diogo and Bruno look to find an equaliser here inside the last 10 minutes.
I'm sure the rest of the teams in the groups will be keeping an eye on the results elsewhere. But Sporting marching forward. Messi, though, just can't quite hold on to the ball. Doesn't matter how much you twist and turn, Hullet is always there breathing down your neck.
Here is Ruud Hullet. That's a lovely little reverse ball here to Robertson, and a high line being pressed here, and Zidane did have a chance to find the feet of the attacker, and straight up the other end it's a more direct ball. Van Dijk versus Cristiano Ronaldo. And when you've got a goal advantage, there's only one way to go. That's wherever the space is.
They just need to play into space at the moment, do R288. They've got the lead, they've got the goal. They just need to keep the ball.
Run inside here from Mane. Ball roll past the goalkeeper, it falls to Messi. And that is the icing on the cake here for R288. Unfortunately for them, though, the cake's been spoiled by the assistant referee, and it's still 1-0.
Sporting fans with hearts in their mouths at the moment, hoping that they can get some sort of result. It looked like the game was dead and over, but one last attack and one last chance to try and steal a point. Try and keep this table interesting.
The fourth official has indicated
Ronaldo goes inside to R9. This will be the last attack of the game here, as Frankie de Jong makes a big tackle in that central midfield position, and Lionel Messi doing his best Forrest Gump impression here down this right-hand side. Two players come across to deal with it as the full-time whistle goes. Big points on the board there for R288.
Yeah, we saw how it looked as it stands as well. It puts him up to second, just slightly above Sporting on goal difference. Both of those teams are only 4 points ahead of Man City, so still so tight, still not safe for any of those ones in the middle of the pack. However, for Complexity, it looks like it's going to be job done for them, and they should be sailing through to the knockout stages.
Yeah, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to Complexity here, who are going to be joining as well, because they've been playing some phenomenal stuff and kind of going under the radar, to be honest with you. Joxan and Maxi really doing a good job of grinding out the results where they're needed. And you can see it here once again. Only just a 1-0, but 3 potential points in the bag again.
They would be 9 points ahead of Man City, who are in 5th spot as well. So it all but guarantees them into the knockout stages, with 9 points up for grabs for Man City.
Lovely football here from Complexity. Mane with a little cutback. Ruud Hullet on the edge of the box, finds R9, falls back to Ruud Hullet here, and his namesake on the other side of the pitch has to do that work.
And for all I talk about Complexity, and they're pretty much guaranteed through to knockouts, it's not the same story for Ducks Gaming. They're rock bottom of this table. They need a victory here to have any sort of possibility of getting through.
This run here from R9 in behind. Finally found here, and Cristiano Ronaldo continues his run, but well defended here by Ducks Gaming. Robertson gets the ball out of his feet and immediately looks for the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo, but again, the player switching, incredibly effective. And speaking of big goals in big games, Dan Gaskin, 2-0 to the good now. Footwiz Australia, and the Footwiz green was met by the green timing there for Eusebio.
Yeah, very brave to time it green there, and we come back to this one. A big chance for Complexity to make it 2. And we can now focus on this game for the rest of round 4, as pretty much every other game has been concluded or is nearabouts there. The only other one in play is Footwiz versus Man City, but they've got a 2-0 advantage in the 89th. Can Ducks Gaming make anything of this 2v2 game? Complexity haven't lost a 2v2 yet. They've won 1 and drawn 2. Considering how comfortable they've been defensively, we think a 1-0 lead should be enough. But can they push on for more?
So just looking across the player cams at the moment, seeing what the communication is like between all of the players, and it seems fairly calm, fairly composed at the moment, and I'm sure that will pick up as they get ever closer to where those points will be decided and where they're going. Van Dijk steps in once again. And now it's Ducks Gaming who are on the attack, and Combination of Hullet and Vieira, maybe not in the more traditional sense that we do see them. But what a beautiful pass that is. I think that was a little Rabona pass over the top, and Van Dijk comes across and says, "You do all the fancy stuff that you like, but there's nothing quite like a good old-fashioned standing tackle."
Does go out for a corner though. Anything special from the training ground? We are going to see a switch of personnel. It's going to be Messi taking it. Makes sense, put the smallest player out wide. Options short, but you've also got the chance of playing to one of the big men in the middle.
Kevin De Bruyne then to the edge of the box. Mane back to Hullet. You can hear it in the comms there, just saying shoot, shoot, shoot. Wanted to test the goalkeeper. Maybe hold some scraps with the bodies who were in the box to fall to them.
And actually, Complexity did really well getting back there after giving the ball away from the corner. There was a breakaway opportunity.
Lionel Messi now, a chance on the left foot. Beautiful Berber spin from Messi! And sometimes we say, five-star weak foots are fantastic. But if you have a player who's so strong on one side, you can bait people into exactly like they did there. Thinking he's going to hit it with that left foot. A little bit of space, Berber spin away. And the right foot of Messi was good enough there at the near post to double the lead.
Yeah, if you can get close enough, the four-star weak foot isn't going to be too bad. The shooting on Messi is good enough where it's not going to be reduced to a point where you're going to miss every single thing on the right foot. The build-up, though, unbelievable in Complexity now. Surely solidify this victory against Ducks and should be almost solidifying their way into the knockout stages as well. For Ducks, though, it's going to be a really tough round 5. And they're going to be going up against Sporting in round 5 as well. Sporting, who have just looked so good, especially in the 1v1s. And Ducks are going to need all 9 points to have any possibility of qualifying through.
It's a big result here for Complexity. And as you say, Ducks very much on the back foot now. Well, that was one of my favourite goals that I've seen so far today, especially doing it in the 2v2 arena as well. Have the composure and the wherewithal to complete that Berber spin at just the right time, get the timing absolutely perfect on it as well. Baiting the left foot of Lionel Messi. Superb stuff.
And honestly, I'm really surprised with how Ducks Gaming have struggled in this tournament. When you look at Gravison, Virtual La Liga winner from last season.
Maybe they've got a chance here.
His teammate Drago, ECL player, got Swissed at the Champions League, got to playoffs, did get Swissed as well, but still qualifying for huge, huge events. They just really haven't been able to gel as a team.
Well, Messi's just running the defensive line here. You can see him trying to stretch the legs of Virgil van Dijk, and with just 10 minutes or so left on the clock, there might be another chance as it falls to Ronaldo. And it's been conclusive here from Complexity. We said that 2v2 has been lacking a few goals today, but Complexity, well, they're doing their best to sort that out today.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of a victory parade for them. See if you can get 4, see if you can get 5, increase that goal difference. If my maths are correct, goal difference would be the only way they could possibly go out, even though that would require Man City to win every single game and teams around them to also be winning. I think it's pretty much impossible at this point.
The thing is, Complexity now are looking for more. They're thinking about goal difference as Ruud Hullet gets up for the header. You can see all smiles down in the Complexity camp at the moment. Jockson and Maxi VIP having a great time in the 2v2. Stern faces on the Ducks Gaming side. Nothing really going right for them here.
This is a really big chance for Maxi VIP teaming up with Jocksan as well. Jocksan, of course, had a phenomenal FIFA 19 season. In the early stages of FIFA 19 was winning tournaments, then the meta kind of changed, and he was still qualifying for events. Still was able to make that E-World Cup. Maxi VIP getting the opportunity to be alongside him here, and maybe this could be a 4th. Mane on the left-hand side, plays it across to Ronaldo. Easy as that. Simple as you like, 4-0 to Complexity. And Ronaldo stuck in the net. Someone help him.
Simple stuff from Complexity, you have to say. exploiting the spaces left in behind by their opponents, Ducks Gaming. It's just a case of this game coming to its natural conclusion now, 4 to the good.
And it makes up for the lack of goals in all the other 2v2 games. Now we've got a 4-0 spanking here.
Makes your stats look a little bit more even across the board.
It does. If I say that 10 goals were scored across all of these matches, you'd be like, oh, well, okay. And then when 4 are from just 1.
There will be a minimum
It could be more here.
3 minutes.
As Messi now has another chance at that right foot, maybe overplaying it there. And you saw a little bit of a guilty face, I think, that time from Maxi VIP.
Again, it's pro club syndrome. When you've already got the win and you've already got the goals, you just try and be fancy, trying to impress your mates. Or in this case, trying to impress the viewers.
Pull it towards that back post again, and Robertson gets there just before Cristiano Ronaldo. And with the time expired here and the extra added on time expired as well, it's just a case of that ball going out of play or getting far enough from the goal for the referee to blow his whistle, which he does, and brings this round to an end. And what a way to end it for Complexity, a 4-0 victory for them.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament for Complexity so far. They started a little bit shaky, but they soon picked it up. These are the leg 3 results and the 2v2 results. 11s beat FC Basel 1-0. Massive result for them. Movistar Riders winning 2-1 against Borussia. Blue United and Makers, they drew 1-1. Still hope for Blue United in Group B.
And Group D, Footwiz Australia get a big win there over Manchester City Esports. Sporting with a loss there to R288. And this is how it stands for Group D. Complexity completing things at the top there, 22 points with that 4-0 victory. Down at the bottom though, Ducks Gaming and Manchester City Esports starting to get to that position where they need something a little bit special.
Yeah, and Man City are going up against Complexity in round 5 as well, so it's going to be very tough for them. Whereas Footwiz Australia, they will be playing against R288 and then Sporting against Ducks. So everything can still change within Group D, but it's really going to be looking at Man City and see how they struggle.
The Group D pretty much looking solid there for Complexity Gaming, R288 and Sporting. That's always an interesting one. It's still incredibly tight between those sort of 2 to second place to 5th team. But speaking of goals and speaking of results, we've had our goal of the day, of course. We're going to show you some of the goals that we've had coming up today. See what ones you enjoy, and see what ones you think are your favourite as well. We've seen some amazing goals there, of course, taking place here at the FIFA eClub World Cup. Let's have a look at how Group B is sitting before going into this final round of fixtures in round 5. FC Basel sit top of the pile, 11 Esports in 2nd. Borussia Esports still chasing that pack in at 3rd. And of course, the battle for 4th place is still so tightly contested.
It really is. Looking over at Group D, some really tight fixtures in there. Also, got Team Footwiz, Manchester City, all competing for the top 4 spots. Let's jump into Group B straight away, Brandon. It's Principe up against Jeffrey, Borussia Esports versus Team Makers, fighting for a top 4 spot.
Exactly that. That is what they're trying to achieve. If they'll be able to do so is a different question. 20 minutes in, and it is 0-0. Of course, PlayStation 4 leg getting us underway to kick things off. BMG Jeffrey up against Principe, and you saw the late drama in that 2v2, the biggest roar I've seen from Team Makers so far in the tournament. It's going to be Principe now, it's going to be a chance of Eusebio.
That roar a little more subdued from Team Makers. I think they know they've got a pretty hefty task above him to clinch a top 4 spot. Looking around the rest of the games right now, Movistar Raiders up against Basel. That game currently ongoing, 25 minutes going in that game. We'll show you the goals as they go in from around the grounds. But the game in focus. Round 5, leg 1. We saw who qualified from Group A and C earlier on today. Hashtag United, Neo, FaZe and Gillette Infinity. From Group C, it was Fnatic, Roma, Redemption and NASA Esports. 8 of the 16 finalists already confirmed. Let's find the remaining 8 in the next hour.
And it was a bit of a breakthrough as well, Richie, for Movistar Riders. The first 2v2 game they've actually been able to win the FIFA eClub World Cup. That came in round 4, and it's about time for them. Spoke to Dan and said, you know, 2v2 is something that we have been working on after a number of 0-0 draws. They picked up the 3 points on the board, and they're still trying to chase the rest of the pack for that 4th spot. The question is, in round 5, will they be able to take the all-important extra points needed, of course? Also, Makers in its 2nd at the moment, and I think he's kind of gone under the radar of how good Principe has actually been this weekend so far. He's been picking up some important wins.
It really has. I think this opportunity for him is relishing with both hands after the other homegrown Italian team, Team Clash, went out of the tournament with a whimper. Team Makers looking to really put their foot down here in Italy.
You said it perfectly. There was a game where you saw Nicholas not too happy. That 3-0 win was actually against Principe, but he did pick up against Nicholas, taking down Nicholas 3 goals to 0. Other than that, he's had a draw and a win. Can he make it? Another 3 points on the board for his teammakers' side. That's defended well.
Let's talk about Principe's team for a second. David Luiz in at centre half. The flashback David Luiz it is. I think he's unbelievable centre back. Is he so-called event level for the Premier League? Certainly. For a global events, he's on the cusp. I think some players decided to go De Ligt and Van Dijk, and then also you've got Patrick Vieira on the cusp as well. I think David Luiz is on the cusp. I'm not against it, but I think De Ligt and Van Dijk are probably the 2 best centre-backs out and out on the game, so look for David Luiz's mistake, potentially.
Chance again for Principe, it's the same corner. And he's hit it twice already within the first 40 minutes in this game. He will lead by 2 goals to 0. And if this is any form to look into, he will be looking even better in Paris come FUT Champions Cup 4.
Look at the goal scorer, Johan Cruyff. He's always had a diverse team, has Principe. I remember in FIFA 17 when he won the Madrid Regional, beating Gorilla in the cross-console final. Players like Koulibaly, Manolas, Nainggolan, all the sort of Serie A players that helped him qualify, he played with at the finals and won the event. You're seeing Ferland Mendy, you're seeing David Luiz, Johan Cruyff starting for him. The players that he feels comfortable with.
There have been some other goals that have gone in the other games. We'll give you an update as soon as we can from those games in this Group B. No goal, no game is goalless, I should say. I don't know which way those goals have gone. As we said, Basel up against Movistar Riders, and then Blue United up against 11s.
It's good to see in the final round. No 0-0s currently.
There you go, there's an update for you. FC Basel, that's Nicholas leading by 2 goals to 0 up against Andoni. Really important start from Nicholas, and definitely, I'd say, a team that could go under the radar and still do really well in this tournament from Group B.
100% as R9 there. Smashed it past the goalkeeper at the near post, but it wasn't long-lived for Blue United. Shortly afterwards, you just saw Nicholas 99 FC opening his account in round 5. That R9 finish.
As we said, it wasn't just one. It was 2 goals for Nicholas. There was an equaliser in this game. Blue United with Aju leading by a goal to 0, and then it was easily turned round. That's Ethan, obviously representing the 11s. Got an important goal. This was the goal on the stroke of half-time. R9 into Ronaldo, and Nicholas leading by 2 goals at the break. And this is how the table is looking with those results added to the group standings.
Yeah, as it stands currently, half-time, plenty of FIFA left to be playing. Basel leading the pack 23 points. 11's currently second on 19. Team Makers, after Principe's fantastic first half, on 18. And British Esports, 3 points clear of Movistar Raiders, 17 points, rolling up in fourth. Movistar Raiders, they might have won their first 2v2, but they're still going out.
I think they just have not picked up enough points in their 1v1s. We're going to jump over to Group D now, and our match in focus will be this one. It will be Team Footwiz up against R288. It's been the Aussie boys that have been making all the noise, where they've been scoring some huge goals so far in the competition. Now this is an even bigger round, Richard. Round 5, it really is all or nothing.
Oh, 100% for Footwiz Marco. Has to get a good result here. You can see in the table, they're fourth, 16 points. 2 points behind Sporting and R288, and then a considerable amount behind. Complexity as Marco, you hear the roar. Opening the deadlock, 35 minutes gone on the clock. And that will fire him on level points with Sporting.
It will indeed, Richard. That table will be updated, and more importantly for the goal difference, a +1 goal difference for them. Need to add a few more goals to that tally. It could be huge moving in to that round of 16. A word as well on R288. Not too many people have talked about him in this tournament. Both players were involved in the E-Superliga, playing for Ligby. Topped the league table, went into, of course, the Season 3 finals in Denmark. Did make a semi-final, but lost to the hands of FC Copenhagen. Picked up their Global Series points there, of course, for making that tournament. I'm sure the Nordic scene know these guys only too well. They currently sit second in this group, but they will be potentially moving into third after dropping those points. Could be a chance for them to reply. Well defended there by Virgil van Dijk.
I just stood by the Footwiz booth as they picked up a big win over Man City Esports in the 2v2.
Eusebio, could it be the equaliser? It will be the equaliser. And it will be Donnelly getting that goal back for R288.
Goals galore here in round 5. I think near enough every single game, yes it is, every single game has had a goal in it in 35 minutes of FIFA so far.
That lead didn't last too long for Marco. He'll be needing to reply as soon as he can. 41 minutes played here. The score is updated to 1. You can just see it updated to left of your screen, and it will just basically keep the table as it was in the exact spot. Ducks gaming though, getting that goal is only going to mix things up, especially for Sporting Club de Portugal. 1-0 down in that game at the moment, 45 minutes into it. Of course, that's Bruno Rautor losing by a goal to 0 up against Gravison, obviously one of the veterans in the FIFA scene, the virtual La Liga winner from last year. Again, it's been a slow start for them this weekend, and you can have a slow start, but you can't leave it till round 5. Something the Ducks gaming unfortunately have done.
Yeah, and I had big hopes really for Ducks gaming coming into the tournament, Gravison and Diogo, but this wasn't meant to be, was it really? I think they both struggled in the one-legged format. Some players thrive in one leg, to be honest. I think you're looking at Stokes, also Spider Kong, both had really, really good solo performances, but it's a tough ask, because in a one-legged game of FIFA, throughout the entire year you play 2 legs. That's ingrained into you. You've always got 1 leg, then you can turn it around in the second leg if you are losing. In this, you have to start fast. You have to come out of the blocks flying. If not, you're going to get hit 2 goals in with how FIFA is. You can't get back into that. Your opponent keeps possession, they go overload, they make the pitch as tight as possible, and you find yourself losing these games and drawing these games when in other 2v2 matchups and 2-legged matchups you would usually win.
On top of that as well, we are going to be saying goodbye to 2 teams from each group as well, as we will be moving on to the round of 16 today after this round has concluded. We're only in the PlayStation 4 leg at the moment, then we'll jump over to the Xbox 1v1, and then we will finish play 4 the group stages here at the FIFA eClub World Cup with a 2v2 game. Again, we don't know how that is going to affect the tables when we get to that stage. We haven't even finished leg 1 yet. Still so much FIFA to come, and I'm sure so many upsets as well to kick things off. R288 on an attack after replying in the 41st minute, just a few minutes after conceding. It's Donnelly. Move things forward, but well intercepted there by Footwiz Marco.
Was that a decent tournament so far, has Marco. Him and Jamie both sort of sharing points. They picked up a few points in 2v2 as well. It's not set the world alight, but they're going about the business, and if they carry on doing as they are, they'll certainly get a top 4 spot.
At the moment, if they can pick up a win here, Richard, they really would move up the table and even put pressure on Complexity up the top of the pile. Here's a chance into the box. He's taken a deflection, but that's not going to matter. And they will lead by 2 goals to 1. Kylian Mbappe with the finish. 54 minutes on the clock. The Australian man is back in front.
He took a big deflection there off Ruud Gullit. I think it probably got in anyway through Kylian Mbappe, striking towards goal, but the deflection just took it in a different direction as it squared underneath the goalkeeper. We've got plenty of goals coming your way. I believe, I'm correct here, Blue United on the attack against 11's eSports, whipped to the back post. It's Kylian Mbappe for Blue United, 2-1 up.
What a good night's sleep can do for you after not a good day yesterday in the tournament. Blue United 2-1 up against 11's there. There was also a goal for Borussia, 71 minutes on the clock. Maybe a comeback was in store for them. Mbappe at the near post. Van der Sar had no chance. 2 goals to 1, still in front over there.
Movistar Raiders got one back here on the edge of Nicholas's box. Eusebio into Leo Messi on the right boot, high into the goalkeeper's corner. Comeback potentially on the cards there.
And then there was another reply from 11's. Just a few minutes after. This is Ethan, obviously representing on the PlayStation 4. Gareth Bale's brand new eSports team. Maybe there wasn't a goal. We just got teased. Of course, we normally expect there to be a goal there. Maybe the score is still at 2-1. And we're up into the team management there.
Appreciating the back heel.
Just appreciating the back heel. Chance now, Marco.
Penalty.
He's gone down. It's going to be a penalty. Is he going to go into the book as well, Maldini? Referee might just wave that one away and keep the Italian icon on the field still. Chance now, Marco to go 3-1 up and get even closer to winning 3 points on the board. R9 steps up. Which way's going to go? Goes right. And will score. And you can see exactly what it means to that Team Footwiz hub over there. Big goal for Ronaldo and a 2-goal advantage in the PlayStation 4 leg.
Huge 3 points coming Footwiz's way right now for Marco. Slotted to the goalkeeper's left. Collision inside the box resulted in the penalty. And now Marco on his way to a solo 3 points. It's going to be Mr. Lillis taking on Jamie in the Xbox leg of this matchup.
And by that rule, Richard, there's been a full-time somewhere over in Group B. We'll get a full-time result on that shortly. What a big result that could be. There's been more drama over in FC Basel against Movistar Riders. Looks like the goal's gone to Nicholas, the Argentine. And it will be Eusebio scoring that 3-1 up with not long left at all in that game.
You got to think that's game, set and match right there. Nicholas back to winning ways. After a goalless draw versus Ethan in his last round. Only a couple of seconds left in that game. 3 points to further cement their lead at the top of the table for FC Basel.
.20 minutes left, and for Marco's account, surely won't be throwing away a 2-goal lead. A player of that much experience, multiple E-League champion. Out in Australia, we're going straight back to compete in that tournament.
Grand finalist from last year. Footwiz Marco.
Obviously the big difference this year, both Team Footwiz players linking up as part of Sydney FC. And they'll be strong favourites head into the third E-League Grand Finals. It's headers and volley in the box. It's absolutely beautiful, but he's offside.
I think Marco just shouted at the top of his voice, "I'm unreal."
It was something like that, or that's unreal, but it actually looked pretty decent as well. It was like headers and volleys up in the air.
I rate the self-confidence.
Again, though, when you 3-1 up, clearly, I should say the good juices are flowing. 3-1 up. 15 minutes left. Unfortunately, not 4-1, it was offside. R288 Bit of a lifeline as well if there's any way back for them in this game.
Yeah, looking at the other couple of games as well, still Man City Esports leading 1-0. I believe that's going to be Shells up against Joxan and also Dux Gaming. Ravison leading Bruno.
This is our round 5. We're in the PlayStation leg at the moment. All of those have concluded over in Group B. We're just waiting for full-time results in Group D. The last 2 rounds to conclude. If you have just joined us, Group A and C are concluded. The storylines from that was hashtag topping their group. Fnatic also doing enough to top their Group C. Alongside some other household names in the competition, FaZe Clan making it through. Neo also doing enough to make it through. That could be a mistake. Could be 4-1 for Marco. R9 into CR7. Oh.
Thought that was just about to nestle in the top left corner there. He's actually been timing a lot of his shots as well as Marco. He's been greening quite a bit, which is quite a rarity in FIFA 20, to be honest. Not a lot of people deciding to adopt time finishing into their game, but something that Marco has took on board.
Chance now for Donnelly. Pull it into R9. For a second.
We're about to flick up, yeah.
Van Dijk was about to put that into his own net. Got enough on the tackle to steer it away for a corner. That corner came to nothing though. Messi winning the bat not once but twice. They're about 4 minutes away. Ran another 3 points on the board. Certainly working their way into this tournament a little bit more and starting to climb that group table in Team FUTWIZ.
It will be a further 3 points onto their tally for Team FUTWIZ.
And also for R2AA, they'll be dropping in that group. They were sitting in second place. I'll give you an update after the games have all concluded. This is the only one left from leg 1 to conclude. There comes the finesse. Blocked by Van Dijk again. Added time at just 2 minutes. A big start for Team FUTWIZ and Marco. 3 points on the board. And a really strong performance. Will the referee play this one more attack? I think he will. Cristiano Ronaldo. Flick up cross towards the back post. And we're waiting for that full-time result. There you go. 3 points on the board. Big steps made forward as they go into the Xbox leg.
Huge strides made there for Team FUTWIZ. We'll see what implications that has on the table for Group D. Complexity still top of the table, 22 points. Team FUTWIZ jumping up to second, 18 points.
Look at that, Richard.
Sporting, R2AA and Man City, 1 point between them. And you got 3 teams right there fighting for 2 spots. And also Dux Gaming, if they can make a little bit of a surge in the final couple of games, maximum they can get is 17 points.
Yep.
Who knows? Who knows where this group is going to end up? But Complexity leading the pack at the minute, 22 points on the board.
Interesting to see as well. Sporting Club de Portugal and R288, same points, same goal difference, so goals are going to be more than ever going into the Xbox leg and the 2v2. Let's have a look at the Group B table because we left the action there for a while. FC Basel were able to pick up a really important win, obviously 23 points on the board. Team Makers, a big win for them over Borussia. They're in second, and the battle for 4th place will continue to go on. But as I said, Makers, massive result. And let's catch up with the man himself, Principe, who picked up that all-important win.
So I'm here with Principe from Makers. You just came off a result, you just won 2-1. How's everything feeling? You feel like you're in a good position to qualify?
Yeah, I feel good, but we have 2 match more, and 2 versus 2 is more difficult. But I feel good. I hope that he is well.
And you've been here before, 2018 eClub World Cup. What's it like to be competing again in this venue?
Well, it's incredible because in Italy for the first time I'm at home, and I hope the same position of 2 years ago, third in the 2018, but it will be a hard position.
It will be difficult. And now, who do you think's been your hardest competition so far? Like, is there a team you've gone up against that you've really struggled against, or who do you think?
I think will be difficult, but we have two more match. I hope it will be a good tournament.
And what would be a position you'd be happy with finishing at this tournament? Just getting out of groups, or do you want to win it?
I think 5-8 position, but semi-final for me is incredible.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know what I think about that. Every time I ask Principe for an interview, he always says I don't speak English. That seemed like perfect English to me. As you said, Richard, was in this tournament before a few years ago, but a very different teammate back then.
Yeah, 2018, they were teaming up with Kurt. I believe they finished 3rd, 4th, lost to Bromby in the semi-finals. I think it were, if memory serves me correctly, a great performance from Houston, which knocked Kurt out of the tournament. But Principe back in 2020 to hopefully go one step further and make the final this time around.
Yeah, now it's time for his Xbox teammate, Ribera Rebel, to try and step up and take on the Gaucho, who, of course, has had a fantastic running, not just in this tournament, but in the Global Series so far. Inside the top 16 he sits as well from multiple appearances at Foot Champions Cups. This is it now, though. Time for leg 2. Can Brusher Esports get their redemption back from losing that first PlayStation 4 leg?
Big performance needed right now for the Gaucho. A lot of people say that he's probably the favourite on this team, the higher ranked player, which he is by 1 spot, 16th on the leaderboard. The first shot coming goalwards for the Gaucho, but when I did the interview with him earlier, Brandon, playing in the virtual Bundesliga every single week, they have that chemistry in the 2v2, but we need to see it backed up.
You also said about hashtag as well. He's a big hashtag
so,
fan.
No, so Shorey is a massive The Gaucho fan. He just thinks he's fantastic, the man. And I want to let him know that Shorey's there for him if he ever needs him.
He's quite a consistent player, isn't he, the Gaucho? We've seen him at a few events last year, and again, doesn't really get spoken about too much. You said it perfectly, like that virtual Bundesliga experience is going to be crucial. And they both sit next to each other in the Global Series rankings, his partner in Jeffrey as well. 16th and 17th. Can they be part of that top 4 in Group B? Because if you just get out of the groups, you're going to double your Global Series ranking points from 150 to 300. You win again, you jump up to 500. And for a lot of players, Richard, it could be the chance of getting to the playoffs or not.
Yeah, and also one step further than that, for a number of players, it's the difference between playoffs and grand finals, to be honest. For players on the cusp, 8th, 9th, 10th, they win this match, they're pretty much grand final personified.
There's been a goal somewhere.
We heard the roar.
And it sounded like a Brazilian roar, so
we'll see which way and which team have scored that goal.
He's been given passion all weekend long. You can see which way the goal's gone. 11's 1-0 up against Blue United. You saw, well, you heard, I should say, the eruption of passion. It was Resende with that goal, and it was Messi that scored it. Early start over in that game. Blue United, though, they've come in completely different today.
Yeah, I saw him last night and then this morning on the laptops in the hotel. Everyone watching the games back, seeing how they could improve, what they need to be doing to get the upper hand in that group. And that is as it stands currently. Not much change, however. Borussia Esports in 4th. Team Makers jumping up to 3rd. 11's 3 points behind FCA Basel in the top spot.
So much that can honestly happen. If Blue United were to win both their games, they would finish on 18 points. Of course, currently losing by a goal to 0, but that would mean a lot of...
They also need a massive goal difference swing
to go their way.
To go their way as well, if it stays as it is. And Borussia get a goal, I should say, like leave this as it is and get draws.
FC Basel currently 0-0 against Movistar Riders in their second matchup. That is, of course, Zidane, runner-up of the Virtual Liga, played in the E-Nations Cup last year for Spain. He's up against Cody the finisher. It's good to see him back involved in the FIFA Pro circuit. Cruyff. He tried and play that through. Laurent Blanc just completely pushed him off the ball.
Interesting to see prime Laurent Blanc in at centre-back as well. He's one of those centre-backs that, very similar to David Luiz, he's unbelievable. He's certainly in the top tier of players, but you've got a team here De Ligt and a team here Van Dijk who are pretty perfect at centre-half. I suppose it is all personal preference at the end of the day, but a little bit of a disadvantage not using the two team here centre-backs.
Here's Hullet now. This is nice. From the Gacho. Ronaldo. Chance. Fake shot inside. There's the shot. There's the finish from the German. He will lead by a goal to nil in this game.
No real reaction either from the Gaucho, because the fake shot was all that was needed to create the space inside the box. Left Ribeiro Bell for dead. And team here, Cristiano Ronaldo, no matter it's on the left or the right, you're going to back him inside the box and deliver. He has done right there for the Gaucho. 1-0 up.
Perfect time to score it just after the 30-minute mark. Cristiano Ronaldo, 99. Right, team of the year. Fulham, who will be part of every single pros team involved in the FIFA eClub World Cup. We're in day 2 of the competition, and we'll find out who will be part of those 16 teams to make it through the group stages and to get themselves into the knockout phase. As we said, we will be looking at around the 16 games today from each group. Obviously, Group A plays against Group C. Then Group B will play against Group D. Goals are going in. Roars are echoing around the arena. We'll find out which way that goal's gone. Last time we heard a roar like that, it was Resende, and it will be Resende again. This time, it was Mbappe on the right-hand side. A few ball rolls inside, went for the cutback. R9, he might have been off balance, but the ball still made it into the back of the net. And Group B will play again.
You see the reaction there from Resende as well. Huge outpour of emotion. The experience and the tournament knowledge really coming through there for that squad. You almost got two ends of the spectrum. You got Resende, who's had unbelievable amounts of experience at events, and then Ethan, who is relatively new, to be honest. The G-Fin Elite Series are on loan at Hashtag. Recently, he's had a couple of events with the Atlanta Foot Champions Cup,
in which he didn't just go there for, you know, the experience. He got himself out into the knockout stages. Was able to put up a real fight in that tournament, picking up some important global series ranking points.
Yeah, losing 4-0 to Tom in the round of 16, as we do go into half-time there between Team Makers and Borussia Esports. Very narrow lead as it stands.
What to do as well for Ribeiro Bell, our first major tournament we have ever seen for this man. But this is what the eClub World Cup has brought us: new teams, new names into the FIFA scene, and a chance to pick up some huge prize money and global series ranking points that, you know, some of these players haven't been able to do at Foot Champions Cups as of yet.
Games from Group D also underway as well across the board. Only one goal being scored, however. Who has that goal gone to, as we hear another huge roar coming out? And you can see in your top right corner, Kylian Mbappe running away in the Team Footwiz kit at the back post on the rebound. And that's Footwiz Jamie leading 1-0 against Mr. Illies.
Big goal, in fact. You heard the roar on it. Other than that, Manchester City against Complexity has got underway. And Sporting Club de Portugal are trailing by 1-0 against Dux Gaming. That's Diogo, the Argentine, who's leading by 1-0. They might not have had the strongest of tournaments, Dux Gaming, but they want to kind of rustle a few feathers in the last round of fixtures. Here's that goal from effort was Jamie, as we mentioned. It's Arno Ronaldo on the edge of the box. Got that ball through. Schmeichel had no idea where it was going. And Mbappe, right place, right time, an easy finish in the end. Sporting, obviously trailing by a goal to nil. It's Diogo from Dux Gaming who got that goal. Cristiano Ronaldo, 20 minutes on the clock. They do lead by a goal to nil.
126th in the Global Series rankings. They doubled his lead. Shortly afterwards, Cristiano Ronaldo on the edge of the box. First time shot from Ruud Gullit into that near post area. And quite a turn up, really, for the Bucks. Sporting 2-0 down against Dux Gaming.
They're a little bit hot and cold, aren't they, Sporting? One minute they're winning games, whether it's the individuals or the 2v2s, and sometimes they're throwing away games. You really don't know which way they're going to finish in this table. I know you spoke to Bruno, his teammate, Richard, and he said they were a bit nervous getting that late call up into the tournament, or how's the 2v2 practice been going? They seem pretty confident.
They do seem confident, however, you're also a little bit wary of the remainder of the tournament as well, with the round 5 fixtures coming up. And you know a 9-point swing can do crazy things, even a 6 or a 7-point swing. You finish round 4 in second or third, you finish round 5 bottom of the table. That's how volatile this system and this format really is right now.
Ronaldo into, of course, the icon Ronaldo, R9. Bullet just teasing possession. If he can get a second to Gatcho, he will probably be running away with this result. I haven't seen an attack really on goal yet. Look at that Group B, Richard. Obviously, team makers dropped down from 2nd to 4th, just from being in a losing position in this game. Hammersende leading by 2-0.
If Movistar Raiders was to get a goal against Basel, they will then move up to 17 points, 1 point behind team makers. I don't know if you hear that. I think he said, who's the best? And it's Rosende.
Tell you what, there was a penalty shout there as well for a second. For the Gaucho in this featured match, we can see, as you said, Richard, we heard the exact same rule we've heard for a third time. We believe it was Rosende. It was Rosende for Team 11's. Messi just toying with Vieira, who's in at centre-back, into R9. Vieira didn't clear his lines, did it straight back to N'Golo Kante, of all people. Go back 12 months ago, he was scoring goals for Team of the Year, N'Golo Kante, in London at the Gfinity Elite Series. Well, the LQEs, I should say. Move on 12 months, Richard, he's doing the exact same, but in Milan.
Yeah, he just loves Team of the Year Kante. And to be honest, Team of the Year Kante offers you so much as a round player. He can defend, he can go forward, he's got really fantastic dribbling, ball control. He can shoot as well.
Ribeiro, if he can find that through ball, it's Eusebio, just seems to be sticking to his feet at the moment, not for that long though. Pause cued by Ribeiro Rebel as well. He wants to make a change at the moment. Obviously you can see Movistar Riders, they're so close to trying to jump into that top 4, but drawing. Currently chance for the Gatcho now. R9, ball across the box, it's an easy finish.
He's made it look easy though, with the way that he constructed and crafted that goal. The patience down the line from De Gaucho right there. You'll see it on the replay. He just holded the ball, he held and held. Waited for the movement at the back post, and then a driven pass into the space. Cristiano Ronaldo, right place, right time. You see the reaction from that team. That is raw emotion. The missing fist bumps, the missing high fives, who cares?
Fist bump into a high five, that must have hurt. A punch to the chest though from the Gaucho. He is feeling alive in this matchup. 2-0 up after 75 minutes on the clock. He's backing up. Well, he does sit in such a strong position at this moment in time in the Global Series ranking. Top 16, which would be on for an E-World Cup spot. And the more points he's able to accumulate, it's going to be even more interesting as we move into the latter stages of the Global Series. What does that do to the table? not too much. Only just gives them an extra goal on goal difference. FC Basel against Movistar Riders has only got about 13 minutes left. Resende seems to be cruising at the moment, leading by 3 goals to 0 with 20 minutes left. And of course, we'll jump back over to Group D shortly to give you an update on everything that's going on over there. There's 10 minutes left now. Here's Ribera with Messi.
Chance.
Nice little accelerated fake shot. Surely a routine finish. It will be. And this could set this up for a fantastic last 10 minutes.
Yeah, really smart finish there from Ribera Rebel, finding Mbappe, but all the work was done by Leo Messi in and around the box. You see the table with that goal going in. No real change. The only change that we'd see is if Ribera Rebel was to completely turn this game around and limit a draw from Borussia Esports.
7 minutes away from seeing this game out. We said Resendo is 3-0 up. It looks like he has conceded against Tassakt.
It's 3-1, but I'd believe that there's enough time left for Resende just to see that game out. There's only 14 minutes left on the clock.
Tell you what, he will get another chance. Ribera. 3 minutes left. A point would be big for them as well. You can put them joint on points. Or take... And actually leapfrogging over Borussia Esports. Corner. Out to Maldini of all people. Into
Surely
De Bruyne.
not.
Chance. Oh no, where's the ball going to land? It's back to Schmeichel. He clears it away.
Chance
And
counter.
clears
Look
it
at the
out of
minimap.
danger. From defending. Down one end and potentially scoring down the other. It looks like Tagaccio's going to find that threaded through ball. He is on the left-hand side. It's going to be Mbappe that latches onto it. And unfortunately runs out of play. But lucky enough for him, the referee blows the full-time whistle. And it will be 3 points on the board for Borussia Esports. That's sharing the points so far after losing the first game. But we are going to jump right over to Group D. Of course, we've been following the Group B action. We're also following the Group D action. Jamie was leading by a goal to 0, and he still is, with 30 minutes left.
Let's see if he can see this game out up against Mr. Illies. It's a big ask for Mr. Illies with only 30 minutes left, who are just joining us. It's a one-legged game. And I tell you what, if Footwiz can take 6 points out of 6 from their round 5, clutch performances for the Aussies right now.
Ronaldo. Chance now for Jamie. See why he's trying to get down that byline. It's been so effective for a number of pros. Get down the byline, then look to whip the ball across the box.
Look how tight that group is. Sporting 17 -1. R288 -1 on 17. Man City 17 -2. You've got 3 teams within 1 goal of each other, fighting for 2 spots.
And I'll tell you what, there's been another goal in Dutch Gaming against Sporting Club de Portugal. We'll find which way it went. Last time we left it was 3 goals to 1. To Dutch Gaming, who've had a very slow start to the tournament. In this one, 20 minutes away. Said there was a goal, Richard. Talk to me.
It's from Dutch Gaming, who made it 3-1. I'm just going to say, the goal that Sporting actually scored, their first goal, it was added time. They were in the 5th and a half a minute of 3+. They scored in the 50-minute, 32nd of 3 added minutes.
Sure.
If they get a result out of that, Dutch Gaming will be livid.
They're asking for the referee's half-time whistle there. Clearly, he didn't fancy blowing it until 3 minutes over the allocated time that he should have actually played. We're looking at the Xbox games. We still have a 2v2 in this round 5 before we get our official confirmation of the 2 groups. And of course, what 4 teams from each group will progress through to the knockout stages. Possession nearly given straight away. It will be given back to R288. As everyone seems to be falling over the ball, he's rushed that pass. And Mr. Illies, he knows he has as well. He's nearly giving it straight back, has Jamie. Ronaldo. Into Eusebio now. A second goal would surely conclude this game with only 10 minutes left. It's going to fall to Eusebio. If he can get it to R9, this could be deadly. Going to look for that right foot finesse. Didn't work out for him. CR7 picks up instead.
Look for the near post. He's going to try and find that near post shot if he can, but he's given R288 a chance to get back into this game. If they can salvage a point from this, not only gain a point themselves, but take away 2 points from Footways.
Messi into Vieira, who will happily pick that up as well in the centre of the field. Patient build-up from the Dane. Can he find a finish as well? R9. Shot just hits the body of Van Dijk. Still able to hold on to possession though. Vieira, R9, there's Yildiz, there's the shot, and nearly a finish.
Whistle past the near post. Did that strike goalwards from Mr. Illies, and you can see both players' perspectives right there on your screen. Looking at the bench for Jamie, he's got 5 minutes left to see out this game. Attacking changes in force for Mr. Illies. 3 at the back. He has to attack this football match. No time left.
Well, in that Man City complexity game, there's about 4 minutes left, and it's currently 0-0 at the moment. All the games in Group B, the Xbox legs, have all finished. We saw De Gacho pick up 3 points there. Sporting Ducks Gaming, 10 minutes left. And over in this game, just a few minutes, Jamie's away from picking up 3 points, as you said, Richard. 6 points out of 9 in round 5. It's been a big round for them.
You see, that's the table as it currently stands. Complexity with 1 game remaining, 23 points. Allogs left in their game right now. We're in added time. Team Footways 21, Sporting 17, R288 17, Man City 17.
Mbappe. Team of the year, Kevin De Bruyne, that if he players are backed, whether as a super sub or a starter, that's full-time Man City complexity. That's a 0-0, so a point shared. Table will stay the same for those two. 23 points complexity, 17 to Manchester City, still outside the top 4. Eusebio, a little step over. Runs into danger, added time, Jamie should be there. Long ball forward, he's played the 2 additional minutes. And it's been a perfect round 5 so far for Team Footwiz.
And with only 3 points left, up for grabs. That puts them through. We're on 21 currently.
21 points in second, Richard, and more importantly, only 2 points off top.
Below them is 17. They are through as it stands, with only a couple of seconds left in the Sporting Ducks Gaming matchup. Complexity through, Team Footways through, Sporting, R288, Man City Esports, all fighting. 3 teams, 2 spots.
I'll tell you what, this is actually quite a tight game, Richard. There's what, a minute left. It's 3-2 at the moment to Ducks game, and this is Diogo up against Diogo, funny enough. They did lead by 2 goals to 1, Ducks Gaming. Then they went through and up, did concede. Added time of just 2 minutes. If he wins the ball back here, there could be a chance for an equaliser. Diogo now. Well defended, Ruud Gullit. Right place, right time. Added time of 2 minutes has been played. Massive win for Ducks Gaming. And it just continues to mix up that table even more so.
I believe they're now on 14 at the bottom of the table. If they win their game, that puts them on 17. You're going to have 4 teams on 17 points with goal difference being the decider.
And it could come back to haunt one of these teams. Man City haven't scored too many goals today. We have seen, you can see the reaction of Diogo there, just losing that game 3 goals to 2 because he knows what it means.
If we can have a look at the table as it currently stands going into the final round of fixtures. We've got 3 points left up for grabs. 11's Esports, 3-1 victory against Blue United. A 0-0 draw for Basel and Movistar Riders, I should say. Borussia Esports 2-1 win over Team Makers. Looking at Group D, Man City Esports 0-0 against Complexity. A 1-0 win for Footwiz Jamie against Mr. Illies. And then bottom of the table, right there, great game. Ducks Gaming eke out a 3-2 victory over Sporting.
But what does it mean, Richard? That is the question. We're going to have a look at Group D now because it does mean so much headed into this 2v2. Again, the 2v2 means everything for a selection of teams here. Of course, Footwiz are already through. We know that Complexity will be through as well. But Sporting, R2AA, Manchester City Esports or Ducks Gaming, what is going to happen there, Richard?
Ducks, they've got to beat, their goal difference is so far out that they've got to beat Complexity by like 6 goals for them to go through. So Ducks pretty much going to be out as it stands currently. You've got Man City, R288 and Sporting. Goal difference, there's 1 goal between 3 teams. You have to win your 2v2. If you win your 2v2, you put it in your own hands. You can still go through if you win your 2v2. But with the amount of draws that we've seen, the amount of 0-0s and really tight games that we've seen, I think it's going to come down to a goal. There's going to be a team eliminated from the group stages in Group D by 1 goal.
Well, the interesting thing as well, Sporting Club de Portugal have actually got Ducks Gaming. As you said, Ducks Gaming, unless they somehow pull out a 15-goal thriller, it'll be pretty impressive. They can still be that team in the pack to really just confuse things and make one of the team's lives hell, because no one's getting a 3-win here or an easy win. They're going to win their games.
Well, more importantly, because they're playing against Sporting, if they beat Sporting by, say, 3 goals, not only are they beating them, but they're knocking 3 goals away from Sporting, so it's going to make their goal difference worse. So the actual score of the match itself could dictate which teams go through. Let's look at Group B, because this also is up in the sort of air right now. Basel, they're through. 11's Esports are through. However, you've got your other 2 teams, Borussia Esports through as well. It's between Movistar Raiders and Team Makers. If Movistar win,
but look at the goal difference as well.
You've got to have a big goal swing. You've got to hope you win by a few and then that Makers lose.
And they are going to be playing up against FC Basel, so that's going to be a huge job. One man, though, that had a flawless Xbox round. That was Resende from Team 11's. We spoke to him just after his game.
Right, I'm here with Resende from 11's. You're through to the knockout stage. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling so happy. It was a difficult game now against Blue, but I need to be more focused sometimes, but that's it.
Talk to me about the 2v2 factor in Club World Cup. As you know, it's going to get even more important in the knockout stage as it comes before the second 1v1 game. How's things going with your teammate Ethan?
Yeah, we never played 2 vs 2 before the tournament, just this weekend. But we are playing good. I think we can win some games, but that's it.
Now, you've particularly been playing really well in your games. Would that mean that going into the knockout round, if it's your choice, you choose to go up first with your matches?
Well, we don't know yet. We just need to know about our opponent, and we gonna think about it.
Have you had a look at any of the other teams at the tournament in other groups? Is there anyone you don't want to play?
I think Fnatic is the best in this tournament, but I think this tournament anyone can be the champion. So we just need to do our game, and that's it.
What's your secret at the moment in terms of your gameplay? What is it that you're good at on FIFA?
I'm just thinking that I need to be more focused and need more careful. So if I do that, I can win my all games.
Okay, last question. You're representing 11's now, Gareth Bale's team. How cool is that?
I was really happy. I'm really happy about it. Bale is a great player, football player, and I need to show to him that I'm good, and I will show that.
I think you're doing a great job so far, so I'm sure Gareth is really pleased. Best of luck in the next round.
I don't know what I see, but yeah, we're gonna win. Just this.
That's all that Gareth needs to know. You're going to win. He's been obviously a new part of the FIFA esports scene, and of course we'll have a look at the goals from that game. He made a lot of noise when the goals were going in, wasn't he, Richard?
Yeah, these are some of his goals and reactions from that matchup for Resende. He doubled his lead just before half-time. Carlos Alberto played down the line, threaded through ball, killing Mbappe. As soon as he gets in this area, he's looking for the cutback. And he found it there through R9. Turning shot as he fell down. He's just got that much quality as R9.
Yeah, it's just R9, isn't it, at the end of the day, Richard? But the thing about Resende, even if he scores or at the full-time result, you will get a big Vamu coming out of his mouth. What a player he has been so far in this tournament. And yeah, 3-0, he did go up. He did concede late on, but when you're 3-0 up after 60 minutes, it means everything. Ethan's probably thinking, this guy is an absolute monster when it comes to FIFA esports.
And you can see the table right there. Group B, Basel through, 11's through, Barisha Esports through. It's all down to who is joining them. Will it be Team Makers or will it be Movistar Riders? The goal difference needs a huge swing in the Riders' favour. However, anything is possible in a game of FIFA.
Yeah, it really is. Anything is possible. But what a task to have in front of them, Richard. They're up against FC Bars. Obviously, it'll be a 2v2 matchup. Nicholas and Cody, the finisher, up against the two Spaniards of Andoni and Zidane. We will be going to those games very soon, but still a lot to talk about, Richard, and of course a lot that we could be seeing as we go into this last game. All the games are kicked off now. Brushu against Team Makers, obviously 11's against Blue United, and as I said, that FC Basel Movistar Riders game.
Our focus is going to be on Group D, but until those games kick off, we're just doing a few final settings changes right now. For Group D, we are going to be looking at Group B. It's pretty much all wrapped up, is Group B. But Group D, Brandon,
there's so much on the line. It's the case of there's a number of teams on 17 points, Richard, and goals haven't been a thing we've seen much coming out of that group after today and yesterday. So we said it was going to be important when people were winning by a number of goals to nil, especially for the likes of Redemption, of course, the likes of Fnatic, Hashtag, Neo, the ones that were scoring goals. We knew that in the long run it would help them, and we were right in that statement.
And also another story in Group D, Footwiz can go top if Complexity do not win their matchup in the final game.
We're trying to follow these results, obviously. FC Basel, they'll be looking to finish the group stages top. And the way it will work in the round of 16, of course, Group B go up against Group D, so FC Basel will be taking on whoever finishes fourth in that group, if they can do enough to stay in that top spot. 11's against Blue United, still 0-0 at the moment as well. Borussia versus Team Makers as well. We are going to go over to Group D, as we mentioned, though, for this huge matchup, Richard. Sporting Club de Portugal, they got a late call-up to the FIFA eClub World Cup, and it's just been hard to tell how they've been playing. 1 minute they're hot, 1 minute they're cold.
It's been a very topsy-turvy tournament for Sporting. Diogo seems like he's on fire 1 minute and then loses his solos. Bruno, he's been nervous. He's been very nervous. He's not played at his best so far throughout this tournament. The 2v2s, been a little bit of a struggle in some games. You don't know which player is going to take the driving seat really and push this team forward, because they've not had the practice. They were a late addition. Fierce Esports unable to make the tournament.
Well, if there's one man that's going to push them through this game, Richard, it's going to be 2011 FIFA E World Cup Grand finalist and overall champion Francisco Cruz in the Sporting Club de Portugal camp, sitting behind Bruno Rautor and Diogo.
And just look at that table. Complexity through, Footwiz through, Sporting, R2AA and Man City all tied on the same points. Goals are golden at this stage.
Man City, of course, they're in action against Complexity that are top of the pile. That's how the games are looking with the current scores at the moment. Obviously, they'll be getting a point from that game. They are 0-0 at the moment. All teams on 18 points. R288 against Team Footwiz, who've just been able to kind of
push away, really, with them 2 wins. That's what a win can do for you. They've picked up 6 points out their last 2 matches, and look at them. They've jumped away from the rest of the pack.
And the best thing is, Rich, they're playing their first knockout game today as well.
Yeah, full of confidence, full of momentum.
In a good position as well. Ducks Gaming.
And they'll have the luxury of picking which player they play against as well with console, because they'll be a high seed.
Exactly that. Ronaldo with a chance. Ronaldo with the goal. There's one man to crush your dream of making it through to the knockout stage. It's going to be him. The Portuguese man scoring against the Portuguese club.
We could have 4 teams on 18 points. And it's going to be goal difference that decides it. Unbelievable turnout in Group D. The Ducks Gaming and Cristiano Ronaldo in particular, with an early dagger to the heart for Sporting.
As you said, Richard, the goal difference just isn't in Ducks Gaming's favour. But if anything, they'll play for that pride of saying we finished on 17 points. We still picked up some big wins. And that is how the table will move. Even Man City in a drawing position, R288 in a drawing position will, of course, keep them in the top 4.
Man City, if this is result as it all stands, need to be going over and giving a big hug to Ducks. If they get the win and knock out Sporting out of the top 4. Got plenty of FIFA left to play.
And even if Footwiz were to go in front, Richard, R288 would still keep that 4th position on goal. They wouldn't actually, they'll be equal.
Probably come down to goals scored.
Both be -2.
And just off the top of my head, I know Man City have not scored a lot of goals.
And that'll make things even more confusing, moving the 2. The last few stages of the group. It's nice in and around the box, but it's one of them, is it necessary?
You got so many men back there as well for Ducks Gaming. And you can play this counter-attacking style as it gets hoofed down the line.
Ducks can double their lead. Sporting will be in a spot of bother. As we said, complexity, Man City still 0-0. 30 minutes gone there. Also 30 minutes gone in Team Footwiz against R288. That's 0-0 at the moment. Cross comes in, headed away. Possession changes hands once again.
And this time right now, ticking away. The egg timer's being turned. And the sand slipping away. The chances of a top 4 finish slipping through the fingers of Sporting. So it's in their own hands right now. With the other 2 fixtures in this group currently goalless.
So I said to Joksan as well, I just said you kind of gone about your business quietly this weekend, haven't you? They're sitting top of the pile at the moment, Maxi VIP and Joksan. They haven't really had much hype about them.
Not much hype. They've kept quite a low profile.
At the moment, they're sitting on 24 points, the highest goal scorers so far.
32nd and 43rd in the Global Series rankings are Joksan and Maxi VIP, and they'll be jumping straight up in those rankings. And there has been a goal.
Where's it gone? It's complexity against Man City, and it's gone to complexity. How that changes the group, we shall see. 38 minutes on the clock. R9 with a routine finish for the Brazilian. Past Edwin van der Sar, and goals
change games.
They do.
Goals change titles and leagues. And this is a goal right here for Blue United. Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box, fired into R9's feet, smashed past the goalkeeper. And it doesn't mean that much in the Group D table.
We're going to jump over to this game. We just saw a goal that went in just before half-time. Man City then drop into the bottom 2. Sporting back in on goal difference by a single goal. -1 for R288, -2 for Sporting, and then that -3 for City has come back to haunt them.
If Ducks Gaming hypothetically want to win 3 or 4-0, they could find themselves squeezing in there, you know. It's a huge ask.
I mean, they're in the 40th minute. They're only 1-0 up.
They're 1-0 up in the 40th minute. I tell you what, if Ducks Gaming make their way through, I will be flabbergasted.
It would be an incredible turnaround. We're back to that game now, Richard. As you said, they need a lot of goals, and I mean a lot of goals. They'll also need complexity to score a few.
And if it is possible,
Fourth official has
Added time at just 2 minutes. They will get one more attack if they can get the ball forward. Unfortunately, they can't get past the box-to-box midfielder that is Ruud Gullit. That should do us for half-time. Still a lot to talk about, still a lot to predict, Richard. Half-time, 45 minutes away from finding out who will be the top 4 teams going into the round of 16. We don't know which way it's going to go.
You don't know where it's going to go. You flip the coin. One time, Man City are going through. You flick it again. Sporting are going through. Man City are going out. As it stands right now, R288 will be finishing third on 18. Sporting will be going through by 1 singular goal over Manchester City. Man City and Ducks Gaming will be dropping out. 3 teams on 17 points. R288 on 18 currently, but they are playing Footwiz. If Footwiz was to get a goal, it would then mix it up once again.
It really would, Richard. Of course, we know that Complexity Gaming will be looking to top the group if they can pull off a win, and obviously Team Footwiz, they will get a draw. For Team Footwiz are currently drawing, as we said. We know that they're guaranteed to be going through. It's just all about seeding at this point in the tournament. We've got 45 minutes left in front of us, so let's jump straight back into the action to find out who will take place 3 and 4 in Group D. These are the 3 matches. They're all underway in the second half, Richard. It is so hard to call.
You just don't know where it's going to go. Who is going to clutch up? You've got 45 minutes to save your Club World Cup, to solidify your place in the top 4, to move into the knockouts.
Double your Global Series ranking points. Even if you were to go out in the round of 16, you'd at least be leaving with 300 Global Series points over the 150 for getting grouped.
Quick update on Group B as well. Blue United currently 2-0 up, FC Basel 2-0 up, and Team Makers are 1-0 up over Borussia Esports.
Over here, so much to talk about.
It's where the action is staying. We're not moving away from these games right now.
I'm going to jump into one of them, Richard, because these are the two that
matter, really.
That could really mix things up. Complexity 1-0 up at the moment. Ducks Gaming, they're bottom of the table. But if they're able to pull off one of the most insane performances I think I've ever seen in competitive FIFA and score a lot of goals, it would honestly be a miracle. But them just winning this game, even if it doesn't put them through, is still putting Sporting in a very difficult position. They are 4th at the moment. It's on goal difference, though. Sporting need to draw this, or at least try and pull off a win.
Man City need a
Just
result.
don't lose.
Man City need to get something out of this game. A draw's probably good enough.
Well, they came so close last year, didn't they? We saw them play really well. Of course, it was the same duo of Ryan and Shells. We need to see that chemistry now here in Milan. Both games are literally in the same second.
Chance, Man City building on the edge of the box. Frankie de Jong.
R9. Can he get the shot away? Fantastic close control dribbling. They'll lay it back to Gullit. I'll tell you what, Ducks Gaming have got an attack as well. Comes to nothing, though. Still Man City in possession. Possession is turned over. For Complexity, Richard, it's just see out the result for them. They want to finish the group top of the pile.
And as it stands, they will be finishing in pole position from Group D.
As it pulls back for a free kick to Ducks Gaming.
Time is slowly ticking away. Applause right there for Sporting. Complexity building into an attack. Messi on the edge of the box. Look for him to turn onto his left foot. Runs into the brick wall of Virgil van Dijk.
City's turn to attack. There's a pause in the Sporting Ducks Gaming game and give us a chance to focus on this match for a split second. If you're wondering why we're viewing both games, we don't know who's going to take 3rd and 4th spot in Group D. Great chance this now. Ronaldo. Mendy, of all people, actually starting in this game. Frankie de Jong tried to find that killer pass. They haven't scored many goals in the group stage of the eClub World Cup. Something's got to change. Pause in from Complexity. Sporting against Ducks Gaming's back underway on the left-hand side of your screen.
Sporting going forward with numbers.
As our attention turns back to that game. 23 minutes left in it.
Chance for Ducks to counter, actually.
We'll put our full attention on it as well. 22 minutes left.
As it stands right now, Sporting will be going through on goal difference.
If they concede again, it starts to confuse things. Oh, 9! Ducks Gaming take a 2-goal lead.
And as it stands, that will be coming down.
I mean, what are you saying here?
You're saying, score a goal.
What's your mindset? Are you worried about the implications of the table, or are you just to score a goal?
With clarification if it's head-to-head record or goals for, as both teams will be on -3 right now. Just want to throw this out there. Shout out Blue United, they're 4-0 up against 11's Esports. Just completely...
Well, they've had an interesting day to the tournament, haven't they? I'm shame we couldn't see this form in the first 3 rounds for them of the tournament, but that changes things even more. Even if Sporting lose, but they lose by a goal, and Man City, you know, that score does stay the same, it would mean they would take that top 4 spot. As you said, both teams -3 goal difference at the moment. As you said, if it goes down to head-to-head, is that how it's standing at the moment?
That right there is how it will finish. Man City going out of the tournament.
FC Basel looks strong over in Group B. I think they'll be topping the group. Movie Star Riders, I think it'll be the end of the road for the Spaniards. Complexity, they want to get involved in all the drama. If they score again,
if City score, they go through.
That's a risky pass. In the other game, Sporting Ducks game, and there is a pause in play at the moment. If you wanted an update on that, we will keep you updated. Man City, can they win the ball back? They just need a goal. A draw would be enough as well. 10 minutes left in it. Sadio Mane into the box. Cleared away as far as the edge to Messi. Cristiano Ronaldo, little dink into the box. Kante runs off the field, possession back to Man City. Man City score, they go through.
Simple as that right now.
We haven't got any time left.
We're back underway in the Sporting Ducks Gaming matchup as well.
6 minutes left. Got to be careful, they're committing numbers forward where they're trying to come out and make this attack. Sadio Mane. Back to it, it's a time of just watching that clock tick down. Complexity want to finish top of the pile. And with a win here, they will. Shot comes in, huge save.
Ducks Gaming have just scored a third. They're now 3-0 up. And that will mean
that City
will go through.
Will jump back into 4th spot. And Sporting should be on a -4 goal difference. We'll have a look at the goal. It's a fantastic interception by Messi. 77 minutes on the clock. Little dink into R9.
Oh,
just poked it past Schmeichel. You can't call it.
City, with a skin of the teeth, will be going through as it stands. About 12 minutes left. That's the table as it stands. We're going through with 1 goal. Ducks Gaming are making a search for finishing 4th. They're on -5. Ducks Gaming are sending Man City through as it stands, beating Sporting 3-0. That's the City players.
They might be able to do it as Manchester City, but it's a case of they just want to get a goal.
Concede.
Just don't concede, defend for your life, and you will be going through. 3 minutes left in this game.
You're not missing anything in the Sporting game, it's just tactics being done. There's more time left in that game, there's 13 minutes left.
Do they put everyone behind the ball, Man City? It looks like they have. 1 minute left, plus additional time to follow. Another goal for Complexity would make it -4. But on head-to-head, Sporting would be going through. Not long left, just a few seconds. I don't think they will have any time to score. Is that going to fall back to Mana? It's going to be a penalty.
Oh no!
And the drama continues to unfold here in Milan. Trent Alexander-Arnold into the book. This could be a huge goal. R9 to step up. Complexity. He's put it over.
Oh no!
Over the bar, and Manchester City may have done enough to go through. There's still 7 minutes left in that game. We're going to jump straight over to Sporting Ducks Gaming. Have City done enough? Sporting can't look. Just get the game going.
6 minutes left. Sporting Ducks Gaming. Don't think I've ever seen a worse penalty in my life.
Eusebio. I have no idea what's happening in that penalty there. Is it a Panenka? Into the box. A goal for Sporting.
It's in! It's in!
Oh, it's beautiful! Sporting reacts with a huge goal. And on head-to-heads, that will mean that Sporting will be going through if they can hold on to this.
Drama.
It's unpredictable.
Quick question. Which colours did you have?
Say something.
I'm lost for words. A header from Sadio Mane. Sporting will be going through.
Oh my God, how many times is this table going to keep on moving?
You've got 3 minutes left.
Unless if Ducks score again,
Ducks Gaming,
Man City jump back up.
Are going to come forward from kickoff. 87th minute on the clock.
Last minute penalties. Late
People don't know where to
drama
look.
in Milan.
Hands on heads. Mouths gaping.
Oh, I don't know. Is it enough? They're going to get one more time to attack. Ducks Gaming score. City go through.
Simple as that.
Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Chance.
Into Messi. Chance now for Ducks Gaming. The clock is ticking down, and in time of just 3 minutes left.
Corner.
Fantastic tackle. Sporting hanging in on goal difference, on head-to-head, I want to say. Ball into the box. Where's he going to land? It's a free header. Van Dijk is there. We still got a minute and a half of additional time. It's into Mane. Cleared away. Surely that's job done. Is that job done for Sporting? Clear it long. Referee, full-time whistle. Sporting.
Oh, it's definitely going to be. He's in.
Will 100% be going through to the knockouts. And they even get cherry on top of the cake. Look at the passion.
Sporting go through. Huge turn up for the Bucks. They only got the phone call 48 hours ago, and they made it through to the knockouts.
Unpredictable stuff here at the FIFA eClub World Cup. We expected drama, Richard, especially in round 5, and it is delivered. Goal difference being the major factor to determine this top 4 in Group D. Sporting do enough, and they'll be going through to the knockout stages.
When you have 3 teams coming into the round on 17 points and 1 goal separating them, you knew it was going to be tight, you knew it was going to be touchy, but nobody could have predicted drama like that. The late penalty, the missed penalty, the late goal from Sadio Mane, and that is the table.
I want around
as
6.
It stands. Complexity go through 26 points. Team Footwiz second, 22. R288 going about their business on 18, and Sporting go through by a singular goal. Man City and Ducks Gaming crash out of the tournament.
Ducks Gaming though, Richard, they may have been out. They may have needed a miracle, but God, didn't they put up a fight in that game? And
They made
just
it interesting.
continued to make this Group D so interesting. The penalty miss from Complexity in the 90th minute. I don't know what it was. Was it a Panenka over the bar?
Unbelievable drama right there in Group D. Group B, on the other hand, that were pretty much wrapped up pretty early doors, to be honest, with Basel leading the line. 27 points for FC Basel. Nicholas on his way into the knockouts to defend his Club World Cup crown. British Esports in second. 11s in their first tournament under Gareth Bale, going through the groups, and Team Makers, the Italian giants, going through in fourth with 19 points. What a group stages.
Yeah, what a fantastic group stages. Blue United, a slow start yesterday, unfortunately, meant even though they turned up today, wouldn't be enough, and Movie Star Riders crashing out the tournament as well, Richard. We know our final 16 now. And of course, shortly, we will be jumping into the round of 16 that will be played, of course, across Group A and C and Group B and D. I mean, we knew the 2v2 was going to add interest to this tournament. It does every single year we have it. And there you go, Richard. The round 5 drama that we love continues.
I'm going to have a lie down because that was unbelievable, in all honesty. The drama, the misses, the late goals, the excitement, watching other people's games. Man City always got an eye over the shoulder, watching the Sporting game, watching Ducks gaming. In the end, one singular goal is the deciding factor.
Yeah, incredible stuff as well. Obviously, congratulations to Sporting and, of course, all the other teams that have gone through into the knockout stages. We'll be joining the round of 16 shortly, but before we do so, I'm going to throw it over to Julia and Spencer.
Wow. Okay, that's probably the liveliest. The stands, if you want to call them that, some plastic chairs on the thing over there, were pretty much shaking. There was a lot of... Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we come here for. That's why I like this format, because you've got the 3 games in every round, and the final round of the group stage, it seems to always go to that 2v2 game, and that's what we're here for. It's the team effort, and I've got to give a special shout out to 2 teams who have left the tournament but made it so interesting right to the very end. That is Blue United.
Oh yeah, they were especially just all of a sudden just came in at the last minute. Yeah,
they didn't actually finish bottom of their group. They actually ended up finishing 5th, so they only just missed out on a place in the top 4. So they did fantastically well. Also, obviously, shout out to Ducks, who are one of the few teams that actually put together the triple win, the 9-pointer in the whole tournament. They've done that against Sporting, and they've still not found themselves through because they had a poor first day, but we just seen an evidence of how good they can be when they really play their best.
I'm going to shout out to the casters who were having to like constantly change what was going on the whole time, every 2 seconds, managing, you know, like 6, you know, games all at once or whatever. That was intense.
There's loads of permutations. It's always changing. There's a goal going in. I mean, that Man City ending to that game was the best example, because they gave away a penalty in the last second. Conceding that goal could put them out because of the goal difference, and then the penalty was missed. So you're thinking about, what does it mean? What does it mean? Sporting end up celebrating 2 goals they scored in a defeat. And they were 3-0 down, they made it 3-1, they made it 3-2, but they knew those goals were significant.
Also, how much do you know, like, when you're playing? I mean, like, we're struggling here doing some basic maths. Are they even factoring that in at the time? Is it just like, just play your absolute best because every goal counts effectively?
Well, the way they're celebrating, it tells you they knew the importance of each individual goal. They knew it was going to come down to goal difference. The Man City game had finished as their game was finishing as well, so they've probably been updated on that. Much like you often see at football games with people shouting out the scores from the sidelines. But the thing with Sporting is fascinating, because based on yesterday, we thought they were going to go through. They're a strong team. However, they weren't. They were late replacements to this tournament in the first place.
They were expecting to fully have their feet up watching Netflix all weekend. That was their weekend plan, and then suddenly they're in Milan.
They have made it through, although some things... I think they're going to have an uphill struggle, to be honest with you. I don't want to like burst their bubble, but they've had a really poor final round there. They've lost 3 in a row. They're now 4th in their group, which means they're pretty much never going to get to pick what console goes first. They're going to be a low-seeded team. And no disrespect to his partner, but Diogo's the stronger player, and he's going to be the Xbox player. They're going to play against the top seed from Group B, which is going to be Basel, whose PlayStation player is very good. It's Nicholas.
I love the meta.
If they can get through that game, who knows? But I think they're going to struggle.
Right, so I think we actually have an interview with Sporting, and that's Dan. Let's go over to Dan.
So, incredible late drama for you boys. You are through just on goal difference. Talk me through those final moments.
Very nerve-wracking. I mean, at one point we were through. We were 1-0 down, but our coach was telling you, you're still through, you know, concentrate. But then we went 3-0 down, and City... Do you know what's crazy? Like, City were 1-0 down, and Complexity had a penalty, which they then I think they put it over. So at that point, we're gone. But then 87th minute, Mane comes in clutch, and then we get another goal, and we're through.
And what was going through your head at the time? Nervous or excited? Just talk me through.
I was really nervous. I couldn't even breathe. I have no words for what happened, but I'm really happy that we are through.
That's all that matters at the end of the day. You're through now. 2v2 is going to be very important. How has been the chemistry going into the tournament?
The chemistry's been good. It's just that we're just like literally, you know, as we were a late call-up, we had no time to practice, so our 2v2 is kind of lacking at the moment, but hopefully we can somehow turn up, and I think we'll do well.
But of course, there is a 1v1 beforehand. A lot of people are saying that you might be played. People might want to try and avoid Diogo. How do you feel about playing a lot of 1v1 matchups?
I think I'm ready for anyone. I have no fear against anyone. I'm just going to do my game, do my best, and hopefully I can win all the games that I have to play.
Very, very confident. All right, last thing. How far do you think you can go? Because that was a bit close, wasn't it? It's touch and go.
It was very close. If what you're saying is right, I'm just going to have to rely on my teammate to go far, but I'm 100% sure he can do it.
All right, thank you.
Oh, well, there we go. Let's take a look at how this is going to lay out then moving ahead.
So that's what I was talking about right there at the top of the screen. You can see Basel going up against Sporting. Basel have the choice of who goes against who. I imagine they're going to pick PlayStation first, just means Nicholas versus Bruno. It's going to be an uphill battle for Bruno. If they get through that, they'll play the winner of Roma versus FaZe. Again, Roma heavy favourites for that one. They came second in their group, but the amount of points they got would have won them a couple of different groups on their day. So it's a strong... If you're going to go the bookies odds, you go, it's going to be Basel versus Roma at the end of that. But who knows what could happen. Underneath that, of course, you've got Complexity going up against Makers. Complexity top in their group. And then you've got Neo versus Redemption. That's one of my favourite games, actually, in the round of 16. Neo versus Redemption. Redemption started slow, ended fantastically. And we've seen, obviously, the combination of Gorilla and Stokes. If Gorilla can match Stokes' form, I think they'll do really well and go far.
Oh, amazing. Well, why don't we take another look at the other side of that draw there moving forward as well. OK, there's your lads at the top. What's going to happen for them?
So Hashtag United, yes, going up against NASA. And I think Hashtag are the only team that have picked, on at least before those last few results, had picked the Xbox side to go first. Everyone else so far had picked PlayStation to go first. So we're going to see Shori, I think, representing Hashtag in that one in the first game. Obviously, Harry will only be used 1v1 if it needs to go to that game. That's just for that round, of course. Underneath that, you've got Team Futwiz going up against 11. So that can be a good matchup as well. Futwiz Australia, I should say. And 11's obviously Gareth Bale's team. I think they've done really, really well to get out of the group. And who knows how far they could go. They'll be feeling really confident. Fnatic versus Infinity is going to be a great game. Infinity will be feeling they're going to struggle in that one. Everyone has said the same thing this weekend. Everyone does not want to go up against Fnatic, but we've seen top favourites lose in the first knockout round before. It could definitely happen. And the final game there is Borussia versus R288. I would say that's quite a good matchup. I think both teams had strong spells and then dropped some points where you thought they wouldn't. Tough one to call, that one.
I mean, obviously, you know, we are around to our first round of like knockouts. Is it going to start getting even more aggressive now? Is their play style going to like get even more on that sort of like way, do you think?
Well, what you've just seen there is a taste of what's to come every single round now, because this is elimination FIFA from every single game going forward. We're also not always going to see 3 rounds of FIFA now. Sometimes it will be settled in the 2, the 1v1 and the 2v2. We might not need the second 1v1. So it could be quicker. It could be, you haven't got as much time to get those points. You know, you've got to get them quick. You've got to come off out of the blocks, early doors, try and get those goals, get that first win. If you win your first 1v1, the worst you can do is go to the next 1v1 because you've got 3 points. If you get a draw, it's all to play for. So yeah, the tension's going to be rife. This place is going to be kicking off. I can't wait.
It's going to be amazing, but I do think we all need a little bit of a break after all that action. So we're going to go away for a short little 40-minute, I don't know, some sandwiches, maybe some biscuits, cup of tea. Definitely. Some of the people in the gallery need to lie down, so they're going to go off and do that, and we'll see you again in 40 minutes. See you then. and welcome back to the FIFA eClub World Cup, coming to you live from Milan. It's been an exciting amount of football that we've had this morning, but probably no more shocking and exciting than a team who 3 days ago had the plan of the weekend to just kind of put their feet up, probably watch some TV and eat some cereal, but suddenly they're here and they're in our final 16.
Into the box. A goal for Sporting. It's beautiful! Sporting reacts with a huge goal. And on head-to-head, that will mean that Sporting will be going through. Say something. And what's the word? Sporting.
Oh, it's definitely going to be easy.
Will 100% be going through to the knockouts. And they even get cherry on top of the cake. Look at the passion.
Sporting go through.
So yeah, I mean, what a shock for Sporting, and that final match was edge of your seat. Well, actually, it was more kind of falling off the seats and jumping up from them, I feel like moving forward there's going to be an awful lot of that. Why don't you take us through, Spence, like what's going to be happening this afternoon, because now it really gets serious. They were serious before, but now it really gets serious.
Yeah, I mean, we're totally into that point of the day and the weekend now where every single game matters. You saw it a little bit towards the end of the groups there, but this is the big round, the knockout rounds. It's not just the points up for grabs, of course, which are hugely important in the grand scheme of things with the global series, but also the money. This is a $100,000 prize pool here.
I feel like you should do like the
100,000. Yeah, 100,000. The winning team are going to get $40,000. So every game you get through, you get more, obviously, money.
Drinks
and more
on
points.
them? Drinks on them at the end of it?
I think so. If you win, I mean, come on.
You could buy us a pint.
I think so.
All right, let's take us through the fixtures. Right. So the first round.
Yeah, so we're going to see the knockout rounds of the teams who qualified in the opening part of the day, the groups A and C. Starting off with hashtag there, you can see at the top, they're going to be going up against NASA Esports. You've got Team Futwiz Australia going up against 11s. Can't wait for that game, that's going to be fantastic. Fnatic going up against Gillette Infinity Esports there. You've got the Brisha Esports team going up against R288, of course. So that's one side of the bracket, if you like. Hashtag being the winning team from their group. I think the game we're going to see on the stream first, though, is going to involve Roma.
Yes.
Who actually, despite finishing second in their group, you see some of the other games here, they actually got more points than some teams like Hashtag, for example, who won their group. So if they can get through the round of 16, the way the seeding works is about how many points you got. That'll give them a bit more of an advantage there. You see Basel are going to be playing Sporting. That's an all real-life traditional football club matchup. One of them's going to get through to the quarterfinals. Roma, another real-life football club, going up against FaZe. Great game. Complexity from North America will be facing up against Makers. And, of course, you've got Neo, who are going to be playing Redemption. I think Neo Redemption is another great match.
That's going to be amazing. Yeah, and Redemption, seriously, like they've had really interesting tournament. I would also like to, just before we move forward and kind of kick this all off, is talk a little bit about a little something that might have just popped into someone, slid into some DMs there.
Well, I don't know
well,
about
not
DMs.
you. I don't know what he's been up to. But.
It's the Twitch drops is what Julia is referring to. We've already, I believe there's been... there's been headliner Salah, which is great because they get upgraded if your team wins 4 games in a row, and Liverpool have done that, which means Salah, along with the likes of Gini Wijnaldum, who also got a headliner item, have been upgraded. So some of you are going to be very lucky to get yourselves a headliner Salah item, and there's lots more coming. I think there's a certain prime icon that I may or may not be allowed to name. I'll give you a clue. He's a French centre-back. That's all I'm going to say. But there's all kinds of stuff being dropped in the Twitch drops. So, okay, I've been told I can say it. It's Marcel Desailly, but you should have figured it out anyway. Marcel Desailly, prime icon, great icon. We've seen him used in tournaments in the past. And, yeah, you've got to make sure you've linked your Twitch account to your EA account if you want to be lucky enough to get some of these Twitch drops. We're doing more of them tomorrow, of course.
Ah, fantastic. Well, yeah, there's so much more to look forward to. And, of course, some absolutely stellar football. So why don't we kick it off, as this is getting super serious now. Let's go over to Mark and Zab.
Thank you, guys. And, yeah, it's time to get into the final round of action for today. And the knockout rounds are looming as well, Dan. I'm so excited after what we've just seen just a few moments ago with the final qualification moments. I mean, we couldn't have set the stage any better.
I mean, round of 16, it's going to get serious now. There's going to be even more drama. There's going to be even more tension. There's going to be even late goals, but Sporting going through on goal difference. They were 2-0 down. They went for the goal. They didn't get the goal. They then conceded. They were going out. Then there was a penalty. It all just started messing with my head. But now we calm down a little bit.
And then we inject more excitement because we've got Roma going up against FaZe. Big matchup here, Dami versus Tas. So it's going to be the PlayStation players going up against each other. Slightly different, the format now, as we get into the knockout stages. Instead of it just being about points and playing for points and playing all 3 of the rounds, instead, it's essentially a first to 4. If you win your first matchup and then you draw the second matchup, you will win. You do not go to that third match. So it means there's a lot of pressure on this first 1v1 because the second matchup will be a 2v2.
Yeah, we are going to see that 2v2 be a huge deciding factor now in the round of 16. And the game is underway now. You can see it in the background. You can see it on your screens at home or wherever you are watching from. And what a matchup this is. FaZe, who had a difficult first day, but really have started to find a little bit of form today. Tas on the PlayStation going up against, in my opinion, one of the form players of this year, and that is, of course, Roma's Dami.
And this one surprised me. If I'm completely honest, Spider Kong has been incredible in his 1v1s in this tournament. Perhaps this is a choice, though, from AS Roma to maybe target Tas instead of his teammate, because Tas hasn't been so successful in 1v1s in this tournament in particular, maybe slightly out of form, and they think that Dami can take him down.
Well, it is going to be AS Roma here with possession from the start, with FaZe Clan in the white shirts, blue shorts, shooting from right to left, just to make it clear for everyone who's watching at home. There's Frankie de Jong now. He's found the overlapping run of Robertson. Dami getting aggressive and maybe just over stretched a little bit with that fake shot to try and burst inside the box to get that cross goal. And now Tas is going to have possession back. And I want to talk a little bit more about this 2v2 as being the second game of the series, because it just puts more pressure on this first game for the player involved.
It does, but it also means the fact that if you do get the win in the 1v1, you can play for a draw in that second one, and we have seen quite a few draws in 2v2 already. So it means that second team who has lost their first game is really going to have to go at their opponent, and we're going to see a very attack versus defense style game in certain 2v2s. But of course, if the first game is drawn, then there is a win up for grabs in the second game, which could guarantee you your place in the next round of knockouts as well. We could get 2 draws in the first and second, and then suddenly the 1v1 game from the other player will come into play, and there will be a lot of pressure on them.
Free kick given there. Well, the referee, I thought, Rudelit just managed to step in for just a second, but we do have lots of games going on at the same time here. All 4 games from the round of 16. You can see them in front of you from Groups A and C. Hashtag United taking on NASA Esports, a game that we're watching at the moment. Roma versus FaZe Clan, Fnatic versus Gillette Infinity, and of course in the bottom right there, Neo versus Redemption Esports.
And you just saw a goal go in the bottom right-hand corner as well. I'm sure we'll see that one on the full screen at some point, but that's going to be an early lead for Neo against Redemption. Here it is then. CR7 just on the edge, and it's an easy pass to R9. Oh, what a little turn that was. Nice close dribbling, and an early lead for Neo.
The Neo, who have looked very impressive so far in this tournament at the FIFA eClub World Cup, continue that form with that early goal. We talk about the importance and how almost it's vital to get that first goal to be able to control the pace of the game and have the option to play more defensively if you want to and protect that lead. And Neo, the first goal here. The ball is spread across, but unfortunately there, for Tas, it's just slightly overhit and it's going to run out of play.
And for all the talk I say of Spider Kong and how well he's played, I mean, we can't really forget the season that Dami's had so far. Most recently, top 8 at FUT Champions Cup Stage 2. And a good performance at Stage 3 as well, don't get me wrong, but it was really Stage 2 where I feel like he showed what he was made of. His teammate Spider Kong got top 8 at the FUT Champions Cup before that, so they both were FUT Champions Cup Masters, guaranteeing spots to the next event. So them teaming up, it really has shown to be quite an incredible two.
Sadio Mane turning inside the box here, looks for the pull back there to R9. Unfortunately, Mane just couldn't find the Brazilian. Promising signs there for Roma. Promising signs here for Dami as well. Being able to exploit those full-back areas early on. There's a couple of occasions he's managed to get in behind now.
Dami's opponent, Tas, I mean, a household name in FIFA at this point, but if you don't know who he is, he has a very rich history within FIFA. Didn't have the best of seasons in FIFA 19, but still was able to get into the top 16 at the E-World Cup. He felt he was very much underestimated throughout the entire season, yet still showed up, still showed what he was made of. previous hashtag player as well. But you can see bottom right, Neo versus Redemption. There's been another goal, but it's gone the other way against Neo. Redemption Esports getting the equaliser. And it's always that boy, R9, involved in some way. But Messi was the boy waiting in the middle.
Messi with the finishing touches there. As now Roma Stanley tries to come forward again as we go back to our feature game between Roma and FaZe Clan, but there's goals elsewhere as well, and there's a goal in the hashtag United versus NASA Esports game. And it looks at this point like it might be NASA Esports who have got the first goal, and it's Ronaldo R9 on that left foot, on the volley from the cross, who sends it back across the goalkeeper to give them the lead.
It was actually Shuri as well, who's playing for hashtag. Been very good in his individual games, and it was decided that he would be the one taking the reins. When I looked across who was playing and what, it seems like people have tried to target the weaker player on the other opposition side rather than putting in their stronger player on their own console.
Well, no surprise there. If you want to give yourself the biggest advantage you can, as R9 Ronaldo does superbly well there against Virgil van Dijk, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Robertson had to get that right. And luckily there for the Roma man, he did do that.
And when I speak of players who maybe weren't expecting to play 1v1s, Fnatic Tom takes the lead against Gillette Infinity. Everyone would have been expecting Tex to be taking the 1v1s, but they looked at the Infinity roster and they've decided to target Wolf instead of Janos, and it looks like it's paying off.
So Fnatic continuing their form, and it hasn't been just one player. Both players have been playing incredibly well, and you could argue that Tom has probably been the standout so far in that team. And the Tex has put up some fantastic results himself, definitely hasn't been slacking in any way, shape or form. But as we approach half-time here, it will be FaZe Clan and TAS with the last attack of this half. Around 60 seconds to go in game. Can TAS create something here? R9 turns back and gives the ball away, and that will be the half-time whistle probably going before a chance will be created here by Roman Stanley. And at the break here is 0-0, no goes to report.
And whilst we have a pause in play, there have been some more drops into your accounts. Untradeable rare gold packs have been dropped, so have a little check, log on to FIFA or check your web app and see if you have been one of the lucky few. One of the lucky many. I'm not entirely sure how many get them.
Just a reminder of all the games we've got going on at the moment here in the round of 16 as well. All of them coming towards the end of their first half as well. Just looking across the scores, Neo versus Redemption still tied up at 1-1. Hashtag United and NASA Esports, you can see there, half-time in that game, and Fnatic versus Gillette Infinity as well. Fnatic with that 1-goal lead. So goals early on here in most of the games, to be honest, Dan, apart from our feature game, and that just makes that second half all the more interesting.
These are the latest scores then. Half-time, 1-0 to NASA Esports. 0-0 between Roma and FaZe Clan. Fnatic 1-0 up against Gillette Infinity, and Neo versus Redemption is 1-1. Just check my account, I didn't get a drop. Still waiting for mine. I'm sure it'll arrive eventually. To go back to the conversation about picking who's going to play on what console and deciding who's going to be playing that 1v1, it's also important because it means that if you start on PS4, then the 2v2 is then going to be on Xbox. So you've got to think about strengths and weaknesses both in 1v1 and in your 2v2 as well.
Been pretty impressed so far with the way that Tammy's tried to pressurise TAS quite high up the pitch. He hasn't allowed him to play that possession game and feel comfortable on the ball. He's always trying to put a challenge in, be physical around the ball, trying to disrupt the rhythm that TAS was talking about when he plays his best FIFA. He has that rhythm, he finds that rhythm. Smart stuff from the Roma man early on here, but a free kick. 38 yards out from goal. Runners either side of the free kick taker will be rolled short here. Alexander Arnold with a little back heel from Messi, and now TAS can build again.
One thing that TAS is very good at doing is building, being patient, playing a possession-based style of FIFA. Unfortunately, as I say that, the ball gets given away.
He had a little exasperated gasp for air as well from TAS. A little bit disappointed that pass didn't make its target. It's given possession back to Roma here. Cristiano Ronaldo just dropping a little bit deeper, and he's going to make that run from deep as well, looking for that return ball. Doesn't get given it initially, but Ronaldo goes deep himself to collect. You can see Tass on the player cam as well, frantically defending and switching players on his controller. Ronaldo does well there. Physical presence of Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, defensively, such an asset as well as on the offensive end of the pitch.
Yeah, just needs to make something of these attacks now, does Tass. Not give the ball away, not play it out of play as well. I've seen a couple of times switching it across the pitch. It has gone out of play, but this time, thankfully, manages to hold on to it. Goal elsewhere, though. Hashtag versus NASA Esports. It was a lead for NASA Esports, but good news for Hashtag fans. It's a yellow shirt going forward. Oh no, just scoops it around and puts that one in the back of the net.
So all 4 games, as we say, live as we speak. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner there, Fnatic versus Gillette Infinity. The goal has been scored there. Trying to keep an eye on who that was, and it is going to be Fnatic who double their lead. Kylian Mbappe on the end of a raking pass across here, and Ronaldo says, thank you for the space, I will shoot, and I will make it 2.
That's crazy, that's crazy, it's crazy.
It's crazy, says Tom. As we go back to AS Roma versus FaZe Clan.
Carlos Alberto tries to drive the ball across goal there. Big chance there for the Roma man to maybe do a little bit better in that situation. Ter Stegen comes out and gets a piece of that.
Ter Stegen in goal.
It looked dangerous as that ball was floating in from the corner.
We haven't seen much of Ter Stegen, even though I will swear by he is the best goalkeeper in the game. For chemistry reasons, it's very difficult to have him in between the sticks.
Carlos Alberto here getting to an advanced position himself, and now he's going to have to retreat and get back and do some defensive work as Tass has pinched the ball back, but going back to Virgil van Dijk means that the Brazilian fullback will have plenty of time just to slot back into that defensive position.
That means Tass is playing Ter Stegen off Chem in goal there, deciding that he thinks he's better off Chem than Allison on full Chem and Van der Sar on full Chem. One of the most interesting decisions we've seen for a goalkeeper.
70 minutes into the game, you can see in the top right-hand side of your screen as well, a pause has been queued up by Tass, which means that he's thinking about making some changes. Will it be personnel? Will it be tactics? And you just saw Dami there, just a little deep inhale, maybe just starting to get frustrated with the way that Tass is playing, but that's what Tass is looking for.
Hold on a second. I can hear of shouts and screams that are going on around the arena. And it seems like the early stages of all these rounds, we're seeing a lot of goals going in where we wouldn't have seen them go in before. You can see in the top right-hand side of your screen, Fnatic have got a third against Gillette Infinity, but maybe a chance here.
Oh, what a save by Ter Stegen. And that is why you have him in between the sticks. Cristiano Ronaldo just driving past his man and having the shot across goal. But speaking of Fnatic, you said there was a third goal. And it is Fnatic's Tom who is looking absolutely superb here.
Ring, ring. All aboard Fnatic Tom hype train. These are the 4 matches that are currently underway. Still 1-1 between Hashtag and NASA Esports. Still goalless, AS Roma versus FaZe Clan. 1-1 between Neo and Redemption, and then of course we just saw that third goal go in for Fnatic as well. So for 2 of the games we could be looking, well, for 3 of the games we could be looking at going to the 2v2 with all the points shared with just a draw.
So a corner here for Dami after the wonderful save there from Marc-Andre Ter Stegen, and he almost is called into action again with that ball whipped into the near post. It was Kylian Mbappe who made contact. Just couldn't direct it towards goal to trouble the German enough.
A lot of thought going into this goal kick just to try and ensure that you don't give the ball away. The ball has been given away. And it's AS Roma coming forward again.
Here's Neymar, fresh on the pitch here for Dami. 5-star skills being demonstrated there with the Elastico, and Johan Cruyff with the 5-star weak foot. Again, forces Ter Stegen to pull off a 5-star save. Corner now, whipped in, Van Dijk's there as well, and Tass is holding on a little bit here.
But these corners are finding this scary presence of the likes of Van Dijk, the likes of Ronaldo. It certainly looks like if it's going to be anyone's game, it's going to be Dami's game.
Neymar now stepping towards goal into Cruyff, and Virgil van Dijk makes a big tackle. And with 81 minutes on the clock here, Tass has got the chance to go forward and maybe steal one here for FaZe Clan.
You can see how desperately he wants to get forward before all those men come back as well for AS Roma. He's got so much room on the right-hand side.
Great
Opts
turn
to
there
go
from
back,
Neymar.
opts to recycle.
De Jong now fires it into the feet of Lionel Messi, and Hullet makes the tackle.
And I wonder whether we'll see Dami just try and slow this down, or whether he's going to try and take them the initiative here of saying, look, he looks slightly open at the back. Hullet strides forward, but is contested.
Well, it was a good player switch there by Tass just to bring the fullback out and time it well enough to make that challenge, but 86 minutes on the clock. This could be one of the last attacks of the first leg here.
Yeah, I wonder whether he will just take a glance at that clock and say, okay, this game's either a draw or a win. I might just hold on to the ball a little bit. Go for one of those riskless attacks.
Messi's pinched it though. And it will be Tass here, who's going to potentially have the last attack of the game, and this will be cruel. If Tass could manage to find the goal to pick up those 3 points. 3 minutes of stoppage time added here by the referee. Alexander-Arnold bringing it forward. Spread right across the pitch here by Tass. Trying to use every single blade of grass to create space in the middle. Stoppage time is up here. The interception will be made. And it's a 0-0 draw between Roma and FaZe.
Which means we can watch the end of Fnatic versus Gillette Infinity. Tom with a 3-0 lead at the moment, and this game is pretty much all done for. I can't see anyone being able to score 3 goals in this amount of time, especially against someone with Tom's ability. And it will be the only team, I believe, finding a win out of all of these initial 1v1s, which would mean Fnatic would only need a draw going into their 2v2 to guarantee their path into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, their form just seems to be getting better and better as the competition goes on. And well defended there by Tom again, and there's a chance on the counter-attack. Look at the top of your screen. Run in behind, but the line does step there. And it will be offside called by the assistant referee.
I think this is huge for Fnatic and huge for Tom as well. He probably didn't expect to be playing many 1v1s, because even though I think Tom has perfectly shown why he deserves to be considered one of the best players around and one of the better players on PlayStation, you're always going to be overshadowed by Tex just because of the rich history that Tex has in recent years. But he's been given the opportunity to show why he should be playing 1v1s, why he is deserved on this team.
And we're into the 90th minute here, just a case of time being run down here by Tom, or is he going to maybe look for another goal? Cristiano Ronaldo battling with the fullback, and that's a beautiful piece of footwork into Lionel Messi. Looking to make it one more. It is absolutely superb from Fnatic Tom. That one is my favourite goal of the day.
Dial them up, dial the numbers. There's a signature phone in home from Tom. Might as well start calling him ET at this point. Absolutely phenomenal. Goal difference doesn't matter in the knockouts, but it's one way to rub salt in the wounds and put you in a fantastic bit of momentum going into the 2v2. He has done the job. I'm sure he felt the pressure, but Wolf has not been able to keep up.
And there is the final whistle. A big 3 points there for Fnatic. Tom getting the job done, and getting it done in some certain style as well. Fantastic stuff from him. What we're going to do right now is take a look at those scores, though, Dan, after leg 1. The round of 16 is where we are. Hashtag United sharing the spoils there with NASA Esports. AS Roma 0-0 with FaZe Clan. We just saw the result there. Fnatic taking the 4-0 victory over Gillette Infinity Esports, and Neo versus Redemption also all tied up.
So only Fnatic getting a victory. And as a reminder, you need 4 points, or the first 2 4 points will go through. These are all the goals from Fnatic's Tom.
Bang. Come on. What a player I am.
And there's all the reactions from them as well.
He said, what a player I am. I love the self-confidence. Tom did ask me earlier, he said, will they go to the player cams when I'm scoring all my goals? And I was like, I respect the fact you're going to score those goals and you think you're going to score those goals.
Well, the sun is starting to flow since he's known that. It's a strange thing, isn't it?
Crazy.
Yeah, he's saying it's great. Just the confidence is flowing, as you say, and knowing that you've got someone like Tex alongside you as well, that confidence is going to breed. And you're just watching these goals, Dan. Such composure, and they are goals full of self-confidence.
I think it's almost as funny watching Tex in the background. I think he had a hand warmer in his mouth there. I'm not sure how hygienic that is, Tex, but this one, that was special. So composed, beautiful in front of goal.
He liked that one, I think, Tom. I think he enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was like a Year 6 celebration, a little snapping of the fingers. And there's a reminder of the results. But it means that Fnatic just need a draw in their next game in the 2v2 game, whereas a win for any of the other teams in their 2v2 would get them into the quarterfinals. If we saw another draw, however, we would go to the third match. It would be another 1v1. It would be the player who didn't play in their previous 1v1. And if it's all still tied up, then it goes to extra time and penalties.
And extra time and penalties is certainly going to be an exciting proposition if that does go all the way down. We've already seen some controversy from the penalty spot today. Well, hashtag United had the opportunity there to get 3 points on the board early, but this is the game that we're going to be joining. As the boys played in, this is actually the goals, from the hashtag United game that we saw a little bit earlier on. NASA Esports taking the lead here, and then it was R9, Ronaldo and Shori who did get that nice turn from the scoop turn, and the finish in at the near post. Solid stuff from them, but I think it's all set up beautifully for the 2v2 here. The only team, as you say, who managed to pick up those full 3 points was Fnatic in that round, making the 2v2 once again incredibly interesting for us to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. Like, I was a little bit worried that because you get to choose who plays the first 1v1, you get to pick and choose your opposition, that we might have seen a stronger player beat a weaker player in almost every game, and then the 2v2 just becomes a let's play for a draw game. That's not the case in 3 of the 4, because you have to still find a result here. You can't just play for a draw. It's only Fnatic that will be able to go through if they get a draw in the 2v2.
We also have the Neo versus Redemption goals to show you as well, just so if you're just joining us for the first time, you're not missing out on any of the action from our round of 16 leg 1, and that one I enjoyed as well. Just that little bit of composure, using that dribbling and agility of R9 Ronaldo. He's a big boy and he likes to bully players sometimes, but he does have that little bit of deftness around the box as well.
It was Stokes chosen to play for Neo as well. Gorilla will of course come in for the 2v2, but there was the equaliser in the 30th minute. Mr. Dunn watches on. But a draw will be enough just to keep this exciting going into the 2v2. And not many teams had practice in 2v2. I'd argue that the 2 most practiced teams are on your screen though, AS Roma and Fnatic, who are playing each other quite a lot boot camping. Or at least the coach for AS Roma was stepping in, and Spider Kong has probably learned from Zelonius, and they've discussed all of those different things. But I wonder how nervous some of these teams are going to be going into the 2v2, because it is a little bit unpredictable.
Well, this is a potential knockout game, isn't it, for a lot of these teams? That's the thing they've got to say. You can't think ahead to the next game. If they lose here, then they're out of the tournament. That's as simple as that. So this really is for all the marbles for the teams. And good to see that FaZe are obviously in good spirits at the moment. You can see Mino and Tass on your screens at the moment, trying to maybe just take the pressure off themselves a little bit and just remind themselves that they're going to play their best when that pressure is off. But they're going to be feeling that pressure. Every single player who's in this room who is going into this second game, having just got 1 point on the board, is going to be thinking, if we don't perform here, this could be the tournament over.
Yeah, the only team who could survive a loss in this particular round would be Fnatic. As discussion's still going on between FaZe. I did hear through the grapevine that Mino was saying that TAS, they didn't really have the same kind of play style in 2v2, so it was very difficult to try and adjust his. But they've slowly got there as the tournament's gone on. And I think you can say that for the majority of teams that have got to this point, they must have found some sort of synergy.
Yeah, and another team who have found that synergy is AS Roma. I think they've been very impressive in the 2v2 so far and had a lot of results. You can see Dami there, he obviously didn't manage to quite break the deadlock against TAS in their first game, but you can see Zelonius and Spider Kong alongside him as well. And Zelonius is a fantastic player in himself who's coaching them, and he's going to be able to give them some fantastic advice in how to go about this 2v2.
Yes, Zelonius would have been partnering Dami when they were practicing 2v2s against Fnatic, when they were boot camping, and I'm sure he would have then been giving all of that advice to Spider Kong. And of course, advice comes from coaches, and coaches are very important, and someone who has stepped in as temporary coach every now and then is Wes Tanser. He's with hashtag on the floor.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with someone I know very well, Mr. Wes Tanser of hashtag United. Question I've got for you, mate. Something that I feel is something that suits us as hashtag United is the fact that we've always been quite team-orientated. So would you say that this is a good event for us?
Yeah, especially these two. They literally spend every waking hour together for the last sort of year and a half. So yeah, they know each other very well.
Does that necessarily translate into 2v2 effectiveness, though?
Apparently it does. Yeah.
Because they're doing well. All right, well, talk to me about how the HQ works. Like, what sort of stuff are they doing? How do they work together, even when they're not doing 2v2, when they're doing singles stuff?
Yeah, I mean, they've been out in Canada. They've been, in the basement, in Harry's dad's basement, and they've been qualifying for stuff, finished top of the group, best goal difference in qualifiers for this, so they're good team.
In this particular matchup that Hashtag are in right now, obviously, Shuri's just got a draw, as did many of the players, so we're going into a 2v2 matchup, which whoever wins it, wins. If it's another draw, it would go to the other 1v1. So what's the strategy going in for the 2v2?
We said coming in, we just want to enjoy it, and it seems to have been working. And I think Shuri was unlucky there. He had a chance 10 minutes in, Ronaldo hit the post. If that goes in, it's a bit of a different game, but no, he played very solid.
Okay, and obviously we've got the Club World Cup tournament here. You as a coach, you're getting more and more experience all the time. You were in Tom's corner at the recent event in Atlanta. Yeah. And also you were coaching New Zealand at the E-Nations last year. Tell us how that came about.
That's true, yeah. Honey Badger, our player last year, he represented New Zealand at E-Nations. There was a 2v2 aspect there. It was kind of my coaching debut, so it was a bit much, but me and Tom had a good result in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, so we're starting to get grips with it.
And to someone watching at home who maybe is new to FIFA esports, as you were a few years ago, it's a whole new world for many people. Tell people what it's like to be at a coach at an event like this. You come from more of a normal football background, thrown into esports. How have you found it?
Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind I'm 0 and 30 versus you.
Thanks for mentioning that, because I didn't have to.
You obviously don't have to be a good player to be a good coach.
Exactly. I tell everyone that I manage on Sunday League there every week.
Good squad. Decent centre mid.
Yeah, I've heard. Who are you talking about? Wes Dancer is a player, of course, but he's a coach as well. He's doing very well for Hashtag United. Have you got an aim for this tournament coming in?
We just want to enjoy it, get as far as we can. We're playing well. We're just going to keep playing well.
Obviously, thinking about the points, there is the potential chance, all being well, if Hashtag were to go through a few rounds and Fnatic were to do the same, we could see a matchup, Hashtag versus Fnatic, which would be Tom, who's obviously on loan from Hashtag at Fnatic, going up against his teammates. We've seen that happen before recently as well at a tournament. What goes through your head in a moment like that? Because Tom's someone you spend a lot of time with.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream. That was the dream final coming into this. If we got that matchup in the semis, then I suppose it would be a good one, because then you've got one in the final. But they match up. It'd be an interesting matchup, put it that way.
Yeah. Okay, Wes Dancer, thank you very much. Back to the guys on the desk.
Thank you very much. A couple of things, Dan, before we carry on. Obviously, really good to hear from Wes. Enjoyed his time. That's Spencer Owen, who you've worked with for nearly 2 years now. His name is not Hashtag.
Right, okay. So I said
cool.
hashtag. I called him Hashtag.
You said Hashtag,
okay.
but never mind.
Sorry.
Obviously, Hashtag United, and good of Wes to just bring up the 0 and 30 when his boss was interviewing him. So congratulations to that. I'm looking at Spencer just behind me here, and he knew that was definitely done. But let's talk about the games that we have coming up, because we need to sort of kind of focus ourselves a little bit and kind of explain again the situation that we're in, where there's only one team, Fnatic, which we did mention briefly there when we were talking about Tom, who have that opportunity now to get a draw, to go through. Everyone else is in a knockout scenario now.
Yeah, and having that knowledge of, okay, we can play defensive, we can go for a draw, it would be fine for any other team, but I don't think Fnatic are that kind of team who will just sit and wait. They will be attacking. But we can jump into Hashtag United versus NASA Esports here. You can see the focus is already there. Both players from both teams leaning in, getting as close to the screen as you possibly can without touching each other. And it's, of course, going to be Hashtag United in the yellow kit and NASA Esports in the red.
So this is one of those games that is essentially a knockout game, although a draw here would send it to that third leg. Sadio Mane here, trying to find that overlapping run. Alexander Arnold will make the tackle. It will just deflect out for a goal kick, and it just seems like, even though we were hearing from Wes, the Hashtag United coach, saying, we just want to have fun in the 2v2s, there's a real serious feeling about this now, because, as I say, it's not just a little bit of fun right now, it's for the money, it's for those placement points, it's for the chance to qualify.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I don't believe what we have just seen from Hashtag United.
I mean, I don't know about what we've seen from Hashtag, it's more what we've just seen from NASA Esports. You've tried to play out to the defender, and it has not worked out, and that is an absolute calamity. And a gift to Hashtag.
It's Matthias de Ligt who's been awarded with the own goal as well. Well. If you were to ask me how the first goal would be scored, it would have taken me a long time to get to there. And look at that reaction from Shuri. Shuri was following that ball in the air thinking, this can happen.
A lot of players, a lot of teams, when the goal kick isn't looking great and you feel like you're being pressured in too many areas, which happens a lot in 2v2 because you can cover different angles, you try and just play it short to one of your centre-backs and then nod it back to the keeper. He catches it, and then you can kick it out easily.
And you have to give credit here to Hashtag United as well for reading that, for moving that player across to challenge that header, put him under pressure. Incredible way to start things off. And now we're going to move over to Fnatic versus Gillette Infinity here, because the first goal has been scored. And my word, the sauce is out for the Fnatic boys. Look at that reaction from Shuri.
And I tell you what, I said they're not the type of team to play for a draw, and I think that shows the intent of the Fnatic lads. And they're having fun whilst apparently destroying the opposition with goals like that.
A little bit of a difference between the two goals that we've had going so far, I have to say. Both count.
For Hashtag, from what we've seen in this tournament, in 2v2s especially, very difficult to get back into games, to break through defences. Maybe Hashtag will sit on this goal lead, this gift of a goal lead, from a massive error. Usually I'd say errors like that, I wouldn't blame the player and I wouldn't say it's a user error, maybe it's something that's happened wrong in the game, but you didn't have to go for that. You could have just literally kicked the ball to the halfway line, but you've tried something a little bit fancy that hasn't worked out.
It's a freak goal, and I don't think it's one that you'll see repeated too many times throughout FIFA 20. However, it has happened in this game, and it's such a big game as well.
You can see the controllers there for both players, and the beauty of PlayStation, you can see the red light and the yellow light, so it helps us know who is controlling who on the pitch.
It's going to be Mbappe who gets a little piece of that, and Hashtag United now are on the attack once again, and ooh, Cristiano Ronaldo! He's picked the pocket of de Ligt, who's having an absolute shocker! Ronaldo on the return header as well! And they can't find the back of the net, but they found the crossbar twice.
So that red triangle above the player, that'll be Harry. The yellow will be Shuri, so it was Harry through on goal. He's just collided with the post to the bar twice. That could have been the game, I'm going to be completely honest, at 2-0 in a 2v2. You really can sit on a lead, but these are all four of the games that are underway. Hashtag United a goal up. Roma versus FaZe, still 0-0. Fnatic a goal up versus Gillette Infinity. And still goalless, Neo versus Redemption Esports. Remember, aside from the Fnatic Gillette Infinity game, a loss for every other team would have them out of the competition.
Unbelievable stuff at the start of this 2v2 legs in our round of 16. We've had some magic from Fnatic. We've had calamity from Nasser Esports as we move back to that game. And now there's a shot, and it's an equaliser here for Nasser Esports. All the painful memories of the goal they conceded have evaporated now as R9 beats Allison at his near post.
That is the power, the sheer power of R9 on the turn. When people ask who is the best player in the game, who is the best player I could add to my ultimate team, I mean, he is the most expensive player in the game for a reason. It feels like you could shoot from pretty much anywhere in and around the box and it goes in. And Nasser Esports, they rescue this one. What could have been finding themselves 2 goals down if we had seen Hashtag United not hit the bar.
So Hashtag then probably going to be looking back at that chance where they did hit the bar and regretting that slightly, but we have goals from elsewhere now. Neo versus Redemption. Neo on the attack here. Cristiano Ronaldo goes across goal and finds the back of the net. Neo have the lead.
Stokes and Gorilla, a real powerhouse of a squad. When I think about teams that could be making the grand finals here at the FIFA eClub World Cup tomorrow, I think of Fnatic, I think of AS Roma, I think of Neo. To be honest, with how Hashtag have been playing in this tournament, I wouldn't put it past them being able to reach the latter stages as well, but they need to overcome this 2v2 first.
And NASA Esports will certainly be buoyed by the way they've got back into this game as well. Kante spreads the ball out to Zambrotta here. Andy Robertson comes in to win the ball back for Hashtag though, and there's a chance to go forward. Just on the stroke of half-time here for the Hashtag United boys.
Just build up slowly. Make sure that last attack is yours. No point taking a risk in giving a free attack to your opponent.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum
It's a stoppage time
of 2
then.
minutes of added time.
This is where Hashtag will make their move forward. Everyone behind the ball at the moment for NASA Esports. Mane makes that run and Mane picks the pocket. It will deflect back off of the Liverpool man to give Hashtag possession once more, but not enough time to create any meaningful opportunity. And at the break, it's 1-1.
A goal elsewhere, though, between AS Roma and FaZe Clan. And I said how much 2v2 practice we've seen from Roma, and it's R9 with the finish. And they get the opening goal, and they get the lead, and they get themselves closer to the quarterfinals.
Oh, come on, boys.
You can hear the reaction from the players as well, how much it means, but not getting carried away with the situation either, Dan. They know they've got a long way to go if they want to close this game out and see themselves through the round of 16.
And whilst we're during half-time, in the other game we could take a look live here at AS Roma versus FaZe.
Around 10 minutes to go to half-time in this one as well, and AS Roma will be more than happy to take a lead in. One of the world's biggest football clubs. And AS Roma going up against one of the biggest esports organisations as well. Here's R9 Ronaldo. FaZe here. Mino and Tass on the attack. Frankie de Jong finds the ball into Eusebio, but N'Golo Kante comes in with the block at just the right time.
Slight amount of panic, just clearing it. And inviting more pressure from FaZe, but when you've got a goal lead, I guess you can just try and get rid and lump it up the pitch. Wait for a better way to try and regain possession. A more clear-cut chance, so you don't give the ball away in any risky areas.
Ooh, and R9 showing his strength there and almost knocks Van Dijk clean off the ball there to be able to turn towards goal, but the Dutchman did just enough.
The switch of play just so vital in FIFA 20, recognising when there's too much congestion on one side of the pitch.
And there is the switch of play via a couple of central midfielders. Mbappe now for AS Roma. Ball attempted in behind, but Lionel Messi will just be caught offside there. With a couple of moments left to go until half-time. Will be FaZe Clan with the opportunity to go forward here and maybe find an equaliser.
And it does seem like a lot of these teams have been going forward a little bit more in 2v2s than we saw in the group stages. And I wonder whether that's because if you do win, you are through. They know that now. And they don't want to rely on going to another 1v1 game with arguably a weaker matchup.
Here's Ferland Mendy, the Frenchman. Goes back to Hullet, needs to move this ball forward pretty quickly here. Kylian Mbappe heads towards the corner and tries a little body feint inside. It's not going to be effective enough to create a chance. As we move over now to Neo versus Redemption, because there's been another goal here for Neo. They've doubled the lead.
And that is the CR7 difference. Just his ability to shrug off defenders, control the ball, bring it down, and tuck it away. Neo take a 2-0 lead, and that gets them so close to the quarterfinal. But now Hashtag versus NASA Esports has got back underway, so we can jump back into that one, our feature game of this round of 16. Tied up 1-1 at the moment.
We're past the hour mark in this game as well. So 30 minutes left, and just a reminder, if there is a winner in this game, that is enough to put the team through who manages to find that winner into the quarterfinals. Mbappe here. De Ligt does well. And That's a fantastic touch there from Lionel Messi, who's picked the pocket here of Virgil van Dijk, just waiting for support, plays the ball early into our 9, and Alexander-Arnold throws himself in the way.
Absolutely nerve-wracking attack as well for Hashtag. Ball played in from the corner, but he's going to go out for another. Nasser just trying to whip this one into the near post. Will they try it again or play it short now?
Whipped in again by Sadio Mane. Ronaldo challenges, but it's going to fall to R9. Gets his shot away. Massive save from Alisson. It's carnage in the box. And it falls to a Nasser eSports player. And Lionel Messi gives them the lead.
All tournament long I've been saying, get it in the mixer. Stop playing it short. Take the risk. Take the chance. It's an absolute shambles in the back. It's bounced off almost every defender, but it's fallen in the right place at the right time for Nasser eSports. And if you consider the goal they conceded right at the start, the mistake they had, it looked like it wasn't going to be their game, but it's all turned around now. And Hashtag United have only got, what, 12 minutes in game to rescue this, otherwise they'll be out of the competition.
And Haroum and Rami, what a performance that would be, what a scalp that would be in the tournament to knock out Hashtag United, who look so good in the group stages of the tournament. Now they just have to hold on, and you're seeing the changes coming from Hashtag here. They know their tournament life is on the line.
Now things could have been so different as well when Harry was through on goal and it just rose a little bit too much, did the ball. Collided with the bar, had the rebound, hit the bar again with Cristiano Ronaldo. At 2-0, I would have said it was game over. But now Hashtag United have to change everything. You can see them in the tactics screen as there's a second goal in the game against Fnatic versus Gillette. And it's going to be a second for Fnatic. And considering the fact they only need a draw to get through to the quarterfinals, I'd confidently say we'll be seeing them next round.
Yeah, Fnatic continuing their winning ways. You could just see taking advantage of the space left in behind as their opponents were desperately trying to push forward to find a goal, to find that equaliser. Looking across here at all the games we've got going on, AS Roma still holding on to that goal advantage over FaZe Clan. Neo still 2-0 up over Redemption, looking fairly comfortable in that game.
Yeah, as it stands, we won't be going to a deciding game in any of these matchups. It will be Roma, it will be Neo. Of course, will be Fnatic as well with their domination. And Nasser eSports would be the fourth and final team going through if results stay their way.
R9 causing all sorts of problems once again there for the FaZe Clan defenders. And Carlos Alberto now looking to cause the fullbacks problems. Cristiano Ronaldo will get on the end of this one. Patrick Vieira comes across to deal with it though, and there's maybe an opportunity to counter-attack it.
Roma do need to be careful. Cristiano Ronaldo is so good on that right-hand side at just beating those fullbacks and being able to take that ball down. But I guess when you've got Patrick Vieira in the central of defence, he is something that can counteract it.
So FaZe recycle the ball. Still just one goal between them and continuing their tournament here at the FIFA eClub World Cup, but it needs to happen soon. Otherwise, we could be saying goodbye.
15 minutes left in the Hashtag United versus Nasser eSports game as well. 15 minutes to try and rescue this game and take it to a tiebreaker.
Back to Hashtag United versus Nasser, our feature game. And it's Hashtag who are trying to find their way towards goal, but unfortunately there's a technical error in that game. Just as Hashtag were on the edge of the box as well.
And that isn't going to help anything with frustration. We'll just have to wait for a restart. Let the admin sort that one. A few minutes to mentally reset as we can take a look at what's going on versus Redemption for Neo here. They still have a 2-goal lead, only 5 minutes left, and surely this one's wrapped up.
You would think so. However, we've seen crazier things happen a little bit earlier in the group stages. But Neo on the attack again, and Gorilla and Stokes are looking like a class act at the moment. 3 of the best here from Neo.
I mean, on paper, Neo, arguably one of the best teams. I'd say up there with Fnatic as well. Even if Gorilla hasn't had the incredible performances we saw from him when he was a world champion, he's still just such a big name, and you know that he possesses the skill and the mentality to be a tournament winner. Put him alongside Stokes, who had such an amazing FIFA 19 season, and you know that he still has it in the tank for FIFA 20 as well. He's just waiting for that right patch, just waiting for that right tournament to show up, and maybe this is it.
I spoke to Gorilla a little bit earlier. He said he felt like he was playing at sort of 70% of what he can play here on FIFA 20. And maybe he's starting to find that form alongside Stokes as well, and that is a scary proposition for anyone who will be going up against Neo. With space at the back, and with the way they're playing, with only a few moments left, they're still going forward and looking for one more. Mane comes across, but it will be Neo who'll be our first team who'll be confirmed to go through to our quarterfinals.
Well, and I mean, they should be with how they were playing as well in that 2v2. We knew that getting into the knockout stages, 2v2 was going to be so important. We saw draws in 3 of the games in the 1v1 scenario, and then the 2v2 actually paid out, like, honestly, some incredible matches. I was really worried that we might just get some, like, dull games of 2 teams trying to defend, but no, teams were just going at each other, going at each other's throats, and we had some really good goals as well.
Yeah, we will, of course, get updated for you with the technical errors that are going on at the moment. We get the games going as soon as we possibly can, but these are the latest scores. Neo, of course, is a result there at the bottom with the 3-0 win over Redemption Esports, which unfortunately for them means they will fall out of the tournament. But Fnatic 2-up over Gillette Infinity Esports, again, looking phenomenal. AS Roma Esports, a slim lead there over FaZe Clan, but in control. And Hashtag United down at the moment to NASA Esports. A very interesting game there, which will certainly have an interesting conclusion.
Yeah, we'll get to the resolution of those 3 games soon. I would imagine that Fnatic are pretty much guaranteed through, just because they only need a draw at this point. You can see discussions going on from the Hashtag players, just trying to talk with the admins to decide what's the best way to go about this. They did have possession when the error occurred, so they need to make sure that they are comfortable with how this restart goes about. In the esports edition, you can restart it, of course, with the amount of minutes. But this is Fnatic versus Gillette Infinity. We've only got 1 minute of added on time, and we are just going to be seeing the final whistle here at this point. They want it 2-0. They're through to the quarterfinals. Gillette Infinity, however, are out of the competition.
Yeah, so we've only got a couple of games to resolve now. Before we get some of our quarterfinalists wrapped up, hopefully we can get those games to you, as we say, as soon as possible. We apologise for the delay, but we want to make sure that everything's good for the players and everything's set up and agreed in the correct way to go about things. But I want to talk a little bit about Fnatic, because they're playing pretty well. And just to my left here is a young man called Tom, who has just put his finger to his ear as I started saying, so I've got to be careful now with what I say. But, questions might have been asked, like you were saying, about Tom going into those 1v1 games first and, with Tex sitting behind him and kind of seeing what's happening. But my word, he has performed at this tournament. He's been one of the standout players.
I mean, are we surprised, considering he was played so well in Atlanta, played so well in previous tournaments? He's just got better and better and better. You look back at 2019 when these two were partners of the E-Nations representing England. They had a phenomenal group stage. They were pretty much, I think they were unbeaten. They just were unmatched, definitely, in terms of their points total. But then it got to the knockout stages, and they were a little bit lackluster. And actually, it was Tex who lost the game for them when they went out of the competition. And no one remembers that. No one thinks, oh, it was Tex. They just think, oh, well, Tom, he might have been the weak link. He wasn't. And he's not the weak link here either. He is such a phenomenal player, and I'm really excited to see where these two players can go, both individually and in this tournament.
Well, speaking of a team that doesn't seem to have any weak links at the moment, it's the team we've just seen qualify through and win their 2v2 game. It is Neo, and they're down on the floor now with Spencer.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Gorilla and Stokes from Neo. First question to you, Gorilla. Decent performance. What do you put it down to?
Just good communication, and we're on our preferred console, I think, overall. We've only had one Xbox 2v2 prior to this knockout game, so I think it was just that, great communication, and Stokes doing really well as well.
You did have the first pick. How important was that you picked, Stokes obviously to go up first, and then even though you get to pick the first place, you kind of accidentally also pick the console for the 2v2, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. We knew how strong we are on Xbox, and although Christian's a great player, we knew that if we could get a draw or win, we'd have a big chance in the 2v2 because we're really good together.
Yeah, definitely good strategy. You're going to be playing the winners of Complexity versus Makers. Have you got a preference?
I don't think there's any preference. If we're playing our A game tomorrow, I think we're really confident in 2v2. I just need to pick my 1v1 game up if it comes to that. So as long as I'm playing okay tomorrow, or better than I am anyway, I think I'm confident we can win the whole tournament. So one game at a time, and we'll watch their game and see how it goes.
Off the back of that comment, the casters there said that you're one of the best teams here in terms of performance. And has that given you that new confidence, obviously, that win there, that you can go the distance?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people said, like, oh, you two won't work 2v2, it'll be like a bit of a disaster. But we've had games here where we've been like close to flawless, and that's a really good sign going forward.
Just to throw a little narrative at you here, if you guys were to get to the final, and the other team that's looking very good right now, obviously, is Fnatic. They're in the different side of the draw to you guys, so you couldn't meet them until the final. Is it a little bit of a old guard versus new guard of the UK scene? You guys have been around a little bit longer than Tex and Tom have. Would that make it a bit more special?
Obviously, they're one of the favourites for sure, so it won't be a tough game. It would be a tough game, sorry, but we're focused on the quarterfinals. Obviously, Fnatic have their games as well, so it's just one game at a time. If it comes to it, it comes to it. I think we're confident of beating anybody. So yeah, like I said, we'll see how it goes. Okay, we've got a confident team here doing very well, Neo, and we'll see if they get through to the next round. But they've already booked themselves a spot in the quarterfinal. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Spencer. And here are the round of 16 games that you can see in front of you. Good to hear from the guys, though, from Neo. You can see a little bit of confidence, but try not to get carried away with the situation either, Dan.
Yeah, so we've got our 2 confirmed results and 2 confirmed quarterfinals as well. Fnatic and Neo, and we'll get the resolution of Nasser Esports and Hashtag United, as well as AS Roma versus FaZe Clan. And we can take a look at the goals as well from Neo versus Redemption. 3 of them, and 3 goals in a 2v2 is not something we're used to seeing. But that's just a bit of individual beauty there from CR7. Maybe even baiting the pass and baiting the cutback, but then deciding just a little drag back to sell the defenders.
Yeah, and they've just been working so well together in the 2v2. I mentioned it earlier. I think there's just natural chemistry sometimes in 2v2 with the way that players like to play. And you have to say that Stokes and Gorilla, their favourite way to play is on the front foot. They like to take the game to their opponent. And they can work together here to find those spaces, to find those combos, and the finishing's been good as well. And just look at how relaxed they look playing the 2v2 as well.
And there was the variety of goals they scored as well, just from individual skill, also good passing and set pieces. I've said it countless times, set pieces are so important in 2v2, just because you can do a little bit more with it. It's more difficult to defend set pieces as well, just because of the positions you can put in your players, and sometimes you try and switch to someone, you get stuck in the wall. And you've got to take advantage of these really, really minor things that can make or break your games.
Now, we were talking about Neo, and before we were talking about Neo, we were talking about Fnatic a little bit, and we were talking about Tom and how good he's been. Well, we're lucky enough to have a little interview with him now. He's down on the floor with Spencer.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I am here with Tom, who's been doing very well for Fnatic. Tex made it very clear yesterday when he was spoken to that we need to interview Tom, and I think you've earned the right. You've got to be happy with your performances.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky strategy, putting me in the game, because obviously most people at home are thinking, well, Tex the best player in the world, put him on. But we thought because of leg 3, we wanted Tex there in case he went there. But luckily enough, we did the job in 2 games. And yeah, all you can ask for, 2 clean sheets, a lot of goals scored, perfect last 16 game.
You say it's a risky strategy. Does it fill you with more confidence on one side that Tex is happy to back up that idea of you playing instead of him? Or does it put more pressure on it that if it was to go wrong, you're going to have people saying, why didn't they use Tex?
No, I didn't really feel any pressure. Tex gave me a lot of confidence. We went back to the hotel for a bit, had a proper discussion about it, and he said, I trust you, so I know you'll go and get the job done. That's all I needed to hear, really. As soon as that is, like when I'm playing, I'm not worried about, oh, this could be Tex instead. Like, you're just so focused on the game. Yeah, and he filled me with confidence, and that's all I can ask for from him.
You recaptured the form of Friday, Tom, who was brilliant yesterday, of course, and you got that win. 4-0 and 2-0, no goals conceded in either game against Gillette Infinity. You're going up against the winner of Borussia Esports against R288. What do you know about those guys, and have you got a preference?
I know Shori's a massive fan of De Gaucho, plays for what they...
Borussia Esports and R288.
Borussia Esports. I know Shori absolutely loves De Gaucho, but me personally, anyone that comes in front of us is just another player who's holding a controller. I mean, I wouldn't really have any preferences either way. And yeah, we go into tomorrow, new attitude, it's a different day. And yeah, there's not much to it. Whoever we play, you've got to beat them, right? So that's all we can do.
It's the right attitude. Tom and Tex, the team to beat with Fnatic. Back to the casters for now.
Thank you, guys. And we can see that we are back underway in the Hashtag United versus NASA Esports games. 82 minutes on the clock. Hashtag United here with it all to do, Dan.
Yeah, need a goal to send this to a draw and send this to a deciding 1v1 game.
Oh, no! Oh, it's missed! Just wide of the target. And how many times from that position have we seen R9 bury that chance?
Maybe slightly off balance on the turn. That's the only thing I put it down to. Both of us screaming our lungs out. Sure, it's going in. But Hashtag have to go again, straight back into the tactic screen. Depth as high as it goes, width pretty wide as well. Making sure those fullbacks are joining the attack. Even changing the run type. They thought about it, they changed it in the end, but whatever you can do to encourage those players to get up the pitch and join the attack, you do it now.
Well, first thing they've got to do is win that ball back. Goal kick will be to NASA Esports, and they've got a few memories they won't want to bring up with the way that they conceded in this game from the goal kick. This time they play a little bit more safe and just send it long towards the head of Cristiano Ronaldo, who wins it, but Virgil van Dijk comes in and wins the ball back here for Hashtag. Mbappe with the drag back. Lascar Saloon here for Hashtag United. And it's a lazy pass from Frankie de Jong. And now you see NASA Esports on the counter.
What kind of team is NASA Esports? Do they just now play the time here? Get it in the corner. Looks like they're trying to, but Van Dijk is wrestling with Ronaldo.
Mane, though, gets away from him. Heads towards the corner once more. Vieira gets it back, though, and there's time to go forward once more here for Hashtag.
Quick ping-pong passes. You can see how desperately they want to get up the pitch. There is space on the left, but it is being marked as well. One more opportunity for Hashtag United.
Great ball into CR7. 30 seconds left, and they can't find that pass inside. Van Dijk wins the ball, and it's going to be the final whistle here. As NASA Esports cause the upset and progress into our quarterfinals.
And it is a huge upset. And you can see what it means to the Hashtag boys as well. They've been playing so well throughout the tournament.
Sorry about it.
They took a fortunate lead, but you could argue they deserved a 2-goal lead, but then suddenly NASA Esports turned it around. Some messy goals. But NASA Esports won't care. They march on to the quarterfinals. Good to see sportsmanship from both teams, however. And that is going to be a tough pill to swallow.
It's one of those games you reflect on and you think maybe it could have been so different. As we say, we go back to that chance when they hit the crossbar twice. It's it's those hindsight's 2020, those kind of situations where you'll be thinking about those chances for a long time yet. But unfortunately for Hashtag United, they are going to fall out of the tournament. Let's talk about NASA Esports, because what a result that is for those two players.
Yeah, I'm sure that Rami and Haroon, when they looked at this matchup, they thought, okay, we are the underdogs here, but the way they've approached that game and the way they've managed to just squeeze out a result against one of the more impressive teams from the group stages really says a lot about them, and maybe they can be a team who pushes on into the knockout stages and might upset a few other teams.
Let's have a look at how the draw is going to be shaping up as well after we've had these results coming in as well. It's going to be NASA Esports moving on, and they will face the winner of Team Footwiz Australia, or 11s. And on the other side of the bracket, you can see that Fnatic will be taking on the winner of Borussia Esports and R288. But let's hear from our first quarter finalists, NASA Esports, who have taken down Hashtag United. There was Spencer.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I'm here with the lads from NASA Esports, who just pulled off a pretty big upset in the sense that they were the only team that was lower seeded coming out of the groups to win their game. How are you feeling?
Well, unbelievable, actually. Like, we played really good and we deserved that win. And, like, I don't know, we played really good and better than the group stage.
It's great stuff. You're playing the winners of Footwiz versus 11s. We'll see that game later. What was your strategy going into the game, and how far do you think you can take it?
I think we can go far as we may. The only thing that we have to play our 100%. Playing against Hashtag Harry and winning, I think it will be for this guy. Yeah, he made a great comeback. He played not his play in the first 3 games he played in the group stage, but yet in front of Hashtag Harry, he played awesome. Awesome, he was really good. So yeah, congratulations for us and for him especially.
Yeah, well done to both of you guys. Best of luck in the next round. We've got one more game still to see, so we're going to go back to the action.
Thank you very much. Good, massive congratulations, to the NASA Esports guys for making it through to those quarterfinals. While I put my teeth back in, we've still got some action to get finished and completed here. AS Roma Esports versus FaZe Clan. When we left this game, Dan, AS Roma Esports were 1-0 up.
They were 1-0 up indeed. This will be our last round of 16 game from groups A and C. And of course, we still have 4 more round of 16 matchups that will come up afterwards from winners of Group B and D, or those that qualified, should I say. Into the tactics screen straight away for FaZe, and then we will finally be getting this one underway. Of course, after restarts, there's always the discussion of what happens with the stamina when you do get restarted, and I think there was just an agreement that had to be made from all players, but finally all players are happy, or they're happy enough, and we can get back underway. And still plenty of FIFA action left in this game, and still plenty of time, 21 minutes to be exact, for FaZe to try and get a draw here.
And we're already seeing the drama that this format is throwing up. It is such an exciting format for the viewer and for everybody at home to spectate. You get to see the highs and the lows, the emotions the players go through. Those moments where in 2v2, do you pass, do you shoot, do you take the glory yourself, do you make yourself the hero, or do you give the plaudits to your teammate? But we are back underway here. And the ball will be given back here to FaZe Clan, who would have had possession when the game, unfortunately, was delayed.
Yeah, I imagine that is the case. Overload ball side was initiated straight away from AS Roma as well, with the goal lead, just to try and squeeze the opposition as much as possible and make it even more difficult for that ball to get in and behind the defence. But for FaZe, if they are able to secure a draw, if they can get a goal, then we would be going to a deciding 1v1 matchup. And of course, Tass has already played, so it would mean it would be down to his teammate Mino to his left, who would then be playing up against the Spider Kong. Still don't know how he got his name. I haven't asked it yet. Spencer, that's your job, by the way. Find out why Spider Kong is called Spider Kong. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So back underway here. FaZe Clan with possession. 20 minutes to find an equaliser to send it into the hands of Mino or Spider Kong to decide who goes through to the quarterfinals. Rudel is going to pick the ball up here, and he fires the ball into Neymar. Chance here for Ronald! And FaZe are still alive!
Yes!
As Tass sits his teammate back down and says, just chill. It's only a draw at the moment. Yes, okay, it sends us to a potential third game, but we could still win this one.
Massive goal in the complexion of the tournament from the restart as well. You have to say, fantastic composure from FaZe to keep their composure.
Send that width and depth back down, change that formation back to 4-2-3-1, because we've got a game on our hands now.
Here we go again.
AS Roma just couldn't hold on. And I mean, from the restart, and I'm going to talk about it, the reason why there was the discussion between players is because when you get the restart, the stamina is going to be different. The stamina is going to be back to full, potentially. And you could say full stamina would actually benefit AS Roma more. Because when you get into the later stages of game, you bring on substitutes and you try and beat those players in defense who have lower stamina. FaZe have still been able to find a goal. And I'm sure they'll say it's like justice.
Now, just a reminder here, if this game stays at 1-1, we will go to that third deciding leg, where it'll be Mino versus Spider Kong.
Spider Kong's 1v1 record is incredible throughout this tournament. Is why I was surprised he wasn't playing, to be honest, but I think they tried to maybe target Tass, who didn't have such a good 1v1 record, as Mino has also been playing pretty well in his own individual games. And what an amazing 1v1 matchup that would be. And if it did go to a draw in that one as well as this, we would be looking at extra time and penalties.
Well, here come FaZe Clan, and it looks like they're looking for a winner here at the end of the game. A little bit of a disappointing pass there from Ferland Mendy, but Ronaldo comes back in and wins the ball back. Frankie de Jong under pressure from 2 players from Roma. It does well. Alexander-Arnold with the switch out to Mendy. Cristiano Ronaldo takes the ball. And Now we'll attack that space as Hullet. The maestro in midfield will step forward here for Roma. The tension in the room is palpable right now. You feel like a goal at this point would be a winner. As FaZe again win the ball back, but
wow.
Roma again with that high press.
Both teams just tracking back successfully with their forwards, both Neymar and Mbappe getting back and winning the ball. It's what you have to do in FIFA 20. You've got to bring back those strikers sometimes just to ensure you can help the defence as much as possible. Some would say you don't need to help the defence, but if you can intercept early, higher up the pitch, you've got more chance of hitting a counter-attack. As Roma holding on to the ball now.
Have to be careful here though. Have to make sure that every single pass is perfect, even around the back. You don't want to slip up here and let one of those players nip in and race towards goal and break your hearts here in the last moments, but here comes Roma. Lionel Messi tries to get in behind Virgil van Dijk, goes back to the goalkeeper, Alisson. And as we tick over into stoppage time here, it will be FaZe Clan with possession.
AS Roma opted not to hold the ball until that final attack. Very difficult to try and decide when you are going to push because you might run out of time. It looks like they could get one final chance here. It's intercepted.
Into Messi, you saw the run in the middle, and we will go to a third leg here between Roma and FaZe after the restart. And you have to say, with the way that everyone's been going about their business, you kind of don't want it any other way, but FaZe look the happier of the two.
By far the happier of the two, and that's because they were behind, that's because they got the equaliser, whereas when you do go a goal up in 2v2, you feel like the game is theirs, is there and for the taking. Whereas Roma now will have to go to that 1v1, but they shouldn't be too disheartened with how Spider-Kong has been playing this tournament. Put the trust in the man with the best name in FIFA esports. But for Mino, the pressure is on him. Arguably less experienced than Tas, but certainly has looked good this tournament as well.
And I just want to say here, smiles and laughs and everything here from FaZe, but they haven't won anything yet. Nope, they're still in the tournament. Or maybe they're coming more from Tas because he knows his job's done. Now it all goes down to Mino. And I think the moment that he sits down, has that pad in his hand and just takes a moment and realizes the gravity of the situation, all of FaZe Clan's success now rests on the Frenchman's shoulders.
Well. These are the round of 16 results from leg 2. NASA Esports 2-1 up. Oh, so they won 2-1 against #United, and it will send NASA Esports through to the quarterfinals. Fnatic beat Gillette Infinity 2-0. They go through to the quarterfinals as well. Neo had a 3-0 victory against Redemption, so they will find themselves also joining them. But AS Roma versus FaZe Clan all tied up 1-1. It sends us to a third and final matchup. It will be Mino versus Spider-Kong to see who can actually pull it out of the bag and send them into the quarterfinals.
And we love a bit of drama here at the FIFA eClub World Cup. It's been going on all day and it is continuing through now in the round of 16 as well. FaZe Clan staying alive after a technical issue, coming back and finding an equaliser, and a beautifully worked equaliser as well. Still alive in the tournament, but as I mentioned, Spider-Kong versus Mino. Where's your money?
It would be an upset if FaZe were to take it just from the performance of AS Roma throughout the entirety of the group stages, but I feel at this point anything could happen. Spider-Kong is definitely the informed player, but Mino has shown that he can hang with the biggest of players in the tournament as well. I'd have to go for Spider-Kong, but honestly, could be one of the best.
Well, let's hear from Spencer Owen now down on the floor with a player now who can kind of put his feet up for just a moment. It's Tas from FaZe.
Yes, thanks, guys. You guys are talking about who's going to win this next match. We might as well find out from an inside source, okay? We've got an unstoppable force against an immovable object because your teammate Mino hasn't dropped a 1v1 game, but nor has his opponent Spider-Kong. Who's going to get the W?
Nah, uncallable. I mean, personally, because I heard Spider-Kong was unbeaten as well, I actually thought they might go with Spider-Kong first. So the fact has come down to this, 2 unbeatens. I'm personally super confident in Mino because since he played, I believe it was the Aero match, his second last 1v1, he has gone up to another level compared to the rest of the tournament. So I know his gameplay is at a high level. I'm sure Spider-Kong's is. Something emotional is going to happen either way. We're going to see.
It's the only game of this round of 16 so far that's gone to the third match, the one that's needed it. What were you saying to your teammate there, Mino, at the end of the game? It looked like you were having a little bit of a chat.
Yeah. Well, there was a bit of laughter going on because before we scored, I actually bottled. I'd done like a switch. And I meant to switch it to the fullback. It went to the winger, and obviously his player's marking it. So he's won the header, and I'm like, my fault. And he's like, Tass, and he's like, no problem. So he's kind of like, doesn't want to cause a situation. But I know I messed up. But fortunately, from that header, they gave us the ball back. And it was almost like, because I knew I'd just done something stupid, I was like, let me just go try do something unorthodox. And I done like a half drag back, double A pass that created the chance, which, yeah, hopefully, not hopefully, R9's bagged it. And here we are.
One thing I want to ask you is your kind of body language and attitude right now is very positive, which is great. You haven't actually gone through yet. So I'm to read into that you're quite happy that this has gone to a third time. You're feeling like you've done a good job already.
Do you know what it is? It's actually part of it is, I think it's easier to be more positive when you're the one just watching at the end of the day. I mean, I'm going to give him as much support as I can. You'd be a lot more nervous playing. So it's naturally because I'm actually not playing. But he's unbeaten in the tournament. He's unbeaten, and he's...
So is Spidercom.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But someone's always going to go. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm confident in my guy.
And I love that. And this is a team that's kind of been born out of not a lot of experience from different parts of the world. You haven't had a lot of 2v2 practice. Do you feel like you've really bonded?
Yeah, I mean... We've been through a lot of ups and downs in qualification. Our qualification was so up and down. It went down to like the last game of the last week. After 5 weeks, that was very emotional. We came here, we started off slow. I was off, and we found a way in today's games actually to pick it up, even though I actually lost my first game. But Mino went huge in his 1v1s. We'd done very well in the 2v2s, and it's kind of like the more you play, the more bond and chemistry you get. And even that goal there has come off him always telling me, Tass, you need to be more unorthodox. Tass, you need to do something more like special or weird. And that's what's kind of happened with that goal, actually. That's not something that I ever do. Just some like weird double tap A. So yeah, thanks to him and his advice, we're here, and we're going to see what happens.
Always adapting, always improving. That's what I guess the game keeps you on your toes in that regard. Going up against Roma, who on paper were, I think, the second or third highest most points from the groups. Even though they finished second in their group, they, for example, got more points than Hashtag, who finished top in their group. So how big a scout would this be if you were to win it? And would it give you the confidence to go all the way?
What would it mean to win it? It would just be another step in the tournament. I mean, it's the last game of the day as well, in terms of like, there's no more knockouts, so we just want to be through to tomorrow. Would it be a big scalp? I wouldn't really look at it like that. I never really look at it like that. They are amazing. I've never played Danny before. Sorry. I played him, and I thought he was incredible, so I have a huge respect for him. I haven't really watched Spider Kong, so I can't really say, so I'm about to judge. But in terms of big scalp, I don't think either way it will be. It'll just be more crazy emotion, whoever gets it done.
Okay, and final question. Obviously, let's talk about your club, FaZe. One of the biggest esports orgs in the world. How big would it be for them, and you representing them as you have been for a while now, to go and get significantly far into this tournament, maybe win the whole thing, and really make a big splash on the FIFA stage?
Yeah, winning. I mean, going far. I mean, we were at top 4 last year, so we kind of messed up at the step to get to the final. I remember me and Lev last year were very disappointed with that, to not get the opportunity to play Nicholas and Tex, although I'm pretty sure that would have been a very tough obstacle to try overcome. But this year, it's kind of been, since I've joined, I've been here a while, I've been disappointed in myself to not, I don't know, it's hard to recreate that exact form, but something similar. I've had like glimpses and moments, but not consistency. Like even last year, even though I got to the World Cup, it was a very up and down year. It would be amazing to win a trophy for them. I mean, the last time I won, we both know when that was. That was a cool moment. To do that again, I think since EA have actually came into FIFA, I think only Desari and Tex are the only players to win multiple majors, I believe. I might be wrong. So to potentially join that list would be incredible, but it's so far to go. It's just about this game here.
Okay, yeah, one more game for FaZe to try and get through. Tass is going to take on the spectator role, the teammate role.
Cheerleader.
Over to your teammate Mino, who's going up against a very informed Spider Kong. Someone's O has got to go. Back to you guys.
And you took what I was going to say away from me there, Spencer. I was about to say someone's always got to go. Exactly the words from Tass's mouth. And you've got the records of the 2 unbeaten players, Dan. Talk us through the players they've played and who they've beaten.
Yeah, slightly different. So Spider Kong has 4 wins and 1 draw, 13 goals scored, 3 goals conceded. So an incredible record for him. On the other side, yes, okay, Mino is undefeated, but he has 2 wins, 3 draws, only 5 goals scored and 2 conceded. So his has been more about closing out these really close games, grinding draws and getting close victories, whereas Spider Kong has smashed a few opponents on his way, one of those being Tex, who we beat 3-0 yesterday.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the only game in our round of 16 to go the full distance, and it falls down to these 2 gentlemen to decide who will progress into the quarterfinals of the FIFA eClub World Cup. Roma versus FaZe. It's Mino on the sticks, and it's Tass on the pom-poms.
Tass just gets to relax, but I know he says he's going to relax, but I know full well watching actually he isn't as relaxing
He's going to be living every
he
single
suggests.
moment of this game, Tass, and exactly the same for Dami.
So as a reminder, if this is also a draw, we go to extra time. If still no winner is found, it will be a penalty shootout to decide who goes into the quarterfinals. So maybe both players will stay undefeated, but for a penalty shootout. I guess we'll wait and see.
It's going to be the Roma man, Spider Kong, who has looked very, very good going forward. He has possession here at the start of this game. Quite simply, the winner of this game will progress to the quarterfinals. If it's drawn after 90 minutes, we go to extra time, we go to penalties, we do all of that kind of fun stuff. But we will have a result at the end of this game. Lionel Messi turns away from his man. Ruud makes the interception just as he was looking for R9 there.
A lot of early possession from Spider Kong, but if it comes to nothing, it doesn't really matter. I think judging by what I've seen from Mino at this tournament and judging by his results and the amount of draws he's grinded out as well, he is going to be more than happy for Spider Kong to have possession when Spider Kong has possession. As long as he isn't allowing him to have too many chances in front of goal, then he is always going to be within a chance of trying to take this one.
Mino, a much more deliberate player, I think is the best way to describe it here. The way that he likes to play, the way that he likes to build up. And it looks like they're going to put the ball out of play here. Looks like Mino might have a little bit of an issue himself, so we'll get that resolved as quickly as we possibly can. Wouldn't be FIFA. A little bit of extra spice on top.
Yeah, just a little bit. Maybe a controller issue, maybe something going on for Mino, but it's better that he sorts it out now rather than later and then using it as an excuse. And honestly, there are people still in the crowd watching. Shells isn't asleep, don't worry, he's probably on his phone. There he is. Just to double check. I just didn't want people to think you were sleeping.
We got your back up here, don't worry.
But there are still plenty of players here supporting friends, teammates and the like. And honestly, this matchup is what I really wanted. I wanted to get one deciding out of these round of 16 A and C, and we still have B and D coming later on as well. Small discussions from Zelonius to Spider Kong. Zelonius really has fitted into this coach role for AS Roma as well. He was picked up originally as a player / coach, but I think his success as a coach is really showing at this tournament in particular with how well both of these players have been performing.
He's got that kind of natural calmness about him as a person as well. He doesn't get particularly flustered by anything. You watch his streams, and even when things don't go his way on FIFA, it's kind of a really good judgment of how, how people can control their temper. And he's always chill. And he's a good person to have in your ears and give you good advice.
He has the support of Ainsley Harriott at all times, of course, as well.
Of course. It is a controller issue we've just had confirmed in our ears, so as soon as that is sorted, we will get the game back underway. And last time we had this, it benefited FaZe, so
maybe it's a good omen.
Absolutely no.
It's definitely not a good omen, but
no dots being connected by that. But,
we try and do what we can. But for me, no. The delay might not help. I'm going to be completely honest. In terms of like pressure and just wanting to get into it and wanting to play the game, but you could say the same for Spider Kong. They were the team that were leading. They had the goal advantage. It was a 2v2. You'd think that players of that caliber should be able to hold on to a victory, and then there was a relatively late goal from FaZe, and suddenly they have to go into the deciding matchup.
And just looking at the body language here of Spider Kong as well, he's just, he's chilling. He's not up, he's not down, he's not frustrated, he's just waiting for the problem to be resolved. And I think it's just important to keep yourself in that bubble, just keep yourself focused in the game. And these kind of things are things you can't control. As soon as you start getting frustrated by these kind of things, it's when it can affect your game. So you can see there just a little flicker of expression.
And I really do
Nothing too
think
crazy.
that this matchup is going to be a case of Spider-Kong attacking Mino and really just trying to break through a defense, and then Mino trying to hit him on the counter-attack. I have been told that the reason Spider-Kong is called Spider-Kong is because when he first got his console, they had to think of a name, and his brother just randomly said Spider-Kong, and he has stayed with it ever since.
And thanks to Spencer
Thanks,
Owen
Spencer,
there for doing the
Hashtag.
research. And finally, that means that Dan can stop saying on broadcast, I don't know why Spider-Kong
I finally know.
is called Spider-Kong.
I thought it might be something a little bit more creative and fun, but instead it was just his brother's random creation.
Rest in peace, that repetitive question. But anyway, apparently we're going to restart this game now.
Does it frustrate you when I ask said question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not lying. But you've got your answer now.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Well, I'm happy.
Yeah, happy. Exactly.
Well, it only took
all that matters to me. But
3 different broadcasts.
we're going to have a quick look at the AS Roma goals from the 2v2 game, just how they got here. Before we continue the game, we're going to get it restarted. There was only a few moments elapsed in that game. And again, just a beautiful move there. And R9 Ronaldo opening himself up just to finesse it in at that near post. But this was from the restart, Dan, and that was where that's where Tass said sorry, and that's where he said, well, how about that?
Great finish as well from R9, and you can have that trust in R9 from those kind of positions. It's a very familiar goal that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. And I really think this next game, if Mino just allows Spider-Kong to constantly attack and attack and attack, eventually the goal-scoring record of Spider-Kong is just going to give him that confidence to break through, and he is going to find a way.
Well, let's ask someone who has been sat beside Spider-Kong for most of the day. His teammate, Damie, he's down on the floor right now with Spencer.
Yes, here I am, the man from Roma himself. I just spoke to Tass a minute ago. He was kind of relieved that his part in this triple header of games was over for now. You're in the same situation. You get to watch your teammate Spider-Kong play. And we've talked about it being the match of the two guys who haven't lost a game 1v1 yet, Spider-Kong versus Mino. Who's your money on? Your teammate?
I mean, of course, my teammate. In the group stage, especially on the first day, he was really carrying me on his back. He won first, I think, 4 games, and he drew the last one. So I think he's in the top form right now. We chose to play me as a first because of FaZe Clan, not because of our form. So I'm really confident that he'll win. And after the whole DCs and 0-0, I just want him to win. Yeah.
As the higher seeded team going into the game, obviously you did have the initiative, you got to choose who played who. Do you have any regrets on that decision, the fact that you've had to go to the third match? Do you think it would have been differently if you'd gone the other way around?
No, I don't think so. I think overall we played pretty well, and coming into the tournament, we knew that our 1v1s would be really, really strong. We are both top 10 in the rankings at the moment, so we weren't really worried about that. It was mostly about 2v2s. We didn't know how our chemistry will go, how we're going to play, but I think it's fine. It was really unlucky for us to actually concede that goal after the break, but it happens. We still have one more game, so I'm looking forward to it.
And tell us about Spider-Kong's game style, and I know you believe he's quite strong mentally as well, which is so important in tournaments like this, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, right now he's playing a decider game for all of us, not only for himself, but for the whole team. I know that he can handle it. He really loves to play on the biggest stages, so that's the perfect situation for him.
And where do you think Spider-Kong and yourself rank up against the FaZe guys? Obviously, Mino's been playing really well, but you talked to me about, Spider-Kong having good chances for the World Cup. Do you think this is a year that, obviously yourself as well, but Spider-Kong and both representing Roma can have a big year?
No, I'm pretty sure we'll both qualify for World Cup. Yeah.
That's confident. I like that. How important will this tournament be?
Obviously, it's really important because it gives points to both of us at the same time, right? So if we play well like we did now, then we can basically qualify after this event, right? But we don't really think about the World Cup now. We are doing mostly for Roma, for our club. We had a lot of problems in the past few years to actually qualify for the tournament like this. So now when we actually did, we just want to win.
And we know, obviously, if it comes down to this third game, whoever wins goes through. If you do get the win, you'll play the winner of Basel versus Sporting, which, whatever happens, will be a real-life football club matchup, if you like. Have you got a preference there if you get through Basel or Sporting?
I would say Sporting, mostly because of their PS4 player. I think Basel is just, both of the players are almost on the same level, right? We always rate high Nicolas, but I think this FIFA doesn't really suit him at the moment. When in Sporting we have Diogo, who is currently, I think, like 3rd or 4th in the rankings, and then Bruno Rato, if I'm not mistaken, that didn't qualify for the events yet. So yeah, I would prefer to play against them if we win the decider. Yeah.
Okay, that's Damie from Roma, of course. Best of luck in this next game. You can take a seat back, you can coach a little bit, help a little bit, but it is over to his teammate Spider Kong, who's going up against FaZe.
And good news for everyone at home, the game is ready to get back underway again. Spider Kong versus Mino, FaZe versus Roma. We've heard from Damie there on the stage, and as you say, like a lot of players, just saying step by step. It took us a while to get here, and now that we're here, we want to win this thing.
Just like the current meta of FIFA, really, you have to take it step by step. You have to go possession by possession, build slowly at times when there's plenty of men behind the ball as we get restarted. As a reminder, it's very simple, and the winner goes through. A draw would take us to extra time and penalties. I won't think about that just yet. With the goal-scoring record of Spider Kong and the unbeaten record as well of both of these players, I'm sure we are in for a pretty good game of FIFA.
I have to agree with you there. As you say, 2 unbeaten players going up against each other. Is it going to be a mistake? Is it going to be a moment of magic that separates not just these 2 players, but these 2 prestigious organisations, Roma Football Club or FaZe Clan, and put them into that quarter-finals. Beautiful ball around the corner there from Ruud Gullit, and Mbappe will chase that one down. Mendy comes inside to Gullit, who steps inside his man. Ronaldo, opportunity here to fire it into Mbappe. Great tackle by De Ligt.
I really think it's going to come down to maybe not who makes the mistakes, but who takes the risks, who's going to go for it.
Well, you say that, and a mistake has been made, an opportunity maybe to push forward there, but smart play.
But
coming in from Mino.
No risk. There was a mistake, but no risk taken, no risky pass, just because then you start worrying about you making the mistake and you giving the ball away. I do feel like Mino is the type of player who is going to be slightly less inclined to take risks than the likes of Spider Kong. Spider Kong has had quite the year. I mean, top 8 at FUT Champions Cup, number 1. Got his automatic place into number 2, but he wasn't able to carry on his fine form into that tournament. But it seems like he has refound said form now with Roma and with his teammate Damie.
I have to say here, it's not the first time that De Ligt and R9 have been in a 1v1 situation with R9's back to goal. And De Ligt has come out on top twice here for the Roma man. It's not something you want to find yourself as a situation in too many times. It only takes one little bit of brilliance to turn, and before you know it, it could be the back of the net. And a spin inside there from Damie, trying to create enough space for the shot, but the angle not quite there to get the power. But what a ball that is over the top. Cristiano Ronaldo in behind, puts it across, and R9 Ronaldo beats De Ligt to the ball, and FaZe Clan go into the lead.
Did he just time that green as well? The audacity to time it in that kind of situation. And I love how he stood up, he cheered, and then he turned to Tass and said, "Don't worry, I'm calm. It's okay." Cheer, get excited, enjoy each goal. It's what we see in real football, and it's what we should see in FIFA as well. Spider Kong now is going to have to come from behind. Bear in mind, he's only conceded 3 goals so far in the 5 games he's played previously.
There was that long ball over the top, behind the fullback, caused the problems. Beautiful pass from Cristiano Ronaldo as well to find the running R9 in the middle.
That is the power of having Cristiano Ronaldo on that right-hand side, though. I mean, you could probably do the same on the left as well. But if you put it on the right, he's going up against Robertson.
Here's Spider Kong, he's got it onto the left foot of Messi there, and just as he was looking to make contact with that ball, the defender got a foot in the way to make the block, but danger signs there for Mino. Has to be on his game here if he wants to take down Spider Kong.
And the reason it's important going up against Robertson rather than the likes of Mendy or Trent Alexander is Robertson's work rates. He is often quite high up that pitch. You can take advantage of that with an over-the-top lofted through ball. Just timed to perfection.
Here is Ferland Mendy then. stepping forward into that final third. Unfortunately, there the only thing he stepped into was the touchline. They're giving possession back here to Spider-Kong.
Well, now you've got to make it count with Robertson going forward. Yeah, okay. Sometimes you can let it slip at the back, but he can be very helpful on that left-hand side if you can link him up with Mbappe and create some space, find your way through.
So just a few moments left here until half-time. And it is FaZe Clan who hold a valuable lead. If you're just joining us, remember, whoever wins this game will go through to the quarterfinals. It really is as simple as that.
Just the one leg. It's not 2 legs of 1v1 or anything like that. Just 45 minutes left of football after this half-time whistle.
Kante and Hullet looking to spread the play. You can see jockeying here from Spider-Kong. Trying to find a pass through, but Mino's defensive wall is up and FaZe will come away.
The foul was made, a tactical foul, I'm sure. I don't think there would have been time to get forward. Mino might try lumping this one, try and win the header, and there is a possibility, but unfortunately it drops to R9 and instead of CR7, but a great half from Mino, and he's 45 minutes away from sending FaZe into the quarterfinals as Tas just tries to give a little bit of calming advice.
Just putting some ideas into Mino's head, and I think Mino just wants to play his own game. Here is where the draw is at the moment. You can see the teams that are waiting. You can see the points that they've accrued as well. Neo, the only team waiting in the quarterfinals on this side of bracket as it stands.
So a victory for either of these teams between Roma and FaZe will see you playing the winner of Sporting CB and FC Basel. FC Basel, another informed team from the group stages. Nicholas, the Iceman, alongside Cody to finish it. But Sporting CB, they had that last gasp way into the round of 16, and honestly I didn't see it happening. I'm not sure they saw it happening either. I've never seen a team celebrate being 3-1 down.
I've never seen a team leave anything so late. They've only turned up at the tournament the day before they only got the invites to the tournament, and here they are. That shows the performance and the level of performance they've managed to achieve over the last couple of days of action. But we're back underway. Speaking of action, with 45 minutes left for Roma to keep those dreams alive of making it into those quarterfinals. For Mino, the job is simple.
When you talk about having a partner alongside you and what you can learn from them and the experience they have, Tas has so much experience within FIFA, but also a lot of experience about just holding on to victories, keeping the ball, playing a possession-style game. What has Mino learned from him? Really just want to frustrate Spider-Kong at this point, try and force mistakes out of him.
He's done well to win the ball back here, Spider-Kong, without coming under too much pressure as far as defending his own goal was concerned. But now you are going to see all of those players retreating back and forming that defensive perimeter around the 18-yard box once more.
I don't know if you heard during halftime as well, Tas just was saying to Mino, you see, this is why we play Mendy instead of Robertson. And even the players still working out who is the ideal 11 to play at these esports events where they have the esports accounts and they can choose from any player within the game.
Carlos Alberto now, the fullback, stepping forward, and it's going to be the fullbacks who are going to have to get involved to break down this wall. Eusebio's doing some defensive work here. Hullet manages to squeeze the ball back as Spider-Kong's created just enough space for R9 to go, a goal! Allison with the save.
Yeah, Van Dijk's just done enough, I feel. Just staying close to R9, so it wasn't an easy shot. He couldn't quite get the power behind it that we've seen R9 in the box manage to achieve. And into the tactics screen we go. The width and depth pretty low at the moment from Spider-Kong. I imagine That depth could be pushed up. Everything it balanced, as so many of the teams play with now in Pro FIFA. The discussions being had with Zelonius as well as Dami. Constant pressure is an option. A bit early to go for it would fatigue your players significantly. Instead, press after possession loss seems the smarter choice.
And these tactics are going to take a while to discuss, because obviously both players have not only got their teammates on their shoulder, they've got the coaches as well, and this could potentially be the final 40 minutes or so, 30 minutes, excuse me, of the tournament for both of these players and both of these clubs. So you want to get it right. You don't know how long it's going to take for that ball to go out and play once more, but from the corner here, Roma have a chance. Kante steps past one. Mbappe twisting and turning towards the back post. Big header from Virgil van Dijk, but the second falls to Lionel Messi! And Roma are back in the game!
The ball just couldn't be cleared far enough from Van Dijk, and then the opposition Van Dijk was there to win it. A big header. Acres of space for Messi. And Spider-Kong erupts, as we've heard the Vamos ringing around the room so many times this weekend. Mino struggling. You can see it's always a hard one to take when you feel like it was out of your power and you couldn't have done much else. But Tash just saying, look, it's fine, it happens, you're still drawing. And we're back, level pegging.
And both players still have that unbeaten record in front of them. All tied up, Zelonius with a hand on the shoulder. Spider-Kong feeling good, having worked that chance and taking it with Lionel Messi. And we are set up here in this leg three, the deciding leg three, for a grandstand finish. Can Mino answer back now? That's the question. That's not taking the wind out of his sails. Frenchman steps forward here. Eusebio squeezes the ball around the corner here to R9. And this would be an amazing way to answer back, but a big block there from Matthijs de Ligt. That Team of the Year foot item. There's an absolute man mountain in there.
In the 5 games of 1v1 we've seen from Mino so far, he's only scored more than a goal in 1 of them.
Top ball that is.
He's going to have to find that same form that we saw from the final game of the group stages where he won 2-0.
And Spider-Kong all of a sudden is looking like a different animal here. Having found that equaliser, stepping forward with a little bit more purpose. Looking to spread the play quickly and stretch the defence where he can of Mino. Bit of space out wide here for Ronaldo. The fake shot around the corner, takes the shot early. The block comes in.
Yeah, it just wasn't really much on. Naturally, when you're in that position, you're thinking about cutting back. You're thinking about maybe dinking to the back post. And there was a defender just in the way, so instead just goes for hopefully a little bit of lady luck, get a bit of the rub of the green.
There's Ronaldo against Robertson here on the near side. Ronaldo turns back here to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Mino kind of rode the pressure that was coming from Spider-Kong now, and a goal at this point in the game with just 15 minutes left would give him something to hold on to. Mbappe finds a little pocket of space here, the Frenchman. Gets the ball into R9, Eusebio falls in the box. Nothing given by the referee.
Yeah, it was just a fall. Wasn't enough to be a penalty. I heard little murmurs as well from Zelonius. They're just reminding Spider-Kong of which players had 5-star weak foots and which didn't. Something you have to always be taking into consideration. Most pro players pretty good with their knowledge nowadays, but always good having that reminder, someone just speaking in your ear.
10 minutes left then. Spider-Kong with the ball, pressing forward. De Ligt again with the stretching of the play with a switch across from fullback to fullback. I should say from centre-back to fullback. As Carlos Alberto steps forward himself. Quick pass in here. Spider-Kong almost Found a couple of spare pixels there to slide the ball through.
And now this is a tough situation for Spider Kong and for AS Roma, because with extra time looming, you're going to be thinking about substitutions and thinking about who you can bring on to influence the game going forward, and maybe even thinking about penalties. But honestly, I'd be thinking about Robertson at left back. Have you even got a fullback on the bench like Ferland Mendy? Because it has been a real mismatch with Cristiano Ronaldo on that side, and Mino keeps switching the ball and keeps trying to push it down the right-hand side, trying to take full advantage of it. Maybe they don't feel it's a real threat, but it's something.
Ooh, will it be a mistake here from Mino? Taking his time to build up, looking for the last attack in this game, and is that going to come back to bite him here? Spider Kong inside the 90th minute here in Milan. A quarter-final spot on the line. Kante with the fake shot. R9 collects the pieces. Lionel Messi! And the little Argentine has done it again!
FaZe speechless. Roma ecstatic. As the seats barely stay on the stage, Salonius reminds him to just stay calm. Such little time left though. You've just got to win that ball back. But the final whistle blows, and AS Roma are going into the quarterfinals.
Wow. Well, what a game that was. I mean, I'm out of breath myself. Spider Kong. We'll be tweeting Lionel Messi a little bit later today and saying thank you very much for being such a special player on FIFA 20. Firmino, though, absolute heartbreak, the final seconds of the game.
Come on, let's go, man.
But Spider Kong is the man who stays unbeaten in the tournament. Well,
the ups and downs of FIFA. It was FaZe who got the late goal in the previous matchup, but it is going to be AS Roma on the screen in the quarterfinals as they await the winner of Sporting CP versus FC Basel. And of course, the other team that got through were Neo from the round of 16 in this particular side of the bracket. Late drama is always amazing, but what an incredible finish it was, as we just get to re-watch this final goal.
And there's just one little bit here of brilliance from Kante. You saw it, just that little fake shot inside. He gets a little bit of fortune as the ball falls through, but when it falls on the left foot of Lionel Messi, this is what it means to Roma. That is what it means to Spider Kong. And that is what it means to Dami. What a moment.
And if anyone questions the passion in FIFA esports, you can see both sides. You can see them behind them as well. The sheer difference in emotion. Global Series ranking points, prize money, and most importantly, pride, as FaZe go crashing out of the competition.
It's one of those situations there. You can look at Tass, he's completely helpless in that situation. You know, there's nothing he can do. He's relying on a teammate who, unfortunately, hasn't been able to come up with the goods, but this is where we are right now. Of course, we've got lots of matches still to come. NASA Esports taking down #United, and arguably the biggest upset that we had in our round of 16. Fnatic looking incredibly good, finding their way into the quarterfinals. But that is going to do it for now, Dan. We'll be back in around 10 minutes or so with the rest of the games for today to round out our quarterfinals. We'll see you then. with the fake shot. R9 collects the pieces. Lionel Messi! And the little Argentine has done it again!
Well, what a moment that was here at the eClub World Cup in Milan. There's been plenty of drama over the 2 days so far, and 2v2 FIFA's brought it, and of course knockout football has brought the drama as well. Myself, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley taking you through the next set of round of 16 matchup. Richard, we have seen some huge goals go in.
It doesn't get any better than what we've just seen in the last hour. AS Roma Esports, Game 3. Huge performance right there, sending them through against FaZe Clan. 3-2. It was the last game, the 90th minute, the last kick of the ball that sent them through. This is the other side of the bracket. Nasser Esports got a result against #United, a draw and a win, and it was a win that sent them through to the quarterfinals. I mean, massive turn up for the Bucks. Nobody predicted Nasser Esports to even get out of the group.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. After they just about secured a top 4 finish to then take out #United, it was a massive shock. And they go through to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. And of course, so do Neo, Fnatic and AS Roma, who just picked up that last-minute winner. Spider-Kong there, of course, in that third and final matchup, the only round of 16 game to go to a third game. But now it's time for Group B and D, Richard, to match up and play in the round of 16. The game we're going to be looking at, our featured matchup, is going to be Footwiz Marco up against 11s. Of course, Ethan in action. And that's Marco, the highest seed going into that game, so they got to choose which console they'll be starting on. They've chosen to play on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I think it probably makes sense as well. You look at the 11s team. Resende, he's got much more LAN experience, he's got much more event experience than Jamie as a player as well. And I think you send in Marco against Ethan, try and get a result, try and get a win in this first game. Then all you need is a draw to send you through in the second matchup. And it was the second 2v2s that decided 3 of the 4 games, Brandon. Nasser Esports with a win in the 2v2, Fnatic with a win, and Neo getting a win in the 2v2, sending those 3 teams into the quarter-finals.
We must recall as well, Richard, a change of format, moving into the round of 16. It will be played, of course, as a best of 3. However, if you are able to win and draw, of course, win both of the 2 matches, that will be the tie over, and we won't need to go to a third and final game. Of course, the way it works as well is there'll be a 1v1, then we go straight into a 2v2. That's different to the group stages where it was 1v1, 1v1, and then the 2v2. All games were played in the groups.
And also to point out, all games played simultaneously right now as well, if you are just joining us for the afternoon session here, or the evening session, I should say.
Yes,
Groups B and D, leg 1, all 4 round of 16 matches playing right now.
Corner comes into the box, punched away. Edwin van der Sar, 11's first real chance in the final third. And this is where people talk about getting LAN experience, those big moments in competitive FIFA. And it was only, what, a few weeks ago where Ethan made his first for Champions Cup, made it into knockouts. You said, Richard, did lose to Tom. Fnatic Tom, being that in the knockout stage. And he's back in another knockout game, Richard, this time with 11s, and with a chance to try and get them off to a winning start. On the opposite side, though, that Footwiz team that have been making all the noise when goals have been going in.
I mean, they were splendid, weren't they, in the final round of fixtures as well, in round 5, where Footwiz solo wins galore. If you can win your solo in the knockout play as well, whoever you put up first, all you got to do is get a draw, and you're going through to the quarter-finals.
And it's second, of course, in Group D in Footwiz, up against third in Group B, 11s. Obviously, Gareth Bale's brand new esports organisation. It's been a decent first event for them. Here's all the games that are underway right now. As we said, we've got Borussia Esports up against R288. The Danish organisation, FC Basel up against Sporting as well. That was last-minute drama. And then Complexity Gaming against Team Makers, a home team here in Italy.
You see there from your screen, all games goalless at the minute. We're going to have tight, tentative round of 16 matchups. We're going to go back to our featured matchup, which is Team Footwiz up against 11's Esports. And we'll see if someone can break the deadlock in this leg one.
Of course, some other interesting talking points, Richard, around in the other games. Those that top the groups in complexity and FC Basel did kick things off on opposite consoles. Maxi VIP, the Xbox player, kicking things off there. And then, you know, surprise, surprise, Nicholas kicking things off against Bruno Rauter and kicking things off in style, Richard. But because there's been a goal in this game, it's Cristiano Ronaldo into R9. Just completely fooled the defender and will put the Argentine 1 goal up.
Great finish from R9. Nicholas looking to defend his Club World Cup crown as he jumped back into the action here at 11's. High up the pitch.
Chance for Ethan. Went for the drag back. It's going to fall kindly to Ronaldo. Just about defended. I thought was Marco, as we said. Grand finalist last year. E-League champion as well for Sydney FC. Look to try and defend his title as that competition gets underway next weekend. Before he does that, though, he's got knockout football to play here in Milan. Round of 16, if you have just joined us, we know see some of the names that already are into Championship Sunday in the final 8. Of course, those names include AS Roma, Team Neo, Nassar Esports and Fnatic.
As we do have a little lull in play right here. Important to point out that the Twitch drops have been dropping, and if you are watching the stream, rare players packs, untradeable rare players packs, that's 50k packs, dropped into a number of viewers' accounts right now. Keep watching. I'm sure Spencer will reveal more Twitch drops throughout the weekend.
Here's Marco. That ball would on another day connect into R9. Van Dijk timed his interception to perfection. Still goalless. Approaching the 40th minute mark. As you said, Richard, they did end group play really well, Team Footwiz, but then they had to have that break of watching the other round of 16 games.
It's very slow right now as well between these two. You see Ethan controlling the possession, trying to create a chance, but Marco's being resolute at the back. Ethan, one of the players that does play over the ball side. I watched his games earlier today, and it helps him. If something helps you, why not use it? It's my motto.
You've seen some pros obviously adapt to that tactic, others play completely against it. We'll keep you up to date with any goals that are going in the other round of 16 games. FC Basel 1-0 up, and it looks like there's been another goal in another round of 16 game. It looks like it's gone to Borussia Esports, Richard. And that is the Gaucho starting things off against R288, and he's leading by a goal to 0.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes of added time.
Added time of just 2 minutes left.
Just looking, both these two players decided to go Team Mane from the get-go.
Going to get round the corner. He's going to win a corner for his efforts. That accelerated fake shot to try and get round his man, did Ethan. Be the last chance of the half. Corner played in towards that front post. Van der Sar's off his line and punches it away with both hands. It's going to fall to Ronaldo.
Surely not.
He's going to try and
that should never
get a right boot on that. It's going to
never,
go wide.
ever be going in right there. A finesse shot volley from a tight angle. I think it was just a hit and hope more than a realistic chance of goal for Ethan. 45 minutes left though between these two. Complexity and Team Makers have kicked off, and you see there, goalless between the two sides. If it is goalless, it will just end as a draw. If we have then a winner in the 2v2 matchup, that's it, series over.
What's interesting about that, Richard, is that means that it will be Ribera Rebel to kick things off for Team Makers. Principe, who's been the star man out of the two.
Yeah, well, Complexity would have decided who they wanted to pick, and play Maxi VIP playing slightly better at the minute than Joxam. Decided to go with him first.
Back to our featured matchup. Teams Footwiz against 11s. This is on the PlayStation. Coming into this game, Footwiz were the highest seed, finishing second in Group D. We go straight to a 2v2 after this as well. Depending on the first match result, it really could be all to play for. Switch of play. I've seen that been risky for a few players in the tournament so far. It's worked out this time for him. There's a threaded through ball down the line if he can try and latch onto that. Van Dijk was troubled, but not troubled enough. We've seen some first legs, Richard, end 0-0. That was the story of the AS Roma match.
Yeah, and I think I actually said to a lot of the players, the game's going to be decided in the 2v2s. A lot of the games, first game in a knockout, you're going to draw. It's going to be tight. There's not going to be a lot of chances going. And I wasn't surprised to see 3 quarters of the first set of round of 16 matches from Groups A and C decided by the 2v2 format. It does offer a different level of mentality though as well, because do you put your best player forward? Do you put your stronger player forward? Or do you decide to go with a player that you think, just go get a draw, then we win the 2v2, then we through, just don't lose that first game?
Or also, are you looking at your opposing team to see who's been the
in better
weaker?
Form there, yeah.
Who's been the weaker out of the two that you're up against? And that's the tactic that some teams have used. Whilst for others, they've been backing their stronger player. There's a ball, oh, he's Ronaldo on the finesse, and it's into the back of the net for 11s.
Huge goal right there for Ethan. And now we're gone in this game, where we've seen so many matches decided by 1 goal, as Cristiano Ronaldo curls that in and finesses 11s Esports into a 1-0 lead in the round of 16. Marco back against the wall right now.
For the visitors, number 4, Cristiano
With it all to do.
Ronaldo.
I don't know what this means for the tie. I mean that there is a slight advantage to 11s if they hold this result out, and it would mean that the draw would only be needed for 11s. There's been a goal in this game, Richard. We heard a loud roar, and a shot came in.
A penalty right there. Van Dijk collided with R9. The penalty was given. And I'm guessing by that reaction that it was R9 converting from the spot. Goes to the keeper's left. Power on the penalty. No Panenka this time. For complexity.
Come on, let's go!
As Maxi VIP smashes complexity into a 1-goal lead from the spot.
Yeah, certainly on target this time with R9. Big tournament as well, Maxi VIP. He makes a lot of events. It's just a case of getting past that group stage, that Swiss stage, and he's been able to do that in the recent tournaments that we have seen him at. He looks to only grow stronger and stronger as a professional FIFA player, getting picked up as well by complexity for this tournament is only going to help him. Back to this game. There's 20 minutes left. There is a pause cued by Team Footwiz. I'm sure Ethan will do everything he can to try and avoid that pause. R9.
I mean, a second goal would be the perfect way to get into the pause, wouldn't it?
Tried to link up with Sadio Mane, just the ball was too heavy. As I was mentioning though, 11s do win this game. All they would need is a draw in the 2v2 to pick up the win to take them through to Championship Sunday. It would also mean that Footwiz would have to win the 2v2 to take it to a third game, which would then go over to Xbox and would beat Jamie up against Resende. Still plenty of time left though.
Not yet. We can't speculate about the result yet. Speculate about the 2v2 until this game has been concluded. 15 huge minutes remaining for Team Footwiz.
Looking at rules around, we'll get an update on what the rules are all about. My mind's telling me there has been a goal, but it's been a goal to R288. And it looks like the Danes are back in this game.
What
It's a ball
pass.
in from Hullet to Sadio Mane, and it was a routine finish.
It's a fantastic pass. The driven pass into his feet right there. Cutting open the defence for R288. And at the minute, we've got a couple of games that are going to be draws.
As you said, looking around, one game's all square. At 1-1, we've had some other 0-0s at the moment. We'll check into this game. Complexity will lead it by a goal to 0 via that penalty. Chance for team makers now. Cruyff just pushed off the ball. There's a pause queued as well for team Complexity, as we said.
Down the line.
Currently leading. This will be Complexity now. Sadio Mane's been able to just to dodge not one but two tackles. Into the box he goes. He felt like he was waiting for a tackle to come in.
Yeah, looking for another penalty there.
And why wouldn't you after?
I mean, the first one was very fluky as he made contact after the shot had gone. But we're going to go back to our featured game. You can see all the matches underway between 11s and Team Footwiz. 10 minutes left.
And a chance for 11s now. Messi down the byline. Just wasn't enough power in that. This could be dangerous. Well played by Virgil van Dijk. Had to stay composed and was able to get Marco out of that spot of danger. He's made that pause. He's made those attacking changes.
That could be a red card.
Tackle from Vieira. Referee will have a word, but going to get away with nothing there.
From behind, Patrick Vieira. Is it going to be a short one, or is it going to be dinked into the near post?
Watch Ronaldo. You can just see him controlling. Number 7. He's made that looping run into the box, and it's actually Ronaldo of Ethan to clear that one. 7 minutes away from taking the advantage. This could be dangerous as well. There's 3 red shirts forward. Expect to look for that cut back inside. Played the short one instead. Mbappe, chance. This is Ronaldo. And it's saved by Edwin van der Sar. There's been another goal, Richard. Sporting Club de Portugal equalise in that game. Bruno Rautor saying, do not write me off against the Argentine and Nicholas. We'll have a look at this goal now. Messi into Frankie de Jong, of all people, to get a goal.
I mean, he can. He's so well-rounded. He's the team of the year, Frankie de Jong. Great play from Messi as well. That half a drag back, it's just such an effective move, an effective skill to have in your game. It really is something that, if you are watching from home, such a tool to have and to implement into your match, because you can chain 2 skills together. You can do that with the Elastico, and the error isn't too big. That is a ridiculous pass.
Somehow it's come off for Mbappe. If anything, this is going to be game management here. You won the lot. You're about to take your team into an advantage, and someone that's very young in the FIFA scene, a mature performance from him. Added time of 2 minutes. Marco might have a chance here. The ball's long. Going to fall to De Ligt. And that should be dealt with. A minute played of additional time. Won't be making that mistake again. He's in possession with Mbappe. He goes through to R9. Referee, there's your 2 minutes played. And there will be 11s that have a slight advantage going into that 2v2. All they've got to do, Richard, is draw the game, and they would have won it. So the professional performance.
The ball is very much in their court right now. After a great performance from Ethan.
They've been good in 2v2s though, Footwiz, Rich.
They really have, yeah. Let's see which way the game will be going.
Well, we know that the additional time's been played. Waiting for the full-time whistle, then we'll get into that 2v2. But the referee just wants to keep playing on and using those new cards in his pocket. A word on the performance though, Richard, from Ethan. Professional, scored a good goal.
Yeah, he might have been very quite defensive, quite direct, but sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do to get the job done. That's exactly what Ethan has done. To join this match up here with only a couple of minutes left. This will be a huge performance because FC Basel had the choice of who they wanted to put on first. They put Nicholas forward. If they can get away with this with a draw, can Sporting, and take it to a 2v2 where they have been topsy-turvy, let's say the least, and get another draw or even get a result, and get Diogo on the sticks.
Bruno's looked nervous at times, and as soon as he found out he was playing Nicholas, I could just tell there was a bit of a, oh God, here we go. But he's played well. Got himself a late equaliser. We said we haven't been able to see too much of this game, or is Nicholas got one more chance? Looks like he will. No. Had the idea, but couldn't pull it off because the Dutchman Frankie de Jong was in the way to intercept that. That game's all square, Richard, so the 2v2 is make or break for any team.
2v2 is essential right now. As you look down the games, Team Footways 1-0 loss. FC Basel and Sporting was a 1-1 draw. And the other two games, believe it or not, draws. So we got 3 draws after the first round of 16. 1 win. The team that is very much in the ascendancy is Team 11s.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. Of course, we will keep you up to date as soon as those 2v2 games do get underway. But before we do so, we'll have a word about them. Our game that we were looking at, Richard, of course, was Team Footways up against 11s. As I said, Ethan's opportunity to go past the round of 16 this time round to go into the quarterfinals in his first ever FIFA eClub World Cup. And on the other side of that, Borussia were able to go 1-0 up in that game. But R288, again, a team that first outed in competitive FIFA, first time here in the eClub World Cup. 2 players that we did see in the eSuperliga, now trying to announce the name on the big stage here in Milan.
Yeah, I think the big standout for me right there is Sporting getting a result against FC Basel. After you put Nicholas forward, you put arguably your best player forward from FC Basel to get a draw and to send it into a 2v2 where all you got to do is get a draw or get a winner and you're going through. Simple as that. With the draw-win format that we have currently set up, it's certainly, if you can get a win or get a draw in that first game, you're putting huge amounts of pressure on the team who picked. If we're playing against each other and I picked to play my best player first and you get a result against me, I'm thinking, have I made the right decision? What's my player mindset right now? There's huge questions and huge question marks. I've just seen Nicholas walk away after that game. Where's his head at? Yeah. He's the team captain. He said, I'll play, and he's not got the job done.
I think honourable mention as well, Team Complexity, 1-0 win. It was a penalty from R9 that ensured they got a 1-0 win. And again, a team that topped the group. And why not? Why can't they go far in this tournament? We saw Vassar Esports, obviously the lowest seed from their group, beating the top seed in hashtag. Anything can happen in knockout football. And I think it's just that rise of pressure that a lot of these guys face at the end of the day. But we are going to throw it over to Spencer for a quick interview, of course, with a very familiar face in the FIFA scene.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Francisco, the coach for Sporting. I have to say, I've been really impressed with you guys. First and foremost, let's talk about the fact that you weren't expecting to play in this tournament at all, and yet you're still in it.
Yeah, that's true. 2 days ago, we were at home, and we got an email saying that we were qualified by like a replacement team, like Denmark on the Euro 92, I think. Yeah. And although I got to say that we have no pressure of being here because we didn't practice a lot, especially 2v2. So being here is awesome for us. It's all profit.
It's a great shout to mention Denmark, but they went on to win those Euros. Yeah. Can Sporting do the same here?
We hope so. It would be amazing, but we play game by game, and now we have 2v2. It's going to be tough because, as I said before, we didn't practice a lot, but the boys are confident. Let's see.
I'll be honest, I thought, and a lot of people thought you were going to struggle in this game because you're going up against Nicholas, and no disrespect to Bruno, of course, but Diogo is seen to be the higher-ranked player in the partnership, so many people thought Nicholas was going to come through, get the win, but you've managed to get a draw, which means it's all to play for. Diogo now joins Bruno in the 2v2. What are your thoughts?
Bruno was confident. He's not too confident, but this time he was confident. He conceded a goal early, but he said that he's going to take some risks and then try to drill the match, and he did it. So now with the 2v2, it's going to be hard, but I hope that we can win.
I think a lot of people, unless they're maybe Benfica fans, a lot of people are seeing Sporting as like the team they want to get behind right now because you guys were late replacements. But you're someone that's been involved with Sporting for a long time yourself. How important would it be for a team from Portugal who have been many ways ahead of the curve in getting involved in FIFA esports to get a great title like this?
Yeah, it would be awesome. Talking about our rival that you said, it's good for us as well that Benfica joined esports. And for Portugal and for the esports scene in Portugal, it would be awesome for Sporting getting this title. And I believe that whole community from Portugal are supporting us.
And if you can get through Basel, which won't be easy, that would be one matchup against another European football club. for another one because you'd be playing Roma if you got through. So does that add a little bit of extra importance to it, the fact that it's real-life teams going head-to-head?
No, I won't answer that question because we are thinking about 2v2 first. Sorry.
That's a true coach mentality from Francisco there. I like it. Best of luck in the next game, going up against FC Basel. Can't wait to see what happens.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, interesting to get into the mind of the coach of obviously a former FIFA Interactive World Cup winner, and yeah, a coach now for Sporting. A big point as well, a really big point for Bruno in that game against a strong favourite of Nicholas.
Massive. Can't be underestimated and understated how big of a result that is right there. Let's have a look at how that game actually did break down between Nicholas and Bruno. It was Nicholas taking an early lead through R9. Nice little bit of play on the edge of the box. Lovely drag back, and then the goalkeeper movement not quite up to scratch for Bruno. And we've seen the goal coming out here from Nicholas. It was a little bit of a lengthy face cam. But Bruno didn't roll over.
He didn't, Richard. He did respond, and he responded quite late into this game. But you heard Francisco. He said that he was confident in it. Frankie de Jong through the legs of Alisson, and that was the equalising goal. There's the reaction coming in as well. Massive result as well, because it means the 2v2 is so crucial in this game. Obviously, these two going up against each other of Cody the Finisher and Nicholas 99 FC. I believe we'll be focusing on that game in the 2v2. And again, two teams that I don't really know what to say about 2v2 for them.
Well, watching FC Basel playing the 2v2s earlier on in the tournament when they played against Blue United, and Nicholas just took this role of in-game leader. He was talking about the plays that they were going to do in. He was telling Cody where to pass it, when to pass it, what shot you want to be doing, everything. The real nooks and crannies of the entire operation, he was behind it. He was sort of the military team leader. He's setting up propaganda. He's arguing what angle you take them from. He's not just saying, yeah, just go out there and try your best. He's operating each individual area of the pitch.
And you probably would take advice from him as well, obviously, all the success that he's had.
100%.
He's also been in a 2v2 environment last year with the E-Nations Cup with Argentina that made that final, of course, up against France. He won the eClub World Cup as well, which must be echoed around this studio time and time again, and echoed obviously on this live stream that he won it last year. He's a champion trying to defend his title.
I think that's one thing that sort of we're not talking about enough. We keep on saying Tex is the Club World Cup champion, Tex is the Club World Cup champion. He had to have a partner to do it with, and it was Nicholas. So they're both defending their crown. They're both still in the tournament. Fnatic made it through to the quarterfinals. We could have a potential FC Basel versus Fnatic final.
We honestly could, and what a game that would plan.
Who's going to defend their trophy?
We don't know. We don't know that yet. All we know is that this game could obviously decide who goes into the quarter-final stages. We'll have a look. Obviously, at their opponents in Sporting. Obviously, they got that late call up in Group D. Rich, obviously, Fierce Esports had to pull out the competition. In came Sporting Club de Portugal. I think we're just testing out the seats there. Is it a good seat? Yeah, it's fine.
There we go. He wants a nice straight back. Does Diogo.
And we saw, what, about an hour and a half ago, like an unbelievable just outroar of passion.
It was one of those things that it was guttural. It was a guttural roar from Diogo. Fist bumps all around. I think we're just about ready to get into this game between FC Basel and Sporting.
So it's being played on Xbox as well.
Yeah.
This game, the way it works is off the first game, the 2v2 were played on the opposite console. So obviously the home console for Diogo, for Bruno. He would have had experience in this, also in the group stages. Both 2v2s played on different consoles throughout. Last few words from Francisco. We heard from him speaking to Spencer coming into this game. In the FC Basel corner, I've got Lubo, the veteran in the FIFA scene. But Cody the Finisher, a lot of experience behind that man as well. 2017 Xbox Grand Finalist, was the second best player. Obviously lost to Gorilla in London in that tournament. Gorilla went and won the whole thing.
Also a Club World Cup player himself, 2018 Club World Cup with the Stranger, was Cody the Finisher. Let's have a look at the draw as it stands at the minute. The bracket, the winner of this will be playing Roma in the quarter-finals. On the bottom half of the bracket, it's going to be the winner of Complexity versus Team Makers taking on Neo in the quarter-finals. On the bottom half of the bracket, it's all about Fnatic.
It is indeed, of course. Still another side to this bracket. There'll be 8 names that will make Championship Sunday tomorrow. 2 names that are already there, Richard. Nassar Esports after that 4-1 win against #United, and then a professional performance from Fnatic to ensure that they would be in Championship Sunday. Who's going to be joining them? Is it going to be Borussia or R288? Or will Nassar Esports be playing Team Footwiz if they can pull it back in the 2v2? Or will 11s be able to get a draw at least in the 2v2? That's all they need, and it will take them through to Championship Sunday. We're going to jump into this game before that sporting game does get underway. This is in the 2v2 at the moment. It has just kicked off. Borussia Esports up against R288.
And to be honest, a bit of a winner-take-all as well after the first game finished 1 apiece. If someone wins this game, they're going through. So there is that added pressure on the 2v2 as well. If it is a draw, we then go to the final 1v1, which will be Jeffrey for Borussia. Mr. Illies.
Of course, that game being played on PlayStation 4. See the ball side, overload ball side in play. Interesting to see Mendy backed by R288. A lot of success, as we said, in one of the most famous FIFA esports virtual leagues, the Superliga. Where players teamed up with the league beat. Did top the group, but fell in the finals up against FC Copenhagen. Shot comes in early doors. Not going to be troubling the Brazilian Alisson Becker.
And I'm thinking, early doors, where is the pressure going to come from? Is one of the 2 sides going to assert their dominance on the game? At the minute, it looks like R288 are certainly the ones in possession. They're the ones controlling the pace of the game.
Well, they did go down 1-0 early doors in the Xbox match that they obviously recently just played. Gacho going 1-0 up. And Denoli was able to respond late on to ensure the first game would end as a draw, meaning this 2v2 could honestly go either way. Whoever wins this will be into the quarterfinals. If it is a draw, as you said, Richard, we go to game 3.
And then it is really do or die FIFA in the final matchup.
Chance. Ronaldo into R9. Massive save, Alisson. He was offside anyway.
Yeah, Timmy Alisson, you either love him or you hate him. Big save right there, though, from the Brazilian goalkeeper and the Liverpool #1.
So he's looking like the stronger team so far, though. Definitely has been the Danes. And they've kind of nailed down this 2v2. And what's more important, Richard, obviously, other than the Superliga, we haven't seen these players on the global circuit. A big performance here to send you into the last 8. You know, you could be looking towards playoffs.
Denmark's such an epicenter, though, for good FIFA players that they don't have to make a lot of global events, but when they do, they will make their impact known. A little bit like Germany when you see players like Umut coming up from FUT Champions Cup 3. They did actually win the PlayStation side of the bracket. It's very much the case of just because we've not seen them a lot doesn't mean that they've not got unbelievable talent. Qualifying for events is somewhat graded harder than actually playing at events, with how strenuous it is over the 3 days. You play from your own home, you get inside your own head.
Not just that tournament, Rich. Obviously, the eClub World Cup was over a number of weeks. Shot comes in. It's a fantastic finish from R9. And R288 will take the lead in this 2v2 matchup.
How on earth has that gone in?
It's bounced into the goal, isn't it?
We'll have to watch this back. It's a double A pass, or a double X pass. And then the first time volley. All we're waiting for was the icon to flash up green. Now we're getting deja vu from last year.
I've seen a number of people talk about that. dink pass in and around the box. We saw it a lot more FIFA 19. It's clearly worked for R9. We know the in-game stats of that man. Does possess. Clearly. It was used. Almost perfect situation there. 1-0 up to the two Danes. And Borussia Esports responds. Both looking very strong so far this year on the Global Series rankings. R9, chance, equaliser. Yes, it is!
Straight from kick-off. Borussia Esports answering back the question that was asked of themselves. The CR7 slots it home for Borussia.
What a goal it was. Ronaldo on the right foot. Straight into the right top corner. And there has been a goal somewhere else. It's a must-win game for Team Footwiz in the 2v2. And they have taken a one-goal lead. Mbappe with the goal. It really is do or die in the 2v2 game. A big, strong start from Team Footwiz.
Great from Footwiz. They have to get a result here after losing 1-0 to Ethan. It's a must-win game. A draw is simply not good enough as we have another goal here in the complexity versus team makers match up, and it's a finish into the bottom right corner from complexity. And they are in pole position right now after a 1-0 win in the first game from Maxi VRP against Ribeiro Bell. If they can even get a draw, they are going through.
Yeah, they won the first game, as you said, Richard. A draw is only needed, but a win will be even better for them. And a huge confidence builder moving into Championship Sunday tomorrow. Team makers need a response. They need a win in that game. Whilst over here, if this does stay as a draw, still a long, long time left, but we'll go to a third and final game. FC Basel against Sporting is 0-0 still. We'll keep you up to date with all the goals they go in. Chance now, Borussia. Oh, they do lead! Just before half-time. An incredible turnaround from Jeffrey and Nagacho. They were 1-0 down, now they're 2-1 up.
There's a banging on the booth as well. Goals, goals, goals right now for Borussia Esports. This is a team to be worried about if you are a competitor of theirs in this competition. The 16th and 17th ranked players on the Global Series rankings. And Borussia reclaimed the lead.
Added time to follow. What turnaround, what first 45 minutes this has been. Alexander Arnold now. Added time of 3 minutes. That Team Footwiz game's just gone into half-time, 1-0. The two Australians, Jamie and Marco, against 11's Esports, Resende and Ethan. What's happened there?
That was screaming mistake right there. Allison taking the initiative.
Corner comes in, headed away, and that'll be all for the first half. Big first half from Borussia Esports.
Oh, huge, especially after trailing and then turning the game around for Borussia.
Here's all the games. As we said, half-time in Borussia Esports against R2AA. FC Basel Sporting 0-0. That is in the 20th minute. And in complexity against Team Makers has just gone into half-time. We're going to jump over to this one now. FC Basel against Sporting Club de Portugal. First game was a 1-1 draw. It was played on the PlayStation between Nicholas and Bruno Rautor.
Just look in the top left corner, you see the Basel face cap. How much Nicholas is going to be just talking, just little words here and there. To Cody.
As you said, Richard, he's in control of the duo. He's the spokesman, calling all the shots. Well defended. Ronaldo now to pick up quite deep. Our team, Basel, need to get players forward. This is where those off-the-ball runs will be crucial for him. As we said all day long, Richard, they've been so hard to read. Sporting, seems like they win a game, then they lose a game.
Will we have to go to the all-important and decisive game 3? That's the question. Looking around the board, Borussia will be going through. Footways will be taking us to a game 3. Complexity will be going through. And this game right here will be going to game 3.
30 minutes played. This is nice now. It would have been offside if that ball did go through to Messi. Advantage has been played, still 0-0. Cody the finisher. And Nicholas, 99 FC. This is a chance we can play that ball through. So happy to delay it. You can just see Nicholas there, commanding, as you said, Richard, making the calls. Pull it. It's nice from CR7R9. Surely the one more. There's the drag back.
I like the drag back inside the box there. If we're wanting Hullet to be closer to the action, you've then got a square pass, Hullet, easy goal. Do you even potentially hit that with R9 on the near post? We've seen how many near post shots have been going in. Do you get an animation where that goes in at the near post?
This could be dangerous. Ronaldo would be through if he can play it inside. He's done exactly that. Chance for Sporting. Messi! Could have been on his left foot.
He could have hit that. He certainly could have shot. The pass was woeful.
Still are in possession until the pass was rushed. Straight back down the other end we go.
Yeah, just looking at the minimap, R9 making a run in behind.
It's 4 FC Basel shirts going forward now. There'll be even more if they can recycle this between the two midfielders of Hullet and Frankie de Jong. Oh, cut out, well intercepted by Sporting. Added time to follow of just 2 minutes. 0-0, as we said, they drew the first game 1-1. If it is a draw here, we'll go to a third and final game. They have time to maybe get one more attack. I think the referee will just about play it unless it is intercepted. Kevin De Bruyne, the starter for Sporting. Shot comes in and nearly troubles Alisson.
Yeah, it'd been a crazy strike from Kevin De Bruyne. Over the top of the goalkeeper. You can see around the grounds right there. Borussia still leading 2-1. Footway still leading 1-0 with 15 minutes left to go. It's Complexity 1-0 up with around 25 minutes left and just into half-time between FC Basel and Sporting.
Well, this is a game with a lot up for grabs. They must win this matchup, Team Footwiz. If they want to go to a third and final game, Richard, they have to win the 2v2 after losing that first game 1-0.
For 11s, a draw is good enough. You just got to get one goal and you're going through.
There's a through ball. This is 11s. Resende and Ethan. 10 minutes left. We've already spoken about how good Footwiz have been in a 2v2 environment.
Free kick.
It's a free kick given away as well. Just 8 minutes left. The chance to have a look at the team. See if they want to change anything just to see out this result. It will also mean, Richard, it'll be Resende against Jamie to the side. Who will be going through to the quarterfinals. Big 8 minutes left in that game. It looks like Complexity will conclude this after 2 games. They are winning by 1-0 after winning also their first leg. Maxi VIP doing the job. Also, of course, whoever wins that game, BMG Esports against R288, would be going through. That first game was a draw.
Yeah, quick update. Just that got fizzed into the back post. That's Complexity. 2-0, 15 minutes left. Complexity will be going through. There's not going to be a turnaround in that game for Team Makers. Footwigs hold this game out. That will be going to a game 3. Borussia, if they win, they will be going through. So the 2 games that are caught sort of on the cusp of game 3 is Sporting versus FC Basel and Footwigs versus 11s as it stands.
And FC Basel Sporting, whoever wins will go through. If it does remain as a draw, it goes to game 3.
There's plenty of time left in that game. If you look at the time, the clock, 53 minutes, there's lots of room for manoeuvre.
84
right
minutes
corner
on the clock. For that game, we're focused on the right top corner of your screen. Team Footwards against 11s. A win would take it to a deciding matchup. A draw is all 11s need. A goal is all they need.
What a save!
Edwin van der Sar matching it up. I don't know why Van Dijk's on the corner.
Edwin van der Sar with a huge piece of goalkeeping right there.
Corner played in. Headed away by Van Dijk. They're just 3 minutes away, Richard, from taking this to a game 3. Our Team Footwards.
11s are 1 goal away from a quarter-final.
This could be dangerous. A goal for 11s would be enough. Here's that chance. Mbappe.
Snatched. Maybe a bit of panic. Right there.
Added time to come, Richard. It really is in their hands. Team Footwards win the ball from the header.
One more chance.
It's fallen back to them. 1 minute played already. Everything has to go forward. This would be a huge moment. Well won by Hunet.
Free kick.
He's given possession away. Will he take it quick or is he going to wait? He's going to wait. More players will be forward. Van Dijk into CR7. Oh, what a moment!
What a quick free kick. Almost. They took it that quickly. Did they catch him snoozing? That was such a quick free kick. The short one, the scoop turn, the shot, all within 3 seconds of the ball being played from the set piece.
What did they need, Richard? They only need a draw.
1 goal. That's all they needed.
And Footwards were seconds away from going to a game 3. There just isn't time left. There is not time left. They won the free kick with 1 minute and about 20 seconds already played of the additional time of 2 minutes. And it really is heartbreak for Team Footwards because, as you said, that quick free kick from Team 11s was enough. It went into CR7. There was a little scoop turn.
Even caught us by surprise.
And there was the finish.
We're going to have to ask who did the scoop turn, because that were a bit of genius play if it was Resende or Ethan inside the box.
It looks as if Borussia are seconds away from going through. They've played the additional time of 2 minutes. They've done it. Borussia Esports into the final 8 as well. A 2-1 victory in that second match up against R288 Esports. They'll be going home and Borussia will go through to the final 8. Also on top of that, Richard, complexity, 2-0 winners. That's 2 games in a row, 2 big wins for the duo of Maxi VIP and Joksan. They will also move through to tomorrow's Championship Sunday.
We have 7 of our 8 finalists for Championship Sunday, already booked in. Who will be the 8th team? Will it be FC Basel or will it be Sporting? We've got 20 minutes to find out in game 2. If not,
a piece of magic from Team 11s was enough to ensure they'll be through to snatch that win off Team Footwards. This is the only game left, Richard. This is the game of all the talking points on it. If it does stay as a draw, we go to a 3rd and final game. If someone snatches a late goal, they will be into the last 8 tomorrow. 15 minutes left.
I was just asking then, Team 11's just to move closest to our right. Who did the scoop turn? Who was it? Ethan, the youngster, with a piece of trickery and genius inside the box.
What a moment as well,
To
Richard.
send them through to Championship Sunday. I tell you what, you would not have predicted some of the teams, the final 8 that we've had. 11s, NASA, Esports.
Some huge shocks and some just huge match moments, Richard. That goal, as said, was just magical. It's a free kick played short, and it was a case of just outsmarting your opponent. That's exactly what happened. We're waiting to jump back into this. We can see both players POVs here. Sporting rocking a 4-4-2.
15 minutes. One goal in this game decides it. If we don't have a goal, we're going to game 3.
And that game 3 will be played on Xbox. It'll be Cody the finisher up against Diogo of Sporting. Here comes Sporting now. They love a late goal. They love the late drama in Milan. They even got a late call-up. It's out of play. Possession squandered. Our last name we're waiting for to declare in the final 8 before we head into day 3 tomorrow. Only one team can go the full way to become champions. $40,000 on the line. More important, those global series ranking points, 2,000 of them per player. So whoever comes out on top in Milan. 10 minutes left. Sporting have had a lot of the ball here. It's a great threaded through ball into Sadio Mane. This is nice. R9 could be through. Look for the cutback. No, he played it along the floor. Surely a dink.
It was too choreographed. They brought the keeper out a little bit. They marked the middle. That pass was never going to get through. If anything, you probably shoot, low driven across the goalkeeper, look for a rebound off of the GK. Now it's Basil's turn to come forward.
Pull it. Frankie de Jong. 5 minutes left. Can the duo of Cody and Nicholas create a spark? Again, well defended.
Or will it be the late arrivals of Sporting to come in and take a place in the top 8?
Story that would be. It's going to be last attack now. Added time to come as well.
Who's it going to fall to?
Looks like it will fall to Sporting. Added time. Well, I'm presuming 2 minutes. That could be a chance across goal. Keeper's off his line. And it goes for a free kick the other way.
Yeah, he's given a free kick. Wouldn't have counted. I think we're going to game 3, Brandon.
This is where the pressure will turn.
Even Nicholas here telling where the free kick from the goalkeeper's going.
Looking up to the right-hand side, they've given possession away. This could be big. Zambrotta. Into Mane, back to goal. He's going to fall to Neymar. Van Dijk's going to do enough. 2 minutes are played. Game 3, surely on our hands, referee. Blow for full time. He's playing on for some sort of reason. Van Dijk with a huge header. And there's the full-time whistle. A 0-0 in the 2v2 means we have a game 3 on our hands, Richard Buckley.
We're going to coordinate a finisher versus Diogo for all the chips at the table for a spot in the final 8. We've had a 1-1, we've had a 0-0.
Safe to say they've enjoyed their time on camera, have they? The Sporting team, they're going to get even more camera time as we go into that 3rd game. Here are the full-time results, as we said, from leg 1 and leg 2. 3 out of the 4 matches are concluded. As we said, those second legs was enough for the likes of Complexity Gaming to go through to the last 8. Obviously a 2-0 win in that game in the 2v2. Borussia, a 2-1 win. They snatched it from R288 to go through also. And all they needed was a draw. 11's esports. And what did they do? It was a 90th minute piece of magic from the training ground.
That quick free kick. Because usually when you get a free kick over it like that, you go L2, you go R1, you take about 4 players around the ball, you play a dummy over it, L2, bang, X, quick pass into an LC, scoop turn, shot. It was so quick. If you're defending that, that's hard to defend because you've got 2 players and you've got to quickly respond and quickly make sure who's marking who's marking what. In all honesty, a great piece of attacking play from Ethan and Resende with Team 11s. And if anything, deserved spot in the top 8.
They are. What a run it's been for them. As you said, they'll jump up to 500 Global Series points, guaranteed, even if they do fall out the tournament tomorrow. We'll have a look at how Championship Sunday is setting up. There'll only be 8 teams there. We know a few, of course, guaranteed fixtures. Complexity Gaming against Team Neo. That's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, Roma are the only team waiting for an opponent tomorrow. Obviously, will it be Sporting or FC Basel? We've got a third and final matchup to come very shortly.
In the bottom half of the bracket, it's going to be NASA Esports against 11s, and also that's going to be feisty. Fnatic versus Borussia Esports. I was talking to Tex earlier, and he said, don't really want to play Borussia. He would rather R288 win. Borussia Esports are no joke. De Gaucho and Jeffrey are coming for the Club World Cup trophy.
Also, we know how good that German scene is, Richard. We're seeing it once again here in Milan. What a set of quarterfinals we have got tomorrow, of course, kicking off here in Milan. Do not go anywhere yet, though. We've still got a third and final matchup to come, of course, from that Sporting against FC Basel game. It was an interesting one, wasn't it, over the two legs we've seen so far. It was a 1-1 draw for Nicholas up against Bruno. The 2v2 was also a draw at 0-0, and now it's time for Cody the Finisher to step up in this duo, Richard, and to potentially send them into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, we've talked pretty much all day and for the last 2 days about Nicholas being sort of the captain, the player who's been, would you even say, carrying this Basel team to
He's only dropped one game, isn't he? He dropped that 3-0 defeat to Principe.
It's all on Cody the Finisher. He is the man to potentially send FC Basel into the top 8. However, in front of him is the enigmatic Diogo. He was thrilled, over the moon with his involvement here. What a performance from 11's Esports. They're joined by Spencer on the stage right now.
Thanks, guys. Here I am with the 11s boys. I tell you what, Gareth Bale right now must be thinking this FIFA esports stuff is easy, because the boys are smashing it. You've got NASA in the next round. It could have been hashtag, of course, but NASA defeated hashtag. Let's talk about that game you just come out on top against Futwiz. First of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling so happy. We done played so good, so we can win the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Ethan, let's talk about this tournament in general for you and for both of you guys. You know, playing for 11s, your first official tournament representing Gareth Bale's team. You've got to be happy with how you've done.
Oh, we're more than happy. It's a brand new experience for me, definitely. And I'm enjoying it so far, and I hope that we can perform tomorrow as well as today.
So no disrespect to NASA, of course, who's done tremendously well to get to the quarterfinal stage. But do you feel like this is a decent draw for you and it gives you a good chance of going through?
Everyone in this tournament is in the stage. They're in for a reason, so I don't think any game's an easy game. So we'll just crack on with it tomorrow and hopefully win that as well.
And whilst we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, if you guys beat NASA, there's a good chance you'd have to play Fnatic. How do you feel about
that? We don't need to think about how team is playing and what team we're gonna play against. We just need to be focused and do your game, so that's it.
And if people are watching at home, maybe they want to get a little 2v2 setup, they want to try and qualify for the next eClub World Cup or just get into FIFA esports in general. Ethan, what advice would you give them? Because you've been in the scene a little while now, you've been working away behind the scenes, not always getting the chances that you maybe deserve. Here you are on the big stage, doing really well. How would you kind of explain what it's been like for you and how people can get to where you've got to?
I feel like dedication's a big one. Like, you've got to put so many hours into getting to where you want, and you've got to take a lot of batterings on the way. I've lost to a lot of pros, big scorelines, and you lose and you learn. That's what my motto is.
Exactly right. Well done, guys. Doing really well. We'll see 11 Sports tomorrow. I bet Gareth Bale is buzzing. Let's go back to the casters.
Yeah, Team 11's big performance from those guys, and as you said, a magical piece of skillery from that free kick. We're going to have a look at that goal now. It came in the dying moments of that game. It was simple. Team Foot was defend the lead, we go to a third game. That didn't happen, Richard.
Straight through the gap, like Moses parting the sea. That goal right there.
Come on! It's these, bro!
Unbelievable from Resende. He were up on his feet saying, Ethan, you magic man.
Yeah.
What a performance.
It was, I was going to say, it wasn't even Resende that scored
that
goal.
Yeah, Resende celebrated it. He didn't even score it. It was Ethan who did the scoop turn and scored.
I don't think if you could believe it. He was just sitting in his seat. But as you said, a lovely short free kick. It was so quick, it even caught us off guard for the moment that goal went in. But they're through to tomorrow, Richard. They are in the last 8. They're going to set up that matchup against NASA Esports. Again, another team that coming into this tournament, if we had to make predictions, I don't think the top 8 would look as if it has. And also a team that's just been put together in this eClub World Cup. You wouldn't guess so. Someone from Brazil, someone from the UK.
Yeah, you wouldn't have put these two together, but they are together. They're in the top 8, and they're fighting back on Championship Sunday in arguably the most favourable draw out of the entire bracket, as we do jump into this game right now between FC Basel and Sporting. Winner takes all match. Cody the finisher versus Diogo.
Our only game as well from this side of the round of 16, Richard, to go the full way, to go the extra mile. And that extra mile is an Xbox leg of FIFA, just one leg between FC Basel and Sporting. Cody the finisher up against Diogo. On paper, we would say Diogo's a clear favourite.
What's gone by paper in this event though? Very little.
Maybe Fnatic, that's about it.
Yeah. Hashtag losing to NASA Esports.
I mean,
Footwear's losing against
our
11.
prediction of Team Clash went pretty well.
Team Clash going out of the tournament with, I think, the worst points tally of all the teams, I want to say. 11 points. It was certainly down there with what Blue United attained.
But this is the final game of day 2. Some would say a high foot from Mbappe. They win the ball back anyway. Carlos Alberto to resume play. So to the finisher. Try and get things going, as you said. Maybe not the stronger player out of the two, but it doesn't matter now. It's a simple win your game. We go through to tomorrow. We go through to the final 8. It's the last team. We're waiting to see who they go up against. AS Roma. That'll be the duo of Spider-Kong and Dami. We saw the late drama in that game. De Bruyne starting as well for Sporting.
Yeah, he's been a favourite of theirs throughout the tournament. He does that role at CDM where he can defend, but he can also, if you get him in around the box, you're not afraid to shoot like you are with Vieira.
Here he is now, that team of the year, Kevin De Bruyne, interchanges well with Hullet. Messi's going to pick up chance for Diogo. De Bruyne!
Just like that. If that's Vieira, you're not shooting. You're just not. But when you see Kevin De Bruyne, you're happy to take a shot on with him.
Fries into the box. Vieira into it. Scoop turn from R9. Another day connects onto that with his right boot. Cody the finisher able to defend. The first eClub World Cup for Diogo. We saw him in periods last year, including the Premier League, where he did represent Fulham.
Yeah, he made a console final against Tex, a late Dominic Calvert-Lewin header, sending Tex through to the cross-console final, where he did go on to beat Kyle Lees. No relation of Tom.
That was the only difference, as you said, Richard, between the two. That last-minute goal. Other than that, this year, he's been a different animal. He's been on it regarding competing events since the first whistle FIFA 20 was dropped. We saw him in Bucharest both times. A run in Atlanta as well. Every FUT Champions Cup so far he's been there. And every major tournament too, including this eClub World Cup, which I'm sure would have been so disappointing to narrowly have missed out on qualification. 20 minutes gone. Going to see maybe Cody the finisher's first real attack going forward. R9 into Neymar. Again, didn't need that fake shot. He fake shot into danger.
eSeals just feels really, really tense at the minute between these two.
Seems like an environment that 3 FUT Champions Cups already under your belt this year could just push you through it. He's been to knockout games. Here's Diogo now. Messi saved by
Off the back of a FUT Champions Cup final is Diogo.
Corner played short. CR7 shot comes in, defended well by Cody. So many FC Basel shirts behind the box. The highest man so far is R9 there, who got on the ball.
Cody the finisher has got experience though. He's been competing for at the real top high level since FIFA 17, where he made the Xbox console final, losing to Gorilla on that occasion. Nice to see him back on Xbox. Took a hiatus for a few years.
He did. He went on PlayStation, didn't he, after that tournament 2017. Oh, cheeky little dummy around the corner from R9. Tried to get back on that Vieira in at centre-back. Choice many pros are happily choosing this weekend. And also at FUT Champions Cups. Sometimes a bit indecisive, though, Diogo, with his team. Even Foot with Dan's had to come out in the past and try and just help resemble a 11-man squad for him.
Well, I remember in Bucharest he was using the regular Phil and Mendy. He was some questionable picks and just got exposed in the first game on Swiss.
Said no one was playing for the badge and changed all things round.
Brought in Vieira at centre-half and he's stuck there ever since.
Chance for Cody on the edge of the box of R9. Too predictable. Well read by Diogo. I'm sure there's a huge Portuguese fan base watching this. I'm sure them erupt online on social media as well, and of course in multiple stream chats when that goal went in to send them into the knockout stages. That was a Sadio Mane last-minute header. That wasn't even to win the game, it was to get them through on goal difference. Pull it into Messi. This could be a chance. It will be a goal as well. It doesn't need to be the left foot. The right foot's just fine of Lionel Messi.
Great piece of individual play there from Lionel Messi. He just took an extra touch there. Shifted it back onto his right foot. Unpredictable. Everyone thinks you're going to move onto Messi's left foot. But that team of the Messi is special inside the box. You can shoot on his right. He moved it onto it, wrapped it in at the near post. And Diogo is about 45 minutes away from taking Sporting to the top 8, and the reigning, defending one half of the Club World Cup champion will be crashing out of the tournament with FC Basel.
And also, Richard, credit where it's due, because a lot of pros, even though he has got that 4-star weak foot, still won't risk the shot on it. Done that a few times now. I think it was the case, it's just been unpredictable that Cody wasn't able to match up. There's still plenty of time left. We're about to go into the half-time interval. There's a minute left to play. There will be time for Cody to get forward with an attack, well defended by Kevin De Bruyne. And the 2 minutes are pretty much up. Half-time referee, or not. One more ball into the box, headed back to the goalkeeper, Van Dijk. Heavy touch, is he going to play the corner? He's going to play it. Confusion at the back there, Van Dijk, heavy clearance. Schmeichel didn't want to pick it up either. Get rid of the ball, wins half-time. Slight advantage for the Sporting Club of Portugal.
And that is the bracket right there, as you see. Both of these two tied on 2 points. Simple. 45 minutes of FIFA. The winner goes through. That's all you need to know right now. They'll be joining AS Roma Esports in the quarter-finals. Cody the finisher looks lost of ideas right now in the attacking third.
We haven't really seen a chance for him to really go on forward, have we? Another game that was concluded was complexity. 2 wins back-to-back in the round of 16 would ensure that they would match up against Neo. And, of course, our other quarter-finals all set up for an enthralling day of FIFA tomorrow, Richard.
Nasser Esports taking on 11s, and also Team Fnatic, the favourites still in the tournament, taking on the Borussia Esports. It's no easy feat, though, with the German pro side. Diogo and Bruno, 48 hours ago, got the call to come in to the Club World Cup.
They got an email at 1 p.m. the day before the tournament started, got flights sorted, flew in that night, and here they are.
Now they're going into Championship Sunday, guaranteeing themselves more Global Series ranking points, putting themselves higher up in the prize pool. 72 hours ago, they were probably playing the weekend.
It's all smiles at the moment, Richard. They've still got 45 minutes to try and see this game out. But he has looked the stronger of the two. Diogo against Cody the finisher. Last game from day 2 of the FIFA eClub World Cup. We're live in Milan. Messi. To Alexander-Arnold. 6 minutes of real-life time to try and save your tournament for Cody Phillips. If it gets a second, Diogo.
You've got to think it's curtains on Basil's Club World Cup.
It really would be.
Sporting got through the groups by one singular goal. One goal difference put them through.
That was over Manchester City. A group that was even more unpredictable. Group D, that was. Well, you didn't know where it was going to go. It was anyone's to take, and the way we've kind of described Sporting, they've been very hot and cold throughout the tournament so far. In knockout football, they've been pretty strong. Bruno picking up a big result, a big 1-1 up against Nicholas. Chance for Cody now. CR7 tried to just budge his way around Virgil van Dijk. He may have been off balance, but still won the ball.
It seems very lineal at the minute. As I said before, the creativity, the ingenuity in the final third just seems to be lacking.
Carlos Alberto into R9. This could be nice. Keeper's off his line. Huge save. Chance towards the back post. It's relentless from Cody the finisher, and it's also a lot better for him in the final third.
See, there are unbelievable bit of play. Pass, shot. And then the cross. Why? It seemed rushed. It seemed panicked.
Also seemed that pass was just timed a little bit too late. The keeper was already off his line by that point, and pretty routine for Schmeichel. Chance for Diogo. It's going to fall back to Messi. Another day that hits R9's right boot and could be flying to the back of the net. 30 minutes left. 15 near enough played already. Sporting still with the advantage. Massive tackle at the back there from Vieira. Just swept up possession. Until he's looking for a second here to put this game to bed, as you said, Richard. 2 goals would certainly do that. Pull it into Messi. Well defended by De Ligt.
Oh, he's
going to fall straight back to him, though. Big switch of play. It's worked out well for the Portuguese man. Don't know what's happened there, Van Dijk. Is he going to lose that running race? No. Fortunate enough, he will win that. I don't think he's going to get much of a touch of a ball. If he does get it back, Cody, it has to be from that next attack that he makes something happen.
This is it. Move the ball. Take your time. If
Plenty
you're a
of
Basel
time.
fan.
25 minutes. But if he's going to lose possession, as easy as he is, he's going to be made to pay for it. Referee calls and referee shouts from.
I'm not sure the ref can hear you, Diogo.
Sporting over a free kick. It was waved away. As you said, Richard, keep the ball, build into the attack. All it takes is one decent chance. There's the ball inside. Maybe to try and spread the play. Mbappe, back to Ronaldo. R9!
That's unlucky. That's really unlucky. It's building blocks for Cody. So it was a great save. Peter Schmeichel, I believe, in goal. 20 minutes remaining. You see both players' tactics on the screen right there. Cody the finisher. A very, very historical 4-2-3-1 player. Will very rarely vary from that formation. See Diogo bring on N'Golo Kante to strengthen up the midfield. 20 minutes remain, Brandon Smith.
20 minutes remain. And the difference will be, Rich, if they can hold on to this 1-0 lead, they'll be going through to the final 8 tomorrow. This is better, though, from Cody the finisher. Shot came in from R9. It was parried away for a corner. FC Basel chasing the game through a goal. It's played across into Hulle. It's to finesse. Sting was taken out of the shot. Fell back to Schmeichel.
Got a couple of deflections on the way through, and the shot just lost all its oomph towards goal.
It's a great through ball. It's going to be an overload in players as well. Mbappe, well run by Carlos Alberto, giving it near enough straight back. It's a bounce his way, though. Combinations seem right from Cody in the final third.
This is better, isn't it? The creativity. And then you see a pass like that, and it just seems a little bit forced.
He was tempted, wasn't it? He was just tempted to do it, and he fell into the trap. Another pause cued from Diogo. A change of tactics he believes is needed to try and see out this 1-0 lead. Mbappe. Case of just ticking down the clock into Messi. Again, he's trying to pre-plan these shots, but Cody hanging in there. Heroic defending and around the box. Just over 10 minutes left. The goal would send this game even further.
Extra
Messi.
time.
Well won. It's what you do here, though. Mane could be through. Just got to find the right ball. There's the ball into Messi. One more into Eusebio. He needs an option, though. It's going to go as far as CR7's. Oh, he just tried to scoop turn around his man.
I feel like the shot with Eusebio was probably the highest percentage chance that he got in that opportunity. As soon as he played it out wide to CR7, the angle became tighter.
Big tackle.
But he's winning everything right now. Everything is going FC Basel's way.
He's had many knockout tournaments and experience as Diogo. Has he got enough, though? Sold to a 1-0 lead. Chance for Cody. Oh, he's run off the pitch.
As you see, final changes here being made from Diogo. On the left-hand side of your screen, the attacking pressure being amplified for Cody, the finisher. And I tell you what, he needs a finish right now if he wants to go to extra time.
I was just wondering, I've actually not seen Nicholas at all. If he's in that booth or not, maybe he's...
I think he's in the corner.
I haven't really seen too many big reactions from Nicholas, so if a late goal goes in here, maybe it is the day. Got 5 minutes left, but it will be a goal kick for Diogo.
Just there, you see him above the
I see him.
The chair.
Constant pressure, I'm sure will be in use. Can he defend it, though? He's done well to get himself out of that position. Seconds away, Richard, from a top 8 finish for the club that was called in so late. Wins a free kick as well, played that tactically.
It's not a great area, though, this, because if you play short and your opponent wins it off you, you can quickly get up the other end. If you chip it into the box.
Going to win the ball back again. Nearly into the 88th minute, as we are. Going to get numbers forward, though, if he wins the ball back. Just believe he's going to look after this. Drags back, but drags back into danger.
This is
Here
the
we
chance.
go. Joe the finisher. Has he got it? Massive tackle. A match-winning tackle. A quarter-final tackle.
Hold on.
Wins it back again. Well done, Ruud Gullit. Surely that should be game done. 1 minute played of additional time. Diogo has been able to do so. Plays it back to his goalkeeper. Referee conclude the match. And the sporting story continues here in Milan.
I'll tell you what, there really weren't a lot to separate between those two. The difference was one player panicked in the final third and one player kept his composure. That's literally all it came down to.
Was Diogo. A fantastic end to proceedings here in day 2 of the FIFA eClub World Cup, Richard. Diogo snatching the win. And for a team that scraped it through on goal difference, they are into the quarter-final. And these are the last 8 teams from top to bottom. Nassar Esports will be taking on Team 11. It'll be Fnatic up against Borussia Esports. Sporting, of course, just snatched that win. They'll be up against AS Roma Esports tomorrow. Then Complexity Gaming up against Team Neo, Richard. A final 8, but more importantly, an unpredictable final 8 here in Milan.
A fantastic final 8 right there, the quarterfinals. You see them on your screen. Any that's standing out for you? For me, one of the games, Complexity versus Neo, is going to be feisty.
It is indeed, of course. You would say the favourites, Fnatic, looking strong as well in the tournament. But then also you've got the unpredictable names as well, of course, in Borussia and Nassar Esports 2, Richard. Still so much action to come in our Championship Sunday tomorrow. If you don't know what they're playing for, $40,000 and 2,000 global series ranking points per player. We must add on there. It's not split, it's not shared, it's only the prize money that will be shared here in Milan.
Yeah, what a day it has been here in Milan. Drama, emotion, and our final 8 finally sailed and ready for tomorrow. Do not miss any of the action. We're going to be here tomorrow from 11 a.m. Do not miss any of it. Come back tomorrow and see who is going to be your Club World Cup champion.